fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago? Try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And during their Black Friday sale, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. Just text SCREEN to 323232 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. But hurry, this offer ends November 25th. Text SCREEN to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word SCREEN to 323232. Don't wait. Text SCREEN to 323232.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience,
Steve Kerr wants somebody to come up top. He's jumping up and down at midcourt. He says, Draymond, go screen for Curry. He does. Curry gets Herter, takes a three. Good! It's good! Timeout, Sacramento!
Oh, we got a lot more of that, Spinoni. We got a lot more of that. Oh, wow. It's a big story.
Wow. Do you see that?
Yeah, Josh Allen beat. Well, yeah, they were talking about it yesterday. By the way, good morning, everybody. Everybody in the league, we're talking about Josh Allen possibly having Tommy John surgery. He's being evaluated for a UCL injury in his right elbow. And if that is the case, bye-bye, Buffalo.
I watched that game because it was in the red zone.
Yeah, same here.
And right after that play, he threw an 80-yard ball in between the numbers.
Yeah,
but
he kept grabbing his right elbow. He kept grabbing the right elbow.
It looked like a pitcher. Wow, that's crazy. All right, we'll get into the Warriors. That breaking news. It looks like Josh Allen has a UCL injury.
And if he's huge. He's out. That stinks for the league. Oh. That stinks for the Buffalo Bills.
My fantasy team.
Yeah, my fantasy. I got two. I invested twice in the Josh. That would destroy me in 2 leagues where I'm in a hunt for championships. That would destroy me. But it's not about fantasy. I just want the kid to get right. 888-957-9570. Already see the lines blinking here. You know what we're talking about today. And I know we got Baldy at 7:30. We're back to moving to tomorrow. No joke.
I'm kind of with that.
Because we got problems out here at Golden State. The Warriors win last night, 116-113. Steph Curry drops 47 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. An iconic performance. But again, the problem is the bench. The bench. And it starts with Jordan Poole. So, folks who can't play James Wiseman this morning, can't play Big Wise.
Well, can we? Let me get in here, and I want to start right here. We can talk about what they were till we're blue in the face. Last year, they were the champs, right? Everything fell in order. They seized the moment, however you want to describe it. They blended multiple timelines. There was ascension of certain players. Felt like we drew back in time on other guys, but they threaded the needle. I mean, they really threaded the needle. This is a team that played like 6 seconds together in totality when it comes to the core of who ended up winning it all in the regular season. And then it somehow all worked in the playoffs, even though it was the weirdest path ever with Steph Curry coming off the bench. I'm looking at this team right now. It feels to me like this is the final embers of what was a championship core. I'm not saying that they can't turn it around. I'm not saying that they can't make moves. I'm saying as they're currently constructed, we got issues.
Yeah, as they're currently constructed. I will say the starters are not the issue. As soon as that bench came into the game, you can't unsee it. 16-2 run by the Sacramento Kings in the first quarter. You give up another 30-burger in the first quarter. You give up 67 in the first half. And as much as we want to look at the bench, or the starters getting long in the tooth, look, we're going to get to Klay Thompson because I got some thoughts on Klay Thompson. I've got some thoughts on Andrew Wiggins.
Interesting.
I've got thoughts on Stephen Curry.
How about Draymond?
I got thoughts on Draymond Green.
He looked exhausted last night.
He gave you everything he had. By the way, good morning to everybody out there on YouTube.
Drive safe, people.
Good morning, everybody out there on the roadways. Please drive safe. Don't drive like me.
I almost got in multiple accidents because I was hydroplaning. I had somebody riding me. And there's nothing worse than you're in a low-profile car and there's someone behind you in an SUV with the brightest lights possible shining off your side mirrors.
Well,
please don't be that person.
Well, I had a Prius cut right in front of me without turning on his turn signals. It's like, dude, get a clue. And it's always the Prius. It's always the Prius driver.
The Prius?
Oh, the Prius drivers are the worst.
I didn't even notice this.
Oh, they're the worst. I have a real issue with Priuses.
Have you seen the South Park episode?
No.
With the Priuses?
No.
From San Francisco? Oh, they like to sniff their own stuff.
They do. I believe that.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I don't even need to watch that cartoon to know, or that episode to know that Priuses sniff their own stuff. Elitism. Can't stand a Prius. Anyway, good morning, everybody out there getting off of work. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, truck drivers, good morning to Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line, and guess what? The YouTube chat is back.
Oh, is it?
The YouTube chat is back.
Uh-oh.
And it's good to have them back.
Thank God.
Trust me, I missed you guys.
We all did.
I missed the haters. I missed the players. I missed everybody in there.
I would like to start here. Steph Curry.
Yeah, I want to start positive. Get the lines light up. Let's get these calls in.
It was a once-in-a-generation moment for Steph Curry last night. I mean, he was on pace for 50 and dragged this team all the way to the finish line. And yet I'm watching him. It was the most joyless 50-point effort that I've seen since the finals.
Yesterday we were discussing, and I asked Festus and Billy about this.
Yes, what they said.
Off air. The bench.
Yeah.
When Steph Curry's cooking, where's Mo Spates at? Where's JTA, Damian Lee? They win the game, and guys just walk on the court like, whatever. And this is why last week when we started the conversation, there may need to be a shakeup. Not with the core, because I think the core is fine. Now, we got issues with Klay. We got issues with Poole. We're going to address them all.
Yeah, I have a theory that I want to float by you.
We got issues with these guys. Klay on a perimeter guarding. Again, he's a post defender right now. His legs are not under him.
He's a stretch four.
His legs are not under him. Malik Monk blew by him all night long.
Which was sad to see.
It was very sad. He can't guard right now. He didn't play 5-on-5. Did he cheat the process? Did he scrimmage? He didn't scrimmage. I don't know what else to say. The shot is still there. I believe the shot will come, but they're all short right now. He doesn't have his legs right now. Andrew Wiggins needs to be the second option in the fourth quarter. You saw what happened in the fourth quarter yesterday. 5 for 5, 3 for 3 from the three-point line, 13 points. Steph and Wiggins scored 30 and the Warriors 37 points in the fourth quarter.
And it felt like Wiggins had opportunities to kick it to the corner to Klay Thompson. Was like, I'm taking this.
Wide open shots.
What?
Wide open shots, though.
No, those
and Klay was ice cold.
Wiggins. I'm just saying, like, my brain, old Warrior teams are like, throw it to Klay. And now it's like, no. Wiggins, take that shot.
Nah, Wiggins needed to take that shot.
Hell yeah, he needs to take that shot.
He needs to be
I'm glad
aggressive.
they found that fourth quarter scoring.
But I'll say this. You got to damn win.
Oh.
And when you're on a 5-game losing streak,
no doubt,
you'll take a win.
No doubt.
And what we witnessed last night was greatness at the age of 34 in his 14th season. He said, basically, we're not losing this game. We're not losing this game. They're down 9 going into the fourth quarter. You're thinking, boy, how are they going to pull this out? Fox is rolling. Buck is rolling. Kings are feeling good. Mike Brown stomping up and down the sidelines. And Steph happened. You get the switch on a quarter, and he's saying, let's go for this dance. The fadeaway in the lane, right there at the end of the game. The threes at the top of the key, 7 threes and all. Again, folks, 47 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. This guy has 8 30-point games to start the season. 8 30-point games to start the season.
He gets the ball in the corner and is dribbling around, and they're not fouling him. And I'm like,
well, the end of the game.
What are the Kings doing?
Let's go back to that. Because the Kings, they're down 1. They're down 1.
I don't understand what they were doing.
I don't understand what the hell they were doing either. They had a chance to foul Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And what was it, about 10 seconds left?
Well, they ran a play where Curry gets it. He's coming down the lane. He throws to Wiggs. Wiggs throws it right back to him on that play. And I thought they were going to foul Wiggins, and I thought they were going to foul Steph, and they didn't.
And none of those guys wanted the free throws.
No.
They wanted nothing to do with the free throws.
Speaking of free throws, 81% right now for Jordan Poole. We'll get to that.
We're going to get to Jordan Poole. We're going to get to Jordan Poole. But Steph Curry, and you saw that he had it rolling early. He hit his first 7 shots.
Oh, he was on
like,
fire.
Damn, he's on fire.
Yeah.
27-15 lead, and the Kings go immediately on a 6-2 run. But Steph kept these guys in the game. He had 30 by the end of the third quarter. 30 for 30 by the end of the third quarter. And it's just one of those moments and one of those performances. I don't care if it's against Sacramento. I don't care if it's a Taiwanese Leopards where Dwight Howard's going to play basketball. He's going to Taiwan.
I didn't even know.
So instead of mentor James Wiseman, he's going down to Taiwan.
Oh,
all right.
The Leopards.
He's going to be a Leopard.
I didn't even know. Okay.
Yeah. So Steph Curry yesterday gets we need to appreciate what we have here. One of the best athletes we've ever seen in the Bay Area. To do what he did to lift this team up. No bitch, because the bitch gets outscored. What was it, 45-16? What was the bitch points?
If you had told me it was 60-0, I'd have believed you.
Yeah, it was bad. Steph Curry. Steph Curry's not slowing down.
No, but Monte, we've had all these discussions about contracts and all the old guys and who do you keep and who do you not keep and who's going to age well and who's not going to age well. Can we all admit? What is he's 34, you said?
34, 14th season.
He's the outlier. Like, there's a handful of them in the league. Chris Paul's gone back to the well in terms of the youth rejuvenation. LeBron James clearly has it. But, Curry is the outlier, okay? I'm looking at it this way. And look, people can say they have their own opinions. I'm here for anything. I want to listen to everyone's discussion. Bonte, this team looks broken. You can tell me that the starters have all these great net ratings and blah, 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 blah.
I don't want to hear that.
But here's the thing. it's not like they play their starters exclusively in the 5-6 minutes to end the game. So this starter narrative, I don't buy, because that's not their closing. That's not their automatic closing lineup. Like, if they ran traditional and they always, the starters, and then we go to the fourth quarter, and when it's nut cutting time, we're going to go back to our best five, and that's what we're going to play. We don't even know who their best five is right now, and that's my big problem. Like, I throw up Curry's awesome. Okay, throw him aside. I have no idea what I'm getting from Draymond in terms of focus, energy. Is he lethargic? Is he motivated to play this team tonight? Klay Thompson, he hits a couple shots early, then he goes into Chuck mode. And defensively, he stays in front of Fox on one possession, then gets cooked for the next 4 by Fox and Malik Monk. Like, I'm sorry, that is impossible for me to unsee. The other thing is, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure Jordan Poole and Klay can coexist right now. There's something going on when they're on the court together. And then I look at the young guys, and they're not playing. So I just say to this organization, you have got to figure out what you want. And I don't think they know what they want. Are you trying to win another championship right now with Steph Curry? Or are you trying to figure it out on the fly? Because it feels to me like they're trying to figure it out on the fly, and we're going off past achievements, and I don't think that's going to float for right now.
Well, you can go with the starters, but you need a bench. And I was thinking about this last night driving home. When you think about all the NBA championships and all the NBA champions, look at the Warriors last year, veteran bench. You look at the Miami Heat with the Heatles, veterans on that bench.
Well, and they also had no money and no draft picks, but yes.
But veterans on that bench.
Yeah, Mario Chalmers.
Forget all the salary stuff for a second and whatever the money, salary cap, we all know that. The Warriors didn't have no money last year. All right? They had to go mid-level and veteran minimums and all that stuff. That's how you usually roll when you have a championship team. San Antonio Spurs, veterans on the bench. LA Lakers.
Yep.
With Shaq and Kobe and later on with Kobe. Veterans on the bench. And one thing we overestimated was that Kaminga, Wiseman, and Moody would be ready to roll and replace GP2, Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa. We thought that Lamb, well, I didn't know about Lamb. Lamb getting minutes over Jonathan Kaminga is criminal to me.
But this is what you get when Kaminga goes out there. You get a great dunk,
right,
and then some horrific defense.
8:57, he plays in the first half, doesn't sniff the court in the second half.
Which makes no sense to me.
So you gotta have the dilemma here. You're right. And this is why last Monday, when you're looking at this road trip, and if they're continuing to float, they're 4-7 now. They could just get to 500, and they're around 500 by the deadline. I think Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr are going to have a conversation, and they're going to have to think about some things.
Well, if you're not going to play the young guys, then yeah, they actually have to go. Like that's if that's what you're committed to, you're just going to play Anthony Lamb, and you're going to play what's his face, Ty Jerome.
Ty Jerome.
Well, like okay, if you're going to play those guys, well then admit that where you are right now. Then you're not going to play the youngsters. Then you need to trade them and get something that can help you. That's where you're at.
That's a great point. A veteran bench in the NBA is like a great bullpen in Major League Baseball. You need a great bench to win, like you need a lights-out bullpen like the Houston Astros. It's truth to that. You need vets on that bench. And right now, they don't have any vets. Jordan Poole's a leader. He's in his 4th year, and he's trying to find his own shot, and he's in a funk. 4 shots from Jordan Poole? Well, he looks swaggerless right now.
100%.
And defensively,
100%.
He's getting cooked. Offensively, he's not finding his shot. I don't know what's going on with Jordan Poole. Don't know. But Steph happened. And Steph saved the day. And as long as you have Steph Curry, you got a damn shot.
Yeah, but last night, the way that played out, that's unsustainable moving forward.
No, it is.
Like they need more contributions across the board. Look, we can ignore the money that's attached to it and the sentiment from prior. Is Klay Thompson playing like a player who's worthy of 30 minutes a night and 18 shots?
Who else are you going to play?
No, I'm asking out loud.
Who else are you going to play, Shasky? You keep harping on Klay Thompson.
Because Klay Thompson's making a ton of money.
Klay Thompson's not good. But Klay Thompson is going to be there in the end. He's got a proven track record.
The
guy didn't play preseason. What you want him to do? Go out there and just lollygag and get exercise?
I want him to not leave his feet and throw it into the abyss because he was a champion before.
He's getting great looks. Great looks. There's a couple times he gets contested shots. For the most times, those are looks you live with. What do you want to do? Trade Klay Thompson?
What I'm saying right now is
you want to put him on the bench? You want to put him on the bench? Who do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what I would do.
You want to start Moses Moody?
No. What I would do is I would say to myself, look, you have one of two options. Either you continue to trot Klay out as a perimeter defender and get cooked, or you accept the reality. He's a stretch 4 now. He's a 3. He's a stand-in-the-corner guy. When he has to put the ball on the floor, he is not effective. Every single time he puts the ball on the floor, he's either turning it over, taking a bad layup. It's just that's what he is. And so you're either going to have to adjust his role, or you do have to move him and staple some of the rookies to him. Like, you cannot continue to keep doing what he's doing.
Klay Thompson's the least of your problems. It's not your problem. Jordan Poole's your problem. Kaminga's your problem. Wiseman's your problem. The Draymond situation is the problem. Klay Thompson will be fine. Klay Thompson will be fine.
I think he's
you guys did the same thing last year.
I think he's playing bad basketball.
That's who Klay Thompson is.
What?
Klay Thompson's always played like
this.
He's
the guy who said when Kevin Durant got here, I'm not taking any step back.
Yeah, he said I'm not sacrificing.
This guy last night.
I'm not sacrificing S. And you know what? He didn't sacrifice S, and it netted you 2 damn championships.
Last night, final 6 minutes, was he as positive or a negative?
On the plus minus?
No, just in general, watching him on the court.
Okay. I mean, he's struggled.
But
he's struggling right now. He's 6 of 18.
Winning a championship when your 2 highest paid of the 4 best players on the team, your 2 guys are giving you inconsistent performances. Draymond and Klay Thompson, their ineffectiveness, you can't just pivot to the young people. Yes, they're a part of the problem, but it's also Dre and Klay. Let's address the reality. Those guys are not as great as they used to be.
Draymond's playing fine, and we know they're not as great as they used to be. We know that. We know that. That's what happens with Father Time. You just said it. It's an outlier.
Your role needs to evolve.
His role is evolving.
What is his role?
We're figuring out that he can't guard on the perimeter.
The fact that we can't even have a realistic discussion, I feel like
we can't. You're on this thing.
Because I feel like the fan base is the same way.
No.
He's a champion. Look what he used to do.
It's not that.
Look what he's doing now. He got cooked by Kevin Huerter last night. He got cooked by Malik Monk. These are 6th and 7th guys in the league.
Kevin Huerter did not cook him. Kevin Huerter scored 11 points.
He fouled him 3 times on the final play.
So they didn't call it.
This team has major issues. They're not winning anything.
Klay Thompson's not number issue. He's not even one of your top 4 issues.
Then what are the top 4 issues?
I'll tell you right now. The youngsters, Wiseman, Kaminga, Poole. Those are big-time issues. Big-time issues right there.
And Kaminga played how many minutes last night?
As a team, he played in the first half.
Okay.
And he was a minus 17 in the plus-minus. I don't even look at the plus-minus. But a blind guy could see that Kuminga's not helping the team.
No, I agree with that.
And then you got Klay Thompson playing with these guys, and it's like, it's Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Ty Jerome, Kaminga. You got to suffocate Klay. Klay's like, well, damn, we're not getting any offense from anybody. Well, you know what? I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot because nobody on this roster can shoot with the second lineup. This second lineup is a joke. It's a joke right now.
Yeah, but then you have Wiggins and you have Steph on the floor, and they're playing well, and Klay's still doing erratic things. Look, we love Klay. This pains me to say this
doing erratic things. What are you talking about? He's missing shots.
He leaves his feet, and he's throwing it into the abyss.
He's missing shots.
I don't know. I think we love the guy.
So what do you want to do? You want to put him on the bench?
I think you need to. Everything needs to be on the table.
Oh my God!
Everything needs to be on the table.
Klay Thompson on the bench on this team.
What I would do is
that's asinine.
That's not asinine. I would have legitimate conversations.
Right. So who are you going to start?
I would staple the youngsters with Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and send them away. If you want to win a championship right now, you cannot have a guy making $40 million a year, playing 30 minutes a night, who has no perimeter defense.
So you want to trade Draymond? You want to trade Klay? You want to staple the youngsters?
I think everything should be on the table. This team has major issues.
All right.
You cannot tell me what you're watching last night is a sustainable winning product.
I never said that.
Moving forward.
I never said that. I love
Klay. You're making it out like I'm trying to run the guy out of town.
No. You've been doing this since.
I'm assessing a guy who is
turning red because
struggling.
you were doing this last year. He got off to a cold start, and you guys were all talking about, oh man, put him on the bench. Put him on the bench. You guys all panicked. You panicked with 30 games left.
I don't think it's panicking. I think it's assessing the reality of where he's at in his career.
Oh my God! All right, 888. Hey, we're gonna get to everybody. It's gonna be a fun show. Hey, I'm telling you right now, Lutman, move Baldy to tomorrow. Gus, Nick, Tim, Layla, Anthony, we're getting to y'all. We got things to talk about here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up. Brought to you by Vote Yes on Proposition 31.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31, Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Today, Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 1 for the executive show.
You guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. No, don't you love that guy's passion? Guru too. Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah! Hear Bob Myers today at 1. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Kirby, it's your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and the interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use the code JOEWASH to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardy, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. See better and stay safe on the road with our visibility event. Right now, you can earn up to $20 in bonus rewards when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades and Sylvania Silverstar Ultra headlights. Take advantage of the rewards from October 31st until November 13th, in-store or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
Warriors up 3. Fox will throw it in at the far hash mark. Monk sprints to the corner. Herter comes out by the sideline. Shoots over Thompson. Blocked. Herter thought he got fouled. He's screaming at Pat Frayer. So is Sabonis. The Kings don't get the call. The Warriors exhale here at Chase Center. They get a win.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Klay, I can't speak for my co-host. I still got your back.
Let's have a realistic discussion.
Hold on.
So the
I want
beauty
to talk
of
about
Steph
that
Curry
final
and
play.
Klay-
I want to talk about that final play. Klay fouled Horter. 3 times. 3 times. 3 times. He fouled him. But you know what? Steph got fouled in Miami. They overturned it. So you know what? Sucks to be Sacramento.
Yeah, and Steph should have had an and one on another one.
White Brown was saying it last night. You know, just because we got Sacramento Kings on the uniform doesn't mean we should get a bad whistle. Sucks.
So look at the beauty of Steph and Klay, the old Steph and Klay, was that Steph was obviously at times a really bad defender. I thought he's turned himself into a better defender. It's still probably not a plus defender by any means, but the beauty of having Klay Thompson was a bigger body who could stay in front of perimeter players, right? That was the beauty. That's the defensive side. Right. So they could do a lot in terms of schematics, and then you had guys like Iguodala or Harrison Barnes or whomever. Wiggins has kind of fallen into this role where they can guard either your best perimeter 2, 3, 4. Like they can do a lot of different things. Draymond, you could throw on bigs at times, and he could be a little more versatile. Draymond doesn't guard point guards the way he used to earlier in his career.
No doubt.
That's evolved, right? He's more of
although late in the game last night,
he did a great job.
On De'Aaron Fox.
In situational
basketball, last 4 minutes, last 3 minutes, Draymond can still guard elite players, and he did that last night with De'Aaron Fox.
He did, and even Klay had 2 different opportunities guarding De'Aaron Fox. Tough shots that De'Aaron Fox, one of them he missed, one of them he hit. I thought he did good defense.
So it's still there. At times, Klay Thompson can still lock and trail, stay on his defender.
But that's not
48 minutes.
He could still
48 minutes. He's not going to do that.
No,
we got to understand. He couldn't do it last year.
That's my
He's probably
point.
not going to do it this year. And the fact is, he's still in preseason mode with the legs, even though the minutes restriction has been lifted. You don't play 5-on-5 in the summer. You play in one preseason game, all right? You play in one preseason game, and then you're looking at him like trying to figure it out, trying to hit him. The problem with Klay Thompson is, because I admit, he's not guarding at an elite level. Those days are done. Those days are done.
See, this is the thing.
At times he can,
he
like
can
Draymond.
for a possession here and there. But
That's
to
what I'm
think
saying.
that it's sustainable throughout the 30 minutes that he's out there, it's just not going to be that well.
So he's not that same player. I admit that. I've already admitted that. He's not that player defensively. He may never be that player after
I don't think
gruesome
he's coming back.
injuries. But at times he can still play defense. He still has an IQ to play good team defensive basketball. Andrew Wiggins is that guy now who's got to guard Fox, who's got to guard guys in hell. I don't even know if he can guard at that level that Klay used to guard at. I don't know that. I don't think
that's coming back.
I don't know that with Andrew Wiggins, though. Andrew Wiggins, Wiggins Island. He's not playing the same defense that he played with last season.
But I also think that Wiggins, I believe Wiggins can do more on the defensive side, but now we're asking him to carry more on the offensive side. So he's taking a little hit there. I mean, I'd like to see him do more offensively. But I'm looking at this team, and again, I know I sound dramatic this morning, but what I'm saying is the way that they are right now, the 15 guys that they have, this isn't working. I see this clear as day. So if you're not going to move off of any of the core guys, you're just going to be rearranging the bench. And that's fine. And I know that people think that the bench getting fixed is going to be a good step forward. And I agree. But I still think that they have bigger issues. And I look at their offense down the stretch. And if you're going to play Kevon Looney, because he is one of your best 5 guys right now, like there's no other way around it. He is. And if you're going to play Draymond, and you're going to play Klay and Wiggins and Steph, and those right now are the best 5 out there, because Poole's defense and offense does not warrant him to play. We'll get to him in a second. They're too one-dimensional offensively to close games. Steph save us. Wiggins hit a bucket. That's about it. And I just feel like something's got to change.
I did see though some good offensive basketball. The fake dribble handoff by Draymond Green going in for the dunk.
Yes,
creating for Andrew Wiggins. Yeah, and when you have the ball in Steph Curry's hands at the end of the game, you're going to create open shots for others. The gravity of Steph Curry is a real thing. It's a real thing, which is why Wiggins was wide open on those 3-pointers. Wide open.
And he hit some big ones.
And he nailed them. 5 for 5 in the fourth quarter, 3 for 3 from the 3-point line. 13 points for Andrew Wiggins. Klay Thompson, he missed some wide open shots. Watch the game over, folks. He missed some wide open shots that I believe he will hit. He will find those legs, and he will hit offensive basketball. Can he get back to being the defender that he was? I don't think so. I don't think those days are done. Can he guard the post? I think so.
Yeah, see, that's where I would agree with you.
And that's fine. But he did that.
But so where I'm going with this is, and I'm glad you bring that up, because I do think he can guard in the post, but then that puts him more in the 4 role, right? I'm not saying specifically because it's positionless basketball, but what ends up happening is you're one perimeter defender short. That's what it feels like to me when I'm watching this
then
team.
your boy Jordan Poole needs to step the hell up and guard.
Now we're here. Jordan Poole is
That's
playing.
what needs to happen, Shasky.
Beat Jordan Poole.
Klay Thompson, I know what he's done, and I know what he's going to do. Jordan Poole needs to step up his game. $123 million. And this guy can't guard a chair.
He needs to shoot more.
He can't guard a chair, Shasky.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. But he's also not making $40 million this year, right? So the guy who's making $40 million this year and made $80 the last 2 years is Klay Thompson.
Well, that contract was based off of, we thought it was just going to come back from an ACL injury. Then you tear the Achilles, and we were wrong.
You know that's
tough.
To be fair to them,
that's tough.
Everyone was going to give him that contract after the first injury.
I'm paying the guy Jordan Poole when the money kicks in next year. Do I have faith in Jordan Poole guard next year?
Bonte,
he is light years away from being a good defender.
They're both issues right now. And Jordan Poole, to me, is, yes, undeniable. First off, he cannot play in the closing lineup because he can't guard anyone. And then number 2, offensively, he's over-dribbling, turning it over, leaving his feet, throwing into no man's land, not shooting. He's also horrible. We're talking about 2 of the most important players on the team right now. They're playing erratic at best.
Klay, I feel better about. I still got, even though it wasn't efficient, I still got 18 from Klay. I got 4 points from Jordan Poole last night against the Sacramento Kings.
Jordan Poole's horrific.
All right? That's the problem. That's the problem. That's problem number 1 right now.
You think he's the number 1 problem on the team?
Absolutely. Look at him. Look at him.
He's the number 1 problem
Look at him right now. Look at him right now.
I put him, Dre, and Klay all in a bucket together.
Let's go to Layla real quick in Detroit.
I put them
Layla,
all
what's
in a
happening?
bucket together.
Layla, what's happening?
Hi, okay, Butcher, you have to calm down. This is the thing. Klay, like Bonte said, Klay did not play any this summer. Klay has proven when it matters, he's going to hit the shot, he's going to come through. Until these young guys prove to me what Draymond, Steph, and Klay has done for the Warriors, I don't want to hear anything about getting rid of Draymond and getting rid of Klay, because Klay is still averaging more points than Jordan Poole and anyone else that's coming off that bench. Until those young guys can do what he's done and do what Draymond has done, we're not getting rid of anyone. And they don't need to go anywhere. The young guys need to step up. They need to admit that maybe they made a bad move on Wiseman, or maybe it's time to let go of Wiseman and move on. If they want to win more championships, maybe it's time to move on from Wiseman and get someone in there that can guard in the paint and help protect the paint and do what they need to do. Kaminga IQ is not there yet.
Nope.
He doesn't know where to be at times and what to do at times, and it's taking him longer than people thought to come along. But Klay has not played all summer long.
Yeah, but why is that? I get it. I know he's coming back from multiple injuries. We thought that they could afford to figure it out early on in the season. I'm looking at this team right now. They look like a play-in team. The team that I'm watching right now looks like a play-in team. They can ill afford to have Klay figure it out. And it's not just him. Jordan Poole as well. Figure it out at the beginning of the year. Like, they don't have the cushion that they had last year. We have issues.
We're 11 games in. I refuse to panic.
I am.
I'm refusing to panic. I ain't going to panic, but damn it, I'm running hot now. Now we got action on the morning roast. Gus, Nick, Anthony, we're going to get to you all. The core is not the problem. It's we overvalued the youngsters and thought they would be ready to go. And obviously Steve Kerr is telling us all they're not ready to go. My question is, how's Wiseman going to get better on the bench? He got a DNP yesterday. How's he going to get better on the bench? He's not. Is a G League stint going to help him? I have no idea. I have no idea.
If you're not going to play any of the youngsters, if you're not going to play any of the youngsters, then they all need to be traded. Like I'm pivoting to that point of view right now. Like, okay, we're in year 2 for most of these guys, 3 for Wiseman. If you're not going to play them, then you do need to staple them to other contracts and move them. Like that's where we're at.
All right, more coming up on the roast. Your phone calls brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. And Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
The holidays are coming, as though that's a big deal. So you should shop at the 95.7 merch shop. Not for other people. Let's face it, if you're listening to us, you don't have any friends. So just buy for yourself. The 95.7 merch shop. It's cheap, and no one will ever see you wear it.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400,
the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable. To treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little. To provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. Actually, you don't even have to touch them. With Skechers slip-ins, they just step in and go. Plus, they're so easy, they could be the first shoes your kids can put on by themselves. And Skechers slip-ins are great for older kids too. They're quick, easy, and fun. The secret is a unique comfort pillow in the heel that helps your child's foot slide securely into place and cradle it in comfort. Plus, they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces. And most are machine washable, so you can keep them looking newer longer. Get Skechers slip-ins, the where have you been all my life shoes, for your kids or for mom and dad today. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
If your pubic region was quote-unquote junk, you wouldn't need America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. But it's not. So show some respect with new Gillette Intimate for a gentle and easy shave. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph.
47.
Jesus.
Season high. 47 points. 8 rebounds. 8 assists. And he said some things last night that I want to play. And this team, the starters, they've been here before. This is Steph Curry's 14th season. And we'll get to the calls in a second. 888-957-9570. But Steph Curry last night at the podium was talking about, the team, and they've got to improve. And, he was kind of joking like, man, I've never been happier after Game 11. A win in Game 11. Man, I've never been happier. And he's confident. But he was asked if it was a burden for him to play like an MVP every game for this team to win.
That's a good question.
Here's what he said.
Not the way I'm playing is a burden because you expect to play like that every night. But it's the message of just how thin the margin is of winning in this league. There's no secret about just how we have some roller coaster rides in the middle of games. And you have, like I say, you come out in the first quarter and you have a pretty good lead. You have not just a score, but we have control of the game. And then guys get going. Malik Monk hits 3 threes. D Fox gets going. And you look up and you're down. And it's part of our story right now, but it's something that we need to correct if we really want to be a serious team that's going to try to be who we say we are. So whatever it takes to make those changes as a group, we got to do that.
Man. That's profound. The margins are extremely thin. Look, you could say the Warriors got slightly worse or whatever, or the bench got dramatically worse, which I agree with. Also, the league's getting better. There's a lot of really good, athletic, hungry teams that are coming for their throats right now.
Warriors are older.
Yes.
Less athletic.
It's undeniable.
It's undeniable.
Yeah, I agree.
But this bench, though, has come in and, look, one thing we can't do this morning is blame James Wiseman because he didn't play a second last night. So that's done.
No.
We've pivoted from that. But the fact is, the combinations,
Yeah,
whether it's
that's-
Kaminga, Moody, Poole, Jerome, Anthony Lamb.
JaMychal Green.
JaMychal Green didn't even play last night. Steve Kerr was talking about him in the pregame presser, said, hey, he's a small ball 5 now. We're going to try him. He didn't play a second last night.
And I'm okay with that because I don't think he's deserved it.
I wanted to see more Wiseman Kaminga, but you know what? Right now, you have to earn your playing time. And these kids are not earning their playing time.
So, like, Kaminga plays last night, and I want to stop for just a second. Him and Moody. Why did Kaminga not go back in there, in your estimation?
Because he was lost on defense and didn't know where to be offensively.
Agreed.
And to me, it's a little sad. It's a little sad because my thought process leaving the studio last night was they're going to have to probably trade the youngsters if they want to be a serious championship team. Because in the playoffs, you need to go 8 deep.
And Bonte, you might have to attach something else that you like to those guys. I don't know. Like, is it JP? Is it someone else?
You can't trade JP right now. He just signed the extension.
So you can't trade him at all?
Yeah, I believe you have to wait till next offseason.
Well, then they need him to play. He's playing horrific, and it's hard for me to not, like, I know we want to obsess on Kaminga, and I'm with you on, like, we're getting to the point where all three of the youngsters.
We're not there yet.
No,
we're not there yet. We're not even close. It's November the 8th, so I don't want to sound insane saying, hey, you didn't trade this guy, this guy.
You've got 3 roster spots and $20 million, essentially, if you calculate them all. 5 if you add the Ryan's, Rollins and PBJ. Yeah. You've got guys soaking up money and spots on that bench, and they're not helping you at all. And I don't want to just blame the youngsters because I think that their problems are deeper than that. But I look at someone like Jordan Poole, and I'm just specifically looking at him. If you tell me he had a 1-year wonder, I'd listen to that. If you told me he's completely zapped because Draymond knocked him out and he can't get his mojo back, I'd listen to that. If you told me that they went on their first road trip as a team and it was the first time that they were all together for an extended period of time and it's just awkward right now, I'd believe that. If you told me that Jordan Poole is trying to do too much, okay, lost his confidence, going on something in his personal life, like I will listen to any reason why JP is playing as bad as he is right now. I'll believe anything. He's playing unplayable basketball.
Here's what Curry had to say about Jordan Poole.
You just got to find that balance of, one, we know who he is. We know what he's capable of. He's shown some really big flashes of it at times early throughout the season. But for the most part, it's just continuing to stay confident that, one, he's on the scout report for most teams now. He's not going to sneak up on anybody. But you got to kind of let the game come to you. We've had a lot of conversations around that, like how I see the game and how he sees the game. And, again, just instilling confidence that he's that guy out there and he's going to help us win games. He helped us win a championship last year. So you have to maintain your confidence through the rough patches and not let it attack the way that you carry yourself out there. So that's his biggest challenge, and I think he'll be up for it.
B, you referenced in the playoffs with Jordan Poole, the Memphis series got a little too physical for him. Doesn't it feel like, as Curry kind of alludes to the game planning, that now the book is out? Davion Mitchell did it last time. I'm sure there were other guys. Like, I'm going to get up in you. I'm going to get real physical, and I'm going to force you to play to play off my physicality.
Well, it happened the second game of the season against the LA Clippers. Curry scored 45 last year. Go back and watch that game. And the Clippers got into Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
They got into him, but Darrell Wright was like, them boys getting a little physical with JP. Getting a little physical. Right now, physicality. I saw it with Herb Jones Friday night in New Orleans. Herb Jones was getting into Jordan Poole. And he struggled against the Pelicans when he had the ball in his hands, when he started that basketball game. Herb Jones was getting into JP. Ingram was getting into JP.
Yeah.
Alvarado was getting into JP. Alvarado scored a quick 7 in the second quarter Friday night against the Warriors down in New Orleans. Getting into Jordan Poole. So, first of all, he's got to be more physical with the ball. He's got to stop over-dribbling.
Yes.
Dribble. And what's happening right now for him, he's a young man that knows his biggest impact comes from scoring. He needs to score the basketball. That's his job with his team.
I just feel he's not shooting.
Well, he's not shooting because everything else gets into his dome. He got called for another carry yesterday.
He did.
So when his offense is not rolling,
that's a good point.
It affects his defense. It affects his decision-making. He starts chirping at the refs. And all of a sudden, you're saying, well, Jordan Poole's unplayable tonight. Can't play him.
Well, what's crazy is like, okay, there was a sequence, and it's one play, and we talk about like a play here, a play there. There's one play where he does do a great job, help defense, where a guy's dribbling by whoever it was on the perimeter, and JP comes sliding over and just picks his pocket. And then he comes down, and like he has an open three, and he just hesitates a little, and then he throws it to someone else, and then just backs up and just kind of standing there. And it's one play, but I'm saying the old JP would have came down confident, boom, I'm going to pull from 30 feet out. I'm not even going to think about it. Everything feels like he's a second late and he's overthinking. Everything does.
Let's go to Gus and Tracy. Gus, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
I'm good.
Listen, JP, man, he's got to start manning up, man. He's got to get over it. You know, for him signing that big contract and sitting on the bench in crunch time in fourth quarter and Lamb out there. You know, he's just got to get over it, just start playing ball like he knows how, you know. And the bench, oh my God, the bench is just, they're so bad. I think they outscored us, 55-15 last night?
I think it was 49-15. 49-15, Gus.
49, okay, I was kind of close.
You were.
But man, I don't know what they're going to do about the bench. Seriously, I don't know what could they possibly do about, because that bench is terrible. Well, and all the young guys, they need to go to the G League, man, because they give you nothing at all, absolutely nothing during the game, you know. But you know, 2 points. JP had 2 points and more turnovers than he had points last night.
Yeah,
and I think he's just got to get
invisible.
over it. You know,
it's not good right now for JP. He's in a funk.
Well,
he's in a funk.
They tried to start him in the third quarter, and I felt like they were trying to get the offense going. What was it? It was Steph, JP to start the...
It was a fast five lineup. Lineup. Steph, JP, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond. And the first possession in the third quarter, JP gets penetration.
Yeah.
It creates a wide open three for Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
He nails it.
Yeah.
So it was like, okay, cool. You got some juice.
It felt like the ball was moving around.
The ball was popping around.
Yeah.
And then he just disappeared. Did he just disappear?
What? Why? Like, what's going on? Like, I notice when Klay and him are out there, it feels like, you know, Klay's in Chuck mode and JP is kind of like in I'm deferring too much. I don't know what happened to the confident. I'm gonna try to rip your throat out on every possession. I'm rhythmic. I'm playing within the flow of the game. Jordan Poole. I don't know what happened to that guy.
Well, you heard Curry say the scouting report is out on him. Scouting report is out on him. So now Jordan Poole has to adjust. The entire league studied tape of Jordan Poole. They studied him in the playoffs. They realized that he got this big money, and they realized that he's a vital piece to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
So how do you slow them? Beating the Warriors? Well, you know what? If you take away JP, who's one of the only facilitators on this roster, he's only one of the only shot creators for himself on this roster.
Who are the facilitators on this team
it's
right now?
Steph Curry and Jordan Poole.
Dre?
Draymond's a facilitator, no doubt.
I was going to throw him in there.
But guys who could create their own shot.
Yes, you're right.
Klay can't create his own shot. Klay has never been able to create his own shot.
And Wiggins is more of an ISO, slasher, catch and shoot guy.
So Jordan Poole's needed, and it starts with him. Now, you want to argue with me and say, well, he needs veterans around him. I'm here for that. Then what do you do about that? Do you flip youngsters? Do you look at Indiana and say, okay, what's up with Miles Turner? Do you give up on the experiment that is James Wiseman and Jonathan Kaminga and say, let me go get Miles Turner?
So I'm not opposed to it, but I'm asking you sincerely. What does 13 minutes of Miles Turner do to help their perimeter defense?
It's a guy who knows what to do. Here's the problem with the youngsters defensively.
Oh, well, they're horrific.
Or offensively. If Steve Kerr's out there saying, run the split action.
And no one's coming up to screen. Moody in particular came up late as hell, and Curry's pointing at him.
This was on the fast break.
Oh, you're saying
Curry was like, he was looking at Moody going, get to the corner, go.
That was the other one, yeah.
Go. And then the same possession, he's like, yo, get out of there. Looney, at times, telling Anthony Lamb, yo, run the split action. Get your ass down there in the block. Run the split. Set the screen. So when you got these youngsters in the NBA and you're yelling floppy, floppy, you're running horns, you're running split action, all these different offensive sets.
Yeah.
These youngsters, it takes them a second to process. And then defensively, you're on the other end. You're not talking. Hey, screen left, screen. It's coming to your right. Hey, they're not talking.
I mean,
that's what Miles Turner does for you. He says, hey, there's a screen coming your way. I'm stepping up here. You run an offensive set, he knows right away because he's been in this league. That's what Miles Turner does for you, whether it's 13 minutes, 20 minutes, and I'm just throwing a name out there. But maybe you need to revisit that role.
Well, I just, to me, like, backup big is one of the needs to me. Right now, perimeter defense. Like, perimeter defense for me is the starter. They need somebody else who can lock down defensively on the perimeter. They feel a defender short the majority of the time, and that's what it feels. They need a smart, and these guys are very hard to find. They need a smart, high IQ defender. I don't even care if you could shoot at this point. Are you athletic, and can you man up?
Well, I'm looking at the stats here and just watching the game. The starters in the first stint in the first quarter built a 12-point lead.
Okay.
The starters who played most of the minutes in the fourth quarter, think about the minute allocation. Anthony Lamb played 5 minutes in the fourth quarter. Looney played 8. Klay played all 12.
See, Looney has to play more in the fourth quarter. For me, my money, you need to close with Looney more.
Look at all these minutes. Wiggins played 12.
Yes.
Klay played 12.
Jesus.
Looney played 8-15. Draymond played over 10 minutes.
Wow.
Steph played 10 minutes.
I can't remember the last time in a November game they all played that heavy minutes in the fourth quarter. That might not have ever happened.
Well, they outscored the Kings 37-25. So that tells me the starters are playing a bit better defense than anybody else, and they're giving up more offense. They're giving you more offense. So the starters is not the problem to me. That's the least of their problems. They're scoring. They're defending. They're building leads. I'm looking at the bench here. Yeah, 2 players come off the bench and play. Jordan Poole played 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the fourth quarter.
He didn't even deserve that. I thought his third quarter stint started off really well, and then it was like, okay, what's he doing? He's standing around too much. He's not moving off ball. He doesn't know where to be. He feels reluctant to shoot.
It's not good.
B. I'm gonna ask the question that everyone's thinking. The Draymond punch. How much? I mean, it's impossible to quantify the exact amount, but how much do you think that is affecting what's going on right now? I mean, he's a 20-something-year-old young guy who felt like he had the world by the balls, and now. I don't know. Maybe everywhere he goes, it's all people talk about. Maybe he's just insecure. Like, how much is that really affecting this guy's play right now? Because it feels unavoidable to talk about.
I don't know. It's a question for Jordan Poole. Because I don't know. I saw him ball out in Detroit. The 12 points in 52 seconds. Said, damn, JP's back. He's back. Then he gets called for 3 carries in Miami. Then he struggles in Orlando. He struggles in New Orleans. Maybe it's a thing that never goes away.
Has he had you referenced the Detroit. Has he had a great game yet? Game. Not moments.
October 23rd, he gets sacked. He was good.
Okay.
Scored to 24.
Good. You know what? You're right. Yes, you're right.
I thought Miami.
He was okay in the Miami.
He could have been okay.
In Tyler Hero, it felt like in him were kind of like invisible in the second half.
Yeah.
I think Tyler got hurt in that game.
It's a struggle right now for him. Let me see. He had a good stretch against Phoenix. Remember, he had a good stretch in the second quarter against Phoenix?
But then they also got blown out in the second half.
It did. No, Poole wasn't good in that Miami game. 11 points, 7 assists. That was good. I don't know. Maybe it's a thing. Hold on. Read the league. I'll let you continue. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. By the way, shout out to the YouTube chat. They're open again.
B, I just... Look, everyone can say, it's November. It doesn't matter. They're about championship. All these different things. And you can sweep it under the rug. And look, normally I would. I'm watching this team, and I'm saying to myself, something's way off on this. Yes, there's personnel issues. Feels like there's chemistry issues. And I'll start with this. It's not me. Look at Steph Curry's demeanor. Look at his emotions. Look at what his verbal and nonverbal actions were in that fourth quarter as he's having a historic night. And you tell me if Steph Curry's not frustrated.
Well, of course he's frustrated. He's playing heavy minutes. We all expected the second unit, the youngsters, to be ahead of schedule. We expected these guys to be ahead of schedule. And right now, they're not. And right now, it's costing his team. But you know what? They got to win last night. Got to win. I'll take that. You get 3 days off. And these are very important 3 days for practice.
Yes, I
scrimmaging,
agree.
rotation purposes.
Agreed.
Jordan Poole shooting in the gym after the game last night. Klay Thompson to get some rest. Because you know what? The Cleveland Cavaliers are coming Friday. And I know they lost last night to the Clippers. They blew a 12-point lead with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Cleveland Cavaliers. But those jokers ain't no joke. All right? Jared Allen grabbed 20 rebounds last night. Mobley dropped 26 and 8. Cleveland Cavaliers are tough, and they got athleticism.
You lost to some of the worst teams in the league. You can't take anyone lightly now.
You can't.
Like, and that's my bigger thing. Like, I know they got the win, and maybe 2 weeks from now, I'll look like a raging lunatic, and they're gonna go on this little run, and everything's gonna be fine, and they'll figure it out. And that's a possibility. The team I'm watching right now looks spiritually broken. That's what it looks like to me. They look like one guy, Steph Curry, and a little bit on Wiggins are dragging them and carrying them. And I'm not trying to dismiss the efforts of Looney and other guys that are trying. They're trying hard. They just look very broken and old and discombobulated. Whether it's offensive flow, whether it's defensive assignments, whether it's chemistry, it looks broken.
Let's go to Tim and Raleigh. Tim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, Bonte, I can't disagree with you more on the youngsters, and let's dig to the root cause of the roster construction and the epic fails. Okay, DiVincenzo is not GP, no effect. Okay,
I never said he was.
Yeah, he's not.
Jermichael Green is not Otto Porter.
Agreed.
Epic fail. We did not. Wiseman is not Bielisa in the fact of spacing the floor. Epic fail. I cannot say now. You combine that with what Jordan Poole is absolutely a disappearing act, combined with Klay Thompson being a ball hog and just looking for years. I cannot disagree with you more. Kaminga, I don't need if Kaminga, Moody, I don't need any more from them if these other guys were not epic fails. Kaminga was 2 for 5 last night. I don't see him out there lost. He was out there. He's in the motion of the offense. He's not gunning, trying to get his. The guy's just playing a floor game. He missed 2 threes, okay, but he's not out there gunning. Attacked the rim twice. I mean, if you think Joe Lacob is going to sign off on trading Jonathan Kaminga, Joe Lacob is in this thing for the long game. 10, 15 years down the road is what he's seeing. I don't see that happening, guys. But
Tim, let me ask you this.
You got to get to the root cause of the problem.
Tim, let me ask you this. Joe Lacob's paying the most tax in NBA history.
Ever.
You think Joe Lacob is a patient guy? You think Joe Lacob wants to be a 500 team paying this much money?
Monte, the only thing I can see out of that possibly, it may be some movement on the team if JP doesn't get his head out of wherever it is. Possibly him.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Kaminga at 20 years old, I did not expect him to do any more, any less, and he should not.
But the organization. But Tim, real quick, I'll let you finish. Tim, I'll let you finish. The organization expected more from Jonathan Kaminga and James Wiseman.
I agree with that,
which is why they moved off of Otto Porter Jr. and GP2.
They expected their roles to expand.
They expected those guys to be ready to roll.
Slightly better than what we are
and
now.
Moses Moody, for that matter, Tim.
Do we really know that? If Jermichael Green
we know that.
But if they were balling out, right? Jermichael Green and DiVincenzo were balling out, we would still be looking for the 15 to 20 minutes JK was giving us last year. And he was very successful in that role. He has been thrust into doing more because, number one, Jermichael is doing nothing. DiVincenzo is not there. And Jordan Poole, if Jordan Poole was just average, if he was just anywhere near the same as last year, we got 4 more wins.
No, I agree with that, Tim. But how about this? I look at Franz Wagner, who got to play a lot more in Orlando as a rookie. He was a number 8 overall pick. He looks a lot more ready to play the NBA game than Jonathan Kaminga. Paolo Banchero looks a lot more ready to play the NBA game now. He played a year at Duke, so I'll give him that.
He's an outlier.
He's a great player. But these guys don't even look ready to play, Tim. They don't even look ready to roll.
Well, and also I would say that the style of play that the Warriors want to play is a more sophisticated, difficult style of play to grasp for a young player, specifically like Kaminga. Like, I actually think Wagner in their system might look, very comparable. Right. But I also think Kaminga going to Orlando, he would look more efficient. Does that make sense?
No doubt. It makes a lot of sense.
But look, can we agree here whether we think that Kaminga's role is exactly what they thought or less? I think that they took a miscalculation in terms of whatever the output of Kaminga was expected and Jermichael Green versus what they got last year from Kaminga and Otto Porter Jr. or whoever you want to throw in the bucket. However you do the math, the calculation's off. They're getting less production from those guys than we all wanted and that they anticipated. I don't think that's even a deniable thing at this point.
No doubt. All right. 888-957-9570. What's the biggest issue with the Golden State Warriors right now? Our tone is crazy coming off of a win. They beat the Sacramento Kings. Look, hey.
They played like it was a finals game.
Look, can I tell you guys, Sacramento had won 3 or 4 coming into that one.
I know.
Sacramento was desperate to snap their 6-game losing streak to the Golden State Warriors. De'Aaron Fox is playing at an all-star level. Sac's got athleticism. I'm going to be happy with the win. And then let's see. Let's see what happens Friday against Cleveland.
They got to go on a run here. Like, to quiet everything down, they got to go on a run.
Well, even if they go on a run, it's not going to quiet everything down.
Well,
we're in November, Joe.
I mean, yeah.
We're in November.
Ponte, can you admit, it does look very bleak.
And Steph, I trust they'll figure it out.
Of course.
Steph, I trust they'll figure it out.
Steph Curry.
They can't win like this, though. There's no doubt.
It's unsustainable
There's no doubt.
for him to drop 50 and win by the teeth, and then pray that Sacramento doesn't get a foul call at the end that they should have gotten, or foul Steph Curry in the baseline, in the corner, when everyone's screaming from their bench 2 steps away. Foul him.
I got some Draymond sound on James Wiseman coming back, plus your phone calls. Coach Hall, Nick, Mike, Joe, Anthony, we're all getting to you. That would be brought to you by Vote Yes on Proposition 31.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31 at paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
MLB free agency starts Thursday.
And the payoff. There goes the deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 61. He ties Roger Maris.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge?
Is Aaron Judge willing to do that? Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key for me.
Find out right here. I want to go back to the playoffs. On 95.7 The Game.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mailing rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Veterans Day, Outdoor Supply Hardware is giving 20% off to retired or active military service members. Visit Osh November 11th through 13th and receive 20% off with ID. This discount is on top of Osh's end-of-season clearance sale. Save up to $200 on in-stock fire tables and patio heaters, or save $100 on select Weber propane grills. Osh has great priced in-stock holiday decor, artificial trees, lights, and inflatables. Visit 14 Greater Bay Area and Central Coast Osh locations. Osh, neighbors helping neighbors.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Winterfint Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention for just a second?
Morgan's media planning firm just landed a multi-million-dollar client.
Because we won the pitch.
She needs to staff up before trafficking hits a traffic jam.
So we're going to need research, planning, buying, obviously, and probably data analytics.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Cut by Looney. One dribble out to Wiggins. Another three above the break. Gets another one. Looney with the assist. But can the Warriors get the stops they need to close this game out? They're down 2:25 to go.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Dub fans got their money's worth last night. What a game. 116-113. They rallied back against the Sacramento Kings, who led by 12 at the half, 67-55. Warriors outscored the Kings by 12 in the final frame. Went into the fourth quarter down 88-79 because of a man named Steph Curry. 7-12 from the three-point line, 17-24 overall, 47 points a season high, 8 assists, 8 rebounds. Literally willed the Warriors to a much-needed win to snap their 5-game losing streak. And it feels like they lost. But you know what? Steph happened last night. It's much better to figure out things after a win than it is a loss. Do they have issues long-term? Possibly. Do they have a bench issue? Yes.
Undeniably,
Is Klay Thompson? No. Is Jordan Poole on track? No.
No, he's on a milk carton.
There's a lot of things happening for the Golden State Warriors. Looney gets into foul trouble every game now. And that's a problem.
He's been in 2 and 3 fouls, it feels like.
Every game.
Instantly. Why is that?
Every game. Fouling.
You know, like I have a theory on this.
The Kings shot 21 free throws in the first half.
My theory on the Looney thing, because I've been trying to chart some of his fouls early on in games. Guys get blown by on the perimeter. This goes back to my perimeter defense thing. And he's caught in compromising situations where he's got a foul or he's out of position scrambling late because guys are literally getting blown by at the top of the key. And that is a consistent issue. We can't blame Looney on that. Looney's doing his job as best he can.
Right.
Guys got to stay in front of their man.
No doubt. They have to. And they have to. So the Kings shoot 21 free throws in the first half yesterday. Mind you, Orlando shot 46 free throws last Thursday.
God.
Detroit shot 38 free throws last Sunday. So it's, a couple Sundays ago. So teams are getting to the free throw line. They're getting into the bonus because the entire team's hacking. Well, our entire team's getting blown by, hacking, and sending guys to the free throw lines.
Lateral quickness is a problem for them, and then reaching because they get blown by, and they've got to be at the bottom of the league in terms of free throw
Bottom five.
Yeah,
Bottom five.
And in terms of fouls as well.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. The other thing that I do want to point out in terms of the positive, my God, those jerseys are so clean.
Jerseys, nice classic edition.
They're so awesome, and I like the C, the little captain thing that you have over the shoulder there, or I guess over the
Bullen and Tim Hardaway.
It's so
Richmond.
cool. Aren't they cool? The court looks cool. Half court, like the California State with the star at the Bay Area. I always thought that was a cool
a great logo. So you got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green with the C's on their jersey.
So those are the 3 C's?
Those are the 3 C's.
For captains. I thought it was for champions.
Could be for that, too. Let's go to...
I love those jerseys. So.
Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, I love your guys' back and forth and your keen intellect. Look, on the starting 5, I want to first say Curry is such a godsend, not only on the court, but his comments after the game, the way he holds himself. Way to go, Wiggins, hitting those threes. I want to get compromised between Bonte and Shasky on Klay. He needs to have a little self-awareness, stop with these fadeaway shots, and he needs to right now guard 3s and 4s till he gets better.
Exactly.
Iggy needs to play. Why is Iggy not playing? Dante will be a stabilizer when he gets better. He's a good player. JaMychal Green needs to play more. And you cannot play those 5 you played the last 2 minutes in the first quarter. How could Kerr and his team come up with that after 3 days off? And Jordan Poole's problem is the carry issue. It's in his head, man. It's not Draymond punching him. It's the carry issue. So what I would do is, if you're not going to play Wiseman and Kaminga, you put them down or package them for Miles Turner, because you would have our starting 5 and Poole, Iggy, Dante, and JaMychal and Turner, and those are your 10. And here's the last thing on this. You cannot go more than 10 games playing this half in, half out with the kids, okay? We need to get a top 4 seed. The West is deep, and we are hunted. Guys, why won't Iggy get on the floor and package Kaminga and one of the other guys and get Miles Turner?
Well, Miles Turner's a free agent. Miles Turner's a free agent at the end of the year.
By the way, can we just pause for a second?
So you don't have to give up that much.
Can we just pause for a second? I love Nick's intensity.
Me too.
It's 7:23 in the morning, and it's almost like we're in May.
Because there's a variety of things. People love this team. There's an emotional attachment to the core. You see this with the San Francisco Giants, right? And I've seen this with the Giants when it comes to Brandon Crawford, for example. No one says that Brandon Crawford can't play. He's slightly less than what he was the year prior or the year before that or whatever. Can he still have a 3-hit night? Can he still make a great defensive play from time to time? Absolutely. Absolutely. And the same thing can be said about Klay and Draymond to that extent. It's not about are they good. It's are they even close to as good as they were, as consistent as often.
Of course they're not.
And as their game evolved a little.
Which is why the 2 timeline process of having Kaminga, Wiseman, and Moody ready to replace these guys for certain minutes. You can't play these guys 38 minutes a night.
No, that's unsustainable.
It's not going to work.
No.
Ideally, you want Klay playing about 30 to 34 minutes a night. That's it.
Yes.
That's it.
But when I see him step in, and I get why, but when I see him come to the scorer's table, he's got 2 giant ice packs on his legs. It's like, that's the reality of where we're at now.
Draymond Green has been having 2 giant ice packs for 5 years.
He looks like he has just pitched an entire perfect game and then played a football game and should be in an ice bucket.
He's been doing it for 5 years. Nick in San Jose, call back. That was a great call because he's right. You can't go halfway in. You're either going to play these kids and let them play through their mistakes, or you're going to say, look, we can't play them at all, and you got to do something. And I think Steve Kerr is basically telling Lacob and Myers, like, look, I played Kaminga 9:57. Said minus 17. Now you know me. I'm not the biggest plus-minus guy.
No.
I'm not.
No, but at some point it becomes it is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Sacramento took it to him. Took it to him.
And then like going back to the Anthony Lamb playing last night more than Kaminga. Right now, and this is a sad indictment of where we're at. Anthony Lamb has better on-court IQ than all the other guys.
Well,
does he stink? Yes, he stinks.
Listen.
But you've made a financial investment and a draft capital investment into Kaminga. So to me, either you're going to see the seed grow or you're going to pivot off and sell the plant.
Hey, Charles Barkley said it best. If you're known for just playing hard, that means you're not a good player.
Yeah, well, that's something. Yeah,
and that's one thing we're saying about Anthony Lynn. It's the reason why he's on a 2-way contract. It's the reason why he was 4 years in Vermont. Look, the kid has IQ. Can I play him in spot minutes, 5 minutes here, maybe 10 minutes there? Why is he playing ahead of Moody?
Well, because Moody's defense looks unrecognizable from what it has been before. He got his head on a swivel multiple times last night. If we're looking at perimeter defender in terms of the depreciation, I thought Moody would be farther along. I'm wrong.
And what about James Wiseman, who picked up a DNP? Get back out to the lines in a second.
Honestly,
but I want to play
that felt worthy. I don't think that he deserved to play.
But you look at that bench, and everybody's posted a clip. Warriors World.
Yeah.
Everybody's posted a clip of the bench on the last shot or the last sequence.
What do you mean, their demeanor?
The demeanor, just walking on the court.
Yeah, their facial expressions.
It's not everything. Like, I'm not a big cheerleader guy. Hey, we need to be celebrating on the bench.
Kent Bazemore.
But you know what? There is something about the energy. There's a disconnect there.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Here's Draymond's message, and I want to get to Susie in San Jose in just a second. Draymond's message to James Wiseman.
Number one, you put the work in to compete at the highest level. And then sometimes things happen and you're not really given that opportunity. And for him, it was injuries. Now you're kind of playing catch up, which is always tough. In saying that, it is imperative that he use this time to improve. If you're not in the lineup, you should be crushing yourself every single day. So one thing we know for certain is Steve is going to call your number. Always have, always will. And you have to make sure that you're ready when that number is called. And so it may be next game, it may be 3 games from now, but his number is going to get called. And it's going to be very important that he's ready when his number is called. Playing time at this level is not a given. You know, it's something that you have to earn. It's something that's constantly changing. On most teams, you may have 4 to 6 guys that is going to play consistent minutes, and then everybody else, you kind of figure it out as you go. I think right now, at this point in his career, that's where he is. And there's no problem with that. When I was in the 3rd year of my career, I was expected to do that same thing. And then obviously David Lee got hurt and things changed for me. But that's pretty much where most guys are at that point in their career. So from that standpoint, I don't think he's much further behind the majority of guys who's, you know, young in their career.
So he said a lot of things there, and he's got more. But he said, look, in my 3rd year, I was in the same spot. The difference is Draymond Green was a 2nd-round pick, number 35 overall.
And had 4 years of seasoning with Tom Izzo, and IQ was not a question regarding basketball IQ.
James Wiseman played 3 games in college. He's played 50 games, or actually 49 because he didn't play last night. He got a DNP. 49 games since the calendar flipped to 2020, January 1. That's not a lot of burn. And the fact is, it is what it is. He was the number 2 overall pick. I don't believe LaMelo Ball fits here. I don't know. But the fact is, he's a number 2 overall pick. And now he's in his 3rd year and he's not even playing. That's a problem.
Well, it's a nightmare. Let's call it what it is. It's a nightmare. He didn't even help you at all last year. It's been a nightmare.
It's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
And so, you know, what do you do with Wiseman? I think the kid needs to play. Send him down to the G League and just let him play.
Yeah, but how's that
confidence back up?
Okay, so just, on the G League thing for just a second, let's pause here. How is it going to help him being the primary scorer and the guy who's getting the ball on a team down in the G League playing against remedial defenders and remedial players? But then when he comes back up to the big league club, his role is going to then change. It's not going to be you're the primary scorer.
It's not.
And you're not going to be the primary. Like, do you get where I'm going? Like, he's going to go back down there. He's going to be one of the better players, you hope, down there. Mm-hmm. And he's going to have a certain role. Then he's going to come back here, and that role is going to be completely different than what it would be in the G League. So how does the G League help him? I'm asking sincerely.
Just running up and down and playing. He just needs to play. We said the same thing about Jordan Poole. The G League helped him. You make valid points there. But he needs to play to work on his game.
I know.
He needs to work on screen setting. He needs to go down to the G League.
You're right. It's a
and they need to
catch-22.
say, look,
you're right.
Work on your screen setting. His screen setting is horrific.
Well, he gets either way too thin or he gets way too wide as he's moving.
And
it's
he
one
gets
or the
called
other.
for a
He doesn't even come up where he's supposed to set the screen.
Or he's late.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yes.
So his screen setting is terrible. Terrible. His feel for the defensive side of the court is not there.
No, at all.
So I just need him to play and just shed. Like, if I don't believe, and I asked Festus this last night, can you get better sitting on the bench? I said, no, you got to play.
So
you've got to play.
Okay, it's not just Wiseman, because, yes, he's up.
It's not just Wiseman.
But, like, what happened to Moody's defense? What happened to Kaminga's defense?
I think Kaminga's been fine defensively for the most part. You look at what's going on there. You're playing with Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb, and then Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson, who doesn't have lateral quickness right now.
That lineup was rough.
That lineup was terrible.
It was rough.
This is what we're talking about here.
Rough.
So James Wiseman can't even get on the floor against the Sacramento Kings. He's rotting on the bench. He's not going to get better watching. I don't believe he's going to get better watching. So what do? Do you send him down to the G League? Do you package him? Do you admit your mistake and say, you know what? We made a mistake with the number 2 overall pick. And you pivot, don't panic, and you move on. Well, that may be your situation right now.
I'm with you on that. And you're probably trading pennies on the dollar. Like, that's the reality of where you're at. And you would be looking for someone who's in an expiring contract, like a Miles Turner, because then you can have him for the rest of the year. It doesn't cost you as much. Maybe you attach a second-round pick to that as well, which is a crazy thing to say out loud. But yeah, B, I mean, they're in a tough spot. And when I saw Lamb get into the game last night, and I'm just like saying to myself, all right, if you're not going to play the kids, then you need to move them. Because it's now year 2, and you need help that can help you now. You can't have 5 guys, essentially, not the burger joint, 5 guys in Rollins and PBJ and Wiseman and Kaminga and Moody. If 5 of them are unplayable, then you got to move them.
You got to shake some things up.
Or a combination of them and staple that to something else.
I don't know if these guys fit the system, which is why if you move now, I was saying last Monday, watch the Brooklyn Nets situation. Now I'm saying watch the Philadelphia Sixers situation. There may be some big stars being moved at the deadline.
Okay,
there may be. But it's hypothetical.
I saw a trade floated out last night, and you're gonna. This isn't me. I'm just throwing it out there. If Anthony Davis is available, would you even look at that?
Who are you trading?
I don't know. I've seen all kinds of combinations. I saw a crazy one.
Davis is a damn good player.
I know.
He's a damn good player.
Who would you be willing to give up?
Can I host the Lakers for the youngsters?
You need to give more for the money because obviously he's making over $30 million a year. And then it becomes a question of Wiggins, Klay, Draymond.
Well, you can't trade Wiggins because you just signed an
extension. There you go. So then now you're
so even Draymond or Klay. Who would you trade? Draymond or Klay?
I don't even know. I don't even know.
I know who I'm trading.
Well, I would probably be Draymond.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But would you roll the dice on his health and his because they need a big. I mean, he would help them.
You can low manage the hell out of Anthony Davis.
That's what I was thinking.
You can low manage the hell. And all I need is a top 6 seed.
Saying. That's how dire it is.
But
I think
it doesn't help your bench.
No, at all.
It doesn't help you deplete your bench. But the little bit of bench you have, you deplete it.
The thought is that there would be some buyout candidates later on in the year that you could come. But if you look at the buyout market, it's never as flourishing as you think it is.
It's not. We have no idea who's going to be on that.
And why would anyone want to come to this team as they're under 500 right now and not looking good? If I'm a buyout candidate, I'm looking at the undefeated Milwaukee Bucks before I look at the Golden State Warriors, which is a wild sentence.
You may be looking at Phoenix. You may be looking at
Jay Crowder's available. Would you take him?
They need a shooting. He wants to get paid, though.
Well, that's not.
He wants to get paid.
That's not happening.
So Jay Crowder would be nice off the bench.
Jay Crowder would be real nice. He'd be a defender. He's streaky as hell shooter, but he'd be a defender. He can clank with the best of them. I'll take Jay Crowder over JaMychal Green right now.
Man,
wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey,
JaMychal Green didn't even play yesterday.
He stinks.
JaMychal Green, and this is why I thought you should have played Wiseman, Kaminga together from the jump, because we know who JaMychal Green is. We know who he is. Coach Hall, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all feeling?
Good.
Not good.
I'm feeling all right. They got to win. Curry scored 47. You know what? You know what, Coach Hall? I like this journey. I like adversity. I don't want everything to be handed me on a silver platter. The problem is, Coach Hall, a lot of these damn fans out here in the Bay Area have been spoiled. Spoiled. Not everybody, but a lot of them have been spoiled with championships. Slow it down. Stop it.
Yeah.
Like, come on. We're going through some rough waters right now. Let's go. Buckle up. Who wants to be in the bunker with me? Come on, man. Like Coach Hall. People out here complaining and spoiled and whatnot. Go ahead. Let me stop.
I mean, you make a valid point, but at the same time, it's a catch-22, man. I think we all drank the Kool-Aid and we collectively made a mistake where we thought the young guys were going to be at a certain level.
Yes.
And I'm looking at Klay. And what I see with Klay is he just doesn't let the game come to him. He doesn't read the room. I mean, come on. If Steph is going off, fam, you don't shoot a contested corner three. Like,
yeah, that's bad.
Ball. And the scary part for me, what I'm seeing with Jordan Poole, is the same thing I've seen with Ben Simmons. He's literally getting to the basket, and, his layup package is crazy, but he's, wild, turning the ball over.
Leaving his feet. Leaving his feet.
And now, yep, that too. And now we're in a position where it's like, all right, Kerr, you played with Jordan, you played with Pop, you were a GM. Like, all those teams you had success with, how many young players were attached to that? It's time to make some uncomfortable moves and have an uncomfortable conversation. And lastly, all I know is Miles Turner is career 37% three-point shooter. So when they doubling Steph off that screen and roll and Looney's wide open, Miles is hitting that. So I think I've seen enough. We got to make some moves. Appreciate y'all.
Let's go.
So, it's interesting that he brings up the Klay thing. And I know everyone gets emotional with Klay, and I get it. We love him. He's a champion. He's one of the all-time great athletes in Bay Area sports history. My biggest issue, it's not about, because I look at it, and you made a great point when you're talking about, well, if Curry's taking X amount of shots and Wiggins is taking X amount of shots, don't you want Klay taking, X amount of shots
in
here?
that lineup, nobody else is going to shoot.
I hear you. It's not about the overall shots that he's taken. It's about specific game situation, discernment, and awareness, and when you're taking those shots. Those are my biggest issues.
And
he's getting ran off that three-point line as well.
And you know what? And he's got the mid-range open. The mid-range is hitting.
But it feels like he's dribbling into trouble.
Yeah, but you know what? He needs to shoot the mid-range more, and maybe that opens up that three-point shot.
I'm with you with that.
Commit to the mid-range, because his mid-range is automatic. Hit the mid-range, and then get outside the three-point line until he gets his legs back. Shot selection has been a problem for Klay Thompson throughout his career. He is shooting contested shots, but when I look at that lineup and I'm saying, well, it's Poole, and it's Klay, and it's Ty Jerome, and it's Anthony Lamb, and Jonathan Kaminga, well, heck, I want Klay shots. Who else do I want to shoot outside of Jordan Poole?
No doubt, but that's a great situation where he should be shooting. Conversely, final 5 minutes last night, and I'm saying to myself, he goes flying into the lane off the dribble because they run him off. Mm-hmm. He leaves his feet, and he throws it into no man's land for just a horrible, and it's one situation, but it's a horrible turnover. It feels like they're more often this year, and you could say it's rust. You could say he's working him back into shape. Dude, now is not the time for all that. And I get it. It's early in the year.
You know what,
it just doesn't look good.
Not playing 5-on-5 in the summer was a mistake. I know mentally he couldn't get over it. He didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
But I understand it. You tore your Achilles on draft night 2020. Yeah, but you missed 2 full seasons.
But you played a zillion minutes in the playoffs and everything.
It's still a thing.
And all of a sudden you're...
It was his first offseason without rehab. It's uncharted territory for him.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? This is his first all-season since 2018 to where he didn't have to rehab.
Did he play Olympics in 2018? Was he on that team with Draymond and Kevin Durant?
The Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. He was on that.
He played that whole year.
He played that whole year. And then tore the ACL in the 2019 NBA Finals.
That's an interesting point.
So you rehab in 2019, you rehab in 2020, you're basically rehabbing into 2021. First offseason without rehab, he's like, you know what? I'm going to chill. I won a championship. I'm going to chill. I get it. But you know what? It's time to get up to speed.
Yeah, well, it looks like, to your point, it made sense to not play, but now I'm going, whoa, we're way behind the 8 ball here. And I thought that they would have more leeway and more runway to be able to experiment with that, and it doesn't look like that. The question that I have for you, B, if Steph's not on the floor, and it is JP and Klay Thompson out there together, it just feels like they're not on the same page either.
No, JP's got to get going.
Yeah.
JP's got to get his. He's trying to get everybody else involved. JP, go get yours.
Well, and then when he has an open shot, he either over dribbles into a worse shot, or he is very timid.
First half,
rip it.
First half, he takes 2 shots.
Not enough.
How?
Not enough.
How?
What's approximate sweet number for him? Sweet spot.
12 shots
at least.
At least. 12 shots. Nick in Ohio. Nick, what's happening?
Up, Nick?
Hello, fellas.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, my thing is, I think Wiseman needs to go down to G League as soon as possible because it's going nowhere, and if it's as bad as everybody's saying, he needs to play and get those things worked out. My other thought is, why did he get drafted in the first place? I mean, I know he had amazing potential, but they get a 19-year-old who had barely played, and then they turn around the next year and get another 19-year-old.
Let's remember where we were. Steph broke his hand. They lost Kevin Durant. They were in complete disarray, and Klay Thompson had missed the year prior. All right, and they were a 15-win team. And we didn't know if they'd ever get back to the playoffs, let alone championships. It's easy for us with what happened this year to say it. They lost in the play-in game that year to Memphis and the Lakers. Like, they weren't even a playoff team the following year when he joined that team. They were dire. I know we think that they were champions and everything fell in their direction, and they are champions currently. They're the defending champs. But remember where we were back then.
Okay. So you take a chance on him, and then the next year go get another 19-year-old that barely played. You know, I just.
But that's what comes out in the draft now. Like, you're not getting 24-year-old, 5-year seasoned vets from overseas.
Not in the draft lottery.
Like, that's the NBA draft now is drafting younger and less proven. More and more and more and more. And yes, the Paolo Bancheros, it would have been hell of a great draft had Paolo been there at number 2 for the Warriors.
Gosh,
he wasn't.
Great. Paolo Banchero is a problem.
You know?
Dude, all right, let's go to Sean in Oakland. Sean in Oakland, you're on the roast, man. Wow. We got problems.
There's a variety of things going on with the Warriors right now. We could talk about turnovers. We could talk about bench. We could talk about the young guns that need to mature. But I'm going to focus on the offense. I think it's stagnant. I'm seeing way too many one-on-one, dribble, holding the ball. I like to see that ball move a whole lot more, 4 or 5 times. I mean, the Warriors, when they were zipping or moving along, that ball was moving. That ball's not moving. And then lastly, with Kaminga and Wiseman, I think we need to be patient with the youngsters. Give Wiseman some time to develop. And then Kaminga needs consistent minutes, meaning that he needs a schedule. I think any 19, 20-year-old needs a schedule, so he needs to know that he's going to get 7 minutes of burn in the first half and 7 minutes of burn in the second half. He needs to know when he's coming in so he can be prepared as opposed to jerking him around. So I just think the folks need consistent minutes so they can be prepared. So if Kaminga knows the 4-minute mark in the first quarter I'm coming in, and the 3-minute mark, the 4-minute mark in the third quarter I'm coming in, then he can be mentally prepared. But he's not going to be prepared because he's just not ready just to be ready all the time.
Yeah, he just doesn't know when he's coming in. He's afraid of making a mistake. On the ball, being stagnant offensively, the thing that I was monitoring, especially in the fourth quarter, and they had tired legs, Klay, and then when JP was out there, Draymond, there's just no movement off ball like there used to be.
No,
there used to be way more movement off ball.
They're older.
Yeah, I know.
They're older.
It exerts a lot of energy.
This is why you need Jordan Poole to give him that youth infusion. And again, we've talked about it. I've talked to Mully about it. It's time to make Wiggins a second option. You do it in the first quarter, and he gets off to great starts. Wiggins, quietly, like, you look at the fourth quarter box score, all right? Warriors shoot 66% from the floor. And it got to have a game. I don't care. Game 11, you had to have that game last night.
Had they lost that game?
Oh, my God.
I mean, we're losing our minds because they won it the fashion that they did against the Kings by the skin of their teeth. Is the skin of your teeth?
Skin of your teeth.
Someone explain to me what that means. I don't even know what that means.
So I don't go heavy into analogies because I always screw them up.
At the tip of my tongue.
Screw them up. Yeah. Steph Curry, 6 of 8, 17 points. Wiggins, 5 for 5, 3 for 3 from the 3-point line.
Yeah.
All right?
Money.
So it's funny. A lot of you guys who were coming at me a couple seasons ago about Andrew Wiggins saved your ass last night.
No, Wiggins has been awesome.
So I think now's the time. Now's the time to pivot. And I don't have a problem with Klay Thompson being the third option, being a corner threat from the 3-point. He could be Joe Harris right now. That's fine. He's one of the most deadliest 3-point shooters in this league. Take some pressure off of him. Hey, Klay, we're going to have you sag. Let Wiggins slash. Let Wiggins create. Let Wiggins go to the cup. I have no problem with that. But when you look at that starting lineup, you want Draymond Green shooting?
No.
He doesn't want Looney shooting.
No, but it feels like when Klay gets the ball,
he does chuck.
He feels
he's
like he has to get a shot off.
And he's got to stop.
He's trying to shoot himself out of a slump.
Somebody's got to check him.
Or he's dribbling into trouble, leaving his feet and throwing into the abyss.
Yeah.
Like, they're running him off the three-point line. You have younger, more athletic guys who know he is a stationary shooter now.
He's also getting great looks. And I'm confident those great looks are going to start going down. It's going to be a beautiful sight. You know, because the same thing would happen last year. The same start. He was chucking. He scaled back, and he got hot, and the rest is history. It's been a while. We're going to get to Ellen next. Actually, let's go to Ellen first, and then we're going to go up to Vacaville for a special guest. Vacaville for a special guest. It's been a while. Let's go to Ellen first in the city. Ellen, what's happening?
Hi, how are you?
We're good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm just in the drop-off line at school, so I'm going to talk fast, but this team is breaking my heart.
Yep.
It's breaking my heart. I know you said there's not a lot of off-ball movement, but, like, why is it so bad this year? We just won the championship, and I'm like, really trying to put it together, like,
Ellen,
what?
Let me tell you why. Because today's sports fan, Ellen, has no patience. It's what have you done for me lately? It's a sad society we live in now, Ellen.
Well, I'm going to be patient, and I think they have the potential, and I'll be patient.
Well, Ellen, let me ask you this, because you seem very reasonable. Like, and I agree with being patient to an extent, but it feels really off, doesn't it? Like, sometimes if it smells a little off, it looks a little off, you look under the milk, and you're like, you know what? It's actually expired. It's time to throw it away. Does it feel a little off, though? Can you admit it? Just a little?
Yeah, it does, and I thought Jordan Poole, he didn't look super happy.
No.
I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it. I know they're probably frustrated and trying to, get back in the swing of things, but it just is worrying me a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Ellen. Hey, drop your son off, Ellen. It's going to be all right. Trust me.
And drive safe in the rain.
Drive safe, too.
And
drive safe.
Real quick, I know you want to go to a special person who hasn't called in a long time. I was thinking about this, and it's hard for me to not think about the punch, period. It's just, it's hard for me to not think about it. I've been in situations where two friends, partners, spouses, whatever it is, coworkers, something's happened, and they're going to forgive each other, and they're going to move on.
Yeah.
And yet, underlying all of it, there's this like animosity that's building up. There's this awkwardness. There's this aura that everyone just can't move forward. Even though we say we want to, we're trying to, it's just not the same. You see this in a lot of different walks of life. And I just have a hard time watching what I'm watching from the Warriors where they feel lifeless.
Well,
and Draymond looks very lethargic out there. And I just feel like something's up beneath the surface, and I can't put my finger on it, and I just keep pivoting back to the Draymond punch. And I know that people are going to say, it's irrelevant.
Well, I actually think Draymond's playing great basketball.
Yeah, but I'm not dismissing that. Doesn't something feel off?
Well, yeah. I mean, the vibe has changed. The vibe has changed. It's changed. And 3-1-0, I'm not, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not blaming the fans. Delete your phone, throw your phone in the trash. It is something off. It's something off.
That's all I'm saying. Something's really off.
Something's off. There's no doubt. I told you this. Somebody punched me in the face. I'm never getting over it. Ever.
Have you been in a work situation, just in general, at any point in your life, where you and another person have had an issue, and then you've had to actually work with them on a daily basis?
Absolutely.
And
you want
to move forward. You want to move forward, but like there's this underlining weirdness, awkwardness, and everyone feels it.
Yes.
Yeah, we all have.
Let's go to Vacaville. It's Javier. How's Fedoni laughing? My guy back. Javier, man, where you been at, bro?
Javier.
Where you been at?
Jimmy Ward playing corner again.
Playing nickel to be exact.
I missed you.
I missed you, Javier.
Been busy, teaching, coaching the football team.
Nice.
We just finished last Friday.
How's your football team doing?
Football working. We doubled the win total from last year. We rebuilt 2-8 21, 4-6 this year. But
nice. Where are you coaching at?
The high school I teach at, Army High School I teach there.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
So what do you got?
I know Butcher seen the house I bought, so I've been working on that. But
nice.
So let me just start off without any bias. I got to ask the pre and post game host, Mr. Hill. Was that a foul on Kerr? Yes or no?
It was a foul.
Klay Thompson? Oh, yeah, he fouled him 3 times.
3 times.
There's no doubt. No doubt that was a foul.
Because, on my podcast for our post-game show, we were livid about how that wasn't called. But nonetheless, Golden State has seen, like I said 3 years ago, that they shouldn't have drafted Wiseman. They should have drafted LaMelo. But obviously, it didn't fit with Steph's timeline. It didn't fit with the roster configuration, etc. But at this point, you're just going to have to suck it up and let him develop. And to say, well, go get Miles Turner, go get this. No. Because if you go get Miles Turner and do that, then you're over here flipping a switch on, hey, we're going to have to win everything now, or we're just going to lose the fan base because they're rushing the timeline. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And people are so quick, like you said, instant gratification. Yo, homie, all the fans that are like the Warriors right now. Like, listen, you have to understand, when you watch basketball, you cannot stunt somebody's growth. You can't rush the process. But Steve Curry needs to make a decision. Either I'm going to give him minutes and let him learn how to play the game, or let him find somewhere else that'll let him develop into an NBA basketball player. Because whether people think the Kings are bad, the Kings are not a great team, but they're not what they were with Luke Walton, with Mike Brown. But there's no reason why he shouldn't be getting any playing time in a game like that when the Kings only run one big man out there, the bottom alone. That is a great time for James Wiseman to learn how to play in the interior and see what he can do.
The problem is that it feels like the team and the coach, they're not in a position to do teaching on the floor. That's what it feels like. When you have Steph Curry, and you're hanging on to the last embers of a burning out dynasty, you're clinging to trying to win now. And I don't feel like they can jeopardize minutes. We've come to the point. The inflection point is now. It feels like they cannot jeopardize minutes trying to teach young guys on the fly while also trying to compete and win. They are not top-heavy good enough to be able to do that.
But again, a teacher and teaching minutes is what a coach is supposed to do. And I understand you're trying to get the most out of this dynasty and build the most amount of championships on the totem pole for Steph, Klay, and Draymond. But, again, what are you going to do with James Wiseman in 3 years? Or what are you going to do with him in 3 months?
Yeah, I know. It may move him, Javier. It may move him, Javier. It may go to the G League. I don't know. Javier, call us back, man.
Yeah.
I need a Kings breakdown one of these days. First question. Pre- and post-game show host, was that a foul on Klay? Yeah, he fouled him 3 times.
Hey,
Act the hell up. By the way, since we're here with Klay Thompson and the foul, these referees, Natalie Sago, whatever her name is, Pat Frayer, Matt Khalil, they're a joke. These NBA officials are destroying the game. All right? It was a clown show yesterday. It was a clown show. Mike Brown's going to get fined so much this year. He said it again last night. We're the Sacramento Kings, and people think they can just blow the whistle against us. These referees are terrible. So it was a foul on Klay Thompson. Game should have gone to overtime. If Horter would have made all 3 free throws, it was a foul.
The final couple minutes was just, you said King's gonna Kings or Kang's gonna Kangs or whatever.
I deleted that tweet because that wasn't fair.
Well, but
that wasn't fair. It was more so on fouling at the end. That wasn't fair to KC. That wasn't fair to D'Lo. That wasn't fair to all my Sacramento King fans.
Steph Curry in the corner and the entire bench. It's on top of the Kings bench. They're like, foul. Sabonis is literally screaming to these guys to foul.
Oh, he was getting. He just watched the game. And we're in the newsroom watching the game, and it's just like, that's a foul. That's a foul. That's not a foul. That's a foul. These referees are a joke in the NBA. Wow. We got bigger issues here. All right, set aside the Warriors for a second. The referees, it's just...
Bonte?
You know what I found out yesterday?
For me as a Warrior fan, referees are 100th on my list of worries.
Yeah, no doubt. But you know what's funny? The NBA right now is in a mess. Adam Silver needs to rein it in. He needs to rein it in somehow, some way. I did not know Kyrie Irving was the vice president of the NBA Players Association.
No, he's not.
I swear to God.
No, he's not.
I swear to God. Look it up. His picture.
I kept seeing graphics, and I know that I got basically duped by the internet that he retired.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't retire.
Yeah. By the way, this segment is presented by Boxer and Kerr, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. YouTube is back, and it is humming. The chat is back. I see you guys all in the chat. They are humming right now. We got problems with the Golden State Warriors, but you know what? Who's jumping ship? If you want to go jump ship, go jump ship. I don't care. Little adversity early in the season. You panicking right now?
So you're in the Titanic, even though this is the only scene I already know. You are the band, and you're just going to keep playing.
I'm going to keep playing,
as
baby.
The ship's going down.
I'm going to keep playing, baby. We're going to survive.
Okay.
We're going to survive, folks. Warrior fans, Bob Myers and company will figure it out. I got faith in them.
Yeah, I'm going to go more Man of Steel and Lois Lane when she's up in the spaceship and she gets, catapulted out. Right. You got to leave a sinking ship.
Look, you may have to make some moves here sooner rather than later. It's all right. They'll figure it out. It's problem zone.
When was the last time, and here's a question that I have, and we're going to keep talking about this. When was the last time the Warriors made a dramatic move at the deadline?
It's been a long time.
The Bogut move?
It's been a long time.
I can't think of any,
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And we didn't even think about it because they were losing.
Was that for that season?
Yeah, they got rid of D'Lo. They pivoted off of D'Lo. And they got rid of Omari Spellman and Jacob Evans, and they go ahead and bring in Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but
and they got the pick.
It felt like that was for the future, not necessarily. I'm talking about for right now. I'm talking about salvaging the now.
Well, even Bogut wasn't for now because he didn't play that year.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't play.
Man.
So
we've never been at the deadline actively trying to improve the roster that much.
Things change. It's a pivotal point in Warriors basketball. All right, time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, the 49ers got a bit healthier. We haven't talked about the 49ers. They got a game on Sunday against the Chargers. The thing's on fire right now. I love this. We got adversity. We got a 4-4 team. I believe primed to make a Super Bowl run. We got the Dubs and defending champs at 4-7. I love this. I love it. I don't want to be 11-0. I want adversity. Let's go. Give me some intrigue. Give me some drama. Telling me not fired up about the Niners second half run right now?
Read the injury report.
Gosh, Jimmy G is coming for the Chargers on Sunday night. Spadoni. Come on, Spadoni. Wake up. Elijah Mitchell, Colton McKivitz, Azeez Al-Shaair. Their practice windows are open now. Each of whom is coming off major injuries, a knee injury that is. With the opening of the practice window, Niners can now activate any of those three players in the next 21 days. Mitchell said he expects to be available to play Sunday night against the Chargers.
Go Chargers, go.
Woo-wee. Sunday Night Football. And then you got the Warriors and Kings again on Sunday to go to One Center. Big day in the Bay. All right, the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Here's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises, and vote yes on Proposition 31. We're getting to your calls. George, Tony, Tamir, Austin. Getting to all your calls. YouTube, we see you. Twitch, we see you. Xfinity Mobile text line, we see you. What is the biggest issue with the Golden State Warriors right now? What should they do? Should they make a move? Should they pivot off the youngsters? Should Clay go to the bench? Do you blow it all up? What do you do if you're the Golden State Warriors? I want to hear from the fans. 888-957-9570. Your call's coming up.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
What is the best way to deal with triple-digit and below freezing temperatures? Well, you want to keep those things outside. Golden State Window and Door understands the vast range in temperatures across the Bay Area, all our little microclimates. Thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows, doors, and home siding. With the assistance from Golden State Window and Door, you or your contracted clients can live comfortably year-round. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Ultimate Sliding French Door, which offers space-saving sliding design and is engineered for years of energy-efficient performance. Anderson's A-Series windows offer a wide range of popular designs and are the highest performing weather-tight products Anderson has ever offered. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com, but click on virtual tours. That's where you can see it all. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, KBB.com.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We got action in the Bay. We got action. I love it. Warriors beat the Kings last night, 116-113. Steph Curry, he was special. 47 points, 8 assists, 8 rebounds. Steph Curry already through 11 games. He's only played in 10 of them. 8 30-point games in the 10 games that he's played. 8. He's on a heater. He's hit 3 threes in each one of his games, which is the longest such streak to start an NBA season. Last time a player had 47 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, and no turnovers. 1990, Larry Bird.
Oh, Larry Legend.
Larry Legend.
Somewhere Steiny got his wings.
You know who may be a bigger fan is Chris Mullen.
Of what, Larry Bird?
Yeah, he was like, what? We got the stat. He hits me. He's like, what I've been telling you? He more resembles Larry Bird. Off ball, on ball. He was juiced up about it. I was like, you know what? I'm not mad because as I grow older, I appreciate Larry Bird every single day.
As you grow older and Chris grows older as well, it looks like you're taller than him on television.
Maybe. There may be some. And a little wider, but it's all good. Steph Curry is all-time great last night. They needed it. You know, Game 4 finals, 43 points at TD Garden. It was beautiful to be there. You know, Steph Curry needed to pull that out yesterday, and he would not lose. He picks up the technical. You see them barking. You see him telling Moody, get your ass out of the corner, sprint. That's what leaders do. That's what leaders do. And when you have Steph Curry, you got something cooking here. Do they need to make a move? Do they need to play the youngsters? I have no idea what Bob Myers does. Well, I have no idea. There's a problem with the bench, though, Shasky. There is. So, but for today, winning that basketball game, I feel a hell of a lot better than if they were 3-8.
Well, that's clear. That's obvious.
They were 3-8. We came in this morning. Oh, my Lord.
This could all go away 2 weeks from now. We're sitting here, and they go on a little run, and this is all in the rearview mirror. Like, that is definitely a possibility. Just the team that I've watched, what's the record is what, 4-7? 4-7. So they played 11 games. And Joe, it's a small, tiny little bit of the season. Factually correct. Even the 4 wins. The Lakers came storming back in that game. They've had some, nice wins. It feels like they're clinging on for dear life. And I just look at this team and I thought they'd be better overall.
Well, you know what? They could be 7-4. You blew a 4-point lead with a minute left in Charlotte on a Saturday night with the starters in the game. Okay? Starters are in the game. You blew a 4-point lead with a minute left. I'm not blaming the starters for the loss. Bench has got to be better. Mm-hmm. It's the number one issue. I'm saying it. 8:07, Bonte Hill, alongside Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast, is saying that the bench has to be better. However, you blew a 4-point lead with a minute left against the Charlotte Hornets. You lost in overtime. Miami, I'm not saying the starters, they're to blame. The bench was not good. Miami goes on a 20-3 run in the first quarter. That's a problem. But the fact is, you scored 2 points in the last 5:03. You scored 2 points in the last 5:03, and you lost the game. Orlando, the bench was not good. You're up 90-75, rolling in the third quarter. You play some bench guys, things flip. All of a sudden, they go on a 21-6 run in the third quarter, and they go on a 40-18 run overall, and you lose a game in Orlando. But the game was in the balance. Steph turned it over twice down the stretch. We'll get smoked the layup. Klay Thompson had a bad shot. All right? He made a great corner 3, but he also missed one. The starters had the game in the balance, so you could easily be 7-4 with all these problems.
But you're not.
But you're not. So now you got to play uphill. And you're playing uphill with a bench that cannot produce.
Well, so to me, again, I want to ask you this the right way, and maybe I'm getting a little in the weeds here. It feels like these two sentences cannot coexist. You reference how great the starters are efficiency-wise, which the numbers tell you that. And then we know simultaneously that the bench stinks. But then you're also referencing that the majority of those starters are still squandering and not executing late in games. How can those two things coexist simultaneously?
Because they can. You see it happen, right? So the bench is blowing leads. The bench is blowing leads while the starters are getting you leads. You're getting off the great starts.
Remove the bench.
Scoring is not an issue. But down the stretch, the starters, they scuffled a couple games.
They aren't executing down the stretch.
I feel like they're executing. Wiggins smoked a point-blank layup in Orlando. You could have been up 3. It was 118-117.
We're talking about individual sequences.
Draymond also smoked a layup and turned the ball over twice down the stretch in Miami. So some of the starters are responsible.
Okay.
But hell,
that's what I was saying.
But you would be in the damn...
No, I agree.
You would be losing by 30 if these guys weren't playing.
No, I agree with you. But to say that the starters are fine and everything's all right...
They're fine for the most part. I believe they're fine for the most part.
I still think that it's not as good as we want it to be. Like right now, I'm looking at this team and I don't feel like they're all pulling the rope in the same direction. It just doesn't look good to me. I know we're in every game. A lot of teams in the NBA are in every game. This is supposed to be a championship level team. And that's why I'm judging it on that curve. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe this isn't a championship level team.
It's my fault.
What do you mean?
It's all my fault because I said this team was stacked.
We all did, B. It's not you.
Depth,
we all
everything.
did.
We all talked about the
coach said this might be the deepest team I've ever had. He doesn't just say things flippantly.
Yeah, and you know what? They're not that deep. Wiseman's unplayable right now.
Yes.
Which is he may be a good player.
Let's start from the top.
He may be a good player.
We do this. We go down to the bottom and we start picking on Ty Jerome's.
I'm not picking on these guys.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying people in general. Let's start at the top. Steph's playing elite. Wiggins is playing pretty good. I feel like Looney's playing pretty good, but he's in a lot of foul trouble.
Looney's taking a step back. He's been in foul trouble a lot.
I mean, on my list, you don't think he's in the third best player?
No, Draymond has.
You think Draymond's been better?
Draymond's been really good this season.
Okay.
It's been good.
I lean Looney.
I know it's tough to say because of what happened in training camp, but let's be real. Draymond's been solid.
He had 3 horrific turnovers yesterday. Just throwing it into no man's land that led to 3-point shots.
You don't win that game without Draymond defending Sabonis in the paint.
I mean, that's the quandary of Draymond.
You don't win that game with him defending Fox down the stretch. Draymond's been really good for this team.
So you think he's been better than Looney? Okay, fine. So then you got him higher than Looney. All right. Where's Klay at on this list? Like, I look at the inconsistency of Poole, and Klay's been better than Poole. Much better than Poole. Poole's been horrific. I expected him to be a huge part. Like, at times last year, he was the second best player on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Not for the majority of months, but at times, that guy's nowhere to be found.
He's 5 of 24 from the three-point line over his last 4 games. 5 of 24. He's turned the ball over. Yesterday, he had more turnovers than points. 3 turnovers, 2 points.
My bigger overall point is I look at this team and I go, Steph's playing at a high level. And then it's like a drop-off, and we can pick and choose here. And I think Wiggins is playing at a high level, and then it's just, we're like reaching and searching. That's not good enough. So when everyone tells me they got the highest plus-minus, the starters are this and that.
That doesn't matter. The fact is, the starters aren't getting you
the whole story.
It doesn't paint the whole. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I just laid it out for you. They blew 3 games down the stretch. Now, you could say, well, the starters had to win the game 3 times. I don't subscribe to that. That's stupid. That's fanboy talk.
No.
All right? That's straight up fanboy talk. But the starters have bailed this team out because the bench is not doing a damn thing. They have the worst bench in the league by all the numbers. You want to do plus minus. You want to do efficiency ratings. You want to do... the bench has been the worst in the NBA.
It feels like the 2020 bench, the year that they got into the play-in. I mean, I'm looking at it from an IQ standpoint and just like an impact. Kelly Oubre would be a massive upgrade, just going back to that team. You think I say that lightly? I couldn't stand watching Kelly Oubre play. The guy literally passed one time in like a 3-week span. I was charting it. All right? Like, so, yes, I know what I'm saying. They have 0 IQ and impact coming off the bench. Right. We're begging for Ty Jerome minutes. And I'm not even ripping Ty Jerome. He's one of their better players. That's an indictment of where they're at.
But think about where they're at with the numbers. If you want to go numbers, best starting 5, worst bench. You got to have some balance.
No doubt.
You got to have some balance. When Steve Kerr, you can't play Steph Curry. Steph Curry, what did he play last night? 40 minutes.
That's unsustainable.
Steph Curry played 40 minutes.
You're going to wear him down by December 25th.
Right. He played 40. No, he played 38 minutes. Klay played 38 minutes. Andrew Wiggins played every second of the fourth quarter. Klay played every second of the fourth quarter. Draymond Green played 36 minutes. Looney would have played more than 21 had he not been in foul trouble. The bench has to be better, and it starts with Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole has to get going here. You get Jordan Poole going, and I feel a lot better about the squad. All of a sudden, Lamb may be better. You're playing Lamb 16 minutes. You're not playing Wiseman 1 second?
I don't think he deserves to play right now. I can't cape up for someone who can't meet me halfway and show me that he deserves to be on the court. That's where I'm at with him. And like Kaminga, which we were talking about heading into the game, everybody's screaming about Kaminga, which I agree. I like to see Kaminga play, but you're going to see him falter as well. Yeah. And so you have to live with some of the good and the bad. Yeah. And it feels like to me, not just the fan base, the organization has zero tolerance for the failure portion of it. And they just want to reap the benefits of ascending play. When reality development is not a straight line forward. It's a down, it's up, it's down, it's up, and then maybe you make a leap. Or maybe you never make a leap.
Maybe you don't. Let's go to the lines. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play this from Steph Curry. On the bench. He discussed it last night. Here's what he had to say.
Again, the story of this team so far is trying to figure out what combination works, giving guys opportunities to go out and play. And I think Draymond talked about it before after one of our road games. They know they need to play better, but we also, as a starting group and the vets, were kind of dropping the ball on some detailed stuff that was kind of trickling into, just the flow of games. And so obviously there needs to be some more consistency. We need to be able to maintain the momentum that we create, especially early in games. I don't know what that's going to look like, and coach is trying to figure that out, but the confidence that we will figure it out is still there. I think that's the biggest thing you have to maintain in the present, because nobody's going to figure it out for us. We have to do it. Guys are going to get opportunities. We have to build individual confidence that when you're out there, you can make plays, you can impact the game. And coaching staff's job, it's us as the vet's job to make sure they know how to do it.
I was watching him on the postgame show that you guys had him on right afterwards, where you dropped the Christian McCaffrey line.
I shouldn't. That was silly.
No, that was great.
That was bad.
It was great. I got a good laugh out of it.
That was terrible.
It's hard for me to not see the frustration, even through the smile of Steph Curry.
He's worn out.
That's the big thing for me. Like, Joe, you're overreacting. No. The superstar generational talent who's the greatest player in Warrior history is frustrated. So when I see him show the level of frustration and emotional inconsistencies that he never shows, why would I not panic a little? Like, the greatest player I've ever seen play basketball is telling me he's not satisfied.
Yeah, but he's not panicking.
He's saying that.
He's not panicking.
Did it look like that?
Steph Curry's not panicking.
He was on the bench as downtrodden as I've ever seen him.
And you know what he did? Whew. He dropped 47 on our asses.
Yeah, but he also knows that's unsustainable.
17 in the fourth quarter. But so what? He dropped 17 in the fourth quarter, said, I'm going to win a game for us. That's what great players do. Great players don't panic. They say, all right, we got issues here. How do we figure it out? That's what Steph is. He tries to figure it out. He don't panic. So I'm not going to panic. Steph's not panicking. I'm not panicking.
He's just one form of leadership. Kobe Bryant would go to kill someone. LeBron James will throw you under the bus. So,
that's why Steph Curry is the best leader possibly in all the sports, in sports history. Possibly outside of Tim Duncan, maybe the best leader ever.
Bonte, I believe in different forms of leadership. You can disagree. I think Steph's one of the all-time greats. But there's wartime presidents, there's peacetime presidents. Both can be great leaders. Just whatever their environment is requiring of them, they can showcase their leadership in different forms.
Rest in peace to Kobe. He wasn't a great leader.
I don't think that's fair.
LeBron James, not a great leader.
I mean, these guys won ridiculous amounts of championships.
Yeah, thank God he had Dwayne Wade alongside of him to be a leader in that locker room. LeBron James would throw you under the bus so damn fast. Look what they did to Russell Westbrook last year.
Was Magic Johnson a leader?
Magic was a leader.
Okay, he threw his coach under the bus.
Magic was a leader.
I mean, everybody's got imperfections on their resume, even the greats, even Michael Jordan.
Well, the coach needed to be checked. Westhead, we've all read the books. We all watch the movies. Westhead needed to be checked. All right, he needed to be checked.
I believe in different forms of leadership. Okay, and not everyone's going to be vocal and scream and call for people. Not everyone, and neither is right or wrong. It's what your team needs at any given time, or what your authentic demeanor is as a person. I don't want you to overstep your like Patrick Mahomes. I consider him a leader. At times he's pointing at people. At times he's calm and poised. Tom Brady screaming and yelling. He's the greatest quarterback we've ever seen. Joe Montana didn't really scream and yell at people. There's different forms of leadership.
Here's Draymond on finding rotations. The rotations.
We just got to continue to try to find the right rotations. I'm a starter, and I think my minutes is sustainable. I think that's what you work for. But in saying that, I do understand the big picture and just know that playing 37 minutes a night, 38 minutes for Klay, 38 minutes for Steph, 40 minutes for Wiggs, like that's tough to keep up throughout the season and then get to the playoffs, number one, healthy, and number two, as fresh as you could possibly be. It's tough. And so we did what we had to do tonight because it was very imperative that we came out of here with a win. But we're going to need our guys to continue to get better and step up. And I don't have any doubt that they'll figure it out, or we will figure it out with them.
And here's Draymond on the great plus-minus stat.
I think plus-minus kind of tell you a lot. Sometimes you're kind of an innocent bystander, negatively impacted. Sometimes you're positively impacted. But I think for the most part, it's a stat that tells the truth. Was it good when you were out there or was it not? And I think that's kind of what that stat says. So I take pride in it, a lot of pride in it, because I want to know it was good when I was on the floor, just as a competitor.
What did you make of the long exchange between Draymond and Steph Curry on the floor last night as he was hugging him, and it looked like he was talking into his ear? It was weird.
I didn't see it because we were scrambling, so I'll take you behind the scenes at NBC before we get to the lines again.
I found that odd.
We're standing up like, okay, we know we're going seamless post game.
Yeah.
We're going seamless.
Do you know that you're getting Steph Curry?
Did not know until we got up on the demo. So.
All right.
And that's what we call that area. So we're sitting there, and basically when Fitz signs off, we have 30 seconds. So we're scrambling, right?
Okay.
Make sure I get all the stats down, and all this information.
Button up,
all the stuff, mic up, all the stuff. And then we get up there, and I'm in the intro, and I hear Sakti. When Sakti yells at me, I know he's getting yelled at from the control room. Steph's there, Steph's there, Steph's there. So I'm in my intro, and it's like, oh, Steph, we're going right back to Chase Center. Don't even have time to finish the intro. And boom. And so I didn't see any of that stuff.
Well, he held him. He put it looked like his left arm around him, and he brought him in real close. And it looked like, I don't know if he was saying thank you. I don't know if he was just like, it felt like the exchange for a game in November, and everyone, it's only November.
Yeah.
The exchange was very telling to me. The body language was like, thank God we got this win.
Thank God you
Our
carried us.
souls needed this win. And yes, and thank you for carrying us.
Right.
But it just... That game felt bigger than just some random game 11 in November. That's all I'm saying. The whole thing just feels off.
Well, they needed that.
Yeah.
This team needed that.
Hell
this
yeah,
group
they
needed
did.
that. And again, it's better to study after a win. We've had that conversation with Steph already. We literally did. After what game was that? Miami. Hey, it's a lot of mistakes, but it's fun to clean up the mistakes after a dub than it is a loss. So, you know what? It's the bench is a problem, no doubt. And the two-timeline thing that hasn't been done in NBA history. Nobody's really done what the Warriors have done. Now
Do they get credit for doing it last year?
They do, but we all know Kaminga wasn't a factor in the playoffs. We know Wiseman
They
didn't
had
play.
moments.
Moody had moments.
I mean, Moody and Kaminga.
Moody had moments in the playoffs. Kaminga really didn't play in the playoffs.
Didn't he play early in the first round?
He really didn't play much.
Okay.
He didn't play much. So, Moody. But you know what? Steph is still Steph.
Of course.
I feel good about that.
Of course.
Klay,
But for how much longer?
Klay, who knows?
And then he rolled his ankle last night. And you're thinking,
you got to stop worrying.
No, but I'm just saying, I think every Warrior fan was thinking the same thing.
Yeah,
when his
and he went
ankle
out there,
turned.
and he went out there on one ankle and dropped 17 in the fourth quarter.
He's a legend.
17 in the fourth quarter. He gets 3 days off. Ankle's fine. Klay, I love the looks that he's getting. Klay will figure it out. Those shots will start to drop. Until I see it don't over the course of an 82-game season, then I'll stand back and say, you know what, Klay, his better days are gone. His best days are gone. Wiggins is still playing at an elite level, so I feel good about that. Looney will stay out of foul trouble, hopefully, but you got to find something from the bench. Jordan Poole, that's the big key. And I wonder, I actually thought about this last night driving home for the first time all offseason. Did they pay Poole too early?
Prematurely?
Should they have waited on Poole?
I mean, look, we had the same conversation about Draymond Green.
Poole.
No, we had the same conversation about Draymond Green. They paid him in the middle of a disaster season when they should have let it play out, and they gave him a $100 4-year deal, $100 million 4-year deal, and it felt like they kind of jumped the gun on that. If they allow Jordan Poole to not get the extension and play it out, what does it look like, B?
He's playing his ass off because he knows he has to get paid.
The punch and everything, maybe he wants out? Does he demand out?
I don't know. He's not playing well. He had more turnovers than points last night.
No, he was horrific.
He scuffled the last 4 games. Friday night against the Pelicans. when Steph and Dre and Clay and Wiggins sat on that bench in street clothes. Jordan Poole did not look good. Over-dribbling, barking at refs, letting Alvarado get in. Alvarado was dancing on him. You see Alvarado dancing on him Friday? Yeah. Jordan Poole's got to figure this out.
No doubt.
The punch ain't going nowhere. Well, if the punch is a problem, then we need to have a different conversation. And you know what? Again, you asked me last hour, has anybody ever at work done something to you, verbally abused you?
Or any walk of life.
Absolutely.
And then you've got like your family member or something, and then it doesn't.
And I don't rock with them no more.
Well, there you go.
That's me though. That's me personally. Some people handle things differently. Me, when that happens to me, wash my hands and I move on. I may say what's up to you. I may say hello. May have some small talk. But I ain't rocking with you no more.
You know, we're referencing Poole getting paid a little prematurely, which is a total fair debate, which we should be having right now. We also have just kind of like forgotten that this organization, and I'm not ripping, I want you to listen to what I'm saying here. They paid $80 million for Klay to not play a dribble. All right? And then they paid him a lot of money last year, and he worked his way back in. For them to still win a championship with a guy on a max contract being non-existent for multiple years and then coming back and still working himself in, that's also an outlier. Like, what they did there was tremendous, and I don't think we've really truly understood what they did there. If you tell me player X on the Clippers, on the Lakers, on the Boston Celtics, who's a max player, is out for the majority of the year, working themselves back from a major injury, we write those teams off. So, like, this team has overcome. They overcame a tremendous, but that was a financial situation that would do in almost every other organization in the league were it not for Joe Lacob and this team investing back into the luxury tax and overpaying. So the Poole thing's not great right now is what I'm saying. They overcame it once. I don't know if you can overcome it a second time is what I'm saying. If they're not getting the squeeze for the buck on Poole, that could be an organizational downfall.
Well, you know, they won that championship last year, and I'll never forget when Ron Adams told us the day after the championship, we overachieved this year. Because of all those things you just pointed out. Because of all those things. They overachieved. But you know what? They got the championship.
They did.
And so now, how do you put that championship recipe back together? How do you figure it out? Well, it starts at the bench, I think. On this team, the bench has to be better. They have to be better. You can't. Every time the starters are coming out, and I gave them a pass. Damn it, last night, Sacramento, it happened right away. 16-2 run to end the first quarter. Right away.
They have no perimeter defense.
So, again, we can't blame Wiseman this morning because he didn't get his sniff last night. Maybe you put him back on, maybe you demote him to the G League. I don't know. All right, your phone calls, we're going to rat-a-tat-tat coming up on the other side. And that's coming up. Sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 31 and Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
The holidays are coming, as though that's a big deal. So you should shop at the 95.7 merch shop. Not for other people. Let's face it, if you're listening to us, you don't have any friends. So just buy for yourself. The 95.7 merch shop. It's cheap, and no one will ever see you wear it.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
It's Pro Time, which means at Lowe's, you're invited to enjoy a Lowe's Pro Happy Hour. Kick back with free Pepsi Cola drinks and Frito-Lay snacks. Plus, earn 3 times bonus points per dollar on purchases of select Pepsi products. Come into Lowe's and get the full MVP treatment at Pro Happy Hour on November 17th from 2 to 5 p.m. While supplies last. Bonus points offer valid 10/27 through 12/8. Calculated before taxes and fees. After applicable discounts, if any. See Lowes.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
In Oakland, showers by the afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Big Wise. DNP last night. As Steve Kerr tweaks his rotations, Wiseman did not play alongside Jermichael Green as the Warriors beat the Kings 116 and 113. So we're going to rat-a-tat-tat these calls. By the way, 415ers podcast. If you need some 49ers in your life, join host Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy as they take you through what fans should take away from this week's games and where the Niners rank in the NFL. Follow the 415ers on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. I believe we'll do Baldy tomorrow. Baldy tomorrow. Thumbs up on that one. We'll get Baldy's breakdown. He covered the Chargers and the Falcons this past Sunday, so we'll get a breakdown from Brian Baldinger on the NFL and the 49ers or where they stand. But right now, it's a lot of Warrior stuff.
Barring dramatic improvement across the board, it just feels like to me they're going to have to make a bigger move than anyone anticipated. Like heading into every year, you expect an acquisition, a buyout, something, right? Small little move. This feels like we're heading toward a big move. It just feels like we're trending in that direction.
Maybe.
And I could be wrong.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
I mean,
what are the core players?
Or 2 of the 3 youngsters at minimum. It just feels like they're doing something here. Like it might be. I don't even consider Rollins and PBJ. I kind of just throw them to the side. I'm talking about Kaminga, Wiseman, Moody. It just feels like some combination of those guys is on their way out the door with something else stapled to it. I don't know what.
Let's go to. There could be a shakeup. It could be. I don't think Clay's going anywhere. I don't think Wiggins can't go anywhere. I don't think Draymond's going anywhere right now. I also don't think Looney. I think they're going to stick with their 5.
They're trading Steph. That's a joke. That's a joke.
Well, if they lost last night, somebody would have thought about it.
No, you know what they were saying? We were 1 ankle turn away from Victor, whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah. What's his last name? How do you say his last name? Wembanyama?
I just go with the French Phenom. It's easier.
French Phenom. I like that.
That dude's
so the Warriors would take another skinny 7+ footer.
That dude's making one-legged threes, though.
No, I know. He looks great.
Sick. He looks.
But he'd come to the Warriors and, he can't set a screen for Steph.
Yeah, that'd be tough. George de Los Altos, what's happening?
Hey, George.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I think sending Wiseman down to the G League would be a huge mistake.
Why?
I think any amount of self-confidence that he still has would be destroyed if you send him down there.
So
I think the benefit of having guys like Ron Adams and Andre and Draymond teaching him and the other young guys in practice what they're supposed to do and what they need to do, not the G League. I also think that the days of the Warriors' first unit and solid second unit are probably over. I think Steve is going to figure out rotations, and I think the rotations are going to have to include a blend of the young guys, but with some veterans on the court with them. It's just going to take time. I don't know if you heard that interview that Steve gave last week. He said he was talking to the other coaches, and he said, you know what? We're college coaches again. We're college coaches. These kids didn't have 4 years like David Robinson did and all the other guys that used to come up with back when. They're learning. They're learning. They're teaching these guys, and I think they're going to learn more in practice from our coaches and our veterans as mentors to teach them what to do out there, you guys. And that's
a good point, George. That's a good point. I did see that quote where Kerr said, Duncan and Robinson had the ability to play 4 years of college, and, Duncan as a freshman wasn't there yet. Sophomore, he got to be better, got to go against guys like, North Carolina, and then, smaller schools like Iona or whatnot to go practice their game. They are college coaches and NBA coaches, but this is what the job requires now. We know that. Now, as far as tinkering the rotations, I do want to see Kaminga play with the starters a little bit more. So what does it look like?
Okay, so who's off the floor in that circumstance?
Maybe you tweak it in the second quarter where you're staggering minutes, you're staggering Draymond Green, and you have Kaminga playing with Wiggins and Curry and Clay or Looney. So Steve Kerr's got to figure it out. But my thing is let Kaminga play with the Steph. Let Steph make Kaminga better. You know what I'm saying? Or let Draymond make Kaminga better. We know Draymond can help Steph, but help Kaminga get better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, instead of having Kaminga playing with Ty Jerome
I'm
and
with
Anthony
you there.
Lamb, and he's out there on the island trying to make things happen for himself, let him play with the guys who've been there before.
So Dre's your small ball 5.
You could do that at times.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you do run the risk.
And I'm not talking about starting. I'm talking about midway through the game.
Middle through the game, yeah. Well, it does feel like to me, B, that they've got a collection of 4s who either aren't being played at the 4 or don't recognize that they're a 4. Right. And I'd throw Clay into that bucket. I think at times Wiggins can play a little bit, but Wiggins is more versatile than all these guys. Kaminga feels like a 4. I guess Lamb is a 4 now. Draymond's a 4. Like, they've got a log jam there, and they don't really have any real 5s.
Yeah.
I mean, Looney's a small ball 5, essentially, and I would love for him to... come off the bench, but they need him to start.
They need him to start. You can't start anybody else, or you may start small. You start small, but you're really small, and we see what happens. We see what's happening with Jordan Poole.
And I think the Jordan Poole thing is the most disappointing because in my mind, I was thinking heading into this year, at all times on the floor, Steph or Jordan Poole has to be out there. And yes, they can overlap and play minutes together. But the way that I would try to set up my team is that I'd have Poole or Steph Curry out there at all times. Poole, he's just a shell of who he was.
Borderline unplayable.
He's a shell of who I don't even know what he does well right now besides carry.
Talk to the referees.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be hard on him. He's in a funk right now.
No,
I believe JP will figure it out. But if somebody said, hey, Bonte, is Jordan Poole a one-year wonder? I hope not. I hope not. And then all of a sudden the question starts to come not only about the punch, but also, did you pay him too early?
This happened with Dion Waiters in Miami. This happened with Duncan Robinson, where guys, what's his face? What's the big man? Come on, what's the big man? Hassan Whiteside.
Hassan Whiteside.
You know, guys have a really nice year, and you don't have many other better options, and you overrate what that guy does for you, and then they come back the next year and they disappoint. Big time disappoint. This happened for Miami multiple times, and it's kind of clogged their growth as an organization because now you're sitting on a contract no one else wants.
No doubt. Again, the starters, I think, will figure it out. Because the playoff, like, if you get to the playoffs, right, and we're going to get to calls in just a second. When you get to the playoffs,
you're going to
get pace does slow down.
Yes.
It's not going to be a lot of up and down, unless you're just that slow and you get blown off the court. I mean,
who of the great teams right now in the West, the good teams in the West, who plays at a pace that's like backbreaking? Yeah, like Luka's slow. Luka's leading the league in scoring.
Isolation.
It's like
Memphis may be the one.
Even Memphis gets out.
Though, they get out and run.
But they even want to go jog, get out of my way.
Denver gets out and run. Denver's a team.
Yeah, but I also think of Jokic as a guy who's going to walk the ball up the court himself.
No doubt.
At times.
He'll torment you, though, in the half court.
Sleeping on Utah, gentlemen.
Utah first place in the Western Conference right now.
It's insane.
League pass.
It's insane. Danny Ainge done it again.
Dude, they dropped 139 on the LA Lakers last night.
Is D Wade still a minority owner?
Yep.
For them?
THT, balling for the Jazz.
Speaking of getting paid prematurely.
Let's go to Tony in Santa Rosa. Tony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
What up?
You know what? As far as barely beat the Kings, but I'm glad we got the W. Hopefully we can ride this a little momentum into something. I mean, they didn't play fully defense, but it's glad to see them playing some kind of defense intensity in the fourth quarter. And as far as Wiseman goes, I mean, I'm still going to keep the faith in James Wiseman. Hopefully he learns something. Hopefully he can learn how to block, man. If you're going to get a foul, at least block, man. This two arms in the air, it doesn't work in the NBA, man. These guys are too fast, they're too strong. They get in your body, get the foul, and they make the basket.
Well, last night
they can figure out.
Last night was an example. There's a couple examples. Getting vertical. Draymond Green got a charge on Sabonis. Yep. Kevon Looney. Certain guys get away with more contact and get the benefit of the doubt. Wiseman's nowhere near that.
To the trade Draymond Green crowd after the incident in training camp, where would this team be without Draymond Green? Oh, my God.
Well, defensively, they take a huge step back.
God.
But once again,
Draymond's playing good basketball. He's lost a step, but he's playing some damn good basketball right now.
The question has never been, is Draymond good? The question is, does all the other stuff outweigh the good? And right now, I'm looking at the chemistry, and I'm saying, it's hard for me to not look at Draymond Green and go, how much of this is on that punch? And I just think that's a fair speculation to make.
No, it is fair. It's fair. But Draymond's playing well. It's not affected him. He's played some damn good basketball.
Yeah, but he's not an individual salesman. He has to work within the fabric of the unit of the team.
He does, but that starting unit, he's working well with them.
Somebody texted this in. No, I know, but someone texted this in. I found this interesting. They went on their first big road trip as a team since the incident, and they went on an 0-for-5 streak.
Yeah, I mean,
coincidence, correlation, randomness.
Well, here's the deal. We all know at home, role players, quote unquote, play better, right?
Yes.
For Orlando and Detroit, and Mully's always says this, and Festus, Durrell, all these players, and it's true. Bad teams are going to win their games at home. Bad teams are going to win at home. Bad teams, if they're going to win a game, it's going to be at home. They're not going to win it. Like Orlando's not going on the road beating anybody. Not right now. Detroit's not going on the road and beating anybody. They may play it tough, but they're not winning the game. But at home, knowing that the champs are coming to town, it's a game to make a name for ourselves. So you add that to the fact that the bench is not playing well for the Golden State Warriors, and they're coming out attacking team. They're coming out attacking the Warriors. But at the same time, the bench is coming in, and their youngsters in Orlando and Detroit and Charlotte are a lot farther along than the youngsters here at Golden State. It's a perfect storm for a loss.
Well, and then I buy that on the road.
Rhythm,
I buy that on the road. But then why aren't the Warriors role players even looking remotely competent at home?
They were against Miami. They were looking all right against Miami. After the Miami game, we were feeling really good about James Wiseman.
Yes.
10 points, 6 rebounds against Miami.
It's never been just about him. Michael Green, DiVincenzo, we have not felt good about from the beginning.
We were feeling okay.
Yeah, the road trip definitely
knocked some things out.
Submarined everything.
But you know what?
But there were still lingering issues, little ones.
No doubt.
Now it feels much more glaring.
Let's go to Diamond in Oakland. Diamond, what's happening?
Hey, Diamond.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, man, you guys make my morning every single morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, I was looking at. I think Poole just need to figure out his game all over again, because with the recent carrying calls, I think it's really got into his head. He's on. He's starting to look real Ben Simmons-ish. If that's a word.
Let's hope that's not the case.
Oh no.
Because even when he had open layups, I mean, he throw it away to the outside. He don't even look to make a shot anymore. You know what I mean? But I really think, because what made Jordan Poole was the carrying calls, if you really want to think about it. Without all his moves was carrying. So by him, I think he had to refigure his game all over again, because the whistle's going to be blown on him all the time. Because the hesitation, the hezzies and all that, that's out of his game now.
The hezzy is out. You're right.
The hezzy is out. And then we got a problem then. If Poole can't beat a Poole, we got a problem. We got a problem with Jordan Poole. We got to figure it out. That's the number. That should be the number one thing on the whiteboard today. And I'm no coach.
No. But so here's what I'll give you a solution. And I'm not pretending to be Steve Kerr. But Bonte, if that's a problem, if his dribbling is a problem, then you need to play him alongside Steph Curry at times, so that you can get his confidence back, where he's playing off ball and he's catching and shooting. You need to run specific pin downs for him to come off of staggered screens so he can catch and shoot. You got to get him going. And if it takes a step back in terms of him as a ball handler, and he plays off ball, and you just have to sacrifice some of the defense, and so be it.
Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys are all saying great points as always, but I'm going to go, I know the young dudes in the bench are struggling, but do you think that, since the NBA, we've been running the same offense a little bit, that they may have caught up? Because like Joe, you said earlier in the show that teams are getting more athletic and more, understanding and doing stuff, that they know when Steph's about to do a pass and cut, if they're long and athletic against our wings, which, some of our young dudes, like Joe said, doesn't have the IQ of the other players. If they're knowing the offense, I love Steve Kerr, he's got to, I think we just got to do a little couple tweaks, and instead of saying, our young dudes aren't ready and all that stuff, the great coaches, you got to adjust to those young players' strengths.
I do.
Put it into your system on the bench instead of making them try to play like Steph and Klay.
Let me say this, Tamir. Thanks for the call, Tamir. I do think offensively they're fine. They're scoring at they're the top 5 in most offensive categories when it comes to starters and most of the team. Defensively, it's the problem. I don't know, everybody in the league runs the same. They know what the motion offense
but it does
is. They
feel
know what
like
the horns,
they're connected.
Split action.
Their lack of potent offense has fueled how bad their defense is.
They're lighting up the scoreboard.
Are they?
They're lighting up the scoreboard.
Because I'm looking at...
They're number 1 in points per game.
Well, they're playing catch-up.
But they're number 1 in points per game.
I don't know, B. I'm looking at their offense. When was the last time you saw a video of both Curry and either Poole or Klay coming down off of 2 down screens the way we glorify that play over and over and over and over again? I don't see that play. Where's the high-low play? Where Draymond throws they double Steph at the top of the key. They did it last night for 1 bucket to Moody, and then you drop it to Draymond. He starts going downhill. Boom, he hits a cutting player who jumps up in the air for a dunk or a backdoor layup. Some of the staples of their offense feel like they've been snuffed out.
Yeah, well, I think the bench makes it look like that. The offense is fine. Look at the points per game. Points per game in the NBA. Warriors are 4th in the league.
What's their shooting percentage?
4th in the league.
What about their raw shooting data?
Shooting percentage.
Where do they land in
shooting percentage? Warriors are 8th in the league.
8th. Interesting. It's better than I thought.
Yeah, 47.5%. Behind Brooklyn, Boston, Cleveland, Orlando, Dallas, New Orleans, and Denver. Points per game. They're 4th. 117.3. The leaders are the Pelicans, 118.5. So offensively, I think they're fine offensively.
If I removed Steph Curry from that equation, would you have the same?
Well, I mean, it's like saying you remove LeBron James from the Lakers.
Well, they're still terrible.
Remove Kevin Durant from the Brooklyn Nets.
Well, they're a terrible team.
Remove Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks.
He's their entire offense.
Remove Jokic from the Denver Nuggets.
No, but the whole point of the Warriors every year was like strength in numbers, and we're going to do this collectively and all that. Like, I get what you're saying. I'm saying, like, I look at the Milwaukee Bucks right now, and if I remove Giannis, they still have other guys. It feels like
you remove Giannis, Milwaukee's not 9-1.
Of course.
Yeah, their offense is going to look clunky.
I thought they're 9-0, but anyway, whatever.
They lost last night.
I didn't even. I missed that. I was asleep. Yeah. But, like, yeah, of course it's going to look clunkier, but they still have other guys who could step up. Middleton's still a very efficient.
Middleton hasn't played yet.
I'm saying in general,
Yeah,
Middleton's still a very efficient player who you can give the ball to late in games and he can create shots.
They're still not going to win many games, though. They're still not. The point is winning. Offensive efficiency. Milwaukee's not going to be as efficient without Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Well, last year, Jokic didn't have Jamal Murray, and Porter Jr. was a shell of himself physically, and he still was an MVP.
Jokic is one of the 5 best players in the league.
I know. It just feels like...
You take certain players away, of course it's going to look clunky. Steph, it's been proven in years. Even when Kevin Durant was here, the Warriors couldn't win without Steph.
No one's doubting Steph's greatness.
Yeah, but
I'm saying the rest of the team's not good enough.
Right. Kevin Durant was here, and they couldn't win games without Steph Curry. Steph Curry's one of one.
Yeah. Yes. No one is debating that.
Gabe and Hayward. Gabe, what's happening?
Good morning.
Morning.
Long-time listener. Appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thank you.
I've got a theory on what is wrong with the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
So I believe that Draymond Green not being a part of the future plans of the team is weighing on the locker room chemistry immensely. So you look at Andre Iguodala on the bench getting the Haslam treatment, and then even the team sticking by Klay, paying him $40 million for 2 injured seasons in a row. But yet there's no dedication, no commitment to Draymond. And I believe for this team to move forward and be connecting on all fronts, that they need to offer him a small contract or at least show some dedication to him so there he can mentor these younger players.
He is mentoring the players. Gabe, he has been.
Well,
I want you to finish your call.
He was the same guy, Draymond Green, who got mad at Kevin Durant for not committing to the team. So that seems a little...
Yeah, Gabe, go ahead, finish. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a one and done for him. So these players aren't going to be on his team next year.
Well, he's got a player option.
All this energy into bringing up these younger players, putting them under his wing if they're not even going to be a part of the same team next year.
Yeah, he's got a player option, though. So he could pick up the option and come back for $27.5 million. Not a bad life. Not a bad life.
Yeah, but if you know everybody doesn't want you there, I mean, so that's the thing we don't understand. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know that. Maybe Steph realizes, man, I need Draymond. We need Draymond on this team.
Who knows what Steph's thinking? I just know that I looked at his face last night and he looked completely frustrated, even though he was having an epic night.
Here you go, Nick, YouTube. I've listened to the game for about 5 months. I've never heard a Sharks mention. I'll give you a Sharks mention like I did yesterday. I went to the game Saturday. We got free tacos because the Sharks scored 4 goals. But they lost the game 5-4. Unlike when it was 4-2. They lost in overtime 5-4. There's a Sharks update. They're one of the worst teams in the NHL. They have cool jerseys, and the tank is a lot of fun. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. What's up?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I mean, I think it's the Draymond, the punch thing, I think it's overblown at this point. I mean, you have most of the roster, most of the people on the active roster are not playable NBA players right now.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
The most surprising to me is, I mean, JaMychal Green is a corpse, right? I mean, he has nothing. He's like Walking Dead. It's like he is awful. I mean, he has nothing left. And people say, "Oh, well, DiVincenzo's been hurt.
He stinks."
Man, it didn't look like he had it at all. And so, like when you take that and you say, "Okay, now you have those guys. Iguodala is not ready." And now you have a real depth problem on the team. Those veterans had to at least be competent, and not the case to this point. And obviously, Poole not either. So, yeah, I mean, to me right now, I've been a Draymond critic for forever, and I can't envision him not being on this team. I cannot envision him not being on this team.
Yeah.
Like, anyways, thanks, guys. Appreciate
No problem.
it.
Good call, Brian. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dre, Val, and Austin. We'll start with Austin, and then I'm going to end the call with something that's going to piss me off, which seems appropriate. I like walking out of the studio pissed off. Austin, what's happening?
Not much. Hey, look, there's positives and negatives in this last game. It was the team turnovers, and that had to do with the starters. And then, let's just not go past that Lamb guy. I was like, who's this Lamb guy? He actually, he out there fighting. He's fighting with them. But you don't see Moody and Kaminga fighting. He's fighting for his rotation spot. I think he deserved that. Good thing, what's his name? Got in foul trouble.
Looney
got in foul trouble. Lamb showed what he can do. If he can get his footwork and get control of his body and knock down an open little shot or whatnot and attack the paint, I like that rotation with him.
No doubt. Your buddy Rocco, both our buddies, texted us about Carmelo Anthony. I was with that before the season, watching this team play defense. Oh, no, to Carmelo Anthony. Oh, no. You're going to talk about a shot. You get the ball to Carmelo. He's going to be shooting. You're mad at Klay.
I'm not mad at Klay, but no. See, I think that's the misnomer. I'm not mad at Klay, but what I'm saying is, and Carmelo's a great example. Like, right? If I said to you, what does Klay do? The defining traits of what he does really well right now, you would categorize, and do not lose your mind when I say these names: Carmelo, Kyle Korver, etc. His game is trending more in that direction than it is two-way stopper, which is what made him so unique. That's what made him great. If you're just a chucker and you're going to be a three-point spot-up shooter, there's lots of guys who do it. Now, I still think he's a better shooter than those guys that I mentioned. But what I'm saying is that what made him so unique and so great wasn't just the shooting. It was the combination of the movement off ball. It was the combination of the defensive versatility from 1 through 4. That's what made him Klay Thompson.
No doubt.
So, and everyone, he's Klay. He'll do this. He's going to have moments. He's going to have games. He'll have a game. I guarantee it. He will have a game in the near future where he goes for 25 or 30 points, and everyone's going to come flooding down saying, see, he's back. And I'm going to be like, no. Offensively, he's going to have his moments. He's going to have times where he looks great. And from possession to possession, he may get a steal like he did last night. Open court, wide open steal. And he just whiffs the layup. Like, he's not the same. And that's not ripping. It's just his role's evolving.
We're looking at all these other teams, Phoenix. They all have the same problems. They always have that one player who's going to be on one night and off one night.
No doubt.
And I would rather have Klay Thompson in that spot. I would rather have Klay Thompson in that spot.
Yeah, but are they... Their bench isn't carved out. It feels like we've carved out a role for Klay that he can't deliver on, and there's no backup. Like, perimeter defense right now is an issue. We all agree. We could point to GP2, but we expected Klay to be a little better coming back off that injury. And Moody's nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be. JP has not taken any step forward as a perimeter defender at all. So they're really deficient in those areas.
Let's go to Val. 30 seconds, Val, and then we're going to go to Dre. Val, 30 seconds. What's going on? What's up?
Hey, Bonte. Hey, thanks for taking the call. Real quick question. I think what's missing is a defensive anchor that they thought Wiseman was going to be.
Yep.
So, quick solution.
Yes.
Wiseman, Tyrone, and one more piece, or maybe Moody for Miles Turner. What do you guys think?
It's an overpay for Miles Turner because he's a free agent at the end of the year, but I hear what they're saying.
Yeah, you may have to do it. Dre in San Francisco. Dre, what's happening? Last call of the day. Please don't tick me off, Dre. Don't tick me off, Dre.
Okay, So this is the shift, right? We know that Klay's confidence is hurt. I also, watching the second team, know that Poole, every time he tries to drive the ball, he doesn't really have many outs. Shift Klay to the second team. It'll help reinstill his confidence. It'll give Poole another asset to get the pressure off him because people will start putting more pressure on Klay, which will free him.
Let me ask you this. Who do you start in place of Klay?
It doesn't really matter because Steph is way more seasoned.
It does matter.
No, you need to have a defender.
It does matter. You have Draymond and Looney, 2 non-scorers, and Andrew Wiggins. You need some. Who you're going to start, Dre?
I would start Moody before I start Poole because of the defensive liabilities. And then now you're taking a proven shooter off the floor, which creates spacing problems. It's not a like for like. Like, you're going to take a knock here. The question is, how much of a starting unit knock are you willing to sacrifice to improve the clearly awful bench?
So basically, you're going to run pick and rolls with Steph and Wiggins. Steph will get suffocated, and you got Draymond, Looney, and Moses Moody. 3 non-scorers in the starting lineup.
B, if you're going to stick with the roster that you have now, you owe it to yourself to try something different.
I'm not with that one. I wholeheartedly disagree. Let's flex. Spadoni, let's flex. I can't believe I took that call. Keep Harper not Klay Thompson.
Because Klay
Thompson's not good. But Klay Thompson is going to be there in the end. He's got a proven track record. The guy didn't play preseason. What you want him to do? Go out there and just lollygag and get exercise? I want him to not
leave his feet and throw it into the abyss because he was a champion
He's getting
before.
great looks. He's getting great looks. There's a couple times he gets consensus shots. For the most times, those are looks you live with. What do you want to do? Trade Klay Thompson? Want to move off of him?
What I'm saying right now is...
You want to put him on the bench? What do you want to put him on the bench? Who do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you
what I would do. You want to start Moses Moody?
No. What I would do is I would say to myself, look, you have one of 2 options. Either you continue to trot Klay out as a perimeter defender and get cooked, or you accept the reality. He's a stretch 4 now. He's a 3. He's a stand-in-the-corner guy. When he has to put the ball on the floor, he is not effective.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Willard Dibs are in the building for a little changeover.
How we doing, boys?
We're good.
I'm so glad the Warriors figured it out. So now we know Steph just averages 47 a game and just take over the fourth quarter.
That's the blueprint.
Just do not let anybody else shoot any shots. Just take over the game and will your team across the finish line. Let's just do that about 70 more times, and everything is good. So
you got a Chamberlain in. That's basically what he has to do. He's got to wilt it.
That was a whole lot of worrying about nothing. Thank goodness.
Yeah, they're back.
All right.
They're back.
Here we go.
And forget the Warriors being back. More importantly, Joe and I are back because what happened this morning was a bit of ugliness, Bonte, because I was listening as I always do, and I texted Joe. Normally I text you, Bonte, if I have insights. I texted Joe.
I thought I was the Morning Roast in-show texter. I didn't know you were doing this.
I'm trying to get on your coattails here, and they were talking about Wiseman, and you guys were saying, what does Wiseman need? And I said, confidence. Yes. So I just texted one word, confidence, knowing full well that the CHP is cracking down on texting while driving. Well, I wasn't really driving. I was parked at the Bay Bridge, and I was looking at nothing but brake lights. And so I texted Joe. And you know, when you're a show host and you text and you're waiting to hear your shout out, and it's great, and I'm waiting, and I got nothing, and I'm waiting, and I got nothing, and I'm waiting, and I got nothing. And I come in, and I see Joe during the break, and I'm like, hey, Joe, how you doing? You know,
we're exchanging pleasantries.
Yeah. Always. Yeah. It's kind of my new thing. I'm trying to get here earlier. And Joe goes, wait, you texted me? I go, yeah, I texted you. Confidence. He looks, and he goes, sorry, bro, you're blocked. And I go, whoa. And then Shasky says to me, and then Shasky says to me, he's like, yeah, I told you like 4 weeks ago something. Did you get that?
It was about your daughter.
Yeah.
I said congratulations on
and
the
I
birth.
looked, and I'm like, oh, I didn't get that. You're blocked too. So we had a mutual unblocking this morning. So forget the Warriors being back. Shasky and I, we're back,
That's an
baby.
amazing story.
I'm pretty
That's
awkward.
an amazing story. By the way,
Thank you. Hope I didn't take too much time for that.
That was a great story.
It was a mutual unblocking. We hugged it out, and it's all good.
As a professional interviewer, I have so many questions, but I think I'm going to hesitate. And there's a very obvious question for both of you that I won't ask. But
how about we rip this guy in the YouTube chat
Let's
right now?
do it.
You know
is the chat back on? Is the chat back on?
Chat's back on.
Oh, good.
Chat is lit.
Chat's on.
Danny Freisinger, former assistant program director, in the chat.
No.
Hey, guys.
There are 550 people in here. Y'all need to hit the thumbs up button. 3 exclamation points. There are 550 people in here, guys. Y'all need to hit the thumbs up button. Not no good morning. Hey, great show. Hey, guys, good. Thanks for listening. Y'all need to hit the thumbs up button.
Wait, you or them?
That's Danny's Friday. He's telling
Danny's telling all of them
that
they need to, hit the thumbs up button.
Dudes.
Wow.
I didn't know.
Second you said that, look at all the thumbs up button. Now I'm live streaming the thumbs up button. It's going crazy right now.
Danny Fry was ESPN 1320. Shouldn't it be like consoling Sacramento King fans? For not getting the foul call at the end of the game?
Seriously.
Okay.
And Mike Brown's, well, before we get to that, Mike Brown's quote after the game, he is so right. And the officiating, he said it's really hard to be the Sacramento Kings.
He did. It was
He's so right.
And he's so right because that's a foul, people.
100%.
And when Steph Curry, the pump fake, he does lean in, but the player was coming into his space.
Yeah.
That's also a foul.
Yes.
It's become really, really tough to officiate the NBA. I think it's the hardest of all the sports because every single trip down the floor, there is an action where somebody's asking for something, and you could call a foul like holding. You could call holding on every play. You could call a foul on every play.
Yeah.
And to see Steph, he didn't lose it, but to see Steph like walk down an official, you saw the ref backpedal. Like
Never seen him do that.
That
was crazy.
Well, except for that, didn't you guys feel like that had almost nothing to do with that play or that
He's
call?
frustrated about everything else.
But it was strategic.
Yes.
There was a message there that quite frankly wasn't even mainly for the ref or the refs. It was for the team. It was for the arena.
Yeah.
It was for like just the situation that we're in. I mean, I was really taken aback. I was happy to see it, but I was taken aback by how many players openly admitted they played last night like it was game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Wow.
They were like, we have got to win this game. It was Monday, November 7th, at home against the Kings, and they played that thing like it was a
Boston.
must-win situation.
Mark, did you see the exchange? Because B says he obviously had Curry on the post-game show, so he didn't see it.
Hurry up, hustle.
Yeah, Draymond put his
really
arm
cool
around.
reason to miss something, by the way.
Draymond put
I was talking to Steph. What?
Draymond put his arm around Curry. I don't know if you guys caught this.
Yeah.
And he like held it in there. And look, maybe I'm making too much of it or whatever. But I looked at that exchange. I was like, damn, did they just knock out the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs? Like what?
Yeah.
The level of like, oh, thank God we did that.
Yeah.
Like that's what I felt through the television. And believe me, I was right there with them.
3-8.
So my point being
with
is
the
like
Cavs coming on Friday. That's what they were
Don't
looking
sleep
at.
on the Cavs, Mark.
I'm not.
Look,
I'm
it's
awake.
a great win, and maybe 2 weeks from now, they figure it out and they get better and better. Something's really off here, and it feels like they're going to have to make either major evolution of their rotations, of their expectations, of this and that, or a move. Like something's got to give here.
So here's the phrase, and I wonder what everybody in the room thinks about this because we've already heard it 1,000 times this season, and we're going to hear it 1 billion more. Figure it out. Can they figure it out? Sometimes it gets a little triggering because, for instance, the Los Angeles Lakers do this, right? This like franchises like that, they can't accept ever the idea that the roster has just been constructed poorly.
Yeah,
they're just like, for instance, Darvin Ham last night. I vow a turnaround. Don't do that, dude. It's not going to turn around.
Yeah.
Your roster can't do it.
Your roster's done.
You can't do it. That's actually my concern when I watch this because quote unquote figure it out. Like we're going to get into this today. We're going to ask the callers this. We certainly want to hear from you. I'd love to start with you too. How do you fix this?
I think it starts on perimeter defense for me. Perimeter defense because they're getting blown by everyone. It feels like the whole league has gotten a little more athletic. They've gotten a step slower, and they're hacking, and it's compromising Looney's foul situation early in games. It's compromising their rotations. I've suggested a million different things. I don't know what the exact lineup is because to Bonte's point, you take one guy off the floor, and you're suffering in this area, and you don't want to deplete what is an efficient starting unit. Their bench is so bad. I am open to every single suggestion. You want to play this guy in the start. Klay comes off the bench. Draymond comes off the bench. Looney comes off. It sounds absurd, but at this point, I got to take what's really good and spread it out over what's really awful to make it not so awful.
Well, what's really good right now? It's one guy. You
Steph
got 99
Wiggins.
problems, but a Steph ain't one.
So
Wiggins has been fine.
Wiggins playing good ball.
Draymond is actually playing pretty well as well.
Wiggins 13 points,
And
5 for 5 in the fourth quarter last night.
Those back-to-back threes, they don't win
So
the game without
Jonathan
those.
Kaminga gets the seal of approval from the head coach. Hey, he's in the rotation. 9 minutes.
Sort of.
And then
Doesn't play
minus
the second-
17.
I know, doesn't
By
play the
way,
second half.
Those are like among the worst 9 minutes from a plus-minus standpoint. That projects out to be like a minus 60 over the course of a whole game. Jordan Poole is in a funk
What's going on?
And I think we all know what's going on. He got punched in the mouth.
Yes.
The guy who hit him was not punished, and then Jordan Poole got a 9-figure raise. So if I'm Jordan Poole, I'm thinking, I don't give a blank. Of course I want to win, but I got my bag. I got punched, and the guy who hit me did not get punched at all. What's he thinking right now?
2 points, 3 turnovers last night, and he had
4 shots, Bonte.
Maybe he needs to go back to Detroit. Maybe he needs to go back to Detroit, where he scored 12 points in 52 seconds.
Did he start that game?
Quarter? No, he didn't start. He did start that game. He did start that game because Klay took the day off after a back-to-back. That was a back-to-back, Charlotte to Detroit.
And we can get to Klay because Klay is a bigger problem to me than Jordan Poole.
No,
why
not
is that?
close.
Well, I want to hear this.
Because, of course you want to hear it.
Because Klay, every time Klay touches the ball, all he's thinking about is shooting the ball. Klay Thompson is fixated right now on him getting back to where he needs to be. He shoots way too much. He's only looking for his shot. He's not in the flow of the offense. He's in the flow of Klay.
Yeah, but see, I get where Bonte, I get where you're coming from on this one, because to tell Klay to stop shooting feels to me like go to baseball. If you're in a slump, that'd be like sending the guy to the plate without a bat. Being like, you're not hitting well, so don't swing.
And the fact
this is like a guy who used to throw 99, who now has to learn you throw 94.
I get you, and believe me, I feel all the frustrations you feel. But if he's gonna be out there, you have to play. Like sending,
but he can't guard the perimeter guys anymore.
Then I feel like there's an inch. There's an inch between what you guys are saying and just saying sit down.
No, it's not sit down.
But he's get in here for a second.
Stop shooting the first shot that you get.
That's what he's there to do.
But he's getting open looks.
That's what he does.
Missing open looks.
That's
he's
Klay.
missing wide open looks.
And he's also missing contested looks, and he's missing mid-range looks.
But he's missing. I'm focusing on the open looks that he's missing. Those are going to drop.
You said something earlier that I think is spot on. The mid-range. Klay, find your home in the mid-range.
Exactly.
Your 3 ball is not falling.
There you go. The legs are not there yet. The legs are not there yet.
Yes.
Find the mid-range. But he is getting open looks from the three-point line. He's getting open looks from the mid-range. He's going to hit those shots. Defensively, we know he's not the same defender. We saw that last season on the perimeter. At times, he can guard on the perimeter. At times, he can't. Malik Monk is a beast to deal with. Malik Monk is quick, fast, and he's a damn good bench player for the Sacramento Kings. I like Malik Monk a lot. He can't guard those guys anymore. I get all that. Can he guard in the paint? Absolutely. Jimmy Butler tried to post him up late in the Miami game and couldn't do anything against him. Late in the game, go watch that possession. Jimmy Butler, pump fake, Klay's right there. So he can still defend, but he can't defend at the level he used to. He got 2 major injuries. Of course he's not going to defend like that.
Yeah,
so that's what Wiggins is for.
But when you have him and Draymond and Looney out there, there's a redundancy of who they can guard is what I'm getting
but they're
at.
also the game is about getting buckets, though. And if you bench Klay Thompson, now you got Wiggins and Steph, Draymond and Looney, who else are you going to start?
I'm not saying bench Klay Thompson. I'm saying for Klay himself, I love that word discernment. Start to take better shots.
That's
because
exactly
my
it.
sense of Klay is, he's thinking in terms of it's another Klaymaker game, and those games aren't coming because his legs aren't there, because he's older, because he's rusty. Whatever the reason is, every time he gets the ball, he's going to shoot it.
To me, it's maybe focusing too much on one guy. Like when I think of the whole decade, what made Warrior basketball what it is, if I had to point to one thing, ball movement.
Yes.
Ball movement.
And I don't ball movement.
And maybe that's actually
They're stagnant.
Well, but Klay can't run like he used to.
When was the last time you saw him and Curry? Because this is a famous one where they hook their arms and they do that spring shot catapult play. I'm not seeing the other players set screens for them, and I'm also not seeing them go baseline to baseline to baseline.
That's a problem with the bench players.
Yeah, the energy looks down.
The starters are fine. The starters built a 27-15 lead. You know how many times we need to see the starters build a lead?
Every game.
The starters outscored the Kings 37-25 in the fourth quarter. That's a plus 12. And a plus 12, that's a plus 24. So the starters, to me, is not the damn problem. Problem number 1 is the bench, and problem number 2 is Jordan Poole.
So so hear me out. If you're not going to upgrade via a trade for right now the bench, how do you make the bench better without changing up some of the rotations and personnel?
So if you bench Klay, we're just talking about Klay Thompson looking for his own shot. Right. When the hell's Klay ever been a facilitator?
Never.
So how is he going to make the second unit better when he's looking for his shot?
I'm not saying bench Klay at all. I'm just saying show some discernment in terms of
shot selection needs to be
every
better.
time he gets the ball, it feels like he's thinking, I'm going to get myself back to being the Klay Thompson I was. And other than that, Andrew Wiggins, great game. Steph Curry, my God, an otherworldly game. Steph had 47 and you had to scratch and claw. And by the way, Sacramento, do you know?
Can you foul?
Games, can you? I mean,
Dude,
good
Dibs.
God, Joe.
That was high school level.
That was so
Literally,
funny.
Sabonis is standing next to them, and he's like, foul him!
That was Davion, right? Davion looked like, I mean, he just, it was one of the funnier things.
I couldn't believe it.
He's just
guys are
guarding
down
him.
one.
He was guarding him. He's like,
that
you're
shot clock is off.
Davion's the whole arena was.
I couldn't believe it.
Davion's guarding him like, you're not going to get to the hole on me. and Steph's like, you're right. We'll just stand here until the game ends.
And they didn't even try to tie him up. He just kind of like pivoted a little.
So
They
great.
had a chance to foul Draymond Green.
Bonte.
Right, exactly.
How would you answer it? And then extension. I know you sit there and watch these games with guys who've played. So
good little players.
How do you fix it? What are you hearing and what are you thinking?
Well, what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking and what I'm hearing is that this bench is just not ready. We miscalculated the development of Jonathan Kaminga, James Wiseman, and Moses Moody.
That's jazz, baby.
Anthony Lamb and Ty
gospel
Jerome.
is what that is.
That's what it is. And so now you ask
So that's
yourself.
not a fix,
so it's
'cause
not
that's a
fix.
problem.
It's
Yeah.
a
That's
problem.
a problem.
It's 99
and
problems.
guess what? They're not going to get better by sitting. James Wiseman picked up a DMP yesterday. You telling me that young man is going to get better by sitting when the calendar flipped to 2020 and he's only played in 49 games? Because last night doesn't count. He got a DMP.
Yeah, you corrected yourself this morning. It was pretty good.
He's got a DMP. So 49 games since 2020. He's not going to get better sitting on the bench. So do you send him to the G League? Now you got to bring somebody up. Who is it? Travion Williams? He's probably not ready. You know what I'm saying?
So we're
Think
gonna
about
play
this.
Lamb and Travion Williams.
So
Good
now,
little player.
And so now Kaminga, to your point, Dibs, Steve Kerr talks about, hey, we're going to tweak the rotation.
Yeah,
and
he's
Kaminga's gonna
in.
see-
He's in.
He plays 9 minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
All in the first half.
He had a great dunk.
He had a great dunk.
And then
he's a minus 17 on
no
the floor.
defense.
Thank you. It's almost impossible, by the way, on a team this good to play 9 minutes and be a minus 17.
So can you fix the bench?
No, you can't.
No.
Can you
can't.
withstand them making mistakes while trying to win? That's where the 2 timeline thing comes into play here. Last year, we all said, 2 timeline, but it was a lot more Otto Porter Jr. It was a lot more GP2. It was a lot more JTA. It was a lot more
Bielitsa,
Damian
exactly.
Lee,
All those guys, yeah.
You don't have those guys.
It's JP for me, man. He's just
He's got
nowhere to be found.
Look, there's obvious stuff.
What's going on?
There's
Maybe you
obvious
should have
stuff.
waited to pay him.
There's obvious stuff with players who Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, top of the list. They're gonna have to play better, right? So there's nothing really to break down there. But I sat down last night, very intrigued to know what these changes in rotation would be. And by the fourth quarter, I'm done scratching my head. I'm like, Anthony Lamb is playing down the stretch. Moody ended up with 9 minutes. We're talking about Kaminga's 9 minutes. Moody ends up with 9. Green ends up with a DMP. I was like, that's the fix? What, Anthony Lamb?
The reality is, I hate to say this, and here's the thing. They are 2 of your better players off the bench, which is a sad indictment of where they're at right now.
Like, I mean, they're not.
I don't even like Lamb, but like he's better
You gotta
than
have
what they
Lamb.
have.
You gotta have Lamb right
With a
now.
little mint jelly.
Oh, it's so good. Tender, medium rare.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you.
that's
I'm like that, yes.
The hard part, and that's why I think we really want to dive in on that question today, is because we're openly admitting that A, is it very difficult to find an answer, and B, in this moment, we're only, what are we now, 11 games in? So, like, it's not time to, throw everything off of a cliff, but I think we're all freely admitting, like, the quick answer to what the fix is right now, it feels like there isn't one.
There isn't.
It's outside of organization.
They ended a 5-game losing streak, and we are more panicked today than we were yesterday.
They look terrible.
But think about that,
They
Mark.
looked terrible.
They went 0-5 to the
Steph
trip.
Curry
and
saved their you-know-what.
your panic meter might have gone up yesterday, and we'll get into
there's
that
no
9
doubt.
to noon. And
There's no
in
doubt.
a win,
There's no
they
doubt.
ended a 5-game skid.
If my panic meter would have gone down if they had covered.
Yeah, seriously.
They didn't cover. You shouldn't
it's
have bet
big
on that.
spread.
It was
8 and a hook.
Sharp money on the
7.5,
Kings last
8,
night.
yeah.
Sharp
8.
money on the Kings last night.
Yeah.
I would have took the Kings.
I'm not
if I was
touching
betting.
I love the Warriors in the first half as a bet, and then they go out and they do that. So thank God I stopped betting.
And to me, it's
Shout out to Breeders' Cup.
not even about covering. It's about dominating. Like it's about a game and a situation coming off of a 5-game, 0 for 5 road trip and a very beatable team and a situation where you're coming out with a new plan and your starters were turned all the way up to where they were playing with total urgency and playing it like a must win. And that's what it looked like?
Let me ask you guys this.
That's not good.
I'm with you.
That's not good.
I'll play this game. I'll play this game since people want to play
Let's play it.
I'll play this game. You move Klay to the bench and you start Jordan Poole. What does it look like?
I think Jordan Poole is going to be rougher defensively.
Right.
That's why I think it actually has to be Moody for the first 4 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is, just to start off so you have a little better on-ball defense.
Moody doesn't even know where to be on the floor.
No, he's regressed.
You see Steph Curry? Get your ass in the corner. Get right. What are you doing? These guys don't even know where to be on the floor, Mark.
Right.
They don't. So I don't. You got to roll with the starters who are getting you leads. They're still, despite Klay chucking, they're getting you leads. And I get it. They've blown a couple games down the stretch. But this bench is horrific.
Well, look.
And Wiseman, you may have to just say, you know what, the youngsters, bye-bye. Let's go find reinforcements
you're asking me
elsewhere.
now
You can't find reinforcements. How are you going to find reinforcements? I mean, first of all, you'd have to make a major trade.
That's what it's gonna
And
come
you're
down
not
to,
trading
yes.
Draymond Green.
No,
Now,
you're
let's
not.
just take that off the table.
You're not.
He right now is your third best player.
Exactly.
It goes Steph, followed by Steph, who's at his worst. Then Wiggins.
Steph's right leg, then Steph's left leg.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It goes Steph,
Hopefully
Wiggins,
the ankle's
Draymond,
okay.
and then Looney, and then the rest of them, forget about it. You got about three, you got maybe 2.5 to 3 good players right now who you can look at and go, you guys are playing great.
Yes.
I'll answer your question. If you swap out Klay and Jordan Poole, it gets worse. It gets worse because I actually have patience right now for Jordan Poole. I think it's interesting that in a 2 to 3 week stretch, we went from most sympathetic figure in sports to celebrating a contract extension to we hate this guy, you need to trade him, and he's a problem.
I don't think you trade him. You can't trade him.
No,
I
think that's too extreme.
It's extreme, but you know what I mean.
Where the
you know
guy
what I mean.
who was joyous. Where'd that guy go?
The
charismatic guy.
I guess my point is the patience I have is the fishbowl that he is currently sitting in the last month and a half of his life is something he has not even come close to experiencing before.
None of us
It's like
have.
his rookie year.
The guy was the
Quite frankly.
It's actually not even. It's way
He's
worse.
shooting 29% in November, which is what he shot his rookie
Yeah,
year.
you're talking about stats.
5
I'm
for
talking.
24
I'm
from three
talking
the last 4 games.
But I'm
Every
talking
arena-
about the human
Yeah,
experience.
I'm with you on
this
this
guy
one.
was the lead story on every sports show.
TMZ.
No, you're right.
For a week
Yeah.
and a half. Then he got a contract extension, which puts pressure on a player because they want to live up to it. I'm not saying I'll just excuse the whole year, but I'm gonna give this guy a little time to figure out his new life.
Does Klay get time?
Well, yeah, you don't have any choice, and he's
Yeah.
Klay.
Yeah.
He's Klay. I mean, and that's my point. Like, when it goes in sports, it goes fast.
Or
you know,
it's a slow drip.
Sometimes, but it's hard for us to go, wait a minute, June was 5 months ago. 5 months ago, Klay Thompson was able to take Ja Morant on a very key possession and win game 1 in Memphis.
Yeah.
And now we're saying he can't guard people.
No.
Right?
No, see, that's where I think the nuance is, because I've said this to him. Great players, even when they're slipping, okay, they will draw, and time from time they will have their moments. No one's saying he's going to explode and have a 25-point, 30-point game. It's going to come. But what made him was the Wolverine act every night of guarding the best perimeter player for the majority of the time that he was out there and being able to switch 1 through 3, 1 through 4.
No doubt.
That's what made him Klay.
But I'm not even just talking about Klay. Like 5 months ago, this team, its core, won a championship, and now it's like they need Herculean efforts to even beat the Kings at home.
Right.
That's alarming.
It's because the second unit is so much worse.
It's different.
It's beyond worse.
Yeah.
It is different, but
It's worse than it was 2 years ago, Dibs.
if you took that second unit and they played 5-on-5 against this second unit, that second unit wins by 25 every single night.
But there are individuals here that we expected to be fine this year who aren't. You know, go watch a Tampa Bay Bucks game. When it ends, it goes fast. It goes really fast. And I know he had a wonderful 52-second drive
to
or
your
whatever.
point, like Klay, he can defend someone, and Brady can draw back for 44 seconds and still have his moment.
I mean, the Rams 9 months ago, 10 months ago, they won a Super Bowl.
It's ending fast.
Now they can't. They can't get to 17 points. So stuff like the little things, like their offensive line went down. Here, the Warriors bench, couple guys. Like it just takes these subtle moves. Steph said it last night. The line between winning and losing in professional sports is so fine, and they jumped sides. They jumped to the other side of the fence. They got to climb their way back over, and It's not going to be easy.
You got 6 of their top 10 who have regressed, and that to me is the biggest issue because Jordan Poole. Only Jordan Poole knows what really is wrong with Jordan Poole. But put aside the fact that he's not playing well. 4 shots. Jordan Poole only took 4 shots. This is a guy screaming money time. This is a guy who was gunning at Michigan. This is a gunner.
Okay,
that's shying away from shooting.
That's super interesting. That's what, if there's one thing that shows me, because I don't want to psychoanalyze. I don't want to psychoanalyze what it is.
Yeah.
But that fact that you just brought up tells me it is mental. This is not a physical issue for Jordan Poole.
When he played last year,
the fact that he's now not wanting to shoot. Right? It's almost, I don't know if he's trying to prove a point or if there's a mental issue.
Yeah.
Remember when Kobe was like, fine, I won't shoot.
Right.
For like,
right.
That was their playoff.
That was Kobe.
I don't know what's going on, but it's in between the ears.
When Poole would get the ball at home at Chase Center, I said to him, and I only went to a handful of games, I'm like, dude, the arena just acts different when the ball's in his hands. And he would have this whole aura about him when the ball's in his hands. Something special's about to happen. He's going to light somebody up, cross him over. All of that is zapped. I look at a guy who literally lost his superpowers, it feels like.
He'll get it back.
Oh, I hope
get it back.
They need it.
He'll get it back. Of the people who are underperforming, I am actually least concerned about him because he's, 23 years old?
Who are you the most concerned about?
Klay.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, because I feel like we've accidentally slipped into the same conversation we were having about Klay in January. And it was like we spent all July going, and now next year, you get regular Klay. You get Klay with an offseason. You get Klay having played basketball. You get Klay who's not mentally worried about legs anymore. And we've fallen back into sounding like the same guy who slow played coming back from these injuries in January. When I say slow played, like I don't want that to sound disrespectful. I get it. But like we're 2 years removed from these injuries, and I get it.
Does it matter that he went through a summer for the first time since 2018 where he didn't have to rehab?
Right.
First summer, 4 years.
But he didn't want to play.
He didn't want to play because mentally he was like, I don't want to risk another injury. And then you don't play 5-on-5. You don't really go through the drills that he's accustomed to going. So this is his preseason.
I'm way more concerned about Jordan Poole than I am Klay Thompson.
Me too.
I mean, if Klay's legs come back, Klay's game will come back. Jordan Poole, 4 shot attempts?
But what if they don't?
Klay is definitely slipping.
Jordan Poole is physically going to be fine.
It's mentally, though. And he's surrounded by the guy who punched him in the face and got away with it.
See, I can't stop thinking about
Me
that.
either.
And everyone's like, oh, they're just going to have to figure it out. You got to get over it. And I'm like, well, it feels like the kid hasn't gotten over it.
All right, so how do you fix it? That's what we're going to be asking everybody. And Warriors assistant Jama Malalela is coming up at 10.
Nice scoop there. Nice scoop.
What we do.
Scoop and score.
Let's go.
Scoop
and score. You know what I mean?
Morning drive. Don't mean the same. It's not the same as it was 5 years ago.
Look at 2 Chainz over here.
It is what it is.
Wait, we're not allowed to talk to some people on our show?
No, we shout out. It's a conversation for Raymond Ritter. It's a conversation for Raymond Ritter.
And Bonte's crumbs.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Welcome to the Aaron Judge Sweepstakes. Your leading contestants are the Yankees, the Dodgers, and of course, the San Francisco Giants. Who will win?
That was an absolute laser off the bat of Aaron Judge.
You have to stay tuned to find out.
One 877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we know where this is inevitably going to go, okay? Because 888-957-9570, and we are absolutely here for whatever you want to say with regard to the Golden State Warriors. And I think both of us are curious to know how people would answer that question. Like, if you had a voice in the room, what would you say? Like, how would you adjust this? How would you fix it, if you will? Before we do any of that,
man,
can we just take a moment? Can we take a moment to do something we do a lot of, but I'm sorry, he deserves it again. The appreciation sensation, if you will. Dan Dibley.
Yes.
My man, Steph Curry, did not have any turnovers.
No turns.
In that game.
No.
47 points.
Actually, 46, because that technical foul cost him a point, Mark. That's got to come off of his permanent record.
All right.
Because he's a team machine.
Wait, I didn't wait, are you telling me that a ref can make a mistake? I didn't know that. Wait, what? What? Was Herder fouled at the end of the game?
It was, Herder was fouled and Steph was fouled.
Yeah, they were.
I feel for these officials. Mark, it is refereeing in the association is more difficult than it's ever been.
Do I have this right? Because I think that I do. 47 points.
Yeah.
8 assists.
Yeah.
8 rebounds. 0 turnovers.
0 turns.
Here's another place where we can use the number 0. What Steph did last night, has happened a sum total of 0 times in the history of the National Basketball Association.
The association? 47, 8, and 8. You tell me Wilt never went 47, 8, and 8 with no turns?
With no turnovers. And by the way, he only had 2 fouls. It was literally like he just went out there and didn't make a mistake.
And I guess technical fouls aren't personal fouls. But.
Yeah, but I'll even defend the technical, because as I said earlier, I don't think the technical was even about that play or that call. That technical was like, I'm going to do something out of character here so I can wake the bleep up.
Look at you getting dirty.
My team.
That was a tech coming off a 5-game road trip where they went 0-5. And by the way, it's one thing to get a tech like Steph blowing his stack. He walked that man back 5 steps. That's one you don't see.
Seriously.
That was Draymondian.
There is a great freeze frame making its way around social media where the ref is just like on heels.
He looked like Darrelle Revis.
He's the leaning tower of ref. He's just leaning back and Steph is coming in on him. It's actually a little bit of an intimidating deal.
Intimidation sensation.
It is.
Yeah,
but anyway, just the man looked at an NBA game and said, we need this one, so I'm going to go get it. And tip of the cap to those who certainly helped him along the way, namely Andrew Wiggins, who had 25 points and 2 huge threes. I can't remember if it was back-to-back possessions, but it felt like that, back-to-back or certainly within 1 minute.
Hard for me to tell because at that juncture, I had a 9-pound baby in my arms, and I'm watching on my phone, so I'm doing the shh.
That's good.
I'm doing.
You got to keep your feet moving.
One of the 5 S's is the shush, and Mila responds to the shush. So I went from the TV, too bright for the baby, to the phone. I got the phone on the bed, and I'm doing the shush routine, and I'm watching, and I'm going, was that Wiggins?
No.
I think that was Wiggins. Look at you, Wiggs. Hit that 3.
Real quick, because I know you're already doing this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if baby is sleeping at all.
Good night last night.
I remember this so well because this, for me, was the Giants' 3 World Series.
Oh, yeah.
I always had, by the time it was 9 o'clock and you're in the 9th inning of these key baseball games, I couldn't yell. Somebody, if not everybody, was asleep. So I did like an entire dynasty for the Giants, like yelling into pillows or like finding ways to let energy out without doing it loud.
I need to be better because last night, she's almost asleep, and I blurted out, they didn't foul? And Adrian, my lovely supper, goes, what'd you say? I said, shh.
I'm sorry. I didn't say anything.
I said, sweetie, the Kings are down 1, and they didn't foul. And Draymond had the ball.
Adrian's like, Dibs, it's Monday in November. what are you doing?
I was like, it's got to have a game, babe. They're coming off an 0-5 trip. Shh.
No, we got to sleep. We got to sleep. So
we got to win, too, last night. The Warriors got to win.
They got to win.
It was big.
They're beautiful. 4-7. Never been so happy to see a team be 4-7 in my life. But, yeah, I mean, Steph Curry appreciation post for sure. And if that's where you want to take your conversation today, we can absolutely do that, too. Sometimes it feels like it's just, I mean, how many more things can we say about Steph Curry? He's
Good
not
player.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? It's so all time and it's so obvious and so thankful to be like watching that in the moment. And sometimes it does even show itself on a random Monday in November, but it's just the best. Just if you're a fan of basketball, this is the way I said it a few weeks ago, and I'll briefly say it again. I don't ever want to have a Steph versus Jordan barbershop conversation, Steph versus LeBron barbershop conversation. I'm talking about the fan experience, okay? Watching a basketball game as a fan, this is unmatched. There's never been anything like this in terms of the connectivity between a player and his fan base. And the emotions he brings about in a person watching basketball, he's number one ever. Well,
I was thinking about Barry Bonds. He's basically Barry Bonds, but the difference is Bonds would get 4 or 5 at-bats a game, and 2 to 3 of those, he would either be intentionally or unintentionally walked. So you were waiting for that 1 or 2 moment. Steph was 17 of 24 last night.
Well,
7 of 12 from way downtown bang.
Barry Bonds, but also with a clean sort of a feel. Like you reminded me of a Soundgarden line.
Yes, but
I found the perfect steal, a cleaner love with a dirty feel.
Look at you.
That's my 4. That's my Steph
Shout
Curry
out Chris
right there.
Cornell, rest in peace.
Absolutely. May he rest in peace.
I mean, Bonds' greatness in baseball was like you had to stop and watch. With Steph Curry, you got to watch every possession.
It's unreal.
Because what he's going through is unreal. And I don't want to skew negative, Mark, because you know me. I'm as positive I'm not as positive as the other guy in the room. It took 47 from Steph to hold off a bad basketball team.
Wow, so
that has to get injected in to the conversation.
Oh, that is going to be the conversation. And Jama Malalela, assistant coach, one of the lead assistants.
You nailed it again.
For the Warriors. I'm trying.
Afraid of it.
Let's see if we can get to 10:30. But he's going to join us here in 20 minutes. And I know we're really excited to sort of get some of these things discussed from the inside out with the Golden State Warriors. And then we're going to get to your calls here literally momentarily. Thank you for lining up, 888-957-9570. But we got to answer the question first. So what's the fix? What do you do? What adjustment would you make, if any?
I mean, what adjustment can you make? So
it's a great way to answer it.
Well, honestly, what adjustment would I make? Well, I would have Wiseman, Kaminga, and Moody play better. There you go. Problem solved. Oh, so that's not a possibility. Well,
can we grow up? Can we grow up a little faster?
I think one thing that I would do if I was Steve Kerr and the head coach, and I know that they're in a great spot now where they're off today, they're off tomorrow, and they're back at it Thursday, I would have individual meetings with each of my guys and try to figure out where they are, where I need them to be, and where we are going. Steph's meeting is about a 15-second meeting. Steph, hey, how you doing? It's Steve. Keep scoring 47.
Yeah.
See you Thursday. Clay, I know you're going through it. Clay, we need to find a way for you to be more productive in the shots that you're taking, because right now it feels to me, Mark, as a guy who's watched all 11 of these games, when Clay gets the ball, Clay is thinking, I need to play my way back to be Klay Thompson. It feels to me like he's hunting too much.
Could it be that, or is Klay Thompson always been that, and we never noticed because the ball used to go in at a higher clip? You know what I mean?
True,
like that's all. Klay looks to me like the exact same guy I've always known, but the ball doesn't go in as much.
Right. So when it's not going in as much, you need to make a change because it's not a one-off. He's had 1, maybe 2 good games this season, and otherwise it's been too many shots, and it's been too many forced shots, in my opinion.
But I hear you. But at the same time, what would you do if you said that to him and he was in the room and he said, "Shoot or shoot"? And how do you want me to shoot my way out of a slump if I don't shoot?
Higher percentage shots.
I get it. And to me, that's on the whole team, though. Like, where'd the Warrior ball movement that we love so much go? Where'd that go?
Well, it's hard when you have a large part of your team that doesn't know how to do that. You don't have Andre Iguodala out there. You don't have GP2, a veteran. You don't have Otto Porter Jr. You've got a bunch of young pups who don't know how to play this style. And, the big meeting I would have would be with Jordan Poole, and I'd have to just ask him, what's wrong, JP?
Well,
what's wrong? Is it the Draymond thing? Is it the contract? Why did you lose your confidence to the point where you only had 4 shots, Mark?
So for fun, here's how I'd answer the question. What adjustment would you make? I'd give a raise to the Warriors sports psychologist.
Seriously, right?
That's what I would do, because on many levels, whatever's going on with the Warriors, to me, it feels more mental than physical.
Yeah.
Okay? Maybe it is physical to a certain degree with Klay Thompson, but that's related with mental. He's been through these injuries to the point where, yes, he's even admitted he's not going to be the player that he was 6 years ago, but he right now, he's not the player that he was in the spring. He's not the player that he was in May. So he can be that guy, and whatever's going on there feels kind of mental. For Jordan Poole, it feels really mental. Was it the punch? Is it the contract? Is it all of it into a bucket? Is it the attention and the focus that's on him? Is it the more pressure to be a bench leader now with the likes of GP2 and Otto Porter not on the team, Bielitsa? Is it collectively, again, all of these things? And then even furthermore, like a lot of people have said, Draymond Green doesn't look like he can be that same guy on the court because he has to back up a little bit. He doesn't want to look overly aggressive because of what happened in camp. Then go to the young guys. Wiseman, Kaminga, these guys trying to find their way in the league mentally. All of the criticism that these guys are getting, which they've never heard before in their lives. I'm not here to make excuses for them. I'm here to point out, it looks to me like the Warriors are going through a very significant mental journey. And if they can conquer some of those hurdles, then I still think they can be a really, really good basketball team. Obviously, they've got at least most of what they need. Nobody last year when they won a title went, man, they won the title because Bielitsa. They won the title because Otto Porter.
But the drop-off between the top 6 and the next 4 or 5, the drop-off was not significant. Right now, you're talking about Mariana's Trench in terms of the depth. And shout out to geographical anomalies as I try to enlighten the audience with my intellect. The drop-off right now is more than precipitous because you can't even play Wiseman yesterday. Well, you couldn't even play him. And Kaminga, you're in the rotation, son. 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
My God. We gotta get
him out of the rotation.
Moses Moody, you're the most ready-made young player. 9 minutes.
Yeah.
So we go to Lamb, the attorney firm of Lamb and Jerome. That's what we're left with?
Well, and
Jerome and Lamb?
The 2 guys who we made the comps that replaced Porter and GP2, which was JaMychal Green and DiVincenzo. You got one hurt and the other one got a DNP. So it's like you're not even getting that. Well, they're searching. They're obviously searching. And I still have the full belief.
But they're not finding.
Right. It's 11 games. I think they're going to find it. Here's what I'll say. I don't know what it is. That's my point. I think they're going to, full faith in this group to be as good as it can be. But I don't know what it is. I don't know how good they can be. There may be just a talent deficiency or an experience deficiency on the bench that becomes prohibitive. That absolutely. But
I think that's where we are.
But Jordan Poole, I'm going to give Jordan Poole a moment. Jordan's been through a hell of a lot the last 6 weeks.
I'm going to give Jordan a moment. You signed him for a 4-year extension.
Right.
You've got Jordan Poole for 410 regular season games. You've got him for 399 more regular season games. Of course, you're going to give him a moment, which is why if I'm Steve Kerr, today it's individual meeting day, and it's, Jordan's meeting is probably going to be 90 minutes with the sports psychologist, and maybe Draymond Green makes a guest appearance because whatever happened between last year at the end of the year, and I know the playoffs, there was times where he was up, he was down, but Jordan Poole had swagger, he had moxie, he was money time, he was hitting 50-footers. Jordan Poole was the player he's always been, and now this Jordan Poole, 1 for 4, Mark. He only shot the ball 4 times. Something is wrong inside Jordan Poole. Is it the Draymond punch? Is it the contract? Is it something else internal that's shaking his confidence? Is it all the above? That's the one thing that needs to get fixed.
Yeah, he looks like he's thinking a lot. And again, I think he's been on a hell of a journey for the last 6 weeks. And journeys have destinations. So
how do we get there?
You just do. You just keep playing the schedule, and it just gets better.
You gotta find the way though to navigate the yellow brick road. You can't just continue to meander.
Well, you skip usually on the yellow brick road.
Yeah, and you follow the yellow brick road.
Right.
Absolutely. And I don't know what role Draymond Green could play in his coming out of this funk, but to me, that you can't tell me that isn't a part of what's happened to Jordan Poole.
I know where your yellow brick road leads. It leads to Moraga. Let's go to Dibs' neighbor, Miguel in Moraga, leading us off today. Hey, Miguel, what are you doing?
Oh,
what's up, guys? Love the morning banter. Not to be too dramatic, but if you look at this big picture, you realistically are thinking, in my view, one more championship with the core team right now, and probably 0 championships with the future group. So I would go all in, and I don't know who the magic name is for a trade, but I think you've got to look at this like, okay, we don't have any championships. We need to try to get one championship with this group this season, because I think by next year, you're talking even older Klay, probably Dre gone, and you're still looking at Wiseman on the bench and Kaminga. I think you trade some of the youth, whether it's even Poole, and I know it sounds like you're cashing it in, but you're looking at maybe getting that one more ring, and I think you got to go all in.
Well, here's the funny thing, Miguel. I hear what you're saying, and the data, the analytics, the odds, the chances, the whatever you want to call it. The one more championship with this crew might have been last year.
It was,
yeah. That might have been last year.
And you had that back in March.
This is a transition. It is hard, and I think where people's minds are going, where Miguel's just went, time to give up the youth, to bolster the present, and see if you can get one more run. That's a scenario. We may get there. They may get there. I doubt it, number one, but they may get there, but not now. Not now. That's not a November or a December maneuver.
And I don't think that the fix for this team is one player. You're not one player away. So let's say you trade Kaminga, Wiseman, and Poole, and you get Kevin Durant. Let's just play this game for a moment. So now you've got Kevin Durant. You got Draymond, Wiggins, Looney, Steph, Klay, Kevin Durant, and what? You got JaMychal Green, DiVincenzo.
You still need a bench.
You still need a bench.
I mean, the Nets and Lakers have shown you now for a good solid 24 months. You still need a bench. You need a team.
And strength in numbers is what has given you 2 of your 4 championships. Now, the 2 KD championships, you were just so unbelievably talented that the bench was mostly secondary, although you still needed them in spots. So to me, the problem is not you're one player away. You're probably 2 or 3 players away. Now, can Kaminga be one of those players? Can Wiseman be one of those players? Can Moody be one of those players? That's what you need. So if these guys don't get better, I don't think there's a fix on the horizon.
I also want to caution everyone with the idea of a trade, because here's one thing I've always known to be true in the NBA. Winning basketball takes cohesion. It takes time. You have to build together. One of the reasons the Warriors, I think, were high on the idea of really injecting Wiseman and Kaminga and Moody into the bigger roles this year is because they've been there for a period of time in the system, training camps, right? Watching, listening, being, working with this particular group. Even if there was some amazing trade where you could package a couple young guys and get experienced bench players in return, that's not going to be turnkey. You're not going to just bring new players in. It's like, poof, it looks like Warrior basketball. They're going to need months of learning how to play Warrior basketball. Yeah. It's a very heady brand of basketball, which is why it's so hard to have 21 and 22-year-olds out there succeeding with it.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of experience and time.
But you've had these guys in the system. So that's where I give Bob Myers a little bit of a nod, and I give him the benefit of the doubt. You've had Kaminga and Moody, Wiseman for 3 years, the other guys for 2. They've been around the system. So it isn't that out of the ordinary for me to think that these guys could come in and assimilate better than they have.
Yeah.
The fact that, Kaminga's been mostly unplayable. Wiseman got a DNP against Sacramento, Mark. This is not an April game in a playoff series against, Memphis or Phoenix. This is a November throwaway against a garbage team, and Wiseman still couldn't get on the floor. That, to me, is a red flag.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and it's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31, Jama Malalela. Almost. Jama Malalela. No, yeah, that's fine. Assistant, I don't need to about 1,000.
I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, assistant for the Warriors is 5 minutes away. Let's get one more in here. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
I'm about to be dancing in the rain. I got a few tips, and I'm going to start off with first and foremost, trading away Draymond Green is not a solution. That's a dumb idea. Number 2, I'm totally with you, Dibs, when it comes to play. He needs to stop hunting for a shot. He needs to go back to his old self, give and go, relocate, and catch and shoot play. That's where he's most efficient at. He needs to be a more efficient scoring machine. Number 3, I think Jordan Poole's game is on film, so the teams have better understanding of his game, and they're defending him better than last year. And last, before I go, hey, what a legendary performance from Steph Curry again. The guy went, put the team on my shoulder.
That's so
good.
That's so
Way to
good.
go, Jonathan.
That's a 4.
Yeah, let's not forget. You're frustrated today. It could be worse.
Yeah.
Could have lost.
You could have.
They could have lost.
If Sacramento would have navigated the end of the game better. Draymond Green had the ball in his hands with about 14 ticks to go, and they didn't foul him. I love Mike Brown, and I'm sure he's coaching up his guys, but have a clue, Sacramento. The guy's a 60% free thrower.
Last time this gentleman was on, both of our heads went to Rock Me Amadeus, Jama Malalela, and now we can't get that out of our head, and we can't prevent him from coming on our show because we really want him to, and he's coming up next with insight on the Warriors. That and then more of your phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
MLB free agency starts Thursday.
And the payoff. There goes the deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 61. He ties Roger Maris.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge?
Is Aaron Judge willing to do that? Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key for me.
Find out right here. I want to go back to the playoffs on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoke and burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event, here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is here. Get a bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant plus a small seasoned potatoes. That's a better breakfast for just $3 in 3 easy steps. 1, wake up. 2, get out of bed. And 3, head to Wendy's for your $3 breakfast deal. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Select or request $3 breakfast deal in order to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combos orders. Price and participation may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kaminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Warriors up 3. Fox will throw it in at the far hash mark. Monk sprints to the corner. Herter comes out by the sideline. Shoots over Thompson. Blocked. Herter thought he got fouled. He's screaming at Pat Frayer. So is Sabonis. The Kings don't get the call. The Warriors exhale here at Chase Center. They get a win.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, thank you, King. 47 points, 8 boards, 8 assists, and no turnovers? What the hell is that? That's not
crazy.
That's not a real line.
Can't be.
That's not real. But Jama Malalela is real and spectacular. He is an assistant for the Warriors, moving up that line on the staff, and so excited to have him join us here on Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game after the Warriors get a much-needed win. And I don't think I'm overstating that, Coach. Like, can you take us sort of inside how the bench felt? Because it wasn't just Steph's intensity in the fourth quarter. So many guys talked about how it seemed like you guys almost played this like a must-win situation on a Monday in November.
Yeah, thanks, Mark and Dan, for having me. Pretty crazy game last night. We're sort of coming off the emotional high still this morning. It almost felt like a playoff game. It really did. Like, we finished the game and we're sort of a bit of an exhale, but I think that was the collective effort we needed to sort of just get the ship going the right direction again. And I think the NBA is really about navigating the 82-game schedule, and last night was a great opportunity to sort of figure some things out, try some different combinations. And, I think we're riding on Steph Curry's back right now. The guy's playing incredible, like you said, and so it's a joy to watch that from the front row. And I think it bodes well for our future and kind of where we go here in the next few games.
So before we look at the full 82, let's look at just that one. Steph Curry, 17 of 24, 7 of 12 from distance, 47 points. As Mark said, no turnovers. Do you have an opportunity from the front row to take just a moment of appreciation in the moment at the maestro-like performance that he gives?
It's so funny that you sort of asked that, and I'm 2 years now with the Warriors. And I remember last year a bunch of times I'd be sitting there, and I'd sort of, with one of my other work colleagues, we'd sort of see Steph do something crazy, and we'd look at each other and say, that was, like, incredible. Like, I'm so glad he's on our team. I don't have to coach against him. And last night was the same. And I think what's interesting, especially when you're coaching a game, and there's so many things happening in the NBA, like, sometimes the score that someone has, you don't actually notice. You don't know if someone has 24 points or 47 points or 2 points quite often. And so after I was walking out of the arena and I heard the announcer say 47 points, and I thought to myself, holy moly, like, this guy truly was special. You can feel it on the floor, but once you see the stat line that goes with it, what a phenomenal job and an amazing player. And we all got to witness it last night.
Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and we're talking with Warriors assistant Jama Malalela with us here today after they beat the Kings, and Steph had the legendary performance. The other side of this, Coach, it's been the running theme throughout the 11 games so far, the transition to a very different second unit. What do you see, and what are you guys working on to get more out of that group?
Yeah, without question. I think it clearly is a factor of our elite talent is playing really, really well, and we've got to get everyone else kind of catching up to that level. And I think the exciting part of that is that we're trying to do it with a young nucleus. And you look at some young players that have played very few games in the NBA and probably even fewer before that in college or AAU system, whatever it was. And now they're thrust into really big, high-profile games when the goal is to win the basketball game. And so as a coaching staff, it's this fun puzzle of putting the right pieces in the right places and navigating that and trying to figure that out as we go through these games. And players sort of getting hot and riding that kind of run that they're on, and then just growing them. And I think that's a long-term process. I think we all bought into that, and we realized that growing young players takes time. And that's early in the season. It's great to go through these bumps and bruises because we learn what you have and learn what you got to fix.
When you grow the young players, and this is what we hear from fans a lot, why isn't so-and-so playing or playing more? Why aren't they getting consistent minutes? What's the biggest challenge from a coaching perspective in having Wiseman and Moody and Kaminga try to get the consistent minutes that fans are so clamoring for?
Yeah, I think the reality of it is you're never really locked into what one player does. As a coaching staff, you're trying to figure out how all 5 players interact out there together. And that becomes the challenge. And when you start figuring out rotations and who's playing and who's not playing, it's much more about who fits with who versus any one individual player and their individual strengths or weaknesses. So that's sort of the new part of this. And I think that's why, we're experimenting with Wiseman and Kaminga and Moody, but then also we'll have DiVincenzo back soon and JaMychal and like these new players as well. So there's all these people that weren't part of our framework last season. And so this year it's about navigating who plays well with who. And then the unique part is then the integration with the starting group. So, does Wiggs play well with those guys? Does Klay play well with those guys? Does Draymond play well with those guys? And figuring those combinations out. And that's sort of just the process we're in right now.
Coach, a lot of eyes on Jordan Poole. He's had one hell of a 6 weeks. I think everybody understands what he's been through. And now also twofold, the responsibility that not only comes with, big-time contracts, but the responsibility of actually being such a young player, but as we've talked about, kind of being the leader of that second unit. How do you feel like he's handling that, and what do you guys want to see from him?
Yeah, I think you're really right that it's been one heck of a ride that he's been on, right? From winning the championship last year, through all the summer, through all the preseason stuff, to now start being in the meat of playing games each and every night. And I think that's a learning curve again for everybody. And I think we're really comfortable with where Jordan's at. He's had a few really good games already this season. And I think it's just we're right on the cusp of sort of figuring it out. And like I said before, it's not any one individual. So it's not just Jordan's play; it's Jordan's combination with other players. And so that's where I think we just got to keep sort of getting that comfort. And you really need minutes and experience and time to do it. That's really the only way that you really sort of break through. So I think we're really confident that Jordan's going to really pop through here. And we know he's such a great player. We're so excited for him, right? He's just such a talent. And he's such great character. I think that really came out. And for me, as someone who gets to work with him each and every day, you're just so amazed by his work, right? His drive, his sort of tenacity to be better. And so we're super confident that's going to happen here. And we just got to kind of keep doing the work to get there.
His improvement from year one to where he is now is remarkable. Klay Thompson's is a topic that comes up for many people as far as what's wrong with Klay and can Klay get back to where he is? Where do you see the arc of Klay coming off a summer where he didn't play and a little bit of a slow start to his year this year?
Yeah, again, I think he kind of is a bit of a slow starter in general. If you look at his last 5 or 6 seasons, that tends to be his trend. But I think that what's exciting to us is that, coming back off the injury and joining us the second half of last season, such impact games that he had, right? Such a special player that can just do things that other people can't. And that ability he has to knock down shots and to guard as well, and the combination of that with his size, and his experience too. And I think when you talk about sort of people that fit together, that starting unit we have and Klay's role in that is such an important part of that unit being pretty dominant right now in the league. So I think we're, again, with Klay, he purposely sort of had a summer where there wasn't quite as much 5-on-5 live just to protect his body and keep him safe and ready to go for the regular season. So we knew there'd be, a 10 to 15 game window of him getting back up to speed. And we see that happening now too. So he's starting to shoot the ball better, of late. And be more confident, more dominant, so that he's going to continue to grow as well. And shoot, when you got a player like Klay on your team, man, let that thing rip. He's such a good shooter, so it's fun to watch it go in.
You're listening to Warriors assistant Jama Malalela with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I'd love to sort of circle back to the start because I'm so fascinated by the intensity the group took to the court to try to get this early season victory yesterday, because it was only about a week and a half ago that Steph had some post-game comments where he's like, look, it's October, okay? It's really early. So to what level you can, take us inside your locker room and sort of the collective mentality right now with whatever this bump in the road has been. How do you see guys handling it and sort of what is going to be their approach to regular season games here in this month?
Yeah, I think the part of the NBA that's special is that when things aren't quite working, and it's clear to say that they weren't, especially on this last road trip that we were on, you have to identify what the problems are. And then you have to figure out what the solutions to those problems are. And last night was an attempt to find some of those solutions. And one was sort of that purposeful, focused energy that needs to be there consistently for 48 minutes to win NBA games. It's a really good league. There are no easy games in the NBA anymore. Like any night you suit up, it's a tough deal to try and get that W. And then I think the other piece is we've identified some things that we need to do, and a lot of those on the basketball court in terms of X's and O's are things that we tried to implement yesterday. And I think that is where the ferocity and sort of the intensity came from last night. And so to me, it's not a matter of it's early season or late season. It's we're trying to correct some things. And it takes work to do that. One of the best statements I've ever heard is it's going to be okay, and we're going to be okay, but we have to make it okay. And last night was a step in making it okay for us and kind of getting us going the right direction again.
11 down, 71 to go, Coach, and a couple of off days. What happens between now and Thursday for the club?
Yeah, a really good sort of off day today where guys can sort of reset, still coming off that long road trip that we're on and get themselves completely back to normal. 2 really good days of practice where we'll continue to implement some of these new sort of philosophies and theories and focuses for us. in these 2 good practice days, and I think that gets us sort of reset with our roster. And then we attack Cleveland, and that's a heck of a team. They're playing really, really well, obviously, right now. So it'll be a great challenge for us in our own building, with us being sort of energized and having a bit of momentum. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think that'll be a good sort of next test in the road for us. And like you said at the onset, like it is a long season, and we all know that. And I think that there's so much that happens, so many ups and downs. Coach reminded us the other day that we lost 9 of 11 or something crazy in March last year, in a championship year. So these sort of droughts do happen, and it's all about the process of doing the work. That's why sports is fun. That's why we all watch the game, and that's why it's fun to coach it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hey, Coach, great to have you today. Really, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, there he goes.
Coach.
I'm going to do it one last time.
Do it.
Is Jama Malalela with us here on Willard and Dibs.
He had a nice percentage with that. A Steph Curry from the foul line kind of percentage.
Thank you. Yeah, every
really
now and again,
impressive.
I'm going to miss one. And I take my time, which I don't always do with all of my words.
Yeah.
But I do with him. It was kind of, I went a little Dos Equis commercial there.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't always take my time. But when it comes to Jama Malalela, I do.
You do.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
your diction, your pronunciation, pretty solid. You're a 5-tool guy over there.
I don't know about that.
No. Your takes are flimsy, but you're pretty. I mean, I had to go backhanded on you real quick.
All right, so 888-957-957. I forgot what he just said. 2-9 stretch in March of last year. Now I think that's different, right? There were injuries, and you also had banked games at such a level that it wasn't really that stressful. I do remember what he's talking about. Remember when we did have, seed gate? Everybody was, oh my gosh, they're not going to be the 1 seed. They're going to fall the 2 seed. Is it okay if they're the 3 seed? Oh my gosh, what if they're the 4 seed? And they ended up the 3 seed and they won a championship, and Phoenix Suns got knocked out and everything's forgotten.
They were 5-5 in April last year.
Yeah, this is different. This is different because you don't have banked wins and you are a different team. I mean, there are admissions there in that conversation that we just had. There's no doubt about it. He's like, look, what we were doing was not working, and so we're going to try to make it work. And last night was step 1 in that. So I don't know. That's something I'm going to ring in my head a bunch today because I get where everyone's tone is, and I fully understand it. But I would encourage you, don't forget that they won. I know that it seemed like Steph just did it by himself.
Well, it's funny because I asked you earlier if your panic meter went up even though they won the game, and you kind of admitted that it had.
Yes.
But that's the weird of cognitive dissonance because they did end a losing skid, yet all of us in Dub Nation feel worse about their situation.
Well, I wanted them to look better.
We all did, yeah.
But who doesn't want their team to look better? I want the 49ers to look better, too. I want them to not be 4-4.
They looked pretty good last game, though.
They did, but I'd like them to be 6-2.
Yeah, of course.
But they're not. I'd like the Warriors to be 7-4. They're 4-7.
0-6 on the road, Coach.
Yeah.
0-6 on the road.
I guess that's why last night didn't calm a lot of people's fears. The reason is just at its core, you're at home. You're at home against I'm going to air quote it right now, lesser opponent.
Wow, you could have gone harder than that.
Well,
They stink.
They're ahead of them in the standing.
The Warriors are ahead of the Kings now.
Oh, are they now?
Yeah, 4-7, better than 3-6.
Yeah, I guess it is by percentage points.
It's barely.
Anyway,
both 4.5 games back of Utah.
So point being, though, I don't want to just dismiss anyone's record right now.
Right.
It's very early, but you're at home coming off of a terrible road trip. So it feels like you've got to go right the ship. And they did. They focused at a high level.
They wanted it.
And so if the Warriors want a home game in November that badly, you'd like to not have to outscore the opponent by 12 and have a Herculean effort by your star. You'd like to just win. You'd like to be ahead by 12 going into the fourth, as opposed to what we saw. So, yeah, last night was not, and it should not, calm everybody's fears. I'm not at panic meter yet. I feel like that's that's got to be at least a Christmas thing.
It's a worry. It's not a panic.
It's a concern.
It's a worry.
Yes,
concern, worry, whatever word you want to put on it. When you're sitting there at 4-7, you're 0-6 on the road, and you are yet to beat a team with a winning record, and you've got your recently minted Super 6-man in a funk. your splash brother struggling, and you need 47 points from the best player in franchise history to eke one out.
Yep.
And by the way, Klay Thompson fouled Herter on that last three-point attempt.
He did.
That was a lightweight misdemeanor that occurred. But hey, some calls go your way.
Yeah,
some calls don't.
Game winners are different. They just are. I mean, I hate this about watching officials because it burns you up when it happens to your team.
Right.
But the bottom line is there are different rules for different people, and there are different rules for different situations.
Yeah, time of game, exactly.
And for whatever reason, that gets us really badly in life, as if we don't live our own lives that way. Like, honestly, if the school calls and two kids got in a fight and one of the kids is your kid, it's not your kid's fault because it's you. You immediately are going to see it through the eyes of your child. You don't live your life. We don't have this at our work. It's not everybody lives by the exact same rules.
Exactly.
It's not that. We all said this. What if it was not a future Hall of Famer who punched Jordan Poole? What if it was DiVincenzo? You'd be released. There are not the same rules. So, same thing here. If a star is going to the bucket, you're going to get a little treatment. And if you're pulling up from 3 to tie a game, you're not going to get 3 free throws to tie that game unless you totally get mauled. It's just the way it is.
Well, and there's
it shouldn't be,
you're
but
right.
it is.
You're right.
I didn't write that rule.
I believe that he got mauled.
Well,
but the other part of it
I've
is,
seen worse.
Hey, Klay, what are you doing, bro?
Well, there's that too.
He's turning wrong shoulder from 35 and kind of fading away.
You're gonna miss
Do we
that shot,
really
yeah.
need to clatter into him and even make it a debate?
Well,
that's a whole nother.
It worked.
Yeah, it sure did. It absolutely worked. And Mike Brown's right about it's hard being a Sacramento King, and your heart goes out to him because we love Mike Brown, but to your point,
that's
different
exactly
teams
right.
and different players get different whistles. Although, and this is where Dub Nation will always come in and say, Steph doesn't get the calls that other superstars get. And you're right. And last night was a great example, and he blew his stack over it.
Yeah. I mean, if that's Steph down 3, pulls up, and De'Aaron Fox does to him what Klay did to Herter, is Steph on the line?
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Probably.
No doubt. But, I mean, again, the greater point is you had to dig deep to beat Sacramento. That's not a good thing, but they won the game. And now you have 2 days off, which is why I wanted to ask Coach Jama Malalela, not
You can leave the H.
Mahalela.
The H is there, but you don't need to do anything with it.
But I want to use the H.
Don't worry about
That's
the
why
H.
I called him Coach, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did it a few
Coach,
times.
hey, how you doing, Coach?
Once I did the reset, I'm like, well, now we're going to go with Coach.
Now we're good. I can say Coach, but I mean, a couple days off now.
Yep.
Work on some things and get ready for Cleveland, which, by the way, if you beat the Cavs, that would be the first time you beat a team with a winning record this year.
By the way, I'm trying to remember Herter on that play. I'm trying to remember the visual of it. Did he fall down or did he stay on his feet?
I think he stayed on his feet.
Lesson 1, young Skywalker.
Yeah.
If that had been Steph, he'd have been in the second row.
Well, Steph always falls down.
Yeah, and it works.
Yeah, a lot of times.
I did that in high school because I can't jump.
And
so
you probably didn't get a lot of calls.
Yeah,
though.
no, I did. If you block my shot, I'm on the ground, bro. I'm on the ground, and I'm shooting too. Let's go to Sean in San Bruno. Hey, Sean, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Thank you for calling. What are you doing, Sean?
Oh, I'm just hanging out with my 1.5-year-old son, hanging out here in San Bruno.
Are you sleeping, Sean? Will you tell Dibs how many more months he's got to do this sleep deprivation sensation?
Oh man, I don't know. It depends. It could be 3 to 5 years, Dibs.
Okay.
Wow. I see a sick day coming. That's not what I wanted to hear,
sounded like
brother.
a sentence. That sounded like
one around.
Man.
You got 3 to 5 years for.
That's a stretch, is what that is. That's a felony.
Go ahead, Sean.
All right, cool. All right, so my thing is about, I'm going to talk a little bit about psychology. And you guys have been touching on this, and I think that the psychology of last year's team, what the Warriors are experiencing right now, is a lack of middle management. Like, we had GP2, everybody knows the names, Bielitsa, GP2, Porter, Juan, Castano Anderson. Those guys were like the sergeants and staff sergeants, like if you want to equate military lingo. Those guys were ones that was like, kind of like in that role of like executing and like nurturing the young guys. Now that's all we got is like elite like commanders and like these young guys. And it's like, and then after you do, the psychology of the punch and all that stuff in the mix, I just think that too, like that, like they're going to have to work through that. Another thing I want to touch on, last thing, is GP2 and how much we missed in that perimeter defense. And not only perimeter defense where you can kind of guide and influence the offense, but a game changer. That's all I got.
Sean, thank you very much. He talks about middle management. As soon as he said that, the name that popped into my head was Iguodala. I mean, that's kind of what he is doing on the team, right? And we keep getting told through the years there's nobody better at it. I mean, we see stuff. Fans get frustrated because he's always wearing polos instead of tank tops over there on the sideline.
I want Iguodala.
Right, but we keep hearing from everyone, man, that's the guy that mentally got me from here to there, whatnot. I wonder, actually, that would have been a great question for Coach, and maybe the guys, maybe Steiny and Guru will ask Bob Myers. He's on today, 95.7 The Game at 1 o'clock. Do not miss that. Bob the Builder, as Dan Dibley once called him.
Can you fix it?
Bob the Builder is going to be on at 1 o'clock with Steiny and Guru today, and that might be a question, is like, tell us about what Iguodala is doing right now, because if his role is to bring up the young guys mentally and physically, I mean, all eyes are on that right now. We're on Wiseman and Kaminga and Moody. And where are they on the court? Because it doesn't feel like they're usually in the right spot.
Right. And Iguodala played 603 minutes last year over the course of 31 games played. If you stretch that out over all 82, he played basically 7 minutes per game that the team played. So you might as well put Iguodala from the first row in the second row, because he's not going to be a guy who can play and help you. Now, the word is Friday may be the day now.
That'd be fun.
Iguodala may be ready to go on Friday, but they need...
You can't even say it without sarcasm. I wish everybody was watching on YouTube or Twitch. What happens to your face when I bring up the name Iguodala?
The eyes roll. And the head shakes.
The whole thing, there's like a sheepish grin that you're trying to hide. You kind of swallow it. The eyes the eyes go up, and your shoulders slump. It's just like, oh, you're just exhausted. You're done with him.
Well, he doesn't play, and so he's taken up a roster spot, fine. Would they replace him with somebody who could actually play? Maybe, but if that's somebody that they could replace him with, he probably won't be any better than the nobodies that they have playing now.
But don't you buy what they're selling when they tell you that over the last couple of years, even with the lack of minutes on the court, he played an incredibly key role? Why would they say
I'm not
that?
buying it.
Why would the young guys say that if it wasn't true?
Well, I mean, show me tangible results. Show me...
I don't know. How about the ring?
Okay.
Like, I mean, some of the young players...
Fine, and he was on the floor when they won the ring. Is Wiseman any better since Andre Iguodala has joined the team? No, he's worse. Is Kaminga better? No, he's not. Is Moody better? Oh, not really.
Yes, he's better than when
play last night
when he joined the team. I mean, yes, Moses Moody ended up playing key playoff minutes last year.
If you rank the coaches in order of importance and you add Andre Iguodala into that coaching mix, he's probably the least important of all of the coaches on the bench.
Go ahead and rank them. Iguodala, Atkinson, and then go ahead. The other one. Go ahead.
Jama Malalela?
Yeah, you did it.
I would put Q ahead of Iguodala as well. And Ron Adams. Don't sleep on Ron. Ron Adams.
Well, it's too easy to say. I don't want to hear you say that. But anyway.
I saw Mark, I'm not buying this idea of Andre Iguodala as a difference maker in the mentor role. And I'm not there. I'm not in the locker room, but I do know that by the eye test, the players that he's supposedly mentoring, they're not getting better.
They did last year, though, and they gave him a lot of credit. It's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31. Also, Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. We got a lot more of your phone calls coming up at 888-957-9570. Matty Barrow's going to join us on the 49ers at the top of the hour. Rumors about who joining the Niners? We'll tell you about that next. Plus, I'm fascinated by the way some Warrior fans are handling certain stars, which I'll explain that next as well. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31 at Paid For by Yes on Proposition 31, Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. What's the best way to deal with triple-digit and below freezing temperatures? Keep those temperatures outside. Golden State Window and Door understands the vast range in temperatures across the Bay Area. Thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows, doors, and home siding. With assistance from Golden State Window and Door, you or your contracted clients can live comfortably year-round. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Ultimate Sliding French Doors, which offer space-saving sliding design and are engineered for years of energy-efficient performance. Anderson's A-Series windows offer a wide range of popular designs and are the highest-performing weather-tight products Anderson has ever offered. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com and click on virtual tours. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Today, Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 1 for the executive show.
Yeah, you guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. No doubt. Don't you love that guy's passion? Guru too. Yeah, come on. Hell yeah.
Hear Bob Myers today at 1. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing. Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You know Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibs.
We thank you, JP, and we got you, brother. I really do. I believe it. I believe JP's going to be fine. We can talk about it for sure. Before we kick forward, though, and more of your calls here in a sec, the question we've been throwing out there: what's the adjustment you'd make if you want to call it the fix? Go ahead. What's the fix? It's hard to see right now. I mean, I sort of tongue-in-cheek said, give a raise to the sports psychologist, because whatever's going on here feels, on some level, mental. I do think there is a physical, an X's and O's sort of process that's going on here as you inject new people and new life and younger players into all of it. But I also think there are some mental journeys that these guys are on. Klay Thompson's been very open that that's exactly what's happening with him. Sure. And I am sympathetic to the 6 weeks that Jordan Poole has just experienced. And I know that's a hard word when someone gets $135 million. I know he's not looking for sympathy. I just mean that he's been through some things here and now is being asked to do some things that he's never done before. And they're not easy. You know, like now you got to be this veteran stabilizing force on a second unit when, my gosh, like you're 23 years old. And you haven't done that before. And
I'm sympathetic too, Mark.
Yeah, now
and you know I don't do sympathy.
No, especially not for rich people.
Right, and that's why
he's a rich person.
He's super rich, and he's not. He hasn't gotten his big bag yet until next year. But
big enough. I mean,
huge enough.
He's eating.
Absolutely, and I might be rich too, pending this Powerball if they ever decide to draw the damn numbers.
Let's go.
And I don't know if you saw that, but they delayed it last night. There was a glitch. They actually didn't draw the numbers.
A Powerball glitch?
It was $2 billion, and they didn't draw the numbers on time.
Wait, what is it?
It was $2 billion.
It's $2 billion now?
Largest jackpot in the history of the world.
How am I just hearing about this today?
Do you live under a rock? I mean, it's
kind
everywhere,
of.
dog.
Yes, absolutely.
Seriously.
It's actually great to be with my parents last weekend. They'll bring stuff up. They'll be like, oh, yeah, you know the disease that's going around? I'm like, no, tell me about it. They're like, it's going around all the schools.
It's this new flu.
Not my
it's
school.
like a new flu thing.
But yeah, I
RSV. Thank you. RSV.
I don't know.
RSVP.
I don't know if you do this. My parents do this. It's crazy. I didn't know there were still people who did this. Ready? They watch the news.
Of course I watch the news.
You do?
I'm on every Friday on KPIX.
Well, yes. When I'm on the news, I watch the news.
Nice.
But other than that, no, I don't watch the news.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell I'm going to watch tonight. Sports just took the whole night off. I'm going to vote.
Action, we talked about it.
Yeah. And by the way, let's use our platform for just a moment.
Yep.
Hey, everybody find the time today. If you haven't already done it by mail, find the time and go make sure that your voice is heard, and don't blow it off. I think it's easy sometimes for Californians to go, you know, in the larger issues. Well, we already know where this is going to go, but obviously tons of propositions, local issues, your local school board, whatever's going on, please exercise your right, make your voice heard, and spend some time and vote.
And yeah,
today.
Before we get back to Jordan Poole, you know, also tonight we have da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh.
College basketball is underway, dog. So, and that's
call me dog.
Second time.
Okay.
Albany takes on Immaculata today at 2:00. So you got Ryder in Providence, Milwaukee and Purdue, Sacred Heart in Hartford. We got a full slate of action.
I don't even want to hear this unless you got a pick for me. If you got a pick for me, I'm all ears. If you don't, I'm done with this
Take
conversation.
San Jose State, lay the 3.5 at home. They're favored against Georgia Southern down there in San Jose. Take the Spartans and lay the 3.5.
Do you have a reason, or are you just being a homer?
Total homer.
Okay.
San Jose State doesn't beat anyone. So San Jose State's
favored.
They're really bad traditionally, so I know that they try and get some early cupcakes.
Okay.
And I think Georgia Southern is that cupcake.
I love early cupcakes.
Yeah. Back to Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
I think that.
Back to Poole.
I mean, I have sympathy, and I don't normally have sympathy for athletes who make hundreds of millions of dollars, but I see what he's going through. I see what he's been through, and I think that everything that you talked about, it's all weighing on him. Getting punched by a teammate, the expectations that come with a massive contract, and something that Steph Curry said yesterday in the postgame. Steph said that Jordan Poole is now on other teams' scouting report for the first time.
Sure.
And that's a thing. And other teams, they saw last year in the playoffs how you can get to Jordan Poole. If you play him physically, that's not Jordan's comfort zone. So now Jordan Poole's got to make an adjustment in his game to counteract what other teams are doing against him, against the backdrop of new expectations and the fact that his teammate punched him in the face and wasn't punished. I think all of that, I'm sorry, Mark, all of that, I think, is weighing on Jordan Poole.
I agree. I mean, like, and not so much by he missed some shots or you didn't like his plus minus. When he goes out there in a situation like last night and only shoots 4 times, that just feels like, well, that's not Jordan Poole.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
you don't know Jordan Poole.
Well, I don't, but I'd like to ask. I mean, you don't look like yourself there, bud. What's going on? You know what I mean? Wouldn't you ask him that right now? If you ran into him on the street, wouldn't that be your first? I mean, after you asked him for a picture, wouldn't your next question be, what's going on? You don't look like yourself right now.
Yeah.
You know, get Nick Bosa. Jordan, you good? Like, are you good?
Right.
John in Richmond, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, John, what are you doing?
Oh, not much, guys. Listen, do you think that Jordan is, like, maybe not trying, like, to his full, like, he just doesn't seem as aggressive because of the punch and because of the way the Warriors handled it. I mean, everyone said at the time that he was handling it so well, but don't forget, he had that contract hanging over his head, so he kind of had to be that way. And now that he's gotten paid, I mean, the only 2 games I can remember him going off, like, where he seemed really aggressive was in Detroit, which, you know, he played at Michigan, and then the game where Draymond didn't play. And so it's like, what if this guy doesn't feel it with Draymond anymore? And that's just where we're at. I mean, what do you do then? Because it seems to me like you guys said, he ain't missing shots. He's just not taking them. And it seems like that's a purposeful choice. That's not like, you know, my shot left me or I'm on my head. I don't want to shoot because apparently these guys don't respect me and they let this dude just knock me out. And, you know, so I was just wondering your guys' opinion.
So I actually think within your call, John, lies the answer, but it's not necessarily any of the ideas you brought up. If I'm Jordan Poole, here's what's making my brain hurt right now. What's making my brain hurt is that I have just been through a very unique situation and a bunch of stuff I've never experienced before. And every day I wake up and a bunch of people who have never met me before are in the public space talking about what I psychologically think.
And what I should do.
That's not easy, okay? This is where, and you know, we talk about sympathy for people with lots of money. This is one of the things, this is a key component to something I love to think about and discuss with the athletes and coaches who are center space here with our job, is that it's very easy for all of us to forget when we see great job, millions of dollars, they're doing what we all wish we could do with our lives. Therefore, we remove from them the idea that they're just a person. Jordan Poole went to bed last night, woke up in a bed the same way you did. And then
might have slept on the couch like some of us have to.
Maybe.
You never know.
Rolled over, put 2 feet on the ground. He got that gunk in his eyes just like you do.
Gunga galunga.
Hey, gunga gungala. Such a good reference.
Thank you.
And then just like you, he probably went,
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Right. And then right after that.
Okay, sorry.
I don't want to get up today. Man, it's cozy in these sheets. And I know what's going on out there. You got somebody in Livermore, somebody in Palo Alto, somebody in San Rafael, and somebody in the city who's got it all figured out, what the hell's going on in my brain. And now it's, I don't care. Oh, Jordan Poole got the bag, and so now he doesn't care.
He's mad at Draymond, so he's not shooting.
I have the hardest time believing that a 23-year-old human being, do you understand, he's been called by his teammates the hardest worker on the entire team. He went to the G League 2 years ago. He was called a bust. He weaved his way to being a very relevant figure on a very relevant team, had a high level of success, got a massive contract, and then woke up the next day and went, poof, that's the end of caring. Come on. When are you all going to give this man a little bit of slack? Klay, too, for that matter.
Let's put Klay aside for
Put
now.
Klay aside, but
totally
it's
different.
just fascinating to me how two people who were key cogs to a championship 5 months ago are both going through pretty unique journeys right now, and they're a short sample. It's been 3 weeks. How many different trade proposals I've looked at on every platform I have, you all just want to get rid of them. You want these people off of your team 5 months after they won a ring. Can you give them a second?
Yeah.
Just give them a
Time's up.
second.
That was a second. And Mark, this is where people are coming from, and this is where I am looking at this in terms of Jordan Poole. Let's put Klay aside, because Klay is not suffering from the same lack of confidence that Jordan Poole is suffering from. Klay is suffering from a lack of fitness, a lack of physical comfortability. Klay is frustrated that he's not the same Klay that he wants to be. He's not shying away from attempting to be as Klay as he can be. Jordan Poole, the last 6 games, shot attempts, 20, 21, 10, 12, 18, 4. 4. So you come off a 3 for 10, a 4 for 12, and a 5 for 18. That's a total of 12 for 40. That's not very good.
No.
That is, it's about 30%, if I'm not mistaken.
I have a phone right
It's
here.
exactly 30%. 12 for 40. 4 goes into 12 3 times. 4 goes into 40.
I got the answer. It's 30%.
Thank you. So he shot 30% over his last 3.
Not good.
So then he comes out and he goes 1 for 4. This is not what we know Jordan Poole to be. Jordan Poole is typically very aggressive. Some would say too aggressive. Some would say he shoots too much. And then you come out and you go 1 for 4 in a game. You only play 22 minutes because you just aren't yourself right now. So put aside the lunatic fringe who says, oh, you shouldn't have paid him, or you need to trade him, or you need to this, you need to that. What's wrong with Jordan Poole? That's where, if I'm the coach, that's where I want to get to.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Because something is wrong with Jordan Poole.
Right. Something, it's a bad streak.
What's eating Jordan Poole?
And
not Gilbert Grape.
I'm not here to say that it looks good. Like Chris A. right now on our YouTube chat. I disagree, Mark. JP isn't exempt from criticism. I have no sympathy for him. He thinks he's a star. He needs to play like it. Okay, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I never stated that he's exempt from criticism.
Right.
I said right now he should be exempt from anybody who wants him off the roster or off the floor. Like, oh my gosh, we overpaid Jordan Poole. He's a bust. He thinks he's a star. He's not. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He is, in some ways, the reason the Warriors won the title last year. You already knew what Steph was. You knew what Draymond was. You hoped what Klay Thompson would come back and look like, and he mostly did. But remember the scout last week from the Eastern Conference, unnamed scout, who said...
Unnamed.
Thank
you.
And undisclosed.
Every time I need it.
That scout said if they want to win again this year, they're going to need a different young guy to have a Jordan Poole type breakout year. That was why the Warriors were suddenly so effective. Steph could leave the floor. Hell, Steph could leave the team for 3 weeks. Jordan Poole was there with his 22 points. And so you could still function. These guys have built up a certain something, if you ask me,
je ne sais quoi,
with the Warrior fan base that should allow just a breath. I'm not here to say you can't be frustrated or that you can't rip Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is now getting paid like a big man. You got to go play like a big man. I get that. But it's been, what'd you just lay out, 6 games since this streak of whatever has gone on where the Warriors have gone 1-5.
It's a funk.
Right? Like, just, let's see.
Well, and I think in
Let's
terms
see
of
if they can get themselves out of this.
and solutions, right? You and I are trying to work and find solutions. To me, the solution is not let's trade Jordan Poole because that's not going to happen. He signed for 4 more years after this one, which is 324 regular season games. The Warriors aren't going to trade a guy who they just gave $130 million to because you're not going to get full value. So you're going to take a guy who's clearly struggling, he's broken emotionally, or he's given up on his team, whatever you want to say is the problem. And so the Warriors are like, geez, Jordan stopped trying, and Jordan, he's got the bag, he's given up. Let's trade him. No other team is going to give you the value that you think you can get. So you're not trading Jordan Poole. How do you fix Jordan Poole? How do you get to him and get him back to be the player that he was? And let's just say you can do that. And let's say that Klay Thompson becomes Klay Thompson again. You still have about 17 other problems with this team.
Yes.
Even if Klay and Jordan Poole get back to being what they were, Steph has been amazing. Kevon has been Kevon. Wiggins has been solid. And Draymond, love him or hate him, Draymond's played pretty darn well.
Yeah, he's been
so
fine.
if those 6 guys get back to playing the way those 6 guys can and should, you still aren't a championship team because players 7, 8, 9, all the way down to the end of the bench, that's where your problem lies.
You have no bench. You have no bench. I mean, if we get to the end of the year and we're like, gosh, it turns out that Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole played 82 bad games, well, then this season's gone.
Lottery.
And it's not going to happen that way, I don't believe. The Warriors need a bench. They don't have a bench.
Right.
And they have made the bet, and Jama told us this, they have made the bet, Malalela.
Appreciate it.
He made the bet, the whole Warriors made the bet that they are going to develop the bench rather than go buy the bench. So if you're going to develop the bench, it makes sense. It's going to take a minute. I don't know if they made a good bet. Right now, it does not appear that they did, but I think, raise your hand if you've ever been wrong about the Warriors before. Yeah, raise your hand if at any point.
You can't make me. You mean last year when I said they weren't going to win the title?
Raise your hand if you wrote the Warriors off.
Okay, Mark. All right.
So
I put on deodorant today, so I feel confident. It's been a couple days. Actually, I was told in the home front last night. Might have been during snuggle time.
Say?
She said, "Is that you?
Oh gosh,
is that you?" And I said, with this baby, I haven't. It's been a couple days.
You stink.
It's been a couple days since I showered, and she turns to me and she says, "Don't be the stinky. Don't be that guy.
Stinky daddy.
Don't be the stinky guy." I said, all right, I'm going to go take a shower.
Now you know why little baby crying.
Seriously.
She's just like, Daddy, like, get me away from your armpit.
Man.
You stink.
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like I'm a receiver. Is it Atlanta? Who is that? Kyle Pitts?
Oh, he stinks.
Kyle Pitts. Is it Kyle Pitts? I should wear my Kyle Pitts gamer in. It's a 4.
Yeah, that would be if Kyle didn't use deodorant. Then you'd be Kyle Pitts. All right, Matt Barrows in 10 minutes. A somewhat juicy 49er rumor that we'll get to in a second.
Okay.
But Norman in Fairfield first. Hi, Norman. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? I'm just listening to you guys right here on a Tuesday.
That's really the only thing that you're ever supposed to do, so thank you.
Exactly. No, but I agree with you guys 100%. I mean, Jordan Poole got his money, so I mean, all what we expect from him is to perform. But I mean, it's a struggle. It is. It's hard seeing this team struggle like this, especially after a championship. But hey, man, we have to write it out, right? Like you said, hey, how many times have we been wrong about this Warriors team, right?
Exactly.
I criticize them plenty of times. And they always pull it off. So, I mean, hopefully they do that. But this year it's looking tough. So
No doubt. Yeah, Norman, thanks, man. We appreciate you. And I mean, I see and feel all the same stuff you guys do. Like, if you ask me the fix right now, my quick answer is it doesn't look like there is one.
Well, there is one fix, and it's a long shot.
What's that?
Get better.
Well,
bench, get better.
Right.
Because you can't, I don't believe that you can take, and let's just focus on Wiseman, Kaminga, and Moody because
Get better, Dibs.
Yeah, thank you, BPA. JaMychal Green and Dante DiVincenzo. They are what they're going to be. Ty Jerome, if he's in your rotation, fine. Let's focus on Wiseman, Kaminga, and Moody. If those three don't become better, reliable, rotational, solid basketball players, then none of this matters.
It's going to be a hard year.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard spring. You could, with this team and an up and down bench and JaMychal in, JaMychal out, whatever, Ty Jerome and Lamb, whatever. You can win between 44 and 50 games. You can be between a 5 and a 7 seed. You can be a playoff team. But when you get into the deep water of April, May, and June, if those three guys aren't ready to be real ones, you're not going anywhere. I hate to be the doomsday guy, but that's. I mean,
get better is sure. Yes, obviously they've got to get better, and yes, those three are being asked to develop to do this really fast. This is the conversation we've been having with Steiny and Guru almost on a daily basis. Like what they're being asked to do is insanely hard. It's insanely hard, but. I just always encourage fans, don't get overly impatient. I think a fan should always be impatient. Why should a fan have patience? That's stupid. Don't tell me to buy $80 nachos and $150 parking.
You listening, Farhan?
Right? Don't tell me to wait.
I want Judge.
Tell me to wait. Are
right.
you kidding me? Don't tell me to wait. But overly impatient means you want moves to get made that ruin the whole thing. I'm not someone who's like, for example, Kevin Durant will give you our whole future. You got Poole, Wiseman, Kaminga, Moody,
Guy Santos,
and a pick, and we'll take Durant.
Justine and Jessup will throw him in there.
And you get a run this year, and you lose in the conference finals, okay? But you had a run. And then you get 9 years of we are terrible, and we don't even have anyone relevant here in the stadium. I don't want that. That's a crappy trade, okay? And, you mentioned Farhan. That's been a part of the why he hasn't done what a lot of people want him to do. And I guarantee you he has looked directly at someone with the last name Johnson and been like, okay, we can do Judge, but in 6 years, this might stink.
Yeah.
And if they went, we're good with that, then we're all good with that. But don't be overly impatient. Don't ruin a decade of entertainment because I want to beat Sacramento on Monday night.
And don't expect Joe Lacob to do that because he's looking at the long game.
Light years, always.
Well, and he's also thinking about 2030 more than he is thinking about, hey, we got Cleveland coming in Thursday. Let's trade everyone so we can win this game. Now, he's thinking long term.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's also all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31. Oh. It's Willard and Dibs. Odell Beckham? Wait a minute. The 49ers on a short list? Okay, Matt Barrows, you're going to need to answer that question coming up next.
No, Jordan Poole.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
The holidays are coming, as though that's a big deal. So you should shop at the 95.7 merch shop. Not for other people. Let's face it, if you're listening to us, you don't have any friends. So just buy for yourself. The 95.7 merch shop. It's cheap, and no one will ever see you wear it.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And during their Black Friday sale, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. Just text SCREEN to 323232 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. But hurry, this offer ends November 25th. Text SCREEN to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word SCREEN to 323232. Don't wait. Text SCREEN to 323232.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, this is the part of the show where I get very intimidated because it's just bald people all over. You know what I mean? And I figure if I talk to all of you too much, then my hair's going to fall out.
And our next guest is among my bald icons.
Yeah, I mean, not that it's not a handsome look. You guys are both crushing it.
There was Telly Savalas for me.
Okay.
Michael Jordan.
Okay.
And our next guest. And not in that order either.
No, I wouldn't think so. I would think he's the top of the list. He is Matt Barros all over the 49er beat for, man, how many years has it been now, Matty?
Oh, this is year 20. So this is a pretty special year for me.
Hey,
2 decades.
Yeah, when Oracle Park turned 20, there was a big party. How about for you?
Yeah, no party. Just kind of sitting here losing my hair. I mean, that's all I'm getting right now.
I mean,
you and me both, dog.
Yeah, I think you're doing it real well. Now, have you already written your Odell Beckham story, or what's the order? How does this all go, Matt?
Yeah, I've written 5 Odell Beckham stories. One where he goes to the Rams, one where he goes to the Bills, the Cowboys, for sure. But yeah, that's it. I mean, he's got a lot of options. Good on him for kind of creating a market, him and his agent. But it seems like everybody who is contending is also contending for Odell Beckham, and I think that's what he wants. He wants to go to go on another Super Bowl run. So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses. Obviously, money will be a big factor, but you got the Cowboys now making a really hard push for him. I've heard the same about the Buffalo Bills as well. So this will be fun to see where he chooses.
It's a supply and demand thing, and the supply is only one. It's him, and the demand seems high, but also the fit. Do you think that he actually would fit with the Niners in the fact that they run a lot of 2-receiver sets, and he would be the third receiver, basically?
There would be a lot of mouths to feed in that offense. Yeah. All of a sudden, you've got, across the board, you've got George Kittle at tight end. You've got Christian McCaffrey, a running back who catches a lot of passes. You've got Deebo Samuel, by far and away this team's MVP last year. And you've got Brandon Ayuk, who's having the best season of his career. Really has become Jimmy Garoppolo's go-to guy in these last 2 games. So is there even room for a third guy? I mean, if there were an injury, I think this would be a no-brainer. I think Beckham would be used quite a bit. But, yeah, you have to worry about, too many cooks spoil the broth. You have to worry about everybody being happy. What happens if Deebo Samuel goes 2 weeks and he's just kind of got a bit role in this offense? After everything he gave to this team last year, you've got a Johnny-come-lately coming in and getting a lot of snaps and a lot of looks and this, that, and the other. Those are all things to absolutely consider. Chemistry, locker room, how the offense clicks. I mean, the offense is already going through, I don't want to say a cataclysmic change, but a significant change in the middle of the year by adding McCaffrey. Can you add another guy and expect everything to work in concert? I don't know what the answer is, but I think those are all legitimate questions to ask.
Matt, we might be cart before the horse here in terms of what Odell wants and is there a fit. Are the 49ers actually interested here? Do they want to check this out?
I think that they do want to check it out. I think their MO over the years has been show interest. Something could happen, break your way. And the worst thing that happens is that the other teams, by you showing interest, the other teams have to spend a little bit more money. Or, in the case of a trade, have to spend more draft picks. As long as you're in it, you're either going to get the guy or you're going to force your opponent to give up something significant to get the guy. So I think that's the way, that's sort of the 49ers business model. So when that's your business model, you're usually in on these things until the very end.
Does the fact that they got Christian McCaffrey make this bluff, this gambit, more plausible?
From the Odell Beckham angle, I think it does, because he's obviously a guy who's kind of, looking at cachet and, how much kind of excitement, how much energy a team has How realistic is it that they go and go on a run through the playoffs and win the Super Bowl? and he bet right last year. So I do think from that point of view, it does make a big difference. This is, I don't want to accuse Odell Beckham of wanting to join all-star teams, but that's what he did last year, and that's what the 49ers would have that feel. And I think that's also kind of the caution here too, that sometimes it works. Last year with the Rams, sometimes it doesn't. I remember that the 2011 Eagles team that just had one all-star after another on it, and they were terrible. And that group kind of collapsed in on itself. All that individual talent never really added up to anything. And that was the team that the 49ers beat early in the season. That was that Justin Smith, they call it the poke, where he poked the ball out, I think from Jeremy Maclin at the end of the game. And, that sort of was the beginning of the 49ers believing in themselves, and the beginning of the Eagles, that all-star team starting to collapse.
20 years on the 49ers. Matt Barrows here, joining us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Matty, I think we've got some state of their health questions, but I also want to throw this at you. And I know your colleague, Tim Kawakami, was writing about this in a Q&A this morning. So I just want to get your thought on this without going too deep into next year, because it's only week 10. But depending on how this season goes, is the idea of Jimmy Garoppolo on a 49er roster beyond this year, is that a real possibility?
It is, and I think you struck the key words, depending on how the season goes. I think the 49ers are just going to kind of allow the season to dictate the fate of that position. If they fall short or if there's some sort of issue, probably they're going to turn the ball over to Trey Lance again. We'll try that handover one more time next year. But if everything goes right, if this Christian McCaffrey, Jimmy Garoppolo chemistry, which seems so good against the Rams, and which on paper seems like it really is going to work, their strengths really working in concert together. If they go far, if they win the Super Bowl, absolutely he could come back. 2022 was the year where everybody, Garoppolo, Shanahan, Lynch, the media, the players, they all thought he was moving on, and he didn't. So that just kind of shows you that anything is possible as far as him coming back. And like I said, if things go well, and this team kind of finds an identity with which Garoppolo is just kind of dealing all those talented mouths I just described, Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, then absolutely he could come back.
You had me picturing a mama bird flying back to the nest with all those baby bird open mouths with so many mouths to feed and only one worm. So they're going to have to divvy it up. And will Deebo Samuel, thank you, Spinone, will Deebo Samuel be one of those baby birds with his mouth open this Sunday, Matt?
He will be, and he's one of the aggressive birds. You know how the birds hatch, and then there's one that sort of is more voracious than the other. That's Deebo Samuel, but he should be back, and it'll be interesting to see. I thought Kyle Shanahan was really creative in that first full game that Christian McCaffrey played with how he used McCaffrey and Jeff Wilson, two guys who can run the ball, two guys who are good at catching the ball out of the backfield. We saw more of that from Wilson Sunday with the Dolphins. But, Elijah Mitchell doesn't provide as much of that, but Deebo Samuel certainly does. And this will be the first game where Shanahan has both those guys, and how that interplay works. The Chargers are not very good against the run, so I expect a run-heavy game plan, but I expect Deebo Samuel to be folded in there as well. That's the beauty of having Samuel and McCaffrey. They do two things really, really well, and a guy like Shanahan and a guy like Garoppolo ought to make that work to a T. So that's going to be fun to watch, how they're mixed, how they're used together. If they line up in the backfield together, that to me, that would cause defenses fits. If both of those guys are back there, what do they do? Who do they throw to? Who do they give the ball to? So that's sort of the fun thing to look forward to. I know Kyle Shanahan is for these last 9 games.
Maddie, solve the mystery of Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw. Where's this going in the second half of the season?
Yeah, I mean, Kinlaw, I talked to him before the bye, and he seemed like he was ready to come back. He seemed at peace with the knee. He was happy with how it recovered. I think the big takeaway was that he realizes now sort of the maintenance that an ACL surgically repaired knee requires. And he's just at the 1-year mark now, or he's getting close to it from that surgery. So it's not quite as doom and gloom as it seemed 4 or 5 weeks ago when it was acting up on him. Now, whether it acts up on him after a 50-snap game or not, I don't know. I think there'll be more of an ease-in period. He's still on IR. He has to miss one more game because of that, just the rules, the 4 games that you have to miss. But I would expect him to be at least work back in for that game in Mexico City against the Cardinals, which is the next week. Eric Armstead, I'm not quite sure. He now has revealed that he has a hairline fracture in his ankle, or had one. He's about at the 6-week marks from that injury, which is when bones fully heal. So I would think, my guess is that this is the week that he kind of starts to come back and does some of the conditioning stuff that he may have been missing in recent weeks. Now, whether he did a lot of that during the bye, I'm not sure. But my guess is that it might be one more week for him as well. The Monday's practice was just a sort of a bonus practice. Wednesday is the real practice. That's when we're going to get a real good read on which of these guys are legitimate chances to play against the Chargers on Sunday.
Maddie, awesome stuff as always. Appreciate it. And again, please, once the Odell thing is about to go down, if you could just give us a little heads up, that'd be great.
Break it here, Matt. You can break it here.
I will. I've got several Odell files going right now. I'm just worried I'm going to get confused and post the wrong one.
Yeah. No, don't do that. Go slow. Text us first. Thank you so much.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. There he goes. That's Matty Barrows. 20 years.
Yeah.
On the San Francisco 49ers.
That's a little humbling. Man. And anytime you hear like fill in the blank number of years, and it's like, I was doing this before he was somehow. Feels like he's been around forever.
Nope.
And then it's like, damn,
nope.
I mean, that's only 2002, and I started this bit in about 90 years.
The young people.
You're right, Spadone.
There you go. There you go.
Getting old yourself, Spadone.
One other thing on why I would not do Odell Beckham if I'm the San Francisco 49ers is actually not the obvious stuff. It's not that there's too many mouths to feed.
You didn't like my baby bird analogy?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Yeah. Did you want me to? What'd you want me to say?
No, no. You're saying it's not that there are too many mouths to feed.
Oh no. Yeah,
that was kind of my whole thing.
It's not just that. It's not just that. Sorry, did I leave out the just?
No, I might have just glossed over the just. I'm just fishing for compliments.
There's two
I'm like
things,
a baby bird here looking for a worm.
There's 2 things most people say, and I think they're valid. One is, locker room concern. I'm not sure how that would work. Fair. Too many mouths to feed. Yep, fair. Here's a third one. Look at Odell's career history and how he develops rapport with a quarterback. And when it doesn't go well, what happens next? That's what would concern me. We're talking
He's a team player.
Talking about Jimmy Garoppolo here. Odell has not been a quarterback-proof player. It worked most of the time with the New York Giants, but not always. And there were ruffled feathers at times with him and Eli Manning. Then he went to Cleveland, and it was a complete disaster with Baker Mayfield. People were selling each other out on social media and all kinds of stuff. And then he went to the Rams, and in a very short sample on a Super Bowl team where he wasn't the number 1 receiver, then it was fine. But you come to a 49er locker room that I think is very strong, but yes, you're talking Jimmy Garoppolo. We're not going to go have you put up big numbers on this team, Odell, right? You'd have to be like, so you're cool with 4 balls for 42 yards, right? Because that's what we got. That's what we got. And 1 overthrow when you were open.
Right.
So
and one other time where you were open and he didn't look your way.
You better be and you got to handle that without coming back to the huddle and screaming at George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
You got to handle that now, right?
And he seemed to do that last year.
Totally.
For the first time in his career.
Totally.
Because he only had 27 grabs in 8 games with the Rams. That's 3.5 grabs a game.
Your math today has been very on point.
Thank you. I'm not son of a math teacher, but my dad actually graduated from Sonoma State as an accounting major.
Oh,
so
that's close enough.
Basic math has always been my bit. The additional reason that I'll add on to your reasons, which are all spot on valid, and I'm going to geek out a little further, and I know you love when I do this.
I do. I love a good geek out.
Personnel, Mark. They run so much 21, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, which means 2 receivers.
2 receivers.
Which means we have Debo and we have Ayuk.
Yep.
We have Ayuk and we have Debo. They run a lot of 12 personnel, which is also 2 receivers. And what we found with Juszczyk out, they ran a lot of 13 personnel, 3 tight ends, and still, wait for it, only 2 wide receivers. So he's not even going to get a chance to get that many snaps short of an injury.
It just doesn't even make that much sense. It doesn't sound like it makes a whole lot of sense. And then one last reason, I don't want to be that team. Because you understand,
you become the Rams.
You're already exactly, and you're really flirting with it already. Oh, you went and got Christian McCaffrey, huh? Because Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and Eli Mitchell, that wasn't enough, right? So now you're going to go get Christian McCaffrey, and then you're going to go get Odell Beckham. It's almost like who you're trying to impress, right? Like,
what would Brian Windhorst call this? Checkbook championship.
Yeah, except for, still also probably not championship. Like, this is not, you're not the favorite, and I don't even know if you would be the favorite. You would just be that team. You'd be that team that, we got buzz, we got stars, we get off the bus, we look really good.
On paper.
Everybody, we're going to get everybody's best shot. Yeah. Oh, you don't want to be that team.
You love that.
Oh, gosh, it's terrifying to get it. Hey, here's a weird thing. I was trying to play well, but then the other team, they tried.
They gave us their best shot.
You didn't expect me to win then, did you? The other team was trying. So I just, like that, I'm out on this from so many angles because, you'd be that team. And that just, it gets harder to like. And it builds unfair expectations. Because here's the bottom line. Would the 49ers be better if they got Odell Beckham?
From an insurance standpoint, yes.
Insurance, but let's say you don't need insurance. Your regular approach, do they get better if they get Odell Beckham?
I don't think so.
I agree with you.
Because he doesn't start on this team.
They're fine.
Yeah.
My gosh, if there's a team in the world right now that has everything they need, it's the freaking 49ers. You get everything you need.
If you could
get Odell Beckham?
If you could get like an instant upgrade type of player at any other position on offense, wide receiver would probably be like 8th or 9th on your list.
Right.
You would rather find
a
lineman, center, 2 guards,
interior lineman,
a right tackle, a second tight end for an upgrade. Then quarterback, sorry. Then you would get to a 3rd wide receiver. I'm sorry you missed out on Boch. That hurts.
It really is still with me.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while. You know what I mean? Like, we can function. It's almost like you punched me in the face in practice.
Damn.
Like, we can move on. We can still be teammates. It'll take me a minute.
Yeah.
That's all. It's okay.
Well,
it's not like you punched me in practice.
And
it's like you gave me an elbow to the jaw.
I was not responsible for it.
No, I know. It's not really you.
It was more like you got hit with a right hook. Because I think he had his fingerprints on the book.
Yeah, and I actually know that he did. I know that he did. He sort of had permission.
From you.
Sort of didn't also.
Right.
Not that he needs it. I gave him a different suggestion, and he did not respond.
Okay. Your suggestion was give them to me for garlic fries and baseball guys.
I'm like, Monday's amazing. We got a lot of days between now and the start of next baseball season. So, I don't know. What about one of those? Nope.
Crickets.
That's fine. I get it. Boch was available. You take Boch when Boch is available.
He had to book.
Yeah, I can do Friday. And then he did. So that's the way. So no, you guys did
solid piece.
You did awesome, and I will handle my jealousy.
Okay.
Yeah.
don't be jealous because, now we're into baseball's off season and we can start roll up our sleeves. We can really start getting into the deep water and the weeds of getting this Giants team from into let's go Giants baseball. How do we do it, Mark?
Couple things. First of all, we mentioned this yesterday. We want everybody to we're going to tiptoe toward Thursday because, and can we say officially, right?
Oh, it's official.
Okay, we got something for you on Thursday.
Something special.
We are going to represent you. Today,
as a radio show,
is Election Day, and you, the Giants fan, have elected us, Willard and Dibs, to be your representatives in the effort to go get Aaron Judge. You thought Buster Posey was going to be there for the pitch. We're going to throw the pitch before the pitch even gets thrown.
We're the pitch before the pitch.
You got 99 problems, and a pitch ain't one.
I love it. He wears 99.
Willard and Dibs are on the case. Make sure you're with us on Thursday.
It's incredible.
Make sure you're with us on Thursday, okay?
So today, many people, men and women, are running for judge in the election. On Thursday.
Vote for judge, yes.
Thursday's our day to run for judge.
Yes, we are, yes. And we are going to vote for judge. But we probably won't stop there. One thing that I have now officially, and by the way, the Ohtani conversation yesterday, throw it in the trash.
Gone.
The Angels came out yesterday. And I know that people lie, but the Angels were like, Ohtani will be on the roster on opening day. Fine. Maybe he'll be trade deadline fodder. We'll see. Maybe the Angels will be good next year. I have no idea how that's going to play out, but I still firmly believe that Shohei Ohtani will not be an Angel after next year. And that's actually, when I saw that report, I'm like, oh, good, that's a relief. Because I don't want any team to give up their entire farm for a guy and then only get him for 1 year. So we can
put half a year.
Put that aside. We'll see.
I mean, because he could be August.
Well, that's probably the game the Angels are playing. It's like, let teams become pot committed. Let them be in first place in July. And then dangle Shohei in front of them. And then see how much you're willing to give up. Maybe it's a little bit of a different play. We'll see how they do it. I know right now they're probably thinking to themselves, no, we're going to re-sign him. I just don't think that he's going to do that. But we will see. A lot can happen between now and then. But I have now officially heard from enough credible people.
According to sources.
Okay? Enough credible people. And by the way, we're going to get back to your Warrior phone calls here in just a few minutes. What's the fix? 888. What's the adjustment? 888-957-9570. We'll keep going as the Warriors get the win and as a generational performance again by Steph Curry, but it also didn't calm a lot of fears. So we get back to that in a sec, but I have officially heard from enough credible people to know that at least right now, the Giants' plan and the Giants' effort will not only be judge, but it's not going to stop there. I mean, I think if you set the bar for them right now at 2 big-name players, they'd call that a par.
Really?
2 big-name players.
Par 2?
Par 2.
The rare par 2.
Birdie
would be 3.
They only get 1, that's a bogey.
What if they don't get any, Mark?
Triple, quadruple.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, in the water.
It's like Roy McAvoy.
That's
Roy McAvoy in tin cup.
That's hitting one in the drink. Yeah. Give me another ball.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. So more on that coming up. Plus, your phone calls on the Golden State Warriors, 888-957-9570. They won last night. Did you know? Did your blood pressure go up or down with the victory last night and a great performance from Steph? Yeah, I get it. We'll get into all that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Bonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
Keep harping on Klay Thompson.
Because Klay Thompson's making a ton of money.
Klay Thompson's not good, but Klay Thompson is going to be there at the end. He's got a proven track record. The guy didn't play preseason. What you want him to do? Go out there and just lollygag and get exercise?
I want him to not leave his feet and throw it into the abyss. Because he was a champion
getting
before.
Great looks.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Take him out! 95.7 The Game.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son.
It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months. What about equipment fees? Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing. Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Open wide. Let me see that smile.
There's a back-to-school braces boom at Doc Kelly's office.
Can you hold on for a sec? Can someone bring me more brackets?
She needs to realign her staffing plan with more registered dental assistants.
Can you reorder the rubber bands in red?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Steve Kerr wants somebody to come up top. He's jumping up and down in midcourt. He says, Draymond, go screen for Curry. He does. Curry gets Herter, takes a three. Good! It's good! Timeout, Sacramento!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, isn't it a famous saying here in San Francisco sports radio that two things can be equally true?
Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace.
May he rest in peace. Two things can be equally true. You can be cruising around today and call your friends and be like, wow, did you see Steph? That was memorable. At a minimum, I don't even know what word to use. And we do this sometimes with Steph because this happens so often that you sort of just fall into, well, look, we've already said it. So I don't even know what else to say. But 47 points, 8 boards, 8 assists, and no turnovers has happened a sum total of 0 times in the history of the National Basketball Association. And you can challenge this. It's sort of, this is a great game where it's like, well, where are you coming from on this? Because you could look at this and go, why would a former champion be this intense about a Monday in November against the Sacramento Kings? Or you can say, oh, that's incredible that one of the greats said, look, we have to get this game, so I'm literally going to go win this for us so that we can have this game. And so you can look at it that way, but there's also the other side to this, which is not a whole lot happened last night that's going to make you feel a hell of a lot better about what ills are going on with the Golden State Warriors. Not a whole lot happened. Because Steph was great, and you're like, he was already great. And you're like, yeah, but Wiggins was good too. And he's already been good. What else? What else do the Warriors have right now that's working? So they came out with new rotations on the bench. Those didn't work either. I tweeted it out at one point, and maybe since you're on such a math kick, Dibs, maybe you can figure this out on the whole plus-minus thing. Sure. Like how come it doesn't add up? If you add it up all at the end, shouldn't it add up to like the Warriors being +3 because they won by 3? But it doesn't work that way. Like the bench last night was a collective -58.
That's not good, Mark.
The starters were a collective +73. Now I know
won by 15.
I know the answer is because a lot of the numbers are being counted more than once, and a lot of the numbers are not. You know what? Not like I mean the starters didn't win the game by 73 points. That's if you add all of them up.
Right.
But the starters are doing their thing, and we're all looking for a bench. And Dibs, I don't know where they're going to find it. You look at that group, and I'm sort of like, Steve, you could put any of them out there in any order. And right now, that's not going to work. It feels talent and energy deficient.
Totally. We talked to assistant coach Jama Malalela earlier.
Look at your confidence; it's growing.
Nailed it.
You're like you're like Moses Moody over there.
Yeah.
Beginning of the show, whew,
it was a struggle.
You're like a rookie.
Yeah.
And now
I'm much like the bench where I have a great game and I have like 3 or 4 duds in a row. I'm not trying it again. I'm gonna take that bucket.
I'm gonna start trusting you a lot more to say Jama Malalela because your confidence is growing.
Yeah, but as coach had said to us, assistant coach Jama Malalela earlier in this program, it's about combinations right now more than it is about the individuals. What combos can we find with our bench unit that actually is going to make it not be a -73? And unfortunately, when you've got all of your bench players or the majority of your bench players not playing well, add in the fact that Klay Thompson spends a lot of time with that second unit. So if Klay is humming and Jordan Poole is confident and playing as well as he normally does, well, now those combinations are all going to look a lot better. Klay is searching for his shot. Believe me, he is out there chucking, trying to find it. Jordan Poole shut it down yesterday. So then what do you have with a second unit? You've got Lamb, Jerome, and not much else. So there's no combo that's going to work if all your bench players are playing poorly.
Yeah, I just look at it right now, and I was surprised by what he did last night. And when I say he, I'm talking about Steve Kerr. Like when they said we're going to do something new, Kaminga's in the rotation, I don't know, I would take the over on 9 minutes. When he said we're going to do some new rotations, we're making some changes, I did not think he meant JaMychal Green was not going to play.
Right.
I did not think he meant Moses Moody was barely going to play. I did not know that they were going to put this whole thing together and then somehow get to a point where coming off of the bench, seemingly the guy who was going to get the most minutes was Anthony Lamb, at least the key minutes. Like he was in there for the final 6, and you're like, okay,
who is that guy?
Anthony Lamb. I mean, seriously, right now, if you're a Warrior fan, it may still be Ty Jerome, but I feel like he's gotten some public run over the last week or two. If you're a Warrior fan right now and you come to the TV screen, you're going to be challenged to even, like, who's that guy?
Totally.
Right? You've watched a lot of Warrior ball, but it's still early in the year, and you ask your friend, who's that guy? Oh, my son said it to me last night. Like, oh, yeah, here the Warriors coming down the stretch. I'm like, come out, guys. They're coming back. Steph's on one. Come out to the couch. Dad, who's that guy? Yeah, that's Anthony Lamb.
Oh, that's a key piece.
Yes.
Anthony Lamb.
Like, why is he in the game right now? I'm like, I don't know.
Because we need him, son.
Yeah.
We need him. Out of Vermont, by the way, the Catamounts. And he's a critical piece right now. And if you would have said that back at the championship parade, you and I broadcasting from Market Street, getting showered by confetti. And if I would have said to you during the break, hey, Mark, next year, Anthony Lamb is going to be a key contributor earlier in the year, you would have slapped the taste out of my mouth.
I would have actually waited before I slapped you to say, Who
is that?
Is Anthony Lamb, is what I would have said. So
yeah.
I think...
Who are you?
Totally.
I don't think this is true, but I want to honor it because I feel it too. The scary thing for a Warrior fan right now, as we sit here and keep asking, what's the fix? The scary thing is it doesn't feel like there is one. And the Warriors are trying to tell us, well, you got to trust us that in April, Wiseman and Kaminga and Moody, and now Jordan Poole with what we're watching, those are going to be different players by then. And I don't really have a great reason to not trust the Warriors because they're, the Warriors, and they're super smart, but it's hard to see right now through the trees.
Very hard.
It's really hard to see through the trees right now.
The one thing that I can bank on, and this is something that I'll say with absolute certainty now, and I'll say it all the way through the end of the year, however it ends, they are not going to punt on this season. They're not going to get to a point, unless things go so dreadfully bad. If they're 18-47, okay, then it's time to go ahead and punt on the year. But as long as this team has a chance to be there in April, to be a team that can contend for a championship, they're going to do everything they can to help the young players get better. They're going to continue to try to find players who can fit in the back end of the rotation. They're going to try like heck to capitalize on this Steph, Klay, and Draymond window.
The narrative that's going to build, because I think we already see it, is that this is not fair to Steph Curry. And what I wonder is if he's going to get there. It's easy for us to say that. It's too much is being asked of Steph Curry. And that's actually why I come out of last night's game where it's a win, but you got a little bit of a funny feeling in your stomach because it's like, well, he can't do that every night. You can't ask him to do that every night. This is teetering on the edge of heading toward the place, and many NBA teams get here, right? It's teetering on the edge of becoming that team where you go, Steph doesn't have any help. This is, and it's not true because Andrew Wiggins is fantastic, and Draymond is doing fine, and Klay is Klay, and he'll get to wherever he gets, and I'm not concerned personally about Jordan Poole. I mean, we're 5 months away from this being called a checkbook championship, and you've got, how many players do you have right now that are on contracts that went into 9 figures? 1, 2, 3,
Steph,
4,
I
5.
don't think Draymond's did, but I get where you're going. I think he was $98 million.
No, I thought it was 4 years and $100 million. I thought it was 4 and 100, wasn't it?
Well, just for your point, let's just say yes.
Okay, right? So Klay, Steph, Draymond, yes. And I know they're not there yet, but and Wiggins is already yes and will be again, and Poole is about to be. So it's ridiculous to say he doesn't have any help, but when you watch the Warriors play right now, that's what it feels like. And it felt like that last night, and after a 5-game road losing streak, you didn't want last night to feel like that. You don't want to have to be saved by your star in the fourth quarter.
No, and 47 points, and you needed every last one of them. Yeah. And that's where it feels a little awkward. Draymond, by the way, officially 4 years, 99.6 was the number.
Ooh.
So
close.
For the sake of your discussion.
I'm sure you got a bonus in there or something.
Well, and all the fines you had to pay probably knocked that thing down to
about 78 million. Yeah. All right.
We're in lockstep.
What's up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Also, it's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31. Steiny and Guru are going to hop in here next. And by the way, I'm on the search for something that I have reason to believe Brandon Ayuk said about the idea of Odell on the 49ers.
Leonard Nimoy in search of.
Yeah.
Look at you.
That's coming up next on Willard Dibs.
I blame Steph Curry.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
The holidays are coming, as though that's a big deal. So you should shop at the 95.7 merch shop. Not for other people. Let's face it, if you're listening to us, you don't have any friends. So just buy for yourself. The 95.7 merch shop. It's cheap, and no one will ever see you wear it.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family
family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
In San Francisco, showers this afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Cut up 6-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, thanks, Dante. Get healthy, brother. You know, can we save that one until he's actually playing basketball? Because I feel like, right, we're kind of talking about the bench, and he's on it, and he's supposed to be a big part of it, and he's not there.
No.
He's not there. No. So that's the other thing. I mean, not that he's going to come back and be like the savior for the whole season, but it did feel last night after an offseason of they lost Otto, but they got Jermichael. They lost GP2, but they got DiVincenzo.
Oh,
well, you got a sum total of 0 minutes last night from Green.
You lost Chioza, but you got Ty Jerome. Hooray!
There you go. Did you say parade or did you say hooray?
I said hooray, and I do love a parade.
Got it. Yeah. So
but I don't know if Market Street needs to be cordoned off just yet.
Not quite yet, but we're going to have a Steiny and Guru parade. They're going to come in here in just about 5 minutes. And actually, Guru looks like he's a little depressed around the office today.
Yeah.
Well, not depressed. That's the wrong word. He's walking on eggshells. He has a panic meter that is turned all the way up.
Always.
But it's not about the Warriors.
Oh, that's it. Oh.
It's about Josh Allen. Because Josh Allen.
Man, I got 3 teams and a bunch of problems.
Yeah, that is Guru's fantasy quarterback
in
here.
3 teams.
In the, is it? Well, yeah.
Because he 3 teams.
Because he overdrafted him. I think he had the second pick in our draft, and he's just like, I'm doing it. And he went Josh Allen. Okay, great. So you got Josh Allen. I bring this up, though, not just because we're going to have to sort of pet his back a little bit as we go through this news. I don't know what's happening with Josh Allen, but it feels mysterious. And I will tell you, I watched a video last night from our guy, not Doc Pandia, but Doc Chow, the former Chargers doctor. And I'll just say this, it's not definitely bad, but it might be. It might be. Like, there is real concern surrounding Josh Allen. I bring it up for 2 reasons. One, go easy on Guru today, okay? Because he's worried.
Lay off.
He's distracted.
Yeah.
The second thing, though, what a reminder, and this is clear for the 49ers and their fan base, what a reminder of how quickly the whole landscape can change and how much season is still left. They have not even played half their games yet.
Buffalo hasn't.
No,
they played 8, right?
The 49ers. Buffalo, if they had their bye already. Buffalo, real quick. I think they're 6-2. Yeah, they're 6-2. Same thing.
Yeah.
They have not played half their games yet.
Well, I'm going to channel my inner owl and ask you, who? Do you know who their backup is? Buffalo? Scat-da-da-da. Probably not. I mean, I don't know.
It was Trubisky last year.
I know it.
It was just Trubisky last year, so it's somebody new. Yeah, no, I don't.
I believe.
Oh, wait. Is it Case Keenum? Hey!
Look at the big brain on Brett.
Yes.
Nice.
All right. Sorry,
So
Kyle. Kyle had it.
No, he did.
And he really... Sorry, Kyle.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Oh, really?
I thought it was Matt Barkley.
Oh, it was Matt Barkley like 5 years ago.
I thought it was a Stoney case, not Case Keenum.
Pretty sure Matt Barkley's out the league, right? I'm pretty sure Matt Barkley.
Matt, get out the league.
I don't
get
think
out the league, Matt.
I don't think he's in it here. What happens if you
Matt
Google?
Barkley is on the Buffalo Bills roster.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He is?
He hit you with two Gosh, I don't know what more you want.
Is he like a practice squatter or what's going on there?
Maybe.
QB3? Who carries QB3?
The 49ers.
Well, kind of. Right. I get it. Hey, tell those people to pipe down out there. The guru. Anyway, he's out there going, Josh Allen might be hurt. Anyway, so point is this. The whole landscape can change so quickly. The 49ers get Christian McCaffrey, and even then, you still hear a lot of people like, oh, come on. Like, sure, the NFC is weird, but there's the Eagles, and then there's the Bills and the Chiefs waiting. We all know that that's going to be one of the Super Bowl champions. My gosh, like, there is so much that can happen between now and the end of the year. I think the 49ers are in a great spot. It's an unfortunate spot in some ways because they should at minimum be 6-2, and they should have a stranglehold on everything. But they don't. But they're also in a really good spot because they sit in a playoff spot right now. The NFC is weak. Some of the key teams that would be in your way are really faltering. Rams, Packers, Cardinals too. And they're the ones that are getting healthy. It's been so, and maybe it turns the other way again.
It could.
But the first 8 games, it's like, damn it, the most injured team in the world again. Well, you could come back this weekend, take on the Chargers, and be one of the healthiest teams in the league, and find out that the supposed best team in the NFL is done. Because, by the way, they would be. They'd be done. They're in the best.
No love for Case Keenum?
They're in the best division in football. That's the data. We thought it was ours. It's not. Every team's got a winning record in that division.
Even better than the NFC East.
And the Dolphins and Jets have a game in hand on the Bills. They're 0-2 in the division.
Well, it would definitely change the way the Bills go about navigating their season because right now Josh Allen is so good. He's gotten them out of some sticky situations. They still have a very good collection of weapons, and they got a great defense. So Buffalo, I'm not saying that they're still Super Bowl contenders, but they can withstand that. But when you look at the injury mark, if it is as bad as it may be, which is it's a UCL injury potentially, he might need Tommy John.
Yeah, it's a bad injury. Like, the concern is that if it's bad, it's really bad. By the way, and you should and Guru, as he walks in, you should watch it. Doc Chow does a whole video. It's not just the video of the injury, it's what happens next.
Yeah.
The very next thing that happens is that he underthrows a receiver on the very next play, and he goes, that's not a good sign.
No.
He goes, now on the 4th down play, he does huck the ball all the way down the field, so he at least shows that he has the capacity to throw deep. But this could be very painful. It can mess with accuracy. It's not something you mess with. And so the fact that the Bills are being really quiet,
it's not good.
That makes you grit your teeth. Because you know damn well that if everything was fine, they would come out and say everything's fine.
Well, and they won't know that everything's fine until they get that MRI. And if it's just if it's an inflamed situation, maybe 2 to 4 weeks could quiet it down. But if it's a tear, Josh Allen could miss substantial time. Doc Pandia tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
We'll ask him at 11:30 if he's cleared to play. And if he's not cleared to play, as we bring in Daryl the Guru Johnson, who has Josh Allen, and I'm going to do my Steph Curry 1, 2, 3 different leagues. Thank you, Steiny. You got 3 teams and a bunch of problems.
That's a 4. I heard you down the hall. I'll say this. You know, things aren't going good in life sometimes. I'll just go on to Yahoo Fantasy Sports and look at the standings. Guru, the great, And to see myself in the top 3, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, it is.
And this happens. This is what's scary, is what you just said, Mark. They're being coy. They're being quiet. Yep. I saw the hit.
There's real concern.
This is when you hit them. And that next throw was underthrown. I've been panicking to Steiny in the green room.
Yeah, it's
story of my life.
Allen, though.
Close but no cigar.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. So there's real concern, which I think is that's the mode that most fans are in with regard to the Warriors right now, because what we've sort of been playing with is, look, they won. Your best player had a legendary performance.
Man.
We're not going to brush that off. Like, he did something that's never been done before. He's incredible. You looked at me funny. You know what I'm talking about, right?
47-8 without a turnover. I mean, Bird had 46.
I'm sorry, that's
8
not 47.
assists and 10 rebounds.
Yeah.
With no turn.
Yeah, but no, that's not better. That's worse. Steph Curry had 47.
Wilt Chamberlain, I just looked it up. In the year he averaged 50, he had more than 47 points on 50 occasions that year. They didn't keep track of turnovers individually, at least in the box score. 1962. So I'm sure the Dipper himself had many a day where he didn't have a turnover because he didn't pass.
Dipper.
That's his nickname.
That's me.
All that being said, though, that happens. But don't you think most Warriors fans came out of yesterday feeling worse?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Than they did before the start of the game. Yeah. By the way, speaking of making you feel worse, I just want to make sure you know, Guru, you're not in third. You're in fourth.
Who's in third?
That's first.
I'm in third. Yeah. Stay away from my third.
I'm in the offs if it ended today. I'm that guy.
Okay. Now you can go back to Warriors.
Curry, only player in the association, averaging 50, 40, and 90, and 30 points PPG. That dude is
bad. And that's the problem with last night's game.
Yep.
Is we didn't learn anything last night, except that Steph Curry is still playing at an unbelievably high level. Problem is, that doesn't mean an automatic win anymore.
No.
When it used to mean an automatic win.
No doubt.
So he is clearly not the problem. The question is, to me, what's he thinking?
Right.
What's he thinking? Right.
Well, you saw it when he blew
Dre
up the official, you know?
I'm nosy by nature, but what did they hugged and talked? What did you think they said? Dre and Steph after they won like it was the finals.
And Draymond probably said, welcome to the dark side. I'm proud of you for getting teed up. I'm tired of having you get pushed around by the refs. I'm proud of you, Steph, the way you blew your stack and walked down that official.
You think he hugged him and just leaned over and goes, "We got no chance."
Dude, it was a combo. Man.
No, I Steiny, I think you're onto something. An hour ago, I said to Dibs, could we get to a spot where Steph Curry is descending on leadership because this is too much? And does this head to a spot where they become, because this happens in the NBA a lot, Russell Westbrook won an MVP because of this dynamic, where a player plays and the fan base watches and they go, he's got no help. He's got no help, which is just an awful thought considering that 5 months ago they were being called a checkbook championship and they've got future Hall of Famers and all-stars all around the guy. But when you watch them right now, it's no denigration of my gosh, Wiggins looks fantastic and Draymond looks mostly like himself. So he's not by himself, but it feels that way because it kind of feels like he gets in the end of the game and it's like, Steph, are you going to save us or not?
So let me ask you guys this. What's changed? What has changed
from when?
From last year when they were hosting up the O'Brien Trophy to now?
They literally have no bench.
No bench.
Clay stinks.
That's also
and
a part
Poole
of it.
is just as bad.
Well, and we talked a lot about Jordan Poole.
4 shots.
Steiny, what do you think it is? Because 1 for 4 from the floor. The one thing we know about Jordan Poole that we've seen throughout his career, and I don't know Jordan Poole, Priest, before you chime in with that.
We're all good.
He famously dropped that on Mark, and it's become one of my favorite drops on our show because he said to Mark, "You don't know Jordan Poole."
He's right. I don't.
I mean, it was such a clean in and a clean out. But the one thing we do know about Jordan Poole is he's not shy, and yet he came out last night 1 for 4 from the floor. What do you think it is? What's eating not Gilbert Grape, but Jordan Poole?
Thank you, Johnny Depp.
Nice. It's recycled.
Great question. You know how? Let's say you're underpaid, which I am.
What do you mean? Let's say. Go ahead.
So I come in sometime. Any contracts? A big deal. I come in and do your job. You do it for 2-3 weeks. Then you think, you know what? I'm underpaid, man. And then you have a couple bad days. I think Jordan Poole every once in a while thinks, that guy punched me in the face. He basically attacked me. And nothing happened to him. And in fact, he continues to walk around here like nothing happened. That, I think, is part of it. I do think part of it is, I think he's almost been given an entirely new role off the bench. Like, he started most of the time last year.
What's the role, though?
The role is like, they want him to be aggressive, but also get the lousy bench involved if you can. And I think he's saying to himself, I can't do that. Like, why? Like, I don't think he likes playing with the guys he doesn't think are very good. And so he doesn't know what to do.
Well, I don't know about he doesn't think they're very good, but I look at Jordan right now, and actually here's why I tap the brakes on my concern. I don't think anything you're saying is wrong, but I think he is going through all kinds of transition and all kinds of stuff he's never dealt with before. There is you're now the lead. You're not just from the bench and the leading scorer. You're now that we're going to ask you to be that stabilizing bench force that Steve Kerr talked about, and I don't know if that feels normal to him. You're also now a guy who's highly paid, which comes with expectation and demands. You're also are still 6 weeks removed from being the lead story on every sports show for an entire 2 weeks after getting punched in the face, and who knows what he's feeling and thinking about that with regard to Draymond and the way the organization handled it. He has been through a lot in these last 6 weeks.
No doubt.
And again, not sympathy. He's great contract. Good job. But like this, he looks like he's in a mental funk.
And I'm going to say this to you, to that point.
He looks miserable.
Who could speak to him about taking the one across the chin? Not a damn player on this team, not a coach. So for the people in the back saying, oh, just shake it off. Mariah Carey, get back out there. You'll be fine. Nothing to see here. We don't know if there's some residue from that. Who can help him with that? My thing is, I'm going radio. I've been doing this since 2012. Started from the bottom.
Man, I tried to keep you out,
I know some people, Mark, and some hosts that I've worked with over the years that they were so fixated on driving the show, if they couldn't do the 2 or 3 roll. It was, I got to do one. All right. And I would just sit back like, damn, okay, that's you. I'm wondering, last year, this dude came out like Michael Jackson starting because they needed him to start. I'm just wondering how much is hurting him to come off the bench now when before, when he was a starter, he was Michael Jackson. And I'm just wondering now if he can't, that's just his thing. I need to get in when the ball's tipped. It's just a thought.
I think it's more. I know what you're saying.
A lot on that.
No, I know what you're saying, and I appreciate the Michael Jackson want to be starting something. I'm with you all the way.
Help me, dude.
I think it's a greater part of it is what Steiny said. Not that he thinks his teammates are lousy, but I think he's out there thinking, this is a tough job for anybody, and his running mate on the second unit, Klay Thompson, is not helping because you give the ball to Klay and you know it's going up. So Jordan, and something that Steph Curry said yesterday post-game, Jordan Poole is now on other teams' scouting report, where last year he wasn't going to be a guy that you wanted the game plan to stop, but he broke out. And so now other teams are like, okay, we need to stop Jordan Poole. And there's a blueprint on how to do it. You play him physically, you force him into difficult spots, and he hasn't countered the counter.
Yeah, this is where, like, the greatness of the Warrior players can be sometimes underestimated. When Jordan Poole plays with Steph Curry, he's going to have more opportunity. He just is. So now he's in the second unit with Klay, who everybody knows ain't Klay right now. So Poole's really the guy. Well, if Poole's really the guy, they know that on the other team. He's being defended completely differently as kind of like the number 1 on the second unit as opposed to the number 3 on the first unit.
Well, and they found something in the playoffs last year. You know, I mean, you get physical with them. You're going to be able to take them out at certain points. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. The other thing I notice, and I wonder if this is just what happens when a team loses, the San Francisco Giants got this hung around their neck for years because of guys like Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford who are super quiet. Kyle Shanahan has had people mention this before, where just because of his sideline look, The Warriors have a bad look right now. It's not a look that we're used to.
Did you see that video?
Yes.
Okay.
When the game ended last night, and for those of you who haven't seen this, you can go to wherever. It's all over social media. When the game ends last night, even though Klay fouled the heck out of Herter, when the game ends last night, the crowd's hands go crazy. Everyone jumps out of their seats. It's a victory. And the Warriors bench just kind of gets up and is like, all right, cool.
We just watched it.
Let's walk to the center of the court. Wiseman is at the back of the entire group, barely even
Kaminga,
raises a hand.
arms folded.
Arms folded, Kaminga. Now, maybe they're Belton Crawford, and they're just wired that way.
Yeah.
Or are they lifeless? Is this team lifeless right now?
Think about it from Kaminga's standpoint. You play with the JV in New Orleans, and you go off. You play great. Maybe the best game you've had all season. Steve Kerr comes out and says, you're in the rotation now. You come out against Sacramento at home, and you play 9 minutes. And by the way, in those 9 minutes, you're a minus
0
17.
rebounds. Yeah,
Goo.
and no rebounds.
Minus 17.
Yep.
If he would have played all 48, he would have been like a minus 85.
I want to get back to something Steiny
Which is
said.
hard to do.
I'm not saying you're wrong about
you
Jordan
better not.
Poole.
Don't you dare.
But let's be real. He led the NBA in free throw shooting. So if this is about something upstairs mentally, he's shooting 80% now and 30% from three. So it's about opportunities. Okay, let's say you don't like who you're playing with, but what's going on? I believe something mentally upstairs is affecting him because
100%.
when you're at the free throw, the charity stripe, Dibs, and you led the NBA in that, and now you're at 80 and 30% last night. The 4 shots to me, not that he is moping / is it disinterest? Which I know it's not.
Like he's dispirited as well. He's
heavy.
dispirited.
That is heavy.
And it's because of all the things that we've all talked about collectively. He's not playing with that same
joy,
money time, that same swagger and that same bounce and that same moxie, but none of them are. Steph Curry is playing as well as he ever has in his career, but he's playing with an anger. He's playing with a scowl and a growl and an
last
edge.
night, yeah.
Well, and I love that he got a tech because
he was fouled.
Yeah, that was a definite foul.
Don't
but
tell Steiny.
the old Steph doesn't do that. But this Steph, Steiny, he's playing with an edge.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Jordan Poole now has completed the Mount Rushmore of not shooting during a game. Kobe, Jordan Poole, Gilbert Arenas.
When was
Pulled
this?
that once
Agent
against
Zero.
the New York Knicks. And
G-code,
I
used
did
to
I
call
did
him.
it once against Johns Hopkins.
I remember this story.
Yeah,
Johns Hopkins D1. And Steiny,
no. D3 in basketball.
Okay.
D1 in lacrosse.
So you had
Steiny's
an
coach is
agenda.
coming down his
I did have an
road
agenda.
about
No, I
shot
don't like that,
selection.
yeah.
So Steiny went full pout mode.
Yeah, that is horrible.
And his coach, by the way, Glenn Robinson, one of the all-time winningest coaches at any level
Look at
in
Willard,
the
like-
history of college basketball.
Willard. I know Glenn Robinson.
Give me more.
The big
No,
dog.
he ain't the big
He's
dog.
a little dog.
Willard, you'll like this.
Let's play
Little
with the
dogs.
Dubs.
Steiny went Poutosaurus
We
Rex.
We lose an overtime game to Moravian, all right?
No business losing to Moravian, by the way.
Well, yeah.
And it was
overrated.
It was like, imagine me being Steph Curry, but I'm not warm. So I go 10 for 25 in an overtime game.
Okay.
Next day, the coach comes up to me, back, come here, Steiny, come here. Okay. He said, do you think we can win when you take 25 shots?
Wow.
And I said, yeah, I think we can win when I take 25 shots.
He
and
is
he goes,
Westbrook.
well, I don't. I said, okay, let's do it your way. I only took 4 shots, and I had to. They were all layups.
Did you win?
We played Hopkins.
No.
Hopkins.
The stakes were low.
Yeah.
5 shots, Willard.
Actually, I'm a liar. I was 4 for 5 that game.
Oh,
I missed.
okay.
I took 4 layups, and then I came down on a break, and I was just like, I'm taking an elbow jump.
Okay, couple things.
Yeah, talk to us.
I kind of gave up on it.
First of all, did your coach actually call you Steiny? Did he call you Steiny? Because you just when you recounted the.
That's a good question.
Yeah, did you?
I think I was
Thank
probably
you.
Matt. I wasn't much.
Okay.
It was more Stein back in the day.
Stein, right.
But he
okay.
didn't. He said Matt.
Okay, he said Matt. All right,
Sure.
so Matt, can you shoot 25 times? And then you didn't go Jordan Poole. You went Kobe. You went Kobe on him.
I was pissed.
I
was, man.
That is so wrong,
I
though.
was so mad. And I even hit 2 foul shots late in the game to send it into overtime.
What did he say to you after the game?
Grow up.
That's exactly what he said. Wow. He just looked at like he
knew.
He did. He said, "I know what you're doing out there tonight. Let's go." And it was over after that.
See, I don't think that Jordan Poole is doing that.
No, I don't think that at all.
Me neither. No, that's what's scary about it.
I love story time with Steiny.
We can take Mark and I.
I don't think people. I don't understand.
I've heard that one before.
I can smell a bad teammate. Miles and miles away.
And so is it Poole?
No.
Or is it Draymond? Or what are you saying?
Something's going on with Draymond.
Something's going on.
I think Draymond has. I think Slater's right. He's been isolated a little bit.
Do you know what I see with Draymond? And this is really this is not an observation where I could point to a specific moment. But when you watch a Warrior game on TV, he doesn't stand out anymore.
It's Draymond.
Almost, right.
Exactly.
It's almost like he's been blurred.
Yeah.
And that says to me, because he's playing as many minutes, he's playing the same role, but it says to me exactly what we feared going into the season, which is that Draymond does not now feel like he can go be Draymond because the whole world is waiting for him to blow his top, and then we're all going to blow our tops. And so he's just trying to play basketball. Steph Curry is now walking down a ref. Draymond's not doing it. Draymond, he's talking less. He's talking to the opponent less.
I believe he's got only one tech.
That's
going through motions.
And you know what,
and
Mark?
He's focused on those motions, so he's not playing bad basketball, but he is not himself.
I agree, and I think that's probably what he was saying to Steph Curry. And I mean that. I think he was probably
you got to do it
because when you win a game like that, your guard gets let down, and now you can. And I think Draymond said something to the effect like, "Hey, man, we got it. It's got to be you and me." Almost acknowledging his Draymond's acknowledging his own stature has fallen. You want to talk about reading into something?
I mean,
his own
seriously.
stature has fallen, but he's saying to Steph, "I need you, buddy. I need you to get. We got to do it."
But do you say that? Do you even need to say that to Steph? Do you say that in that moment? He's like, "What do you think I just went and did?"
Well, no. I mean. More emotional support and can you pull me back in because you're the only one who can do it.
I didn't agree with the
I've got
Draymond said this at the podium. I didn't like it, and who am I? I'm just a fan.
About the Game 4.
The Game 4 vibes against the Kings on a Monday night.
That's the
Take
thing.
it with a grain of salt.
I mean, that's what we asked. And I can't wait to hear you guys talk to Bob Myers here in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, we had assistant coach John Malalela on earlier today, and one of the things I really wanted to ask him about was that dynamic. What was this like going into a game on Monday, November 7th with the Kings in your gym, and you got Hall of Famers treating it like a must-win? That's like... what?
Yeah.
And
Sign
even
of the
after,
time.
like you said, the celebration, so you treat it like a must-win, and it wasn't a must-win, but it was a big game, losing 5 in a row,
No
and you
doubt.
get it done in that fashion, and there's no jubilation, no exultation. It was more like resignation.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you
Sensation.
Sensation.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Can I go super hashtag random here?
You can do whatever you want.
So I've been holding this since the
It's
Orlando
it's
game.
your show. Yeah.
How did Bol get Bol? Do you think Daryl or Dibs, Steiny, how'd that happen? Bol.
Remember,
I sit there
Ruben Boucher?
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah.
That was my favorite. Kenny
How
Mayne.
did that happen?
Kenny Mayne did a great highlight one time. It was the stupidest little. He's so sarcastic and subtle sometimes. And he's doing a highlight, and he's like, watch this drive, and the dish over, and Ruben Boucher lays it in. And for whatever reason, it just struck my funny bone.
And I like Dibs.
I don't know.
What if that was your gig?
Do the whole show that way.
Steiny.
That's a family name. You know,
I give him.
there's the pop star American Idol winner Philip Phillips.
Yes.
Which is
Philip
kind of
Phillips.
a similar thing.
Yeah.
As I
wonder if Bol in Sudanese is like Bruce, Damon's last name. So you can say Bruce. That would be a first name and a last name.
I
So
did
maybe
know,
Bol can be used both ways.
When the kids, this was years ago, the kids started elementary school, and the head of the PTA, her first name was Kelly, and she married some guy named Dan Kelly. So her name was Kelly.
Wow. but yeah. I just had to Mark.
Why they call it Bull? Because he looks like a bull? I just Googled it, and he was named after his late great-grandfather and Dinka chief, Bol Chol Bol.
Okay.
So,
he had Chol in between the Bol?
Yes.
And you know that his father, one time killed a lion with a spear.
Yes, exactly.
And you know what the joke was? That really he killed that lion with a foul shot.
Wow. He would shoot line drives from the line.
I used to love Manute Bol shooting three-pointers.
Favorite.
I mean, analytics would have just destroyed his career.
It is Smiley
being like, are you really shooting 22% from three, and you're still going to keep
and all the
lofting
teammates
those things
loved
up?
him. Everybody,
the whole crowd.
But his teammates loved him, man.
Oh my gosh,
he was a good guy.
He has a breathtaking moment. May my cousin rest in peace, Greg Willard, who former NBA ref, who the first time he ever got us tickets, like when he would come to the Bay Area, you'd get the call at about 2:00. Every point, by the way, this became a thing where it was like if Greg was coming to town, I'd be waiting. I'd be like, did the phone ring at 2:00?
Look at you.
Phone ring at 2:00. And you'd get the call and he'd be like, I got you tonight if you guys can make it. And so we're like sitting in the first row. And I'm probably, 8, 9 years old. And here comes Manute Bol. Distance from me to you, Goo. One of the most breathtaking things I have ever seen in my life. I'm like, what? That's a human being? 7'7". Absolutely crazy.
20 for 91 from three in 88, 89 for the Warriors. But that was a lot of three-point attempts.
And that one out of 4.
Yeah,
by the way, Manute Bol, one of the greatest nicknames, and he gave it to Chris Mullin.
Uh-oh.
You ever hear this one?
No.
He called Chris Mullin Chalk.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
If we ever see him,
incredible.
How did that not stick?
That's incredible.
Oh, my gosh.
Gotta get out to Bonte.
I'm going to let you guys set your table before Bob Myers gets here, so do not miss that, listeners. Bob Myers at 1:00. Here comes Steiny and Goo.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. That wasn't really what we were looking for, was it, Goo?
No, it was a dub. Shout out Dub Nation. It was a dub. You can't start with that.
Oh.
You can do what you got a black shirt on.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Wow.
But it's a long sleeve shirt. So I got to figure out why I can't hear myself in my ear. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, Goo, now I'm a little disheveled, disorganized, but you said that was the closest thing to a loss last night.
Yeah, but it wasn't. And after losing 5 in a row to, dump truck type of teams, the Warriors needed that. Just imagine where we would be, everybody now, if they had lost that game to the Sacramento Kings. So with all that said, and the Draymond Green, I just can't believe he went there with the Game 4 vibes.
Why? Why, real quick?
Because you're champs, and you're telling us that something's really going on or not going on for you to take that win on a Monday night, and like it really, really meant something. And that lets me to believe, Steiny, you tell me if I'm wrong, maybe they don't have the answers to all their questions on what ails this team.
They don't. I don't think. But I don't have a problem with the Warriors acknowledging that, yeah, there was a game that they felt like they had to have in November. Because to me, that what it does is it reinforces the fact that something's wrong. Because if nothing were wrong, they wouldn't care because it's November. But clearly, they care. So the Warriors have something going on, and I think the big reason they wanted to win yesterday is they don't play again until Friday.
Okay, Cleveland.
And they lose last night, Now they're taking a 6-game losing streak with them in 3 off days, and then here comes Cleveland, who quietly is the second-best team in the NBA, the Eastern Conference. Yeah. So we got Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock, and bottom line is this is
our guy.
This is why we have Bob Myers on for these kind of days. Something's wrong with this team. And I'll tell you, and Bob,
what's the leader in the clubhouse for you?
If Bob's listening, I'm going to tell him what the first question is. Steve Kerr has prided himself and this team on playing with joy. You guys look miserable. Why? Why
you're going to ask him that?
Of course.
Yeah, that's what
Why
we do.
is this team not playing with quote unquote joy?
All right. Now, what about the embrace between Curry and Green?
That doesn't mean anything to me.
And
those
Green
guys are
hugged
fine.
Kerr. I love when Kerr, like he's letting you know.
I mean,
these guys aren't robots. But my question to you and the masses, everybody on Twitch and YouTube and the Xfinity mobile text line, Steiny, what is your leader in the clubhouse in regard to what is different with this team and why they're 4-7?
I mean, there's, to me, and this is one of those things where it's not one thing. It's so many things.
Now, that's not good. That's like the mechanic telling you about the car.
I think Klay's a problem. I think Poole's been bad. I think Draymond has been fair. Wiggins has been Wiggins. Steph's been terrific. But the bottom line is the guys coming off the bench are not helping. So I guess you asked me the biggest thing. I don't know.
How do you fix the bench?
To me, the biggest thing is Klay Thompson.
You really?
What do you mean you really? Yes, he's not very good.
Is that bigger than the bench? Because this is the same Klay Thompson that you started and won in the finals.
You might be able to fix the bench.
All right, whoa.
I'm worried
how about
you might
Klay
not be able
working? Stella got her groove back. Klay could get his back. Like, that's not off the table. But your takeaway from those road trips, and he missed one game, and they still lost. So I don't think it's all to me.
He stinks.
I'm not saying
I
he
hate to say this, but he stinks right now.
It's not him by himself.
If Klay Thompson were playing like Klay Thompson normally plays, they'd probably be 6-5 right now.
Okay, well, they just had a game a couple days ago where he had 25 points. Steph had the 4. What does Steph have? They both went off, and they lost the game.
Klay's lost. He's totally lost. And I'm not just talking about his shot. And there's one thing that I haven't heard.
Tell me.
I haven't heard anybody say today. You know how you know Klay's lost?
How?
He fouled Kevin Huerter on a three-pointer down 3.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And he also fouled Fox on a three-pointer in the second quarter. Like, that's not focus. That's your head's not in the game. He fouled Kevin Huerter, and it wasn't even close. Yeah. Now they got a break, which is fine.
Paul George got called for that against the Cavs last night on Donovan Mitchell. They called the foul, but I thought to myself, it was right after the game was over, Steiny. Damn, that looked like Klay and Huerter. But so he's your leader in the clubhouse? Mine is no. We'll have Bob on at 1 o'clock. I don't know if the bench is going to take that next step, that leap. Because if you're going to run a 34 or expect 34-year-old Stephen Curry to keep up 50, 40, 90 and go 47, Steiny, what about his ability to finish at the basket? I mean, this dude, he may have surpassed Kyrie Irving. Remember, I was like, Kyrie, the only thing he does. Well, yeah, you got me there, but you can't expect that every night.
888-957-9570 is the number. Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock. That leaves us from 12:30 till Bob Myers to take your calls on 95.7 The Game. I mean, how do you fix this? Is it fixable?
Oh, it's fixable.
I actually don't think it's fixable with personnel.
We still got our bet.
Let me tell you something. Yeah, you damn right we do. In case you don't know what that bet is, I have the field.
There you go. Set it up.
And Guru's got the Warriors.
I'm writing.
If you look at the box score from last night's game, there is a stat that sticks out so much that it tells the story of why the Golden State Warriors right now are a bad basketball team. It's in the box score. If you want a quick look during the break,
I'm going to do it now.
Can you find it? Can you find what I might be thinking about in the Warrior box score? But there's one telling stat that it might not tell you what the issue is, but it certainly tells you that right now, at least, there is an issue. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. That's how to get on the air on the old-fashioned telephone. We'll take calls for the next half hour. And then we've got President of Basketball Operations and General Manager Bob Myers at 1 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Today, Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 1 for the executive show.
Yeah, you guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion? Guru too. Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah! Hear Bob Myers today at 1. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background? Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season. Wow. It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Here we go.
Here comes the Sandman.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Live.
Should we clap along? I'm going to play guitar a little bit for you.
Adam Sandler.
Take him away!
Chase Center, December 6th.
All right, let's lose that. I hate it.
Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Brought to you by your friends at Another Planet Entertainment.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Homeowners are choosing the beauty of Milgard Trinsic Vinyl featured at Dolan's. Narrow frames, the contemporary look, the color choices, perfect white and tan, and an array of custom exterior colors. And That's only the beginning. The innovative Smart Touch window locks exceed California's rigorous forced entry codes plus energy efficiency for comfort. Discover Milgard's vinyl benefits in the ideas section at dolanlumber.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, nice little ball game, Steph. Nice little ball game.
You think?
From you last night.
And what about the 50, 40, 90? And averaging 30 PPG.
How many games have the Warriors played?
It don't matter. He's the only
it does matter.
He's the only one doing it.
You can
like I'm doing it. Anyway. Yeah.
Hey, this segment sponsored by Yes on Prop 31, a commitment to protect kids. And also, keep it locked to 95.7 The Game. Warriors president and general manager Bob Myers, 1 o'clock. And that's the executive show every week on 95.7 The Game. Take a look at the box score, and you know that things are quite amok.
I have it up,
Things
too.
have gone afoul.
Anything.
Here we go. What is it, November 5th? November 7th. On November 7th, in a home game against the Sacramento Kings, here's problem number 1. Wiggins, 40 minutes. Curry, 38 minutes. Thompson, 38 minutes. That's a problem. Here's the second problem, and I don't know if it's bigger or not. Anthony Lamb, 16 minutes. Ty Jerome, 12 minutes. And then our 3 youngsters, Kaminga, Moody, and Wiseman. Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome both played more than any one of the youngsters. Kaminga played 9 minutes, Moody played 9 minutes, and Wiseman didn't play. And here's where I'm going with this goo. I'm not going to say I was wrong because it was too early in the season. But you were the one that was saying, you know what, Stein, we might have a problem with these youngsters. And you know what? After I see Lamb and Jerome now overtaking them, now I think we do have an issue. So take your victory lap.
No, I don't want to.
I wasn't wrong at the time.
Yeah.
Make that clear. No chance I was wrong at the time.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Go ahead and take your victory lap.
I'm not going to take
it.
Because this
you
is
deserve
not,
it.
You're looking at it wrong.
You deserve
no,
it.
Stop. You're looking at it wrong.
Okay.
Steve Kerr came out, and as much as I disagree, when I see Lamb, Mary had a little Lamb. He plays hard.
Yeah.
He's a warrior. I'm rooting for him, but something's in my stomach like, damn. If Wiseman can't, he's getting minutes from the 3 that you just mentioned. Steve Kerr said, hey, I'm going to use everything at my disposal when it comes to players, and these 2 dudes are part of the team. I'm talking about Jerome and Lamb, so they're getting an opportunity. And I got to believe, Steiny, they got 81 more games left, 71 more games left. We'll get the the metal will hit the floor, and those guys will overtake Jerome and Lamb. But the bench has to do something to help this team. What about the minute restriction from Klay Thompson, who I don't have as high up on my list as worry as you do, but he played 38 minutes last night. Yeah, they wanted that game, but again, I can't put my finger on it. I don't know if it's unity or their lack of, but man, for Draymond to say, and he did say it, Daddy said, take it with a grain of salt, but more salt than a margarita. Man, you did that on a Monday night against Sac to win by 3?
Yeah. You did.
Yeah, that's
yes, you did.
That's a head scratch.
From the 650, why is starters playing real minutes a problem? And why is Kerr trying new rotation in November a problem? Oh, because that's not part of the plan. 650. 650, you don't want to play Steph Curry 38 minutes in November.
Right.
Against the Sacramento Kings.
No doubt.
At home. You just don't. In fact, if you think everything's normal, 650, the reason I'm mad at the 650 is he called us clowns.
Yeah, I saw that.
Guess what? Steve Kerr disagrees with your sorry behind 650.
We needed the win. You know, Steph had the New Orleans game off. So did Wiggs. So did Klay. So did Draymond. And we've got 3 days before our next game. So we felt comfortable chasing this one with heavy minutes, and it was obviously necessary, but it's not sustainable. So we know we can't do this for long.
Not sustainable.
That makes sense.
How do we fix this, Goo? How do we fix this? 888-957-9570.
Okay. Listen, I've never been mistaken for an NBA head coach, but I believe I know psyches. I know, just how things go when people feel empowered and you give them opportunities. I don't know if you feel good in your gut, Steiny, or fans listening, did James Wiseman deserve not to play? He would play every game if I were the coach. And I invested the number 2 pick in the draft. We are going to go down with watching him fail at every turn. We'll try to fix and rectify the problems, and the successes that he has, we'll celebrate. But to me, Lamb and Jerome getting more minutes than Moody and Kaminga, I just don't understand. And again, if that's going to continue, this team currently constructed, in my honest opinion, cannot win it all.
So my question's this. What if the team and the organization, but maybe most important, Steph Curry, knows that if you play Wiseman and Kaminga, come hell or high water, you're not going to the playoffs? Like, you can't, like...
So Lamb is that much... I'm just asking, and I'm the people. I ain't got nothing against Lamb. He's a dub. You're telling me Lamb and Jerome are that more advanced than Kaminga, Moody, and Wiseman?
Can I
cut to the
chase?
Who do we talk to about why they're not ready?
They're not ready because they're 20 and 21 years old. Neither of them, one of them had no high school experience.
But you chose them,
That's right.
Steiny.
They chose them
what they
for
didn't
2025.
have.
We need as fans to get it through our head that Kaminga and Wiseman were not picked to be, with the understanding they would be big factors at 21. I'm sorry, they weren't. That's not why they were picked. They were picked so that Joe Lacob can look at his team and say, you know what? In 2025, when Steph's done, these 3 kids are going to be ready, entering their prime. Okay. I guess my question would be, why would you expect somebody who played 3 games of college?
I got something for you.
Why would you expect them to be a regular part of a championship rotation?
Because the writing on the wall in the message is when you win a chip, the goal is to go back-to-back and defend the throne.
That's right.
So when you made the decisions to let GP2 walk, Bielitsa walk, and Porter Jr. walk, The message I'm getting in Dub Nation is, okay, maybe these youngsters won't be that, but they'll carry some weight. They'll make contributions. Not that they'll be in mummy outfits and they're untouchable until 2023 or 2024. And Steiny, what's scaring me about what you're saying, and I won't dare say you're wrong, if you're right, do you think the message Joe Lacob and company are sending is, Dub Nation, you guys are fools if you think we got enough to defend the throne? Because let's take it to Lamb and Jerome. Are they looked at as good enough to pick up the pieces for GP2 and Porter Jr.?
No.
So what's the message then?
Well,
to Dub Nation and fans.
GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. are supposed to be DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green.
Who I haven't mentioned, and that's on me. I have not mentioned those two.
Scotty in Daly City. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you guys?
Talk to us.
Hey,
listen, I want to touch on what you were talking about on the switchover about there's something wrong in the locker room. I think there really is, guys. I've been watching every game.
Yeah.
It's just not the same vibe. It's not the same excitement. It's not the same team feeling from these guys. It's a perfect example is what was brought up is at the end of the win, half the fucking team just kind of
all right, that's going to kill you. Hey, from the 408, Steiny, I think you're wrong. Those two guys were meant to step in immediately.
And that's how I feel.
Well,
not the All-Stars,
you know
Matt.
What?
Not
That's
the
wrong.
All-Stars.
You know what? And maybe I'm coming down your road too hard. Shame on you then. Shame on you all if you thought James Wiseman, who played 3 games of college basketball, 3 games, and then was injured for an entire season, is going to play on a championship team. That's crazy talk. And now you want to even go crazier? Kaminga is even rawer than Wiseman. I guarantee you, if you said to Joe Lacob, boy, these guys are way behind because they were supposed to be the 6th, 7th, and 8th man on a championship team, he would say, who said that, Matt? How would you answer that? Darryl, who said that? Who said these guys were going to fit seamlessly onto a championship team? We know that they're not going to play a big role now. That's why we drafted 2 projects. We want them to be ready by 2025 because it's unrealistic.
Then they're not. If you're right, which I hope you are dead wrong. I don't want you to be dead. I'd be at the funeral. But then you're saying that the people that run the show know.
They know what?
That there's nothing to look at here. They're not flabbergasted as to why Warrior fans want to know why the team doesn't feel like everybody's on the same page and then the expectations to win. And let me tell you the 21-year-old that's playing. His name's LaMelo Ball in Charlotte. And I'm asking you now, Matt, if you had to revisit that.
That's ridiculous.
No, because you're telling me if you're 2021, you can't play in the league.
Okay, fine.
And hold on about your
they
championship team.
LaMelo Ball.
Hold on about your championship team. Is this a championship team?
No.
Because if Lamb and Jerome are cracking the rotation, I expect Kaminga, Moody, and Wiseman to be able to play some. Not be all-stars.
Those guys played college their entire... Jerome played 3 years at Virginia and then was in the NBA. Lamb played 4 years at Division I in Vermont. They're both 25. They're 25.
So
those
Matt,
other guys are 20.
I hear you, Matt. And I'm not Matt. So why is the team 4-7? Why is the team bad defensively?
The team is 4-7 because one guy's playing great and one guy's playing to his potential, and everybody else is not. Don't tell me Draymond Green is playing great. I don't even notice him out there. Plain and simple. He's no defensive stopper anymore. He still has flashes. And I'm sorry. And you know what? Here's another thing that's hurting the team. I'm going to say it. Klay Thompson's selfish. He's selfish right now. He is completely and utterly selfish. But the way he is playing is not helping. And I get it. It's Klay. And he's got no conscience. And that's the great part about him. But but have a sense of what's going on, Klay.
But what if this is about what is Klay in April, Steiny, and this is built in? 2 steps back early for 4 steps forward later. What if, you know what I mean? He's obviously earned this. Hey, we know Steiny's of the world, and it's not just you. He's always let it fly. So maybe they know we got to just live with this so it'll be greater later.
I don't believe that.
What if I asked you how many turnovers Draymond had last night?
5.
Oh, you heard
This is normal. No, I didn't.
Yeah, nobody.
It's 5 a game,
man. And hey, look, Dre's motor is there, but like you said, the defensive stopper, I don't know. And when you're giving up 130, 120 left and right, do you really got a defensive stopper?
No. You know what? And I said this to JD on the on our podcast that we did before the show.
Yeah,
a lot of good topics.
When was it air?
I don't know. Whenever Dickinson posted it.
I'll find out for you.
No, right. Of course, I forgot.
I messed you up.
Yeah,
we got Bob in 14.
Well,
nice job, Goop.
Oh, I was just playing. I didn't really mess you up.
100,000% agree. Clay's been a vibe killer. He has.
I think so.
He's a goo.
Okay. Hey,
wait a minute. No. Okay. I'll ask you.
Yeah. Because
do you think Clay's been a vibe killer?
No.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
This is built in. So if something happened to me here at this job, and the boss knew I was coming in and something was wrong or I was doing something wrong, you think he would yank me if you went in there and say, hey, Guru's really.
Can we stop talking in extremes about Klay?
Like, this is built in, and we saw it last year, Steiny.
Let me ask you a question. Right. When I say bench somebody, what does that mean to you? They got to bench Klay. Does that mean sit him for a whole game?
Oh, no, a different role.
Come off the bench.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not there with Klay.
Okay, and neither am I.
I don't think he'll ever be productive off the bench.
And I would never, if I'm running the show, I would never ask. It's loyalty. I said, good fellas.
Okay, listen, Goo. If you're gonna run Klay out there, let's do your plan.
Right.
Run Klay out there.
Okay.
Don't even. If you
he was plus 10, by the way, last night.
What?
Okay.
Big deal. That's because he's playing with Steph Curry.
All right.
I'm watching that game last night, and I'm like looking at Klay on defense, and I said, "Oh my God, I said he can't keep it. Well, it's tough to keep De'Aaron Fox in front.
Right. No.
It wasn't De'Aaron Fox. It was Malik Monk. Yeah. Good. Keep. So
you want to say, okay, hey, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I want Klay to look in the mirror.
I feel like, is there any part of you that feels like you're singling Klay out? Because defensively, we just talked about Dre.
I'm singling Klay out. I'm singling Klay out. And, I guess you got to say it around here all the time when you criticize a guy. He's a 4-time champion. He's a Hall of Famer. He was the best two-way player in the game 4 years ago. He's not that player.
And
Stop
he told
it.
us
He
as
cannot play defense like he has.
He's trying to get back to that plateau.
He can't. He can. Do you think Klay Thompson, is this what you're going to pin your hopes on? That Klay Thompson can come back and be the defender he was, guarding the ones that he was guarding? Don't you get it? He used to be able to guard ones and keep them in check.
I got that.
Now he can't guard twos. Right. His position right now. Can that change? Of course it can change. Is he going to get back to 2017?
No,
we got to stop.
Okay, but can he get to?
I don't know.
If he was at a 90, can he get to 81, 82? And let me just tell you something about defense in the league. I'm just throwing this at you because Luka don't play no D. Okay, he's never played D. Trae Young don't play no D. Okay, outside of Giannis is the best player in the league because he does it on both ends. And Paul George maybe. But Steiny, it ain't just defense why he can't be out there or you want him yanked. I gotta believe they have empowered him. Klay, we know you might even hurt us, but we did it last year and they hoisted up the trophy, Steiny. They are dying with him.
Luka doesn't play defense and Trae Young doesn't play defense, that is absolutely positively irrelevant to the fact that Klay used to be able to defend, and so far this year, he hasn't. Like, okay, I get it. Luka can't defend. But Klay could defend. Now he can't.
And you think it's done. He'll never get remotely close.
He's not going to get back to his prime.
No, I get that. I
don't believe. I mean, do you?
No,
Will he get back to his
never
prime?
No, how close can you get to your prime?
Bob Myers, 10 minutes. Bob Myers,
So,
10
Steiny,
minutes.
tell the people and me, I'm asking, because we got the bet, how far can this team go if
I don't
this
know. They
doesn't
can't win the
change
title.
or no trade?
I don't know, but they're not going to win the
and
title.
do you think Joe
That's why I made
Lacob's
the
looking
bet.
at this team right now through 11 games saying we can't win it either?
He might be. He might be.
That's the rat on the table.
You want me to really go hard right now? I'll go hard.
No, it's not. I want you to be truthful.
I'll say they're one.
Well, who's not? Milwaukee's one injury from Giannis away. That's everybody.
Milwaukee's got an injury, and they're 9-1.
Well,
their second best players hurt.
No,
and they're 9-1.
Okay, but we could keep going down the list, Steiny. Like if Tatum goes down, Boston's done. You know what I mean?
I don't mean done. I mean. Okay. What's your record have to be before you say, you know what? Maybe we see if we can jump in the lottery here.
Well, that'd be
a
question for the Lakers.
Is that too early?
Yeah, no, because you got Steph Curry playing at high optimum, man. This dude, man.
And they're 4-7. He cannot play better than he's played.
I get that.
They're 4-7.
Right.
And you know what? Like, this is no. Steph used to be able to carry this team. You know why? Because the team was a little bit better.
But then that's when I'll say, hey, Steiny, it's only 11 games. He keeps this up. No, I got.
Okay, so what you've seen see, this is the thing. You can say it's only 11 games. That's fine. I'll give you that.
I'm starting to get worried.
What I've seen in 11 games.
Yeah, no doubt.
That ain't close to Warrior basketball.
No doubt. And you know what? And we know what Warrior basketball is, and it's predicated on defense.
I mean,
Iguodala going to play? Or
who cares?
See, that's what I'm saying.
Who cares, Goo?
Right.
You're talking about a 40-year-old, 9-minute-a-game player. Who cares? He's not going to change everything himself.
So I'm holding on to the past.
Yes, you are. Tim in North Carolina. Timmy.
What's up, guys? So I agree with both of you guys, honestly. Steiny, I agree with you for something you said yesterday. And Goo, I definitely agree with you about Lamb and Jerome. Steiny, you made a comment yesterday about Steph and a couple of these guys being hypocrites. And I think about that. Steph, Clay, Wiggins, none of these guys, top 15 draft picks, were asked to do what Kaminga, Wiseman, and Moody are being asked to do.
Exactly.
These guys are on eggshells. They do not feel like they're part of the team. They are hearing the narrative that it's all on them. And just think about it, Steiny. You were a ball player. And you were a young ball player at one point in time. These guys 5 years ago were playing video games with Steph Curry as the video on a game, and now they're out there on the court with them. And 1 minute they get 3 minutes, the next game 9 minutes. Then we get 2 or 3 DNPs. These young guys do not have the comfort level to even go out there and be themselves. And then think about it. You got Kerr on top of it, proving to them he doesn't trust them by putting two-way players who are from no man's land in front of them. My thing is, guys, if you're going to commit. What a young fella needs more than anything is some consistency. You know what? If you're going to throw Wiseman in the starting lineup with Draymond's the backbone of the defense. Kaminga comes off to the bench with Looney and Moody, Clay, and Poole. Looney's the backbone of the defense, and you commit to it, and you run with it. But you keep herky-jerking these guys around. You're not getting the full complement of what they even are. So I think the entire organization, and then our veterans, these guys are getting up here knowing that they had opportunities. Wiggins had opportunities to go out there and fail. Clay had opportunities to fail. Steph had opportunities to fail. These guys need to pull these guys by their side and say, look, they don't know where they're coming from or what they're going through.
I agree.
And they need to lean on that, guy.
I agree. Tim, I think you hit the nail on the head.
I've said all of that to you, Steiny, over the last few days.
What?
Everything Tim just said, like you got to ride with them. And I call it empowerment. I'm not asking for handouts, but let them fail, man.
Okay.
Let them fail.
Okay. You ain't making the playoffs then if you let them fail. And what's going to happen with Curry as you're letting them fail and they're costing you games?
Well, when you're 4-7, what's happened? What do you call that?
I call it a bad start. Yeah. I know. It's going to be, I don't know what the solution is.
And do you risk losing these guys mentally if they're not that?
Absolutely.
That's another fear.
Yeah. All right. Bob Myers on the other side. If you're on hold, you're going to have to hold. You're going to have to hold for a little bit because we got Bob Myers. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Banking. Full service banking, no compromises.
Take that for data.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mailing rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk. The facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, let's get right to it. This is the Executive Show. It comes on every week, either Bob Myers or Zaza Pachulia. Today it's President of Basketball Operations, General Manager Bob Myers. Hey, Bob, what's going on, man?
Not much. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Why do you think your team right now is not playing with joy, which has been a trademark of this team?
Oh man, I think there's you could throw out anything. I don't have an obvious answer. I don't think anybody knows that specifically. You could throw out theories. Last year, I think we had something to prove. I guess they proved it. This year, I don't know. I think trying to figure out the right rotations, maybe 1, 2, short off season. I don't know. That's a good question. I guess the better question for me is, do I think it can improve? Yeah, I do. I mean, I was looking at the numbers. We're 26th in defense. That's just never been where we've been ranked. We're 30th in allowing free throw attempts. Just bad execution defensively. I don't think in 30 games we're going to be looking at the same numbers, or in 20 games. If we are, that's a different conversation. But we've always been good at those things. So I can't say psychologically, because I don't play and I'm not a coach, as to the why of it. We go through stretches like this, good and bad. I didn't think we'd start out 18-2 last year. That was a shock. This is surprising, but I don't view it as something we need to overreact to 11 games in. But I know that maybe Guru is possible.
Now, Bob, to be honest, look, I'll tell you, because I'm staying off Warriors Twitter, but when I'm the voice of reason, it's like, oh no, what's going on? Listen, I know you gave Steiny credit for the the face of the franchise with Steph, and we had great fun with that, but he also came up with the 2 timelines. And I'm watching this team, Bob, and I know it's 11 games in, but is this the ultimate version of the 2 timelines where they collide? And is that why you're feeling like, you know what, it's still early?
Well, I don't know about collide. I do agree with the early part. It is early. That probably sounds defensive coming from me, but we got 71 games to go, so it is early factually. I know that the tendency is to put a lot of emphasis on the early first 10 games, and that's okay. People do that. We do it too. We don't look at these things and just dismiss them. But we have to be a little bit patient and see where this thing's going. I think we've got a lot of guys that can play better, whether that's starters or bench players that we've seen play better. But the 2 timeline thing was, I don't know. Did we say? I don't know if I said that. But
thank you.
Steiny did.
No. No, but I don't know whoever Steiny. But I've always kind of thought that when we drafted the young guys, eventually they'd help us, but in the meantime, let's try to give, like we did last year, this team a chance to win a championship. Don't know if it would happen or not. And again, you don't really know with youth. Sometimes 20-year-olds help you, sometimes they don't. When they don't, you got to look to some of the veterans. Some of our vets haven't played. DiVincenzo, I think, is a veteran in some sense. Iguodala, we'll see when he gets back. We leaned on a lot of the guys last year, and I'm sure that's been stated as to the value that those minimum guys brought last year. We'll see. It's a long deal. I think the young guys will do more than they're doing. I'd be surprised if this is what it is this early. I think the bench will be better. The starters, they have a good net rating, but even them, I think there's growth. But again, some of that probably sounds like I'm painting a rosy picture, but I do think this is not a best version of our team. It just isn't. It isn't in any level. And if it was, if I thought we were playing great and everybody's clicking and we're 4-7, I'd be a lot more worried than I am now. So we'll see what happens.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every week, either here, Zaza Pachulia on the executive show. It feels like there's some chemistry and trust issues between like your veteran champions and your young players. Is there a disconnect there that needs to be kind of figured out?
I think that the vets, there's a group that has won, and you know who they are, and they have a high level, a high standard of what basketball should look like. And I'd say privately, Matt, which the listeners and you may not see, is the vets help out the young guys a lot. I don't walk around our building and see vets rolling their eyes and pulling me aside and saying, "Yeah, I can't believe you're playing these guys." I really don't see that. Sure, they get frustrated with the young guys, just as vets get frustrated with any young guys on any team. I'm sure people were frustrated with our young guys that are now the vets at one point or another. But I do think they see them working. I asked Andre a week ago, who's been working a lot with Kaminga. I said, "You got to tell me. I know he's not playing, but how is he acting with you?" Because I thought that would have value for me, because Andre doesn't pull punches. And he said, "His kid's been great." So I worry more about Pool. I'm in my office down. I can look out on the practice court, and Pool came. We were closed today, and Pool came in. And so I see some things that gives me more confidence and optimism. The listeners and fans don't see. Doesn't mean it always ends up being a good thing. But I have belief in these guys, Matt. But certainly, yeah, there's times in the game where the young guys aren't performing and the vets get frustrated, but not to the degree where it has tipped over any edge at this point.
Bob, let me ask you this, because we always keep it real, and I've given you credit and the organization for Jordan Poole sending them down, and I told you I haven't seen a metamorphosis like this in sports in a while. But when my takeaway last night, forget the win, he attempted 4 shots and, led the NBA in free throw shooting, and he's at 81% now. And I know it's 11 games, 30% from 3. But, Bob, we all know what happened with him and Draymond before the season. When you watch him play now, or any fan out there thinking there might be some type of residue, what do you say to that?
Yeah, I can't feel what he's feeling. I only see what he's doing in the facility and hear what he's saying. I think he is pressing. The why of it, I can't get in his head, Goo, and tell you the why of it. But he's pressing. I mean, it's like a hitter that's swinging too hard or not seeing the pitches. And the good news is he can play. He's played in the playoffs. I'd be more concerned if we had not been to the playoffs last year and we hadn't seen Poole play under pressure. The guy has performed under pressure. He's not playing his best basketball, but there's no reason to believe that he won't. The why of it, he could throw out different ideas, and that's what people do, and even we try to figure out how to help him. But I do believe he'll figure it out. He's been up against it. And I will, the other part, not to make excuses, but coming off the bench, remember last year he was a starter? It's tough. The transition to being a guy that comes off the bench and finding a rhythm there. Few guys figured it out in their career. Obviously, I think Ginobili was one of the best ever to do it. Iguodala was good for us. But even if you ask Andre, moving from a starter to a bench, especially as a pretty young player, is a challenge. But even when he started the other night, he would have liked to have played better in New Orleans. I believe in him. There's a reason why we committed to him. The kid cares, but he's in a little bit of a rut right now, but I think he'll get out of it.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. Any plans to let Wiseman and Kaminga play a little in the G League?
I don't know, Matt. I think it's always an option. I know that in some people's minds, that's a huge thing to do. I guess I don't view it the same. If they go down there and do a couple games and come back or more, it's becoming more commonplace. They just need to play. Both of them need to play. If they're not getting the appropriate minutes with the NBA, that discussion will come up. If it makes sense, we'll talk to Jamma, we'll talk to Steve, we'll talk to the coaching staff and Kenny and find out if they think that's the best course. They're the ones working with these guys every day. I do know on a simple level, if you're young and you're not playing, it's hard to get better. you'd like to play NBA minutes, but that's not the situation. Our team is for whatever reason, our margin for error is slim right now to win games. And that's why I think you see this thing Steve's doing is trying to just manufacture wins. And he's probably going to keep doing that to some level, I suppose. But it seems pretty fluid. Everything's kind of moving and trying to settle. I think over the next, hopefully, couple weeks, we'll have a better answer. But if the G League happens, fine. And if it doesn't, that's okay, too.
Bob, Steph's incredible. You already know that. But his running mate, Steiny and I were just talking about Klay Thompson. And I go back and I appreciate Klay when he responded to Barkley's comments. And we saw it last year when he came back and you guys hoisted up the trophy. My thing is, I'm telling Steiny and the fans, okay, yeah, it's not pretty right now, but I feel like he's earned this, and this is built into the equation for him to get back and get his mojo back or close to that as possible. That's pretty much the right way to look at Klay Thompson, right?
Yeah, but people don't because it's pretty impatient society. I mean, everybody's whatever he did the last game last week, and the team's struggling, and Klay's trying to figure it out himself. So people are going to say what they're saying, and that's okay. I would say that he's just going to keep getting better. This isn't going to be what it is. In the years past, even prior to the injuries, he struggled at the outset of many seasons. And then he clicked and hit his rhythm, and it was off and running. But yeah, I mean, people are going to say that now, Goo, but perspective isn't a huge thing anymore.
No, stay off
I can't ask fans and people to be patient,
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, so the San Francisco 49ers, before their season started, we're going to go with Trey Lance, 20 years old. And they said, we want to develop Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl. And I was like, you can't do that. You cannot do that. It just doesn't work. And it feels like what you guys are trying to do is win a title with the hopes that Moody, Kaminga, and Wiseman, 3 20-year-olds, will be a part of a championship rotation. I don't see it, Bob. I just don't see it, to be honest.
Well, I guess the better question is, could any of them help you at all? I mean, if you say, well, all three, I don't know, that might be a tough ask. Can one of them find minutes in the playoff? It's hard, Matt, because that's a fair point to take right now. Certainly you could, and maybe right, but a lot of time until the playoffs come around, and it's interesting to think that even Steve and them tried in the second round last year with Moody and Kaminga, and Moody had some good minutes, I suppose, even in the Western Conference Finals, but liked him enough and trusted him enough to start the guy against Memphis, who's a really good team. So I don't know. I might say it a little differently. Can one and a half of them be there in the playoffs when they come around in spring? Maybe. Not clear. Hard to say right now. But you could certainly take the position you're taking and say, I don't think so. And maybe you're right. And that's where then the rest of the group has to step up, kind of like last year. Those guys really hit well in the free agents we had last year. But if you're talking about like the football part, it is hard if you bank everything on a guy. I mean, the quarterback's a different position.
Sure.
But you see a guy like Justin Fields who looks like he's kind of breaking through.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, he looked like he was not good. So that's the fun thing about sports. But when things are difficult, it's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel because these things come at you fast. And if you're evaluating 11 games in, it looks like there's going to be a long road to get what you're saying as being helpful in the playoffs. But there is a ton of time, and maybe one or two of them get there.
Well, what happens if at some point this season you begin to agree with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to look. We always, whatever it is, Matt, whatever it is during the season of trade deadlines in February, most action happens then. We got to see what we are. I think, Pool's going to be better than this. That'll shore up some of the second unit. And we don't know what Dante's going to do as far as what he does for us. We don't know what Iguodala is going to do. I think to judge the young guys now is a little tough because everybody's playing pretty tight. You mentioned it. I think one of your first questions is how's the team feeling? There's a tense feeling, and you can't play basketball like that. I think you know that. Goo, you know that. You can't play tight. And our whole team is playing pretty tight. I mean, obviously, number 30, it didn't look too tight at all. But he's like you said, he's an unbelievable player, and to do what he did last night is just you got to treasure that for the people listening, because I don't care if you're a Warrior fan or 10 years old or 90. That's how guys shoot 17 to 24 from the field, 7 to 12 from 3, no turnovers. It's impossible. Like, you can't do that at the YMCA. You can't. It's impossible to do that stuff. And the shot, if you watch the game, the shots he was making are hard, even the twos off the glass. I mean, these are hard shots to make with nobody guarding you. So that's him. I know I don't want to dismiss him, but Matt, we got to see what do we look like. And if there's a buyout or something that you think helps, and but we're way that's getting way ahead of ourselves at this point.
Bob, I'm kind of curious because I'm fixated, and I came into this season like a lot of fans on Moody, Wiseman, and JK. And I know you're not a youth counselor, but earlier this is how my brain took it, that Andre was kind of a liaison between you and, you kind of see what they're talking about. How often do you talk to the young three?
Not all the time. I talked to Kaminga before the game in New Orleans. Try to say just have fun, don't foul, have fun. Get back to just why you love playing. It like I said, it's you lose 4 in a row and you haven't played. To try to find the joy in it. Wiseman, you try to keep their heads up, but it's tough because they hear the stuff people say about them. I know that they're professional athletes and that's part of the program. But they hear it. So you just try to remember how young they are and how you look around the league and some of the guys that are doing well, that are 25, 6, started off in this path. But we got a little bit more scrutiny on these guys. They're not getting to run around like some of these other young players and play 35 minutes. I guess you guys can decide how well they would look if they were playing 35 minutes. Probably better because they'd have more reps and more time to do well and not as short of a leash. But that's not our team. That's not our situation. So I talk to them, not every day, but enough to just tell them we believe in them and hang in there. But they want it now, just like everybody else. They want to play now. They want to help now. I believe in themselves. But their time will come. It's just a question of when.
Bob Myers joined us on 95.7 The Game. He and Zaza Pachulia do it every week. Man, I'm thinking about whether I should ask you more about the young kids or give you another. Did we ask him all the...
I think, man, he's being honest.
Big ones we haven't asked him?
Looking at all the people, and he's being honest, Bob.
Anybody who's watched this team for years knows something's wrong. Something's up, Bob. Something's fishy.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. But there's that, right, Matt? Right. But is that's okay? I don't disagree. But there's a difference between saying something's wrong and you can't be fixed and won't be fixed and is going to be like this for the rest of the season. And some people can say that. I just don't subscribe. Like I mentioned at the outset, I guess I'd ask you, are we going to finish 26th in defense at the end of the season? I don't think so, but we're going to finish 5th or 10th or 12th?
Hey,
I don't think we're going to finish 26th.
Well, you know what, though? And listen, here's the issue you guys have is it's about a championship. It's like if you guys go 53-29 and you get to the Western Conference Finals and lose, I think internally you guys would be like, that's not bad. But I think externally, it's all about a championship.
Yeah. No, we think the same thing. We thought the same thing last year. I don't think we thought it when we were 15-50. We thought, last year, I don't know. I don't really spend a ton of time saying are we a championship team or not. Things change so much throughout the season. I guess I would look at it, I'd ask you guys, this is going to maybe not sound, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I do think if you look at the Western Conference, I think we got a team that can compete with all the people in our conference, and I believe that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we'll. Yeah, I don't think anybody really knows, but I look at the starters' net rating and the start. If you look at the playoffs, well, people 1 year. We were going to the finals. I think it was our 4th year in a row. And somebody said to me, "You worried about the bench?" And they said, "I said the bench." He said, "Yeah, the bench is this bench scoring." And I said, "Go back and look at our bench scoring the last 4 years." And it was 26th in the league, 27th in the league, 28th, 25th. We never had people talk about strength in numbers. That's great. You know what they did? They defended.
Right.
That's what they did. So we've never been this awesome bench team. It's really been about the top 6 guys even when we were winning, and it really kind of was last year in a sense. And the further you go in the playoffs, the less guys play. The question for us is going to be going into the playoffs. Can these guys get 40 minutes, 38 minutes? Because that's where you find out who you are. And even in the start of a tough season, the starters, even with Klay being able to, in my opinion, play a lot better than he's playing, I think they got one of the best net ratings in the league. So that's encouraging from a standpoint of can we compete, because that's a good sign. But again, I don't sit here and say what we're going to be this early in the season or not.
Bob, I know you can't comment on this player, so I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but boy, did your boy take it last week from Steiny and the fans, because Dwight Howard, former MVP, 3-time NBA All-Defense, he said he wanted to play for the Warriors and he can have an impact on Wiseman. And all I was saying, and I know you guys got Jokic's old coach, I forget his name at this juncture, but I'm like, man, if they could get a big that's done it in this league, that could show James how to throw his weight around and get that position and rebound, is that a crazy thought to have?
Goo, I think I got to go. I mean,
he's playing in Taiwan now.
You guys, by the way, I love the back and forth.
All right. Here you go. All right, go and answer the question, then I'll let you go with one more. All right, they don't want Dwight Howard. Okay,
but somebody that can help the big guy, Bob.
Dimets, what's the question?
Your guy developed Jokic in Denver, right? Who's with you now?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so I think we'll be all right with Wiseman. Don't need Dwight. Okay, here it is. I know you loved when I said Steph Curry, maybe the greatest face of franchise of all time. How about this one? Go ahead and tell him this one. Steph Curry is more impactful in a half court than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
That's a little more nuanced, but I like your first one first, and I will never not credit you for the. Again.
I'll tell you why.
Oh, that didn't sit well with you.
Here's why.
Yeah, tell me why. I haven't had enough time to process that one.
Okay, because they both command at least a second defender, but when Kareem demanded a second defender, they were defending him in the block.
Yeah.
When Curry demands a number 2 defender, it's out at the top of the floor, which is a totally different dynamic, and it opens up the entire floor for everybody. Whereas when they doubled Kareem, they really packed in the middle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if you're saying it in the context of who stretches a defense more, I think is kind of what you're saying. Who puts the defense in a more compromised position? Curry. Because he pulls you away from the basket further than anyone is comfortable. And then to take him away, so to speak, you really just have to double team him, which then you've seen 100 times, 1,000 times with our team where he kicks it to Draymond. Yeah. We've run that forever. I think the thing that you're seeing about Curry over the last few years especially, I don't know if he was like this at the very beginning, when you can create a good offensive possession every time down, that's what Curry's become, and that's what Kareem was. Like, you knew if you threw him the ball in the block, that sky hook was going to be a high percentage look at the basket every single. You could not guard that play, really. Now with Curry, he does it very differently. He walks across half court, and the defense is frightened. I mean, he puts the defense in a position, and I've never seen anything like it. It's not normal to be that engaged, that far away, and his shot making is. I don't know if there's ever been any better shot maker in the history of the league as far as how he does it from so many different. And people forget how good he is at the rim. His rim finishing percentage is.
Oh my goodness!
For a guy that doesn't dunk on it, he just. Anyways, the hand-eye coordination is. I don't know that, but you guys are historians. But that ability to do what he does, left hand, right hand, off the way he comes off screens. He had a play last night where I think he faked a pass and shot a 3 from the left wing. You see that play, man?
I did.
I mean, are you kidding? Like, the degree of difficult, you have to understand that's a 9.5 out of 10. Just prior to shooting the ball, what he did. So, anyways, you guys know how good he is.
I told fans, don't take it for granted, Bob.
Oh,
yeah.
He's 14. He's 14 years in, and there's still 5 times a game where he does something, and you're like, you shake your head.
Do you think people? Yes. I mean, yeah. Yes. Okay, good.
I do. I
Good.
do.
We do,
Good.
Bob.
Yeah. Good. I know you guys do. It's unbelievable. It's
Bob, he got a tech last night. He was hot.
Yeah, he went right after. Wow. He doesn't really do that too often.
No, it's 21st tech.
But that one he wanted to get.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Was that I didn't rewatch that again. What did you guys think of that?
Oh, it was a foul. I mean, I'm just Steiny gets mad.
But then
he
again,
gets
so
fouled,
was
so he don't
Clay's.
get a good whistle, Bob. Never did.
Yeah.
And again, Clay fouled Herter. So.
All right, I got to go.
Yeah. All right, Bob. Thanks for everything. Talk to you next week or in 2 weeks. Bob Myers, President and General Manager of the Golden State Warriors, joins us every once a week.
He was honest, man.
Nah, he was all right.
Yeah. Are we going to get Jokic's coach's name so I can just...
Do you even listen to the station? Do you even listen to the station?
Milojevic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But we talked about him the other day.
Well, you didn't have it off your tongue.
I spell.
You said your boy. Yeah, look at you.
All right. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. You guys heard the interview with Bob Myers. What do you think? Did he say anything that you agree with? Did he say anything that you're troubled by? Did we say anything you're troubled by? Give us a scouting report. We haven't done many of these.
Yeah, we asked him.
Guru hasn't interviewed many big celebs, so feel free to keep him honest on this one. All right, when we come back, it's all sponsored by...
I was waiting to say something.
Yes.
Yeah, you threw me
on
off.
Go ahead. Well, no, we'll come back and
I just seen Steph in person.
Well, he's not...
That's the biggest...
A god. He's a human being.
I'm just saying that's the biggest celeb going.
Well, one of the things that
we'll run into Bron.
Don't put another human on a pedestal. They're just like you. They lace them up.
Well, you just did by saying this is his biggest interview. I got some skins on the wall.
Bob's bigger than Steph.
Yeah. Kareem.
All right. Coming up next, more of your calls. Yes, on Prop 31, a commitment to protect kids.
Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
I've never been more happy about the win in Game 11 of the regular season. We needed it.
Curry dribbles by Davis, pump fake, shoots a bank shot, can't stand home. Curry gets Herter, takes a three. Good! It's good! Timeout, Sacramento!
Thankfully we got it done, but we still got to take some steps in terms of playing better for 48 minutes.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. tax, exit, and make us your last stop.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And during their Black Friday sale, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. Just text SCREEN to 323232 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. But hurry, this offer ends November 25th. Text SCREEN to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word SCREEN to 323232. Don't wait. Text SCREEN to 323232.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Yeah. And again, Clay fouled Herder. So.
All right, I got to go.
Yeah. All right, Bob. Thanks for everything. Talk to you next week or in 2 weeks. Bob Myers.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Yes, sir.
Look at
Kevon
Looney
Looney.
Dog.
Tell you what, Kevon Looney starts every game with 2 fouls. It feels like he came out of the womb with.
But he throws his body around.
Oh, he does. He does. He doesn't throw it up in the air very much, but he plays close to the ground.
He's got a big butt. Yeah.
And what do you want to do?
The Kirk Cousins video with him on the and Schefter trying to mimic that. But what Dibs and Willard and I and all fans have talked about, and you asked Bob about it.
Oh, Cousins?
What he did on that plane, and it was obviously after a win, that brought the team together. It's unity. If that was a corporate event, it would have brought the team together. And what I'm saying is, do you think the Warriors are missing that when we talk about there's no fun? Like, are we really joy shaming the Warriors bench after the ball went? Like, I'm sorry. What Cousins did, the Vikings can go all the way, and you can tell me
my God.
and say that brought them together.
God.
That's what these
where
guys
you and I are
gals are
different people.
human at the end of the day. And you ask me,
That's right. They're
what
human.
Schefter
So if
did.
they ain't good enough to win it all, they ain't going to win it because Kirk Cousins put a chain around his neck.
You're missing my point.
No, I get your point. I get it.
There's a word called unity that's bigger than sport.
Maybe Draymond should do what Cousins did then.
Well, Draymond went Tyson.
Exactly.
That ain't unity. You think that got something to do with Poole? 4 shots.
Of course. It's all
real, Steiny. No.
rolled up in a ball.
Yeah, no doubt.
All this stuff. Yeah. And listen, if you we just had Bob Myers on 95.7 Game on the executive show. If you missed it, go to the Odyssey app, search for Steiny Guru, and it'll be there. Listen, what I heard from Bob Myers is it's still early. Relax. And I expect that from Bob Myers. But here's what I'll say. I think we're basically getting conflicting signals. And I understand it. It's what teams do. Bob Myers saying it's still early, no big deal. Problem is, we know it's a big deal.
Okay.
And we know it's a big deal because the Warriors just played a game last night against the Kings that we've never seen them play in November during their dynasty. That's the bottom line.
You said
so
that
Bob
we've never
Myers
seen them play.
can say it's very early. We still got time, and he's right, but the bottom line is Steph Curry played 38 minutes last night, and the 3 21-year-olds played less than the 25-year-old two-way players.
Yep.
So that tells you that something's askew.
I won't dare try to do Bob's job, but I'm telling you, Steiny, if this thing in L.A. in regard to the Lakers implode, and you're telling me You're telling me
early.
Anthony Davis could be had, and it might cost me Wiseman or Kaminga. I'm telling you, Matt Steinmetz or whoever.
Don't do this.
I'm telling you, he would.
Don't do this.
Because it's soft. When he plays, he rebounds. He still can block shots, and he can get you a bucket. And you don't need him to be Shaq. So just something. What did we say when we got something? You say put it in the cap, Evan. Put it in the cap. AD, if he could be had, and this doesn't get fixed or rectified,
I guess
I would be down.
I know you would, even though for 2 years you've been saying Kaminga and Wiseman are going to be the greatest 4-5 combination in the Western Conference in 3 years. And I think what we're finding out now, I think the thing we definitely have found out so far, they can't play together.
Yeah. Did you
why,
see him do the blow by and dunk? Kaminga blew by his man and went up to
the worst. You are the worst.
It was athleticism at its finest.
And you know what?
That's all.
You're the worst.
I'm not saying put him in
play?
9 minutes.
How did Kaminga
play? He dropped a few balls, hit him right in the hand.
Stunk. How do you? He was
but that move, I got you.
Oh, that's a move.
But that move, though, you know what you're
going to move. Woo, he had a move.
Yeah. I was like quick as a cat.
Yeah, Kaminga had a move last night, ladies and gentlemen.
To the rack. Hey, you put him on the Rockets or somewhere that ain't winning.
He'll have a couple moves, and they'll be 19 and 63. It's not hard.
JK, I'll just let you know I seen that. I'm like, boy.
I'll be honest. It's too early to start talking about a trade,
okay.
I think. Yeah. But I definitely think if it continues,
right?
I think they would. I don't think they would trade both Kaminga and Wiseman, but I think they would. They might trade one of them down the line because they can't play together.
And keep preaching.
All right, let's get to. Okay. Leroy wants to critique us.
Oh,
yeah, I'm going to come down.
I think I got an A.
He better be careful.
Can't wait for Leroy. I asked everything, Leroy.
What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, guys? S&G, man. I thought the interview was it was good. It was good. I would give it a B+. And the only reason I won't give it an A is I don't think you guys pressed him enough about Wiseman and Kaminga and them potentially being a bust. And I'll tell you where I'm coming from, guys. You know, I didn't want Kaminga in the draft. Like I wanted LaRavia, who's with Memphis right now, and who has better numbers than Kaminga right now.
Everybody does.
I didn't want Wiseman coming out of the
Okay.
Hey, Leroy.
He being honest, though,
Leroy,
Steiny.
let me put you on the spot. Why don't you give me the question that you would have liked
That's
me to
beautiful.
ask Bob
Yeah.
Myers using the word bust?
Go ahead, Leroy.
I would have just asked him, Bob, we're looking at Wiseman and we're looking at Kaminga, and right now it doesn't look like it's panning out. Are you looking at that as it being a failure up until this point, or are you looking at it as, hey, it's a still work in progress?
Yeah, thanks, Leroy. I appreciate the question. Everybody has their own journey, he would say. Everybody has their own journey. Look at Jermaine O'Neal. Took him 4 years. He was a 9-time All-Star. Look at LeBron James. Came right into the league, guns blazing. Some guys ready, some guys not. Doesn't mean they're going to be busts. Just means, hey, they're not ready right now. That's all. That's all.
Speaking of journey, don't stop believing. Dude, I've been hammered. The whole place sings that song. Oh, my God. I'll just keep it real.
This guy.
No, he brought up journey.
Right, but in a different context.
But what about how honest he was with Pool? Goo, I don't know what's going on upstairs.
He knows. He knows what's going on. He just wouldn't tell you. You gotta pry.
What word would you use if you think something's going on? Or it could just be as simple as he started last year.
I think there's a lot going on. Some of it I can't quite articulate. But look, anybody who's watched the Warriors for 5 years knows that things are not right. And Myers acknowledged that. Yeah. The question is, do you think you have enough right here to get right? Bob thinks right now they do. I don't. I think they're going to have to make some changes.
I just told you.
Or I'll be willing to say, I was wrong on Kaminga and Wiseman. They did get ready by the end of the year, and they did make contributions. If that's the case and they win another title, I mean, yeah, I was wrong. Justin's in San Jose. Hey, Justin, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. I got a quick question for you guys. He said something about the trade deadline down the line. What do you guys consider them trading Kaminga and Draymond Green to Toronto for Anunoby and Pascal?
Yeah, and let's get them both. I mean, yeah, I'd make that trade.
Wow.
Draymond and Kaminga for Siakam and Anunoby.
Siakam, who's about to miss some time.
What?
No, I said Siakam about to miss some time. Toronto would hang up.
He's fine.
Yeah. I love Siakam.
You thought something was wrong with him last year. Remember?
Oh, yeah. He looked like he was playing in dress shoes.
Oh.
Like he was slipping and all. But he gave Draymond the business. And now people will think I don't like Draymond. And it was at 19 finals, he was giving it to Dre.
510 Steiny, all you say every year is the core's getting older, and now you don't want to use that as the reason why the Warriors are not winning is because
They're calling you a Steph stan.
I am. Steph is playing so well. Are you sure you don't want to go? Oh, first of all, let's okay, if we're going to be patient, okay,
we got to, right.
Then let's hold off on saying Steph Curry's playing better than last year. We're 11 games in.
Right.
It's an 82-game season. So let's wait on that. Secondly, yes, Klay and Draymond are visibly or have visibly declined. Is somebody going to disagree with me? Draymond Green and Klay Thompson
I thought you put Steph in
have
there.
declined.
You won't hear nothing from me.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you put Steph in there. I was about to come give you a cup.
Well, if you're saying definitively that we got to wait on Steph to see how this year is, shouldn't we also give the same benefit of the doubt to Dre and Klay?
Yes, we should.
I've done that to Klay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Klay, you got a reason why.
Listen, I think more of this is about father time than more rehab.
Right?
That's just me. Hey? Let's go to Dave in Fremont. What's going on, Dave? How you doing, my man?
How you doing, gentlemen?
Wow, you really got me going today. I like it. Good job. Way to fish and get us all angry and up in arms.
Hey,
no, we got to keep patient here, man. 72 wins does not guarantee a championship, right?
Dave, they're a mess. Dave, they're a mess. They're a mess. What are we going to do?
Watch that road trip and not be.
Now, go ahead, Dave.
And ask the question. I think he's gone.
No, he isn't.
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
Dave, they're a mess.
But Dave, we're not stirring the pot, though. I take offense to that.
Just see if Dave can fix it.
You know, to use Steiny's phrase, I say hit the pike, man. Hit the pike. We're not in New York, baby. This is the Bay Area where we uplift our players. Cut them down.
Dave, that's going to get you wrong.
Yeah. And we haven't cut it. Well,
I haven't uplifted anybody.
He was talking to you. Yeah.
Nobody's uplifted Steph Curry.
The season's still young like Steve.
That's dumb.
Watch yourself.
That's what I'm saying to you. I would never touch you.
Oh, man. Let's go to
who we got?
We got Carlito. Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Wow, I got to go after that guy. Wow, okay. Great interview. I give you guys an A-. I got to come down Leroy's Road. It's not a B. It's an A-. Steiny was pressing, and he took it like a champ. The only thing I would say is the plan hasn't worked. I think they need to make a trade for Kevin Durant. Thank you, guys.
Ooh. What happens?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. You have nothing you can give up for Durant.
But what if this Kyrie thing goes bad?
Okay, fine.
Kaminga,
he stinks.
What? But what if they say we'll still hold out hope?
That's the thing.
Because they're done if Durant leaves. Steiny.
No, that's the problem they're having right now, or they have. Is would you trade for Kaminga or Wiseman right now? Hell no, not for Kevin Durant.
But
you
how
don't even know if these guys are going to be.
Right.
You don't even know if these guys are going to be
But
players.
you might take a penny on the dollar just to get Durant out of town, Steiny.
I disagree.
That if they are Kyrie Irving phone call or text away, or I'm done from this just blowing.
Come on, Guru.
Ben Simmons had 2 points last night in
That's a
19
big night
minutes.
for him.
But my point is, he might be like Klay. He might not be what he was physically. But I'm saying they would just. I think they would roll the dice on. Just get you out of town. Let's do the reset.
Kevin Durant is a top 3 to 5 end player, right?
No doubt.
Top 3 to 5. You would actually trade Kevin Durant for 2 guys, and maybe somebody on.
What if it took Draymond and the 2 guys?
Damn thing in this.
Yeah.
They could. Yeah. I've never used. What if they're busts? If I'm the Nets, I'm like, why would we trade an established player for 2 guys who cannot get on the court for you guys? No chance.
And now, I keep forgetting Nash is gone. They appeased KD.
Okay, so here's the way it goes. Yeah. Here's the way it goes.
Because Brooklyn got some players.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they got players. The way it goes is they come back and say, the Nets go, we have no interest in Kaminga or Wiseman. We want proven players. And then the Warriors will say, all right, well, do you want, how about we'll include Draymond or Klay? Then they laugh. Then they laugh and go, actually, you know what, maybe we'll take Kaminga and Wiseman. I'm sorry, but that's where we're at right now.
I don't think they laugh at Dre.
They did already.
Whoa.
According to my sources. And I'm dead serious. I've heard this.
There were stories
that when they talked to the Nets about Kevin Durant in this summer, when Steph Curry went to management and said, I would have no problem playing with him.
That was a report.
And so then there were a couple calls made. The bottom line is, at that point, they didn't want to trade Kaminga or Wiseman because they hadn't seen him. But they were willing to trade Klay or Draymond. And the Nets didn't have any interest in that. And it makes sense because the Warriors talked about money all offseason. All right. You have the text line? Oh, you have the...
No, I was reading the 925, and I brought this guy's name up last week. I keep going to him because he's still out there. Yeah. Jay Crowder.
Yep.
He could help the Warriors bench.
What are you giving up for him? Rob in Dallas, you think about it.
What are you doing this afternoon?
Hey, Rob, what's up?
You know, looking at the game in its totality, and I go back to this again, the problem is
It's the Warriors bench. They're not getting enough scoring from the bench. And I'm just going to throw this name out here. If you had an opportunity to get DeMarcus Cousins, who's sitting out there, who has played in the system, he'd be a perfect option to come off the bench. At least you know where there are games where Steph has off nights or Klay or even Poole. You have someone in the interior who can get you some points. That's number one. And again, he's played in the system and you can get him for cheap. Number two, I go back to Turner from Indiana. He's going to be a free agent. Indiana is going to have to either trade him or they're going to lose him for nothing. So my thing is, if there's any way that you could put a package together to get him, he is another player. Again, I'm strictly talking about the Warrior system. He fits in the system. He can play the 5. He can also play the stretch 3. He's a great rim protector. He can block shots, and he can shoot the ball from the perimeter. And that's what's hurting the Warriors right now. They don't have a stretch 3 like when they had Otto or NB coming off the bench where they can stretch the 4. That's the problem. Who do they have? Kaminga can't shoot the ball from the outside. He's inconsistent. Moses Moody is inconsistent. Wiseman, he's still learning how to play the game. So when I listened to the interview that you did with Bob, and I respect Bob, and I think he is a fantastic general manager. But I also believe, too, he has enough common sense and wherewithal to know and say, hey, look, you know what? Our 5 is good. We may go 6 deep. But the bench that we have right now is not working. He's going to have to make a move.
You know how I feel about Big Cuz, Steiny. I just can't. But I'm not telling you he would send them over the top. I just can't believe he doesn't have a job.
All right. What's the Warriors' biggest problem now?
Rebounding and
no, not rebounding.
No,
it's telling defense. And DeMarcus Cousins is a terrible, terrible defender.
Size matters.
Now, I mean, I would much rather have a Cousins than Dwight Howard. But to me, Cousins isn't good enough defensively. Like, I don't think they need scoring so much. As for Miles Turner, like, the positive about him is also the negative. He's a free agent. So is it in your plans to have Miles Turner a long-term member of the Warriors?
Yeah, that would be
pay him.
Yeah,
and we kind of know where they're at with the pay.
Deep UB on YouTube says, "What about your boy John Collins?
What about him?
Could he be had? And would you want him?" And about that last thing about D. Cuz,
he's 75%. He's 80% offense, 20% defense. John Collins. I know. That's your kind of player.
D. Cuz,
but you know. No, I'm talking about Collins.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you last thing about D. Cuz because that caller was on point. Who can the Warriors throw the ball to? I know it's a 3-point game, but who can they throw the ball down to and get a bucket? No, but D. Cuz could give you that.
Back to Wiggins. Remember when Klay was probably their best post-up guy?
Well, it's Wiggins now.
And he's not great.
Well, he had 25 last night.
Yeah, how many posting up?
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
But in the finals, he was posting.
Was he?
Yep, to me.
Go back and check that tape. Watch that game for, well, you know, you're a big tape guy. Why don't you watch some more tape on those playoffs? See if you're right. What are you reading?
I'm going to stop. No, I'm not reading
I'm going to stop.
I was just telling you, you laughed.
I did.
In our honeymoon stage of doing the show when I said,
this is getting personal.
No, Andrew Wiggins' footwork reminded me of Kobe.
And that was a joke.
No, and your boy that you went to school with, Stu Jackson, said that on NBA TV, and I could never find the sound.
Yeah, of course
not that he was Kobe. Yeah. And you watch his game, man. And he's nice in the post. He don't do it enough for me.
You do realize
Wiggins is
gifted. Realize he doesn't have a good left hand at all. You do realize he mostly drives right.
That's too
if
funny.
If you stay on his right hand.
That's a great call. Okay. But it's almost like, how could you not exploit that? You know what I mean? When you watch Wiggins play, it's just, that doesn't come to mind like he's got that limitation.
He does.
He's smooth with
He's still a good player.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's still a really good player, but if you make him go left and finish with the left.
Man, you got me thinking of John Collins. 80-20.
Doesn't play D. Right up your
Well, he would fit
right
in.
Up your alley. No, he wouldn't.
That was
because of that. I got you. I'll give you a 2 for
I think he liked it.
He
fit in. Is he smiling?
By the way, it's okay. All right. Boy, we got What's so funny?
I'm looking at my producer.
What?
Really? You can't come between us,
dude,
Steiny.
Exactly.
But what is he looking at me for, and then laugh? What'd you say to him? You said something derogatory about me in his ear that made him laugh.
No, we do that in front of you. But remember last week you thought you were talking to him and you were talking to everybody.
I was during the Cam interview.
And I said, why am I hearing Steiny? Now, that was too inside baseball.
I actually went back to that tape. I did check that tape.
Yeah, it went out to everybody.
Yeah.
Not to bring up an error.
Want to get away?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to get away.
Well, we got to go to break.
Dude, we asked Bob everything.
Stop doing that. See, that's where you get vitriol, when you pat yourself on the back.
No, but I couldn't. Right, I get it.
And you know, and I know,
right.
It was a great interview.
Bob is
but
real.
we don't need to say.
Yeah.
We don't need to say that. All right, when we come back, more Warriors talk. What did I have on my list here?
Who you got?
Oh. Stop saying the starters are fine. Stop saying it. I'll tell you why. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Miles Turner, he's a jackass.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Bonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
Keep harping on Klay Thompson.
Because Klay
Thompson's not good. But Klay Thompson is going to be there in the end. He's got a proven track record. The guy didn't play preseason. What you want him to do? Go out there and just lollygag and get exercise?
I want him to not leave his feet and throw it into the abyss. Because he was a champion
getting
before.
Great looks.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Take him out! 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfint Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention for just a second?
Morgan's media planning firm just landed a multi-million-dollar client.
Because we won the pitch.
She needs to staff up before trafficking hits a traffic jam.
So we're going to need research, planning, buying, obviously, and probably data analytics.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall? Well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. See better and stay safe on the road with our visibility event. Right now, you can earn up to $20 in bonus rewards when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades and Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights. Take advantage of the rewards from October 31st until November 13th, in-store or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I don't see it, Bob.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, JP, you need to get your act together, buddy.
Right. I'm in a good mood.
Listen, I am too. And we've gotten Warrior fans in a good mood, too, even after they weren't feeling so hot.
Let me tell you why I'm in a good mood.
Okay.
Jackson J. Steiny and Guru are a great talk show pair. Serious and funny.
We're not serious.
And that's what I'm aiming for. Yep. It looks like Mark Willard's in the chat.
That's me.
Is it?
He didn't log off.
Oh, I was like, Willard is a real P1. I got to tell him tomorrow. Or you just told him.
I told Willard that.
So that's sophomoric. A guy would leave his stuff up and well, I always do it.
I didn't.
Shasta's
I would never text something.
God.
No, I text stuff under Willard's, like, Steiny's the man.
Dude, oh, man.
And then people think it's Willard.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right.
Hey, you are one pathetic loser.
Hey, that's our favorite, Ross Tucker. He'll be here tomorrow, Filmo Mike. Filmo, he'll be at the regular time, Filmo, 1 o'clock. Our favorite,
but Steiny.
Ross Tucker.
That's Filmo Mike.
Okay. We had Bob Myers on. If you want to hear the whole interview, go to the Odyssey app and search for Steiny Guru. It'll be right on there. But I asked him a question about the 3 youngsters, Moody, Kaminga, and Wiseman. And we were kind of getting into it a little bit. And I said, what
if it don't happen?
I said, what if, these 3 guys, they can't help you in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Listen to what he said, Goo.
I guess the better question is, could any of them help you at all? I mean, if you say, well, all 3, I don't know, that might be a tough ask. Can one of them find minutes in the playoff? It's hard, Matt, because that's a fair point to take right now. Certainly you could, and it may be right, but a lot of time until the playoffs come around, and it's interesting to think that even Steve and them tried in the second round last year with Moody and Kaminga, and Moody had some good minutes, I suppose, even in the Western Conference Finals, but liked him enough and trusted him enough to start the guy against Memphis, who's a really good team. So I don't know. I might say it a little differently. Can one and a half of them be there in the playoffs when they come around in spring? Maybe. Not clear.
Wow. Interesting answer to
that
me.
Was, man. What makes it interesting to you?
Well, to me, what makes it interesting is an understanding that I'll bet they have within the organization that all three of them ain't going to be ready. But here's also why I think he said 1.5. Because he knows, they all know, Kaminga and Wiseman can't play together right now. Certainly not in a playoff series. And I would say almost definitely not even by the end of the year in a playoff series. So to ask all three of them to contribute, first of all, two of the three are going to have to operate independently of each other to find time. So maybe you get one there. Maybe you get a combined one out of Wiseman and Kaminga, and then Moody's a half. Yeah. Or maybe you get three halves. But the organization does not seem to believe all three of them are going to be a factor come the play.
And you, no doubt, and you are going to call me crazy, but you said this going back to the Niner angle at the beginning of the season, that Kyle called all the vets in and said, we're going to roll out this plan with Trey, but I'm looking at all my veterans. If for some reason or another he doesn't get it, I'll go back to Jimmy. And the fact, and I know you're like, well, I don't get that from that. That's kind of what I get that from that of, they know Bob ain't going to bed or waking up like, oh my God, all three ain't gonna, like they know. So if it's one and a half, hey, you know. But
I think they know already.
This is what hurts for me.
I think, oh, go ahead.
I did envision a second unit of a front line of Wiseman and Kaminga. And it looks like, I know right now that's not totally off the table.
Yes, it is. But no, it is totally off the table.
I heard JD say
it's totally
it's a wrap.
Off. Yeah, it's Saran.
You could have a funeral for that one.
It's
How
a
disappointing
whole
is
case
that,
of glad
though? How
bags.
disappointing is that, though?
Not okay.
Not that you didn't expect it for Dub Nation to think when this second unit comes in on a good day, we got my boy Wiseman holding it down as center, and the next who knows what with Jonathan Kaminga at the. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, all they need to do is learn how to play the game. This from the 510. Now, maybe many people think I'm very sensitive to this.
I see it.
Interview was a D.
Oh, I
no
saw
energy
gutless
from you guys. And softball questions. What happened to all the heat Steiny had before the interview? And I was getting ready to be like, who the heck is it? But then he said that interview was gutless.
Yeah, with a capital.
So see, that makes me
gutless.
laugh.
Yeah, G-U-T-less.
That makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Good job.
I don't see it,
Bob.
But see,
I
you
don't
just
see it,
went,
Bob.
you just
I don't
went
see it.
Ghostbusters.
What do you mean?
When you read that, they typed it to kind of throw you off.
They didn't
But
throw
when
me
you
off.
read the hate,
yeah,
it's like
Definitely.
rain on the ant.
It's like when
they
those
crawl
guys
up, they're done.
It's like when those famous people read the nasty tweets about themselves.
Is that not the greatest bit?
Funny.
It's a trap.
Yeah. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
Our guy.
Your guy. Our guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hear you, man.
Robin, you broke bread with this dude. Come on, man.
Wait, when?
When we went to the, we got a picture.
Hey.
We went to the old shit. Rob was there with Robin.
Wait, which one's Rob? Rob, what do you look like again?
He playing. This is a bit. Yeah.
I know. He know what's up, man. But anyways, look, I think this should be an indictment on the leadership, the coaching staff, the ownership, and the players on the floor.
How so?
You're champions, because you're champions of the highest degree. So your job is to lead them young guys. It's time if you've been paid to coach, you need to find something where you can get them players going. I watch League Pass all year, and I'm seeing young guys who games don't really match, but they're on the floor playing together. So maybe it's time for the coaching staff to put together another plan, because the style of ball the Warriors want to play, A lot of them players are not around the league like that.
Hey, Rob.
Wow. The post offense.
Rob, I got. So it said, Rob, that one of the things maybe you were thinking is Steiny needs to go easier on the young guys. Does that sound like you?
On the young guys, because I feel like if Steph Curry is a generational player, you shouldn't be other than 500 if you're just a generational player and you got talent. I'm not saying you need to make them players better. Instead, you think you got to go out there and do 30-footers all the time. Drive the ball, dish it off, get Kaminga going, get Wiseman going. Sometimes I think Curry look at himself like maybe I don't need to get my 37 and drop all these threes. Maybe I'll pass it 3 up and shoot a mid-range or get them other guys going, because you got to find a way to get them guys going. If they can't fit your style, make your style fit around them, because I don't think they would have any trade.
But, Rob, before you hang up, I got to say this, and I ain't told Steiny. I feel like Steph, more than anybody, tries to involve those two dudes, just like he's doing with Klay now. And there's so much you can do. I can take you to the what is it? You can make it to, but you got to drink it. I can lead you to the water.
Close.
So Steph's doing that on the court. He'll look for the lob for Wiseman, but Steiny, I don't think it's that. And I'm not mad at Rob's take, but I see Steph and some of the guys, just like they're doing with Klay, trying to, hey, here you go.
You know, if you feel like I'm being coming down on the young guys, I actually look at it completely different. I'm not coming down on the young guys. I think I'm not giving up on any of the young guys right now. And I'm not being too hard on them. I'm being hard on the fans who think these guys should be ready right now. Like, if you're a fan out there who's saying, why is it Kaminga, Wiseman, they should be playing. Like, you're the ones, like, those are the kind of people who are putting a lot of pressure on them and demanding something right now. Like, and I don't think that's fair. I don't.
To the players.
Exactly. But I don't think it's fair to the team either, if you are going to try to win a title this year.
Okay, and we talked about that. Like, from a James White, if it's his mom, his cousin, his brother, girlfriend, whoever, you came to the worst situation. Now, you got a ring, but you didn't contribute because you were hurt. My point being, Steiny, is you got to tell fans now then, okay, when you got these young hot shots that could jump out the gym or they got the athleticism, put a number on their jersey that represents the year when they're going to be ready, because Dub Nation, especially last year with Kaminga, he was getting some run. So I believe last year was the year to where, okay, Steiny, we'll give you this, Dub. This ain't the year where the contributions from Jonathan Kaminga are going to come. But Steiny, you can't look me in the face and say he wasn't playing a good 15 to 17 minutes every other night. So they were like, this is going to be the breakout season for Kaminga. This is it. And it didn't happen. And now we're hearing.
Who said it was going to be a breakout season? See, this is where, like, did you hear Bob when we talked 2 timelines? Didn't you hear him? He said, well, I never said that. I don't know who's been saying 2 timelines. But he's like, but I never did. And then you know why they never did? Is because they knew that asking Wiseman and Kaminga to be championship players at 20 and 21 was unrealistic.
I'm going to give you that, but also give me this. The opportunity, it has been there since game 1 for these 2 gentlemen to go seize it and be a mainstay or even crack the rotation through 11 games. They've had that opportunity, and that's what this season, to me, represented to the fans. It wasn't going to be, from game 1, you're a DMP. You have had opportunities, fellas, to go out there and ball, and I hear what you're saying, Steiny, it ain't manifested. Now, who's at fault? If Rob's right, the OGs ain't giving them the ball, you're playing the wrong system. These 2 gentlemen have been put on the floor and could have seized an opportunity.
Right, but asking them to seize an opportunity on a championship team is different than seizing an opportunity on a horse bleep team. That's all that's happening here. The Warriors are champions. They can't get on the floor. They're not better than anybody. And you can't talk about the greatness of the Warriors culture and then say, well, they should just throw those two guys on the floor even though they haven't earned it. That's the opposite of Warriors culture. So, again, like, am I being hard on the young guys? To me, it's like, no. You guys are expecting way too much out of them, and to my way of thinking, probably expected more than the team itself. But that,
Well, with Bob with that 1.5, that was as real as it gets to me. And let me ask you this about Wiseman. We talked about the hands. Oh, Steiny, how hard is it to set a screen? Because his screen set. Zaza used to do it with the best of them.
Not the easiest thing in the world.
Well, again, I'm not putting myself in the NBA. I used to set them. I dare you to run into his shoulders.
I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but you know why you were good at it? Because you're big, strong, and you're ready to take the contact from a defensive player who's going to run your ass over. Who were the best screen setters for the Warriors? Zaza.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
Who's like a
Bogut?
like a tombstone.
Bounce off
and
me.
Bogut. Right. And JaVale McGee, not as great of a screen setter. James Wiseman, he's not.
But DeAndre Ayton, I watch it. He sets an okay screen.
How old is Ayton?
See, he ain't 40.
How many years did Ayton play in college?
Oh, my goodness.
1. Yeah. But he had 30 games. Wiseman.
I'm worried, man.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
So I'm not running material. He's going to wake up. We don't know where he's going to be. Hopefully he's here in Golden State. Is he going to wake up one day, Steiny, and get all this?
No, it's going to happen over time. It's going to happen over time with Wiseman. Let's go to Lafayette. Larry in Lafayette. Hey, Larry, what's going on, man?
Well, I'm with Steiny all the way on this. I felt from the beginning that the ages of Kaminga, less so Moody, and Wiseman meant that they were going to take too long to develop, and we only got a few years of Steph's prime left. We lost two key players, GP2, who's clamped down on defense, and Otto Porter, who knew how to play the game, and Bielka, too. Belly was a loss. So, all three of those guys could get out there and stay on the floor without fouling in 3 minutes. And the other problem I think we've got is the starters, something's off. I mean, Poole looks like he's unhappy to be out there.
It does.
I don't know what's going on. The other side of it is they're not playing any defense, and the reason the second unit looks so horrible plus minus, at least part of it, is that by the time they get out there, the other team's in the bonus already, every quarter.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
So it's really, really ugly right now, and they have to do something, or we are wasting the last 3 to 4 years of a multi-generational talent.
That won't happen. He's right.
Thanks,
we just
Larry.
talked to the
What do you
guy.
mean it won't happen?
Bob, there's a term in the movie Top Gun, one of my favorites, ready to fire. Bob knows. They know it's relatively early. No panic. But he ain't dumb. And they don't have the rings they have looking at what we're looking at. And he can only say so much time. They'll be ready to fire. And my point, the reason I bring that up, they ain't wasting what the chef has left in the bottle. And right now it's something, it's more than a corner. The chef is not the problem. He will go get the help they need to keep this thing going.
It's not up to Bob. It's up to Joe Lacob. It's up to Joe Lacob.
The winner.
You have to convince Joe Lacob that his 2 young prize draft picks aren't going to be good. And I don't think Joe Lacob's there yet.
Remember, he defended Camille. It was Wiseman.
7:07, Goo. I waited an hour and a half to talk. Not fair. All I wanted to say was, okay, Kaminga at the low post, his game is like Dominique Wilkins.
Where did the hour where?
It's not like Dominique Wilkins. That's the issue with Kaminga. He's not a 3. He can't dribble.
And that bothers me.
I guess I'm being too harsh.
No, you're not. I told you that he had to get one handy.
What I'm saying is Dominique Wilkins is a 3. Kaminga's not a 3.
And Dominique Wilkins was a Hall of Famer.
Well, you compared him to Karl Malone and the other kid and Wiseman to David Robinson.
That's not a good comp.
Well, you did.
It was
No, that's who. Those are the 2.
It was Banchero.
Karl Malone was Kaminga, and you said David Robinson For Wiseman.
If we find the tape, those are the X-Files. Hey, real quick about Ayton. He does look like Greg Oden.
First of all, he looks like he's 40.
That's what
I would have loved it. You know what?
They look like somebody got it from the text line.
I was getting carded at 40 because I still couldn't grow a beard. He was getting into bars at 14.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, let's go to Mark in San Bruno. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Doing?
Hey, how are you, buddy?
Mark.
Good. All right, here's what I got, man. I've been saying for 3 years we got to get rid of this Wise bus. He has no skills, man. When we saw 3 games out of college, he looked like the greatest player ever. But when he got on the court, he has no hands. He can't rebound. He can't block out. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. And everybody, all they keep saying is, oh, he's young. Let's wait.
Yep.
He lost all his trade value now. But the one guy who has lost all his trade value too is Kyrie Irving. He would be a great backup point guard for us if he's willing to do it. So I would trade Poole and Wiseman for Kyrie.
Good luck with that.
Let me ask you a question. Would you want Kyrie on this team? I know you would. You want anybody who's been overrated?
No, he's
career.
done, Steiny. No, he ain't on nobody's trading block. Somebody said you're assaulting the mic. I thought it was a 4. San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube.
Yeah, we met that guy. See, you don't remember people. We met him down at Santa Clara.
Oh, you not remembering Rob from San Bruno? We took pictures. Yeah.
Show me a photo of him. Okay,
I'm doing a show.
That doesn't keep you from being distracted other times. Okay. No. He brought up Wiseman. And actually, I said this to Kyle.
I'm trying to defend him, man.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. I think, obviously, they're young. I'm willing to give them more time. But here's the issue now. They might, it's on the table that they may not be good.
Right.
It's not just, they'll be fine.
Give them time.
It's still on the table that they might not be able to contribute on a championship level.
I think that comes with every pick, Steiny. Yes.
Yeah. So why did you expect them at 20 to be able to do that? Why did fans expect that?
At 240 pounds, now 250, probably 254.
Here's what I tell you what, and I am convinced. I'm convinced. I'd love to get Lacob to answer honestly, but I'm convinced that Wiseman and Kaminga were not selected to help immediately. They were selected to be ready at the end of Curry's tenure.
There's no way,
Well,
man.
then why didn't they draft more seasoned players?
Okay. Well, no, that's a question. I'll wait for the answer.
Thank you. Why didn't they take
How were they going to get to be ready if this is the if this was the way you're going to navigate? You get ready by playing in games. With what you got right now, we still are playing at championship level. That's what
you don't get to play on a team that's at a championship level.
I understand that.
See, don't you get it? They need to know how to become champions. And you don't just throw them out on the floor with champions. They're not ready.
So we could just ask them them two that want to play in the World Tournament. When do you get ready?
When they're 23, 24.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So you got those resources Joe Lacob's going to just put on pause? And
it's not put on pause. He's not putting anything on pause. They won a title last year with two 20-year-olds.
Yeah, right, but
so
they really they didn't participate much at the end.
Exactly.
So now you're telling me Jerome, no shade at these guys, Lamb,
what does that tell you?
And Green.
What does it tell you?
Are going to go on a magical run to go back-to-back in the West?
They might. With DiVincenzo.
You tell that person to call me. You tell that person that will call our station, 888-957-9570, and you tell me DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green, Lamb, and what's my man's name?
Well, Poole
ain't in this. What's my guy name? I say look like
Ty
Lucas.
Jerome.
That's enough. That ain't enough.
Well, guess what? Guess what's worse than that? Poole.
Oh, do you get it?
I'll tell you what's worse than Jerome and Lamb.
And I like those guys.
Poole, JaMychal, Green, Kaminga and Wiseman. Sorry, Goo. Why? What's Lamb's first name? I don't even know.
Jeremy.
Anthony Lamb. Guru.
Jeremy.
Guru.
Okay.
Why did Anthony Lamb,
who I like,
play twice as much as either Kaminga
I get it.
or Moody
I get it.
ahead of Wiseman with 0?
I get it.
We're at 225. Let's go to Khaled. Khaled's in Clayton. You know what? All right, we'll go to Khaled, even though we're up against
I
it
did
a
not
little
read
bit.
the number
Khaled.
off the screen. Anyway, go ahead.
What you
Memory.
talking about?
888-957-957.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, man.
Give it to us.
All right. Guru, why are you hitting the panic button so early, man? It is. You guys, I mean, you know I love the both of you guys. Steiny is spot on this. I mean, can't be any more spot on in the fact that anybody who was expecting Wiseman, Kaminga to be able to go out there and ball out basically in year 2 for both of them, because anybody who wants to tell me Wiseman's a third-year player is smoking something that I don't want, but many people will.
Yeah, gotcha.
Wiseman's a first-year player. He's only got 50 games underneath his belt, maybe not even that much. He came out basically a high school player into this, and everybody's expecting him to be Kevin Garnett. Look how long, and I know that he was towards the end of the first round, but everyone who loves Looney, it took him 3 years solid for him to be able to learn how to set a screen without moving. I mean, people are just imagining things.
Okay, Khaled, I got to bet what's not to interrupt you. We're up against it. I got to bet with Steiny, the Warriors are the field. He has the field. I have the Warriors. Are you telling me on this station right now that the Warriors, without the contributions from Kaminga and Wiseman, are going to win the chip? I'm not worried. I'm just telling you that's not going to happen, and the Warriors aren't going to go down that road.
We
lost him.
Yeah, sorry about that, Khaled. Don't you see the funny? Not funny, but don't you see the?
No, he's saying I'm panicked.
Don't you see the conflict, though? Don't you see it?
The conflict.
Don't you see it? You don't think the Warriors can win it unless Kaminga and Wiseman are part of it.
Or some help is brought
Moody.
in.
And I don't think they can win it if those guys play. Okay, now, God, big mouth.
No, what you mean big mouth?
Who do you want to trade then? Who you trading?
I'll tell you.
Come on, man. Who you trading?
I'll tell you.
Trading? The future Karl Malone or the future David Robinson?
We're not trading anybody because I don't think we're done seeing Wiseman and Kaminga on the court.
Well, we are done seeing them together. You gotta be able to.
Why is that funny?
I don't know. Just because.
I want to throw my pin at you. Why is it funny?
I'll tell you why it's funny on the other side. It's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31, a commitment to protect kids. Get out and vote, please. Thank you.
Guru, first of all, I love your energy. Steinmetz,
What's up, everybody? I know you're out there balling for the holidays, man. You got money. You got to figure out a Christmas gift. Well, I have the perfect gift for you, and it's at 957thegameshop.com. That's right, 957thegameshop.com. You can buy a Morning Roast t-shirt, Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs, Damon Ratto. You get generic 957 The Game t-shirts. Who doesn't want to wake up on Christmas morning with the 957 The Game long sleeve, a 957 The Game hoodie? Come on, folks. Spend that money. The holiday season's coming. 957thegameshop.com. Be there.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31, Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
$1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVP's Pro Rewards Program. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
In San Francisco, showers this afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
I'll be there when I be there.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, my bad.
Jay Green.
I'm sorry, but my bad at the end of the last segment. I wanted it to sound lighthearted because I'm giving you grief about Kaminga and Wiseman.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, okay, Big Mouth, which one are you trading?
Yeah.
And I guess Big Mouth came off a little, mean-spirited. I didn't mean it like
On the Steiny meter, it's probably a 1. You said words to where, Big Dex AP out there listening.
Wow, dude. Yeah, hey, man, I did this confession a couple weeks ago. I'm working on being a better person.
What church did you go to?
I don't go to church.
You said confession.
That's what I call looking in the mirror.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And being honest with yourself.
Shout out Usher, confessions.
And realizing that, you know what, sometimes, the way I mean things don't sound the way they come out. And I'm working on some things. I think we could all try to be better, try to improve, regardless of our age.
Dude, whoever the therapist is, because you gave me something about anger. My daughter was going off, and I jumped up off the couch, and I was like, I'm a let her little ass have it verbally. Right. And I caught myself after you shared with us on this station and show about, sometimes you got to just ask yourself, where's the anger coming from? Mm-hmm. Who are you really? Dude, and I did it right there in the whole.
Well, where does your anger come from?
I don't have any.
Well, I thought you said
the Monday after payday is when I get mad. Yeah. If we get paid on Friday, that Monday. But other than that, I don't have rage. You have rage?
I can sometimes.
And you take it out on the wrong people.
Exactly. And
I've been dealing with it
trying to do
years.
it less and less.
I'm fighting for my life, yeah.
Oh, let's go to Alex. Alex is in Oakland. He knows what the problem is.
Uh-oh.
Not a baby.
Yeah, fellas.
Give it to me, baby.
Okay, fellas. Give me a minute on this. Hear me out.
All right, I will.
Problem number one is Draymond Green violated the trust of his players. That's number one. The second problem is, now that he's violated the trust of the players, he's not that floor general. He's not getting in Kaminga's face and Wiseman's face and telling them where to be and what to do. Number two. Number three, in order for them to fix this, they're going to have a team meeting. Jordan Poole is going to have to front Draymond Green in front of everybody and say, hey, look, man, at the end of the season, me and you, one-on-one boxing gloves. But for now, we need you to be the general on the floor. Until they get Draymond Green's leadership on the floor, they're going to continue to play like this. Because as good as Wiseman has the potential to be and Kaminga, they missing that direction of Draymond Green. He hasn't gotten in anybody's face this year because he knows he's in violation of the team's trust, the players' trust.
Is that why they're 4-7 though?
That's what. Think about it. Think about in years past, Draymond Green would tell Kaminga where to be when he messes up and what to do. The reason why he can get away with yelling and screaming at him, because when he tells Jordan Poole, we created a shot for you, take the shot, and Jordan takes the shot and make it, well, now Poole know, well, Draymond Green may be a little loud, but what he's saying is true. Why? Because we see tangible results. Until Draymond Green is able to get back to his old self, that's not going to happen. The only way it's going to happen is Jordan Poole is going to have to release everything. Sit Draymond down in front of everybody, get it off his chest, and let's go out here and win a chip. After the parade, then we can fight. But then they'll be too drunk to fight.
All right, thanks for the call, Alex. Appreciate
Not a lot of that, but how do you?
You can.
How do you?
If the punch is truly an issue,
which I believe it is,
well, then it doesn't go away. It just doesn't.
But how does it prevent you from winning?
I think we're seeing it. Does Jordan Poole look like Jordan Poole?
There was
Draymond
a video
look like Draymond?
No.
Thank you. That's what it looks like. It might be. You know what? Here's what I disagree with. The starters are fine. The bench is the problem.
Bonte was saying that this morning.
Okay.
It's true. They have the plus minus.
Yes. Is when the starters are all together, the five of them.
Right.
They're good.
Okay.
That's not the way basketball is played.
Right.
You only play with the starters 15 minutes.
I got that.
Look, here's the real issue. When was the first sub?
Like 6 minutes.
Here we go. 4:38 left, okay? 4:38 left. Warriors are up 22-15.
7 points.
4:40 remaining in the first quarter. Here come the subs, Lamb and Poole. Okay? So you still have 3 starters in the game. All right? Guess what? At the end of the first quarter,
they're down.
The Warriors are down 2.
Amazing.
Well, Steph Curry played 11 minutes in the first quarter. So it's I get you can say the starters are great and the bench stinks, but the starters are not playing
48 minutes
when
together.
one or two bench guys
that's a problem.
Get in the game
JD boys, exactly. And it's been a theme all season. So my question to you is it because they don't have enough synergy with Lamb and Jerome or whoever's coming in? Honestly, let's put Jordan Poole on the table. Do you really believe this dude that got the bag and earned every penny in one season, maybe a season and a half, is really getting off to this slow start because he's not starting, Steiny? I say hell no. This morning I was like, you know what? You might be onto something. I'm looking at you now to talking. Hell, this is deep.
I'm not ready to say that yet. He's a streaky player. He's still very young. He might be feeling pressure over the money.
He took 4 shots. Can we find a game where Jordan Poole, last year and a half, I wish I could, took 4 shots?
It was actually in January of last year, late, 3 weeks after Klay Thompson returned from injury.
There you go.
Took 4 shots.
So not that far.
So that wasn't shot gate. Remember we had that with Durant.
I think God, when I say something going on, I don't mean between the two of them, but something's going on with the Klay/Poole.
Well, if you were Poole, no shade at Klay. They don't got to be mad at each other. Don't you think this version of yourself is better than Klay? And maybe this is another instance to where he's like, you know what? You guys are placating it. Maybe he thinks he should be in the starting rotation.
Who, Jordan Poole?
Yes.
Maybe he does. You might.
If you were doing a draft of what they are now, what person or persons would say, I'm going with Klay over Poole?
A lot. A lot of people. Because Klay's got a track record. See,
But he's also dealing with another record. It's called medical record, or records of him coming back from that injury. So he's not the same person.
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, the person that says I'm going with Klay over Poole, that would be the title of the jam if Klay wasn't coming back from injury. But who would look at Klay now and say, "Oh, today he should be starting over Poole"?
Everybody. Klay's gotten off to a slow start like he has in years past.
But you're telling me you don't think he's going to get back?
I don't think he's going to get back.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean I'm right and you remove him from the starting lineup. And even
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe Poole's feeling some type of way about that.
Bob Myers and Steve Kerr could look at each other and say, I'm worried Klay's never going to get back to the player he was.
But you're not pulling the plug on him starting. You're not going to do that to him because he's done so much. But Poole could be looking at it like, that ain't fair.
No, stop that. I disagree. They are not. No. They are not.
Cut that.
They are not. They are not keeping Klay in the starting lineup because, what'd you say?
What he's done.
No, they're not. Because if they put players in the starting lineup for what they've done, Steph Curry would have started the first playoff game last year. See, that's the thing with Klay. And I know people are going to listen, I love Klay. And what do I always say? Your greatest strength's your biggest weakness. His stubbornness is his biggest strength, and it's his biggest weakness.
Right.
Plain and
I'm
simple.
not saying he's done. You feel like he ain't getting back to the great heights.
I don't feel like he's going to get back to where he was. No. But I also know that Klay's delicate. And for whatever reason, people are afraid to suggest a lesser role for Klay Thompson.
And I'm one of them.
Right. Why? Because we know Klay. We know him.
No, we know guys and gals that come back from injuries take time. But this ain't about this ain't about Klay. This is about Poole saying, you just signed me. You just gave me the bag. I showed you what I could do last year, and I'm coming off the bench for what?
Well, he knew. I mean, when he signed his contract.
Which I thought he might be
he was coming off the bench.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I really do.
And you know what?
I didn't think he was going to sign.
Even if, well, are you kidding? Like, even if he's mad about
the punch.
being a sixth man, a sixth man, he still signs that contract. Like, do what everybody in the NBA does now. Sign your contract and then get traded.
Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of kidding, but I'm not. To that caller's point, and I know that's an example. You're going to leave me hanging. But I'm like, it really could be over between them two. It really could be nothing. And that's scary to that caller's point because he's thinking, so you think Dre's really not leading?
No, I don't. I think he's been marginalized. He's
got one tech on it. Well, he could have had a few more.
I think he's been marginalized. George is in Los Altos. Hey, George, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas. I think we're all kind of tripping a little bit too much here, and I just want to give you my perspective, okay?
Sure.
The New Orleans game, the subs played primarily that game, right?
Yep.
New Orleans is not a bad team. They're 5-5, and they're a decent team. The subs played very, very well, other than the second quarter when they got outscored by 9 points. They played these guys even, all the way from front to end.
Yeah.
So they know how to play basketball. What they don't know yet is how to play basketball with the veterans. And that's going to just take time. Because like Steve said last week in the interview that he gave on TV, he said, the coaching staff feels like we're back in college.
Right.
We're teaching college kids. You're not getting David Robinson and others that had 4 years of college, then they come into the pros. These guys are kids. And they still need to learn. To me, and when this goes to Wiseman, do we send Wiseman to the G League? Hell no. Do not send him to the G League. You'll destroy any remaining confidence he has in himself if you do that.
Well, you didn't do that with Jordan Poole.
No, Jordan Poole's role is a shooter, ball handler. James Wiseman is a big man. They're two different things. You know that.
Okay, hey, George, let's forget Wiseman for a minute because what if I said this? It felt to me like, in a way, the Pelicans were treating the Warriors like the Warriors treat a lot of other teams. Like, they were toying with, they knew they could beat that team. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Oh, no, you're right. That could definitely be some of it.
Hey, why do you think...
Could definitely be some of it.
Why do you think sending Wiseman to the G League would just totally deflate him?
Yeah.
Because basically it's a demotion. It's like you're working for a company and you've moved your way up the ladder, and then suddenly you get demoted and you get put back into the other department. What's he going to learn down there playing in the G League? Yeah. He's got to play against the big boys. And to me, the way the kids learn, you guys, is, look, you got Ron Adams, Andre Iguodala, and Draymond Green. What three better teachers of defense can you possibly ask for?
I'm not disagreeing with
George.
this guy. I like George Steiny, but
I like him too.
I guess I disagree with George because what has a position got to do with the bottom line of you need to go get better, you need to go get stronger, maybe you need to go learn? If Jordan Poole can go do that, why can't James Wiseman? Now, again, he could go down there and be Godzilla because he's not playing against guys that are big or strong as him. But to say it would kill his morale, look, how can Jordan Poole not be Exhibit A on, or it might get his head out to you know what and open up something that it did for Jordan Poole to where when he got that pen and signed that John Hancock and got that bag, how can the Warriors organization look at James Wiseman and say, oh, this is different? Why does the position matter?
Because we know big men take longer. How many years did Jordan Poole play in college? 2. How many years did... Oh, he didn't play any. He played 3 games. That's the part that I just don't understand what's so hard to explain. And I try... people think I'm mean about it, but it's like, this is the point. This is where I've gotten to try to explain. They don't know how to play championship basketball. And so, okay, we'll play them. So that's... I don't,
okay, so...
you know what?
Yeah.
Here, let me
I got something for you and George.
Forget Wiseman.
Yeah.
I'll say this. You know when the Warriors' biggest mistake... the biggest mistake they made with Wiseman was starting him right off the bat because they stunk that year, right? They stunk, all right? But people like you Even though he was not good, you said, look, Stein, 12-6.
Yeah, I was about to,
12-6.
to go there.
Okay. So what? Any 7-footer can go get 12-6 if he's playing 20 minutes a game. Like, they put Wiseman on the floor before he ever deserved to be. They stunk. He put up hollow, worthless numbers.
Yeah.
And then everyone, look at that, look at that, look at that. Yes. Guess what? He ain't a bad player on a 15-50 team. But when you put him on a 50-15 team, guess what? He's not going to play.
Hey, I'll tell you this. And again, back to George. But when you're 7'1", 240, Steiny, I got to believe you think, you know what, let's see what this guy got. That's what got him out there.
I know.
And then our guy Spears from the remember he told me and you about that. He reminds us of Kevin Garnett when he saw a play. Okay. So I'm not just saying because Spears said a lot of intrigue was about, hey, this dude is like a pterodactyl.
Intrigue.
So that got him out there. But George, if you're saying to us, which it sounds like, you don't want him to go to the G League and play, and him, let's say, I'll throw it out there, sulking, moping, or just sitting is better? Explain that to me.
I don't know what. I don't know what.
Watching them just sit there and rot, this ain't. And maybe that's why the bench didn't jump up yesterday in euphoria. I mean, they were like,
Guru's referring to when Curry hit the big three, the bench wasn't the antics that usually go on.
Carr.
Oh my God!
Well, it wasn't even everybody. It wasn't Damian Lee or Peyton II or any of those guys. I mean,
all the stuff they do, the guns or the shooting stuff.
Anybody out there that doesn't think there's a disconnect between the young players and the old players?
Now that we haven't. He hadn't put it that way. You should have said that to Bob, but you kind of did.
I said it to Bob. I used the word disconnect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to yell at you.
No, I get
a little defensive sometimes.
You did use it.
One of the things that really annoys me. Okay, Thomas in San Francisco.
Killer.
Anthony Lamb needs more playing time. I'm going to pass on that one. Big Dave.
I'm not mad at Lamb.
Big Dave, San Francisco. It's too early to call Wiseman a bust. Yes, you're right.
And I won't do it.
So that's why I'm going to go to Vince in San Jose. We all know it's too early to call Wiseman a bust. Yo, Vince, what's going on, Vince?
Vinny.
Oh, man. You know, Wiseman's an interesting type of cat, and he shows flashes of greatness. But going back to your point, Steiny, there's so much when you watch him play, you go, oh, that's where he didn't play in college. Oh, that's where he missed that practice. That's same thing with some of these other guys. So you guys are both right. You guys are there's both good things that you can pick off of each other's argument. I think there's a lot of growth to do. And my one question was, before I leave you fellas for today, do you think the extended break, the Warriors have a couple days, so they got, 3 days basically in a shoot-around until they're not playing a game. Is that going to help them on Friday? Thank you, fellas.
Yes, Vince, it's going to help.
Elaborate on that.
I'll tell you why, because that's why I think they put so much into last night's game. Because they didn't want to lose 6 in a row, then have 3 days off before the Cavs come in here and give them a beat.
But what if you drop to the Cavs then? But what's
they will lose to the Cavs.
Okay, but
they're going to lose to the Cavs. How about that? Cavs are 7-2.
So you're just saying from a mental psyche, you didn't want 3 days off.
First of all, I don't know if they're going to lose to the Cavs.
Well, that's up to.
I don't think they wanted to go into a Cavs game
0-6 and
yes, God, how important was this game? Listen to Steve Kerr.
We needed the win. Steph had the New Orleans game off. So did Wiggs. So did Klay. So did Draymond. And we've got 3 days before our next game. So we felt comfortable chasing this one with heavy minutes, and it was obviously necessary, but it's not sustainable. So we know we can't do this for long.
So there it is.
Yeah. Wow.
There's the conflict. Yep. Is there nothing to see here? Or is there an issue? Because if there's nothing to see here, why does Wiggins play 40 minutes? Steph and Klay 38. The youngest players on the team get less than the two-way guys. That tells you something's amiss. They've never played a November game like they just played that November game. in the dynasty.
I know where how much time we got, E? I want to get some.
We got about 20 seconds here, guys. Gotta go.
Yeah, so you don't have enough
see
time.
tomorrow. Yeah, no.
Well, what was it?
No, I was just gonna say, what did Moody do to get in the doghouse?
You know what?
He's different.
He is different.
Great.
He is different.
He doesn't. Okay.
How much time we got?
I think about.
He doesn't hurt you like Wiseman and Kaminga, but he ain't helping either. 95-7 the game.
Night.
This Veterans Day, Outdoor Supply Hardware is giving 20% off to retired or active military service members. Visit OSH November 11th through 13th and receive 20% off with ID. This discount is on top of OSH's end-of-season clearance sale. Save up to $200 on in-stock fire tables and patio heaters, or save $100 on select Weber propane grills. OSH has great price in-stock holiday decor, artificial trees, lights, and inflatables. Visit 14 Greater Bay Area and Central Coast OSH locations. OSH, neighbors helping neighbors.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and
you don't want to get me started,
Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Woo-hoo! Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
At Target, you can shop with confidence knowing that if you spot a better Target price, we'll match it with our holiday price match guarantee. Pick up the hottest gifts of the season, holiday hosting essentials, and so much more right now. If you spot a better Target price, we'll match it on items purchased between October 6th and December 24th. Get the gifts you want at prices you love all season long with Target's holiday price match guarantee. Get price match policy details on Target.com. Some exclusions apply.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
And we are off and running. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon Bruce. Damon and Ratto on a Tuesday, election day, that is. November 8th, 2022, as we get things rolling. Tim Kawakami is going to join us. We'll talk a little bit about the Warriors. He sat down with Bob Myers earlier today before Bob stopped by with Goo and Steiny. Peter King is going to stop by as well around 4:45. And Bob Myers, if you missed it with Goo and with Steiny, we are going to replay some of that for you in the 5 o'clock hour. So looking forward to an action-packed 3-hour show. All right, Ray.
They're not exactly stopping by. None of them will be in this room.
Really?
So it's not like they parked their car outside and ran up here.
Come on in, guys. Sit down. Grab yourself a seat.
Bring alcohol.
Yes. Or as my old friend used to say, snacks. Bring snacks. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes you'll hear, about moral victories. It's like, well, they lost the game, but it was a moral victory. Well, do you have moral losses when you win but play like S along the way and look terrible in the process? What's the opposite of a moral victory, Ray?
Either an immoral victory
that was definitely
or a
not
moral failure.
Well, I guess I'd go with moral failure than immoral victory.
Well, look, they need the win. So
do they?
Yeah. You want the 6-game losing streak?
Well,
you want to entertain the home folks with a loss to Sacramento?
I just haven't heard anybody. It's amazing the concept of a needed win in November in a league where 16 teams make the playoffs.
Well, but here's why that's not completely stupid in this case. They're in free fall. There are questions about, whether the culture that they've talked about for 8 years is holding true this year. There are issues with their young guys that are manifesting themselves in mediocre play when they're on the court and long stretches when they're not. So they needed a feel-good. Nobody's going to remember this game in a week, but for the moment, yeah, they needed it. The problem is, and I think the point you're making, is that they didn't show signs of improvement in any of the things that they need to show improvement in. What they showed improvement in was the notion that, Steph Curry is going to have to carry us for a while, which they prefer not to do, at least not at the number of minutes per game that he's playing. they thought the win was important, and you could tell by the minutes that that their four most important players played. I mean, Wiggins went over 40. Curry and Thompson were on the high side of 37, and Green was 36. I mean, that tells you how they felt about it.
Yeah, no doubt. And it brings up the question, is it sustainable? Is it at all sustainable? Curry, if you missed the game last night, was spectacular. I mean, I don't even, the superlatives, I don't know where to end. I mean, he had 47, 8 boards, 8 assists, 22 in the first half, 17 in the fourth quarter. And he did it on 17 of 24 shooting. And then mix in the fact that in the 38 minutes, he had 0 turnovers. It was almost a flawless game. He took the game over. Him and Wiggins at least did down the stretch. And then to hear Steph in the postgame, we had to win that game. I mean, he literally put the Warriors on his back, and it was awesome to watch. So, like, if you love a great Steph Curry show, and if you love watching a Hall of Famer at the apex of his Hall of Fame career, then you loved last night, right? Because you got what you wanted. But I'll ask the question right now, and I'll just make the statement, actually. I won't even throw it in the form of a question. It ain't sustainable. You can't do this every night. Look what it took to get a win over the Sacramento Kings on your home floor. I mean, Steph played 38, Klay played 38, Green played 36, Wiggins played 40. Just and the consistent themes are the same. Too many fouls, poor defense. Some of the veterans really are looking old. Not a lot of energy or defense or scoring from that second unit. And it's just not sustainable. So as much as I would love, there was a time, Ray, when, and you remember it well, when the Warriors lost and there were, you were looking for bits of encouragement in losses. Now, I don't want to say that we don't enjoy the wins, but that's a win last night that was tough to enjoy. It was tough to enjoy because I think it was a discouraging night all the way through, because I'm watching a bunch of things I didn't like to see. As you said, we're seeing, good things, but from guys that we already know can provide good things. And we're not seeing any of the answers to the questions that we had. We're not seeing any improvement in the issues that clearly are there. So I would have to say, more than anything, I mean, it's a discouraging Warrior victory, which there haven't been a lot of those in my lifetime, but that's how I would term last night. Very discouraging.
Kind of discouraging. Very discouraging is if they get 47 from Curry and lose, which they could very well have done.
Almost happened.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you're not going to get answers about the bench anytime soon. I mean, this is not going to get fixed overnight. It's not a light switch. It's going to take a while, if it happens at all. If it doesn't happen, then you're looking at an 9th place team, because you're right. You cannot play those guys that many minutes night after night. But they needed a quick fix. They just needed to be able to drive home last night and say, well, we didn't lose that one. But they know what the problems are, and they know that the problems are sustaining themselves. Nothing about last night's performance by anybody not a starter was encouraging in any way, shape, or form. It's just they're an incomplete team, and they're going to stay an incomplete team until either Jordan Poole kicks himself out of his shooting torpor. I mean, how do you go from 18 shots to 4?
There's something going on there. I mean,
I think he's down on himself.
Is that it? Is he down on himself?
I think like a lot of streaky shooters, when they go into a funk, they stay in one. I mean, Klay Thompson, when he would have dry spells, they'd last 4 or 5 games because they'd be thinking too much about, should I shoot, should I not shoot? And so, the other night, he shot too much. Last night, he shot as many times as Kevon Looney did.
Which cannot happen when he's kind of the center of the universe of the second unit.
Well, but It's more a statement. It's more a statement of confidence than anything else. It just
is his confidence wane that quickly?
I think with streaky shooters, which he is one, I don't think that's unusual at all. Because I'm losing my rhythm. I got to think about when to shoot and when not to shoot. That means you're not in rhythm, and if you're not in rhythm, you're not going to make shots.
Yeah,
I just that's my pinheaded view from miles away, but he does seem to be the quintessential streaky shooter. And when you hit a dry patch, you don't know how many times you should shoot. You don't know when you should shoot. It's all a colossal mystery right now to him.
Well, you're making it seem like it's more mental than physical.
I think with him, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
he's in his own head, you think?
I think like most streaky shooters, yeah, he is in his own head. I mean, you see it, like I say, you see it in Thompson all the time. You almost never see it in Curry because he never believes he's taken a bad shot. He never believes he's not going to make the shot. He has an arrogance about his confidence that is almost otherworldly.
Unshakable confidence in that the next shot is going in.
This is a good shot because I'm taking it.
Right. And no matter how many I've missed, the next one's going down. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. I mean, a couple things I don't get. I don't get how James Wiseman is going to get better by being DNP coach's decision. Don't understand that. Can't see how he can get better in that capacity. Don't understand why Anthony Lamb, who I like, two-way player, how he could have two more shots than Jordan Poole.
Because he's not thinking about it. He's just playing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
he's loose.
Yeah. I mean, this is not like this box score is not a litmus test on anything. They did what they did because they needed to win the game for themselves. They didn't need it for the long-term future of the franchise. They needed to win the game for themselves. Steve Kerr needed to see them win. They needed to feel the win. It's just I have this horrendous itch in the middle of my back. I haven't reached it in a week and a half. I got a chance to reach it tonight. I'm going to do it. I mean, they're not going to. You won't see this box score again Wednesday night against Cleveland.
Friday. Is it Friday night? Right? Yeah, it's Friday night.
Friday night
against Cleveland, which is part of the reason they played all those minutes last night. Is that they don't play again till Friday against Cleveland, and maybe they can get right between now and then. But next,
Cleveland plays the Kings.
First and then Warriors. 1-888-957-9570. The Xfinity mobile text line. Let's hammer down a little bit more on Jordan Poole. What can get Jordan Poole going? Because to me, that is the big question for Golden State. Wiseman, Kaminga, Klay, all interesting topics. But Jordan Poole, what can get him going? Hit us up on the text line. Damon and Ratto, sponsored by Vote Yes on Prop 31. It's Damon and Ratto on a Tuesday. Larry sitting in for Damon on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoke and burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is here. Get a bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, plus a small seasoned potatoes. That's a better breakfast for just $3 in 3 easy steps. 1, wake up. 2, get out of bed. And 3, head to Wendy's for your $3 breakfast deal. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Select a request $3 breakfast deal in order to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combos orders. Price and participation may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
Those 4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Damon and Ratto. Damon off sick today. I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing because Ray and I were kind of joking off the air. But
You don't. Go ahead, say it.
no, I will not say it. But Damon is ill today, so Damon, get better. Larry Krueger sitting in his place. Tim Kawakami is going to join us later on this hour. Peter King is going to join us. If you missed Bob Myers with Steiny and Guru, we're going to replay some of that for you in the 5 o'clock hour. Damon and Ratto streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and to see what's going on inside the studio, which right now, not a lot. We got 3 TVs going.
Why would anybody? Well, I've asked that before.
You got a beautiful sweatshirt on today.
Well,
it says Defector.
Yep. But that said, why would anybody watch either of us?
Well, that's true. I mean, I find very attractive. Myself, not as much. And remember, like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. All right, we're talking about the Warriors. Warriors got the win last night. And first of all, it's NBA season. They've played 11 games. Last night was the 11th game of an 82-game season. So we've played 13% of the regular season, which, Charles Barkley called the playoffs the second season or the real season. So you got, 80, almost 90% of the season still left to be played in the regular season, and that's before you get a month plus of playoffs. So there's a lot of basketball that's going to be played between now and when things actually matter. And Tim Kawakami, by the way, who stopped by with Bob Myers, will stop by with us later this hour around 3:45 in about 25 minutes, and we'll get his thoughts on what he got from Myers this morning and what he got from the Warriors last night. If you missed the Warriors last night, Steph Curry was spectacular. I don't rank his performances, but man, that was special. It was. I won't say it was Game 4 of the finals because that was the finals, but he basically just said, you know what? It ain't going down this way. It's like my personal mission in life is to never lose to the Sacramento Kings. The Kings had a lead, Ray. The Kings led by 12 at half. They led by 10 with good amount of time left in the game. And they led 92-82, Sacramento did, with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And then Steph and Wiggins just kind of carried them to victory. But Jordan Poole still looks very uncomfortable. Klay Thompson, Malik Monk just blowing by Klay Thompson at will on a couple plays. But let's focus on Poole first. What can be done? I mean, you referenced that it's probably a confidence thing, and I think you're probably right because I don't see anything wrong with him physically. But do you think it's related to the money, or is it related to the issues that he had with Green? Is it related to, kind of fitting in on this team? And maybe the bigger question is, and for everybody who wants to jump in, 1-888-957-9570 on the Xfinity mobile text line. How, we know Poole's struggling. The key is how to get him going. Before you jump in, let's hear from Kerr. Kerr, started Poole in the second half. He went small with Green at center, Poole off the bench. Here's what Kerr said about starting Poole in the second half last night.
Starting him in the second half was not only to get him going, but to, change the flow of the game. And you could see right away we were the aggressor in the third quarter. So I liked what I saw out there, and we even though we were a little sloppy and took some tough shots, I thought the energy was right.
And is that like just the universal way of a basketball coach, Ray, to gain more energy is to go small? It seems like when coaches want more energy from their team, they invariably take somebody who's large off the floor and replace them with somebody who's smaller.
It depends on the roster you have. If you have an advantage with big guys, the way you get energy is to beat the other team. And if it means beating them up along the way, then you do that. The Warriors' best players are not their big guys. Their best players are smaller guys who move a lot. That's how they get energy. 15 years ago, you got energy if you put your big guy down on one low block and another big guy at the free throw line and then just pounded the boards like crazy. Because the energy is not about how you're doing it. The energy is about doing it. Taking a game over. That's how you get energized. So for the Warriors, it is, a smaller lineup. But that's not universal.
And as far as Poole, I mean, we'll talk about Klay in a second, but as far as Jordan Poole, if anybody has ideas of how to get him going, I'd love to hear from him, because to me, I don't know that this is an easily solvable question. I haven't seen him in these funks before, at least where this looks different than the struggles he's had earlier in his career. It's almost like he's uncomfortable out there. But what do you think? I mean, what are they going to do to get him going other than at what Kerr just did last night, starting him in that third quarter?
Well, I mean, you can't start him over Klay Thompson, because Klay Thompson is a guy who needs consistent reinforcement. As much as he's played, he's too wired into playing to be able to sit comfortably. So Poole has to learn how to do this in the minutes he's given. And I think it would help him if he didn't think about the money, because part of this might be him trying to justify the contract immediately when the contract is spread out over 4 years. So you don't have to justify it after 11 games. I think he is inside his own head. And the only way he's going to get outside of his own head is to make himself comfortable. I don't think you give him, we're going to give you a bunch of extra minutes, even though you're shooting poorly, to figure it out. He's got to figure it out within the framework of the larger team. And that's the same thing for Wiseman. It's the same thing for Kaminga. It's just, you have to figure out how to play your best basketball in the framework we give you, in the minutes we give you. It's not like, okay, you didn't play very well, so we're going to give you more time to play. It doesn't work that way. It's never worked that way. You earn your minutes. And that's what they have to do. And it's, you can be coached all you want, but ultimately it's what you do when you're on the floor that either gets you more minutes or it gets you more bench.
It's interesting. Do you look at, is it important who, then do you mix up the players that he plays with so that you get a different result? Or do you just say, you know what, you make some concrete decisions on your lineup like you have coming out of camp, and you just stick with it, and you just keep putting the guys out there and just let the problem solve itself over time?
Well,
there's plenty of time for this.
He did start him
right.
In the second half. He had him in the starting unit to start the third quarter. So there are things you can do to tinker with the way he gets his minutes here and there. But in terms of minutes played, you saw what Steve Kerr believes about his team right now. He played basically 45 minutes, almost 50 minutes or so with a bench out of 240. The other 190 minutes went to their starters.
Is that just because of what we saw last night? Is that's who Steve trusts? He trusts his starters.
He clearly trusts his starters more than he trusts his reserves, because not only has he been with them for years, their numbers prove that they're the ones who should be trusted. And that's the other problem with the young guys. They know they're not trusted right now, not trusted nearly as much. But long term, Kerr knows that they have to become more trustworthy. And that's something that you can't just say, okay, well, we'll just play you till you become trustworthy. They did that with Wiseman 2 years ago, and it didn't work well at all.
No. Well, it gave him run, and it gave them an idea of where he was at.
But it also gave him run on a bad team.
Right.
So that, the things that he needs to learn in playing with this team, he didn't learn that year because this team was not together in that year. So it's, the run he got 2 years ago, while it was incomplete and, very disjointed, it's run that he's not going to get now. I mean, Kevon Looney's gotten better. He's the guy who never makes the bad decision. He always, screens at the right moment. He rolls at the right moment. He hits the boards at the right moment. He's Steve Kerr's dream date. And so he's not going to take minutes away from Looney. He's got to figure out in the minutes he gets when he plays, how can I help them rather than how can I get unlocked here? Because ultimately it's not about them. It's about how they fit in the greater unit.
It is interesting because you have guys who have accomplished so much in the starting unit. I mean, Curry and Thompson and Green and Wiggins. I mean, these guys have accomplished an awful lot. But I'm just thinking of the greater good. Would it really hurt? I mean, I know you don't want to give away minutes, but maybe move somebody or multiple somebodies from the starting lineup to the bench to see if you can play a little bit more even basketball instead of playing pretty well with your starters, going to the bench, then having basically the lead be lost, and their whole feel good goes off the floor when the starters go off. Now the second unit comes on, and they can feel, it's almost like they can feel the burden of expectations, and their games aren't really developed, and there's multiple agendas potentially. It just feels like that second unit needs a little something, and I'm not sure what it is.
The something it needs is to play more dynamic basketball because...
And is that led by Poole and his offense?
I don't know what it's led by because we haven't seen enough Poole offense to be able to make that determination. And really, of those five guys who came off the bench last night, only Moody is relatively reliable, and Anthony Lamb has been a mild surprise and a pleasant one. The other three guys, I mean, Ty Jerome, it was minus 22 in 11 minutes. Kaminga got 9 minutes, and Poole is still, shooting poorly. It's just, if you have a unit that's functioning very well and one that's functioning poorly, I mean, it's almost like the old hockey question. If you have one line that's doing really well,
right,
but the second line is doing poorly, do you change up both lines? Maybe make the second one a little bit better and the first one a little worse. They try that all the time, and then they try it back, and it's it's an ongoing process. So there's no set, they have to do this to make that second unit better. The second unit has to play better on its own. And maybe this is not so much a confidence problem for all of them. Maybe it's a roster problem.
That needs to be, you mean that the pieces just don't fit well together, and that
maybe they never
shake
will.
It up at some point.
I mean, it's let's put it this way. Steve Kerr and Bob Myers have discussed that possibility, and more than once, because they discuss everything. And, there are going to be, there are questions being asked now, and they're going to get immeasurably harder the longer this goes on, because Steve Kerr does not want to look up in 2 weeks and see that they're,
he's looking
5-12.
Yeah, and they're 2 games away from catching the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's one, you're competitive. 2, you can't give up that many games to teams that are running well, like Phoenix and Portland and now Utah. You just can't go, okay, we'll spot you 10 games, and then we'll just try to catch up. Because you don't know if you are going to catch up.
Right. Let's hit the lines. Let's see what people have to say. We've got Amy in Pacifica. Amy, welcome. You're on 95.7 The Game as we hit the Xfinity mobile text line and caller line. What's going on?
Hello?
Hey, Amy.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing fantastic. What's your thought on, since you want to talk about Jordan Poole?
Yeah. I really think, I hear what you guys are saying, but I've been watching him, and I think he does so much better when he starts the game, when he's not coming off the bench, and I think it contributes to his confidence. I think he's a natural leader. I think he's young and he's inexperienced, but honestly, I think if we started him and put Klay on the bench, and I know that's hard to say, I love Klay, but I think it's radical, but I think it would help, because what happens now is that Klay goes off the bench, and he helps that team get so much better, and he helps the young guys, and been in the league a long time, and there's a problem with his minutes and all that. So it seems like that would be kind of a good thing to try. That's my personal opinion. It seems like Jordan Poole needs that confidence building that he gets when he comes up, when he starts games. It gives him a lot of confidence, and he does really good in those situations.
All right, Amy, appreciate the phone call. What do you think, Ray? Flip-flop Clay and Jordan. I mean, who would that be? Would that be too much of a shot to Klay Thompson at this particular point in time? Because I would sell it to him as, hey, it's not what you're not doing. It's what you could potentially add to that second unit that second unit doesn't have this year without Otto Porter, without Bielitsa, without some of the veterans. It's a very young group.
Is Poole making the first unit any better, or is this just something for Poole's benefit? See, I don't
even think it's for Poole or for Klay. I think it's more to try to get better production out of that second unit, so that when the starters come back in, they're not trying to dig themselves out of a hole that was created by that.
But here's the thing: Thompson plays in rhythm, always has, and this team was constructed that way. Now you put him in it with a unit that doesn't play with any rhythm. What are you actually gaining here with the second unit? I mean, Thompson isn't suddenly going to get better playing with those guys. The problem is, it's not just about Poole. It's about all of it. It's a more global problem. It's anybody who's not in the starting lineup is either underperforming or not performing at all because they can't be trusted. So putting Thompson on the second unit doesn't make Thompson any better. And if Thompson's not any better, then the unit's not any better. All you've done is move deck chairs.
No, I know.
I mean,
and
maybe
that makes quicker.
Maybe that makes Poole a little better, but he would be improving a starting unit that is already among the best in basketball. So you're not really gaining anything on that side either, except Poole has more feel-good days.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, he's at the stage in his career where he's got to figure out how to fit in, because as good as he can be, he still has people in front of him, and is going to have people in front of him for the next couple of years. And if he cannot deal with that, maybe he's not a fit either. And I'm not saying get rid of any of these guys. All I'm saying is the conundrum you've got is not about how can we make this young guy contribute more. It's they have to do it as a group. Maybe it helps if DiVincenzo comes back. Maybe it helps if JaMychal Green starts to contribute at all. Or maybe they find somebody, on the veteran scrap heap somewhere. But this dynamic, it clearly hasn't been working. And I don't know how moving this guy into the starting unit and that guy to the...
Well, it's I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. But it is interesting because, take every sport. Take football, take baseball, take basketball. And you could speak to this more in hockey. I'll leave that to you. But it does always seem like if there's one generalization that you can make that kind of is true, is that veteran players seemingly have an easier time coming off the bench than young players. Even with young players have significantly more talent than the veterans that we're talking about. It seems like veterans, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's mental or if they can compartmentalize or what the deal is, but it doesn't seem like veterans in all sports, like veteran pinch hitters do better than, rookie pinch hitters generally. And veteran guys off the bench in the NFL can play spot play and still do something for you better than a young player could. I don't know, maybe that's an overgeneralization, but just seems like veterans have an easier time adapting to coming off the bench.
Yeah. I mean, as a general rule, sure, but it's not universal.
Right.
And baseball doesn't matter because that's a profoundly individual sport under a team, under the guise of a team. Basketball and hockey require more flow, which is why when you make a lineup change, you promote a guy from the third line to the first line, they do fine for a couple of games, and then they revert to who they are, which is why you put them on the third line to begin with. And usually when you have a problem like that persists, you find out that the guy you're trying to force feed to get better is only as good as he is. You know, I mean, with Poole, you're going to have to live with the fact that as a streaky shooter, he's going to have stretches like this where he's either in his own head or just missing open shots. You know, it could turn Friday. You know, he could easily go 7 for 11 because that's the nature of his game. But in terms of how do we take a unit that's working really well for us and then insert somebody who's not been playing well and make that unit somehow better? No, I mean, that's basically putting the individual ahead of the team. And when the dynamic you've got is our starters are among the best in basketball this year, never mind history, never mind the past, never mind the rings, ignore all of it. This year, all their metrics say that they are as good a unit as there is in basketball. Why do you ruin that in hopes of, or why do you potentially ruin that in hopes of getting a guy off the bench going?
No, it's a great question.
I think it literally is about the guys on the bench have to figure out how to be better for each other. And maybe some of that is just reinforcement in practice. Maybe it is you give a guy a little more run in one game and maybe not in the next if they don't earn it. I mean, it's a constant it's shifting sands. But I wouldn't change anything about the starters based simply on the fact that they have put up the numbers this year that tells you these guys need to be kept together.
Yeah, and for that exact reason, there's risk. Let's hear from Seth, who's in Dublin, wants to jump in here. Hey, Seth, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it.
Sure. What's on your mind?
So just thinking about Jordan Poole, here's kind of my thoughts. I think that just from observations, kind of the lack of defensive players from last year, I think is really showing some of Jordan Poole's vulnerabilities, which ultimately is defense. And specifically with defense, I'm seeing him just getting overpowered. And from my observation, even from last night, there was one point where Jordan Poole fouled late in the game. And, I mean, you can visibly see his frustration. And I believe that, he's not the greatest defender. And I think maybe he's feeling the pressure to get it done defensively because we're seeing that. I mean, we can have a great offense, and we could still lose 6 games in a row on the road. So I personally believe it's going to come from Jordan Poole stepping up and then letting the game come to him on offense because I feel like, he's dribbling a lot. And
he's dribbling a lot and not getting a lot done. Doesn't look real comfortable on offense, not shooting a lot, and defensively he has issues, just on that end of the floor pretty consistently throughout his career. So what changes? We'll ask Tim Kawakami coming up next. Damon Ratto, presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And Damon Ratto also sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 31. Tim Kawakami jumps into the conversation. He sat down with Bob Myers. We sit down with him coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardy, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This Veterans Day, Outdoor Supply Hardware is giving 20% off to retired or active military service members. Visit OSH November 11th through 13th and receive 20% off with ID. This discount is on top of OSH's end-of-season clearance sale. Save up to $200 on in-stock fire tables and patio heaters, or save $100 on select Weber propane grills. OSH has great price in-stock holiday decor, artificial trees, lights, and inflatables. Visit 14 Greater Bay Area and Central Coast OSH locations. OSH, neighbors helping neighbors.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. And the 95.7 The Game merch store is live. That's right. Visit 957thegameshop.com today to check out all of our merchandise from show-specific shirts to hoodies. It's all there at 957thegameshop.com. All right, Tim Kawakami joins us, covered the Warriors and Bay Area sports for literally decades, and he's with us.
Eons.
Yes, eons. Tim, I know you caught up with Bob Myers this morning. Before we get to your conversation with him, you're watching this team. You know, there's 87% of the regular season still to be played, so there's a lot of basketball left. But how serious do you kind of view the Warriors' issues? Are they, super serious and they may need roster construction changes, or is this just bumps in the road that all teams go through?
Yeah, I'd probably put it in the middle there. I don't know that it's panic time and gather up some players and trade them for something and change what your plans are. I think it might get there, which I would not have said at the beginning of the season. I just think that road trip was just a disaster, and I mean, they're not debating that part. It's true. It did look funky last night, too, for much of the game. You shouldn't be needing Steph Curry to bail you out with 47 points in a home game against Sacramento, and then celebrate it after. And there's definitely second unit issues. There's issues with the defense up and down, and there's no question there are major problems here. I think they've got enough talent to figure it out. I don't know that they will. I think that's up in the air. I think, you can't just write them down to be the first, second, third seed in the West. And then they're a dangerous team in the postseason. I don't know. But it's going to be awfully hard to get to the level of where they got to start trading people, because you start trading people, it's got to be the young guys, and you're not getting value back. You're not even coming close. Now, maybe they do it. Maybe they arrange some things to try to figure out. They get one decent young veteran. They may be on a slightly different timeline. I don't know. That's going to be very hard to figure out. I don't think they want to go there, but I think they can figure it out. I think Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and if Klay Thompson plays better, if Jordan Poole plays better, they still have a live shot at anything they want. But there's some real shakiness there. I'll just put it that way. They're on warning. And I'll just move like Bob Myers talking to me wasn't like saying, I'm terrified. He wasn't saying this is terrible, but he was saying it does have to get better. And everything, they're going to have to look at things. If it doesn't get better, by January, certainly by early February, and trade deadline, towards late February. But it's early. There are some fundamental problems, but I think they've got the talent to kind of figure it out. They clearly haven't. That defense and that second unit, these lottery picks, they're a lot further away than they thought they'd be right now. They still have time, though.
Given the nature of what they're trying to do, which is build the team of tomorrow while still keeping on to the team of today, is this an unusual problem for an NBA team to have, where the starting unit has performed as well as it has, but the backups have universally been either profoundly disappointing, awful, or invisible? How rare is this?
It's relatively rare. There have been other times. I think maybe some of that Celtics Garnett team. And there might have been some others where the starters were just so much better than everybody else. Anytime LeBron played in Cleveland, he was a plus, and when he was out in 8 minutes, they were minus 14. There are times when that's happened. There's teams that have won like that. I don't think we've seen the extremes where you have 4-time champions in their 30s, all making huge money, max contracts, and then you have lottery picks. Not just veteran, journeymen. You have lottery picks, guys who have some reason to believe that they're going to be stars in the NBA, and the team has. And they're being groomed to be the second unit, going to move into the first unit at some point. And it's this separate. It's taking them this long to get that going. I think that kind of comparison between the first and second unit, it might be unique. Just the Hall of Famers and young talent that isn't ready. But you kind of can't wait forever. Like they do. I agreed with them. You have to put them in the spot where they're going to play. Like you can't just say, you know what, these guys we'll have them sit another year. Well, you can't do that with the salaries that Steph, Klay, and Draymond are making, and Wiggins. Jordan Poole now sliding into that salary, high salary slot next season. You can't just say, okay, we don't need to play them again. Now maybe they have to move it around, trade two of them to get somebody, one player who's useful. I don't know who that player is. I don't think they want to do it. But yeah, I think the separation between the two sides might be unique in the history of the NBA, and they're feeling it. Like they're feeling the difficulty of blending this. Steve Kerr for sure is trying. We've seen it. He's trying to play Wiseman. He's trying to play Kaminga, and he's getting frustrated, and he's yanking them out, and he's putting in two-way players. That was the funny thing. Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, not two players I had down on the Warriors' key players on the roster bingo card, and they are playing immense minutes. At least they were last night. I don't expect that to continue. Dante DiVincenzo's coming back pretty soon. Iguodala's maybe back in a week, 2, 3, whatever that timetable is. And I think Kaminga and Wiseman and Moody, and most Moody another one, are going to get themselves into their rotation regularly. But right now it's funky, and we are seeing why it is. We're seeing why this isn't attempted very often, and many teams can't. You don't have 4-time champions very often, and you don't have 3 lottery picks very often. It's just a unique situation, and they're fighting through it. They're definitely fighting through the difficulty of it.
If 11 games is not the moment where you have to, quote, do something, at what point would you fashion that time to be? Is it 20 games? Is it 50? I mean, how much longer can they be a team struggling to, be 12th in the conference? And I'm not asking whether, Steve Kerr is comfortable with this. When does the organization as a whole go, we got to do something, and we got to do something now?
20 games is usually the NBA benchmark for just feeling it out. I think it's a little longer than that for this game just because these players are so young, and you just don't want to bail on James Wiseman. You don't want to bail on Jonathan Kaminga. You certainly don't want to bail on Moses. But I think it's got a little more than that, but I would say early January, whatever that number of games is, 35, 37, if they're not doing it by then, and can't tell you exactly what that means, but I would just say if they're not playing better defense, I think that's a very easy low bar. They got to be in the top 15 in defense. They're 27th now in defensive efficiency. We can see it. The eye test is they are horrible on defense, and that's the first team and the second team and the third team and every team you could mention is terrible on defense for the Warriors. Then if it's still sliding by then. And God knows they could have an injury, right? I mean, this is the leeway they don't have anymore. Where, Steph misses 15 games like he did last season. They can't go through that this season and expect to look very good in the middle of that. So I would say January, mid-January, and then see where they are with some hard decisions. I mean, again, I would think the most tradable thing they've got is James Wiseman. I'm not reporting anything. I'm not saying anything. We know how much the front office loves him. We know how much Joe Lacob loves him, who has a pretty strong voice in all decision making. But that's a big contract, big salary next season. They picked up his option for next season. They have this big tax thing. There's one way to, partial way to get out of it is to move him. Now you probably can't take a salary coming back, or at least a future salary coming back. I don't know. Like there are some tricky things coming up, and they can't really trade Poole until next season. So that's not a quick solution, and I don't think they want to. They don't want to do any of this. It's not just because of personal preference. Like they've set this up so the young guys are coming up, aren't making a ton of money. Jordan Poole just started making money. It's going to be hard to move him. Like this has to work in the way their salary structure is convened. Now they start trying to get out of it. Things are bad. There's ways, but man, it's going to be tricky, and I don't think they're going to get the great return on any of this. So it would have to be pretty stark, and it would have to be more than 20 games, I think. 30, 35 games, right up to the deadline, maybe 40, 45 games, before I think there's any real serious consideration for that trigger. But if they did, I think the piece that would be most likely to move is James Wiseman, because I'm not sure he fits ever with the Steph Curry, Draymond Green team. Now, maybe you hold on to them for the time after those two guys, but maybe they can't wait that long, and maybe they shouldn't wait that long. Again, not reporting anything, but if you had to say one thing that they were looking at, like they might be looking at, who happens to be one of the owner's favorite players, so that's another point that I want to make in there, that would be the player I'd be looking at, but not till January or February.
Be very careful. One of my friends just texted me. Tim Kawakami on 95.7 The Game just said the Warriors are going to hawk Wiseman.
Yeah.
I just got that text.
We'll make that a Larry Kruger report. Go ahead.
Yeah, Larry Kruger reports. Okay, I'm going to say this. The two-timeline approach is not a basketball plan. That's a business plan. It's about filling the arena for the next decade. And I think it's smart because the arena's opulent and expensive, and people won't go if they could win a title last year and this year, and if they're really bad in 3 years because they trade all the young players and load up for right now, there'll still be empty seats at some point because that's just the way people are. But I got to ask you, you've been covering sports, all sports, for a while. Has the two-timeline approach ever worked for any team in any sport ever? I mean, can you think of any team that has ever done this where it's been successful?
I can't, but I can't think of one where they've had it this disparate, where you've had three veterans, and you can't Iguodala, it's four, who have achieved so much, and you have lottery picks. Like, this was the weird thing. They dropped into the Kaminga thing with the D'Angelo Russell trade, which was not usual, and they picked up Wiseman because they were terrible because everybody was hurt for a season. Yet they were still going to be there. There were those three guys, Klay, Steph, and Draymond, were going to be coming back. It's a rare situation. You can't say, like, oh my God, you shouldn't have taken those lottery picks. They had them. They didn't try to get them. That was what happened, and it wasn't dumb. You got Andrew Wiggins and Donovan Kaminga. It's hard to say, okay, that was dumb. That was smart. And what do you do with those guys? That's the question. You don't get many chances at very talented players when you're a good team. You just don't. Maybe they don't fit. That might be the conclusion they have to make. They don't fit with Steph and Draymond. This is a chance. This is the window to win championships. You maximize every bit of it. I understand every part of that. And if you have excess talent that doesn't work with them, maybe you try to catch them up. But do you know that the player you're acquiring is going to absolutely fit with them? I don't know. Andrew Bogut has said this repeatedly. He's convinced me it's really hard to play center on this team. Now, there are guys who do it and have done it, but it isn't easy. You can't just assume anybody you get, oh, there's a young guy who's really athletic, he'll fit with them. We've seen young guys who are athletic not fit with them. I'm not sure that you will know if you can trade a Wiseman and something else and pick up somebody who's going to fit with you. So, again, they've talked about the two timelines. We probably talked about it too much. I don't know what they were supposed to do, not take the draft pick for Jonathan Kaminga? Were they supposed to do not draft second when they were terrible? That happened. Those things just happened in the course of this franchise, knowing that they had Curry, Klay, and Draymond. So the question will come in January, February, maybe even in the offseason. If this is not fitting, maybe you trade one or two of those guys for someone who fits with Steph and Draymond better. But also, Draymond might not be on the team after July, by the way. This luxury tax stuff is real. It's not a fake situation. They are not going to $500 million. And to re-sign Draymond, if he opts out, or even if he stays for the 1 year and doesn't opt out, they're looking at $450, $470, and I do not believe they're going there. They're at $380 now. I think that's about the line is. People can be mad about that. That's fine. That's why they did not match the Gary Payton the second contract. They're paying more than any team in basketball. It's hard for me to say you must pay $100 million more than anybody. You must pay $150 million more than anybody. This is where they're at. When you're paying Steph Curry $52 million, Klay $40, Draymond $26. This is just where you are in that stratosphere. They might have to make a decision about cashing in the lottery picks, but I can't say, boy, that was stupid to draft where you actually had the pick and take the best player you could. It's hard for me to say that was dumb. It's hard for me to say it was unrealistic. This decision now is coming in the next few months, not the past few months. This is where they have to figure it out into the future. They won the championship last year, right? They won the championship last year. Hard to say that's all screwed up. They still can do it this year. They just got to figure out whether these guys are whether it's worth it to ride with them, and maybe they don't fit, or if you decide they don't fit, you change out two of them for one, and you hope that one player can fit with everybody.
Tim Kawakami joining us on 95.7 The Game, and like that, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. The notion that somehow they had so much good luck that they don't know what to do with it is starting to rise up, and you sort of pointed that out yourself. But what I'm wondering is whether in doing so, the Warriors tried to, get guys that were maybe too young for the way they want to play. Because it's not just that, Wiseman didn't have much experience. Kaminga hasn't had much experience either. And those seem to be the two guys that are standing out. The other thing that I'm wondering is how much more complicated did Draymond Green's punch make everything? Because it seems to be the thing that people refer to when they look at Poole and his struggles. Is Poole just having a tough time shooting because streaky shooters have that? Or is he in his own head?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably an accumulation of a lot of things with Poole. He is a streaky shooter. He has had his ups and downs in the playoffs, in the regular season. He had a really bad rookie season. He's turned around. But I think everything counts, and I think there's more anxiety around that team than there was before that punch. I think the contract coming right after the punch, which is they couldn't get out of that. That's when the contract deadline was, but that it was higher than anybody thought it was going to be for various reasons. The fact that he's kind of the leader in, at least maybe not vocally, but just kind of spiritually of the young group. He's kind of looked at as the future. All these things I think could be messing around with him a little bit, just like they mess around with anybody. And the Draymond punch is part of it. I just think it kind of elevated everything. Whatever was there, it didn't come out of thin air. Whatever was there, whatever led to this, and the reaction to it. I think that's almost as important. Everyone going, oh my God, what's going on here? Oh my God, now Jordan Poole owns them. And I was part of this. Jordan Poole now is one of the most important people, because if you don't want to be with the team anymore, they're kind of screwed. And didn't know he was going to start the season like this, but I just think all those things, his family had to react to it. The teammates around him had to react to it. He and Draymond do have lockers right next to each other. They're fine. They sit there next to each other. I don't think they're buddy-buddy, and may never be, but I just think you are hitching yourself to a volatile stock when it's Jordan Poole. And Tyler Herro's got basically the same contract. That's why Jordan Poole got the money he got. He's the same thing. These are not rock-solid players, but in the NBA there are very few of them. The Warriors have been incredibly lucky to have many of them, and that's why they won championships. Jordan Poole's not there yet, and they're hoping he gets there, and that was the market price for what he does. But I think just the additive nature of this plus that, plus this, plus that, the punch is part of this, the kind of the falling apart of the other young guy, so he doesn't have the support on that second team. All these things have added up. And Myers brought up something today too. He started at the beginning of last season when Klay was out, and that's when he took off. He took off as a starter next to Steph Curry. Remember when Klay came back, Poole kind of struggled. He really had 3 weeks where he was not good, kind of figuring out the adjustment, not starting, coming off the bench. Now, he'd come off the bench before, but I think he really felt in the flow when he was starting. They are not starting him over Klay Thompson. That's not happening. Now, could they make an adjustment with Looney? There could be little tweaks in there. But I just think you add up all these things to an already volatile player, not a volatile emotional player, but a volatile, just kind of up and down, shot goes in, shot doesn't go in. Sometimes he's passive, sometimes he's aggressive. The defense is never going to be a for sure thing with him. I think all those things kind of go together with Jordan Poole, and they've made a bet on him. They made a marketplace bet on him. There's no way around it. They did not wait till next season, but I understood why they did not wait till next season. He's a restricted free agent if they don't re-sign him, and someone's going to go offer him more, and they could lose him for nothing, and they did not want that. These are all bets you have to make, and I'm not ready to push just to say it's over for Jordan Poole, but he has been bad, and I think there's a lot of things for him to work through, and they've got to help him work through it. And it will help if that second team has better players around him or more productive players around him. And I think that's what Kerr right now is frantically trying to do. I can't believe that the solution is Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, but that's what Kerr came up with last night. And I kept shaking my head and underlining on my notebook, Anthony Lamb is in again. But again, these are all these things coming down at once, and the punch is part of it, no question.
Tim, we
been illustrative of it too. This is tensions. That punch reflected some tensions going on, maybe in the heads of guys, but it's real.
Last 30 seconds in the segment. How concerned are the Warriors about Klay? How concerned are you about Klay?
Klay is Klay. I mean, I just keep thinking the same thing as him. He keeps saying he's going to have a hot game here, and you feel it. You think it's happening. Doesn't happen. He just might be a lesser version. He's admitted he doesn't love hearing it. You just have to accept that maybe instead of twice every 6 games, it happens once every 6 games. The defense is an issue. He was attacked last night by Malik Monk. Klay is aware of that. They're aware. They just kind of have to make adjustments for it and know that he's a threat. He works very well with Steph, and he's not going to make every shot, and he's not going to make as many as he used to. But he made 1 or 2 last night. That's all. They need him to be that threat. They need him to play big. He's not guarding the guards anymore. He's guarding forwards. He's guarding power forwards sometimes. And I just think you have to make that mental adjustment with Klay. He's not the Klay of old, and he might not ever be, but he's pretty good when he's hitting shots. He's extremely valuable.
Tim, we love reading you. Keep up the great work. We'll talk to you again soon.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Yep.
Tim Kawakami stopping by. Damon Ratto, sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 11. All right, Pete King's going to stop by at 4:45. I want to ask Ray one question about Ty Jerome, then we'll switch gears, talk a little football coming up next. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon Bruce on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
The Morning Roast is preparing for Judgment Day.
A walk-off home run to win the game. A Judgian blast.
They want to hear your pitch to Aaron Judge on why he should come to the Giants.
Is Aaron Judge willing to do that? Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key.
It's your turn to pitch to Aaron Judge.
That ball is high. That is far. That is gone.
Thursday on The Morning Roast.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Simply Safe was named the best home security of 2022 by U.S. News & World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for faster police response. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to get 40% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kaminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
In Pleasanton, partly cloudy overnight, lows in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Damon and Ratto. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon, who's out ill yesterday and today. Hopefully he's feeling better. Need more 49er talk? Check out the 415ers podcast with 95.7 The Game's own Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy for Week 9 analysis. And look ahead to Week 10 against the Chargers, who, by the way, cannot stop the run. New episode every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Check out that Niner podcast. A couple last things on the Warriors here that I want to hit with you, Ray, before we kind of switch gears and talk a little football. Peter King's going to stop by in, let's see, about roughly maybe 20, 25 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the 49ers, the NFL at the halfway mark, maybe last night's Monday night game. But one of the things I wanted to ask you is the Warriors have so much invested in Jonathan Kaminga and Andrew Wiseman, and to a lesser degree, Moses Moody. And like last night, Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb are playing more minutes than those guys. Two-way players that are not a part of your future, you would think. And maybe it's about their culture. Maybe Kerr's trying to send a message. But I guess the question is, should two-way players this early in an NBA season be playing minutes over foundation pieces, over lottery picks? Because isn't that what Moses Moody and James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga are? Those guys are foundation pieces. They're supposed to be pillars of what you're going to be doing. But Lamb and Ty Jerome last night, Ray, got more minutes than Moody and Kuminga, and of course Wiseman, DNP coach's decision.
Because they're playing better.
And so that's as simple as that.
I think it is.
Okay.
I mean, it's
that's the barometer.
Yeah, because the Warriors and Tim...
In practice, you're saying, by the way.
Pardon me?
They're playing better in practice, which leads to them playing.
Well, I mean, all I know is that they're more effective when they're in games than Kaminga or Wiseman
or Moody. I mean,
I don't think Moody... No, Moody's been okay.
But Moody's not getting the kind of minutes that Ty Jerome's playing.
No, but I think, when you're looking for different combinations from your second unit, and you're not getting the quality minutes from that group, you're going to do different stuff. And sometimes it means that a lesser guy gets more time than a, quote, foundational piece. The problem that I have is the definition of foundational piece. Because almost nobody gets to play their entire career with the team that drafted them. And I would suspect that neither Kaminga nor Wiseman will play for only the Warriors. But that trade could happen in 5 years, could happen in 8 years, could happen by February. Who knows? I think that when you focus on one box score, and it's last night's, you get a lot of false leads. And what I saw last night from the way Kerr was trying to figure out what to do about that second unit is he's trying stuff that he probably won't try when they play Cleveland and that they didn't try when they played Orlando or New Orleans. He's looking for a combination that will fit, and that means you have to move pieces around. And so last night, Lamb got more run than Kaminga. Do they have a greater investment in Kaminga than Lamb? Of course they do. But nobody on the second unit is showing signs that, well, he's earned the minutes that we want to give him. None of them have. And that's why they've got the problem they've got, is they've got a starting unit that's been brilliant and a backup unit that's been awful. And I think that's what the problem is. You can't go hard and fast with, we just signed this guy to X number of dollars. That's not Steve Kerr's problem. Steve Kerr doesn't have to worry about who makes what. All he has to do is figure out who's playing well.
Just win.
Yeah, well, just win. Just, get better at the stuff we tell you to get better at. And right now, he's hit a roadblock like they have. So you're going to see guys get more play than other guys. And it may not make sense in the big picture, but Steve Kerr's not operating in the big picture. Steve Kerr's operating in the right now. Because when you're 4-7, every game matters more than it would if you were 7-4.
How much I don't know if you saw the clip, and maybe the clip means nothing to you. It doesn't mean tons to me, but they were showing me in the sports office before the show started the clip of the final sequence of the game where the Warriors secured the victory. By the way, Sacramento, my goodness, they couldn't foul Curry. They got 3 guys in the corner. They're all kind of sort of reaching. The clock's ticking down. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, maybe as many as 4 seconds got wasted in the corner. Mike Brown's, if he had hair, he would have been pulling it out. He's just, was sitting there shaking his head like, oh my God, I can't believe our lack of awareness. That was an interesting. And then Herter probably gets fouled on the last shot, and no call there. So Mike Brown and the Kings are living in hell right now. But as far as the Warriors go, is there? I mean, how do you get better then? How does Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman and Moses Moody get better? But I was going to ask you if they don't play. I mean, do you send these guys to the G League? But the guy showed me a video off before the show started of the final sequence, and the final sequence was a shot of the Warrior bench, and on that bench, guys jumped up and yes, we won. And then Kuminga kind of jumped off the bench, and he had no look on his face at all. No celebration. James Wiseman, no celebration. Do you think that there's any risk in where those guys don't feel a part of the team, or maybe their attitude, turns negative because they're not getting any run? Or is that not a concern if you're Steve Kerr? You know what? I'm just going to do what I'm going to do, and how they react to what I do is on them.
No, you monitor that. If you've got guys who are power pouting so much that they are not part of the team's happiness in a win, no matter how much run they get, then you do have a problem and it needs to be addressed. Is that proof that they have a problem? It's worth a conversation between coach and player. It's just, even if you're not happy with me, don't withhold your joy from them. They're your teammates.
Right. Support your teammates at all turns.
I'm trying to get you more time, but you have to show me that you've earned it. That's the whole thing here is, do you give guys time who haven't earned it yet? And by earn it, I mean not what their contract says, but what their play says. And I think it's fair to say that Kaminga hasn't earned it, that Wiseman hasn't earned it. Poole gets more time because somebody's got to be the third guard on this team. But, Moody's in and out, Lamb's in and out. I mean, JaMychal Green's a veteran. He got sat last night. Steve Kerr is trying to move puzzle pieces around that right now don't fit. And if you've got a 20-year-old and a 21-year-old who are pouting because, wait a minute, I'm supposed to have more minutes because I'm supposed to have more minutes. That is an attitude that Steve Kerr will not be happy with and will not reward. So there will be a conversation between Kerr and Kaminga. And
you think it's something. You don't think it's nothing.
I don't think it's nothing, but I don't think it's a lot.
Right.
I think it's something that where you can just go and say, hey,
really?
Where's your head at right now?
Like, I'd show them the video and be like, really? Really?
Oh, I wouldn't do it that way. I go, tell me where your head's at, and use that sort of as evidence that you're not sure where their head's at. So ask them, make them confront their shortcomings, because that's the first step toward addressing them and, reducing them or eliminating them.
And the other question of how do you get, if you're going to play two-way players over lottery picks and guys that were high lottery picks like Wiseman, what is the path for Wiseman's improvement? Practice? Do you really get better in practice when your starters aren't playing in practice sometimes because they're just resting? Or does he need G League run?
He might need both. I mean, I don't know how you manage to do that, but, because I don't think it's just he's forgotten how to play. I think he's not playing the way they want him to play. It's, we want you to rebound. We want you to be a rim protector. We don't need you to get a 25-foot run and throw down a thunder dunk. If you do that, fine. But we have a set of tasks for you when you play. And you need to accomplish those tasks. And if you can't, we can't play you. So that's what he needs to do. It's just understand, rebound, rim protect, set a convincing screen and roll right away from it the way they taught you to do. It's the little nuanced things that don't appear in any box score, but the stuff that they will know is happening or not happening. Basically, he's just got to do what they're telling him over and over and over again to do, and do them to the point where they are instinctive rather than simply, pro forma.
If you just tuned in, we had Tim Kawakami on just a minute ago, and we asked him about, what it's going to take or how he sees the potential for trading one of these young players at some point this year. Here's what Tim had to say.
It's going to be awfully hard to get to the level of where they got to start trading people, because you start trading people, it's got to be the young guys, and you're not getting value back. You're not even coming close. Now, maybe they do it. Maybe they arrange some things to try to figure out to get one decent young veteran. It's not, they may be on a slightly different timeline. I don't know. That's going to be very hard to figure out. I don't think they want to go there, but I think they can figure it out. I think Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and if Klay Thompson plays better, if Jordan Poole plays better, they still have a live shot at anything they want. But there's some real shakiness there. I'll just put it that way. They're on warning.
My fear in making any trades is how it's going to play in 3 years, 4 years. I think Jonathan Kaminga is going to be an incredible player. I kind of think James Wiseman has a lot of potential, and that I'm not as convinced, Ray, that Wiseman's going to be a terrific player, but there's clearly potential for him to be incredible. So that would be my fear, is like, wow, what if, remember 2022 when you traded a foundation piece, lottery pick, future all-star for a middle-of-the-road player, and you won a title, but now you're staring at 5 awesome years of Kaminga and Wiseman in a different uniform.
Well, first of all, you have no evidence that either of them will be awesome.
No,
you're just projecting.
Totally hope.
Secondly,
except for athleticism.
Secondly, a guy could be an awesome player, but he doesn't fit your team as it's presently constructed.
Right. Or what you want to do down the road, even.
And truthfully, in 5 years, Steve Kerr is going to be retired. And Bob Myers is either going to go work for the league or be running another team. And you just go with the best judgment you've got at the time that you've got to make the judgment. You can't worry about what might happen later if what's happening now isn't working. You have to operate based on the data you've got today. And if they get to the trade deadline and they're still struggling to get those guys, no longer vapor locked, then maybe you do have to move one of them. And if they turn out to be sensational, they turn out to be sensational. And if that means people make fun of you, they make fun of you. Yeah. But you'll be sitting on the beach and won't be able to hear them make fun of you because you're not going to be on Twitter anymore.
That's right. And you can be blinded by the shininess of your multiple rings. All right, let's go to Rich. Rich wants to weigh in. And if you want to jump in, feel free, 888-957-9570 on the Xfinity mobile text line. And Rich is with us. Hey, Rich, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I think this is a situation where, these guys need to understand. Well, I won't say they need to understand. I'm aware that they do understand. But I just don't think they feel that, they have to, grind it out every night. I think that sense of non-urgency is what's causing Kerr to say, well, no, I'm not going to give you these extra minutes because you're not putting in the work. And really, if I'm Steve Kerr, I look down the line here at my schedule and I see where I'm at. If I'm at, game number 25 and Jonathan Kaminga is still playing the way he is, I send him down to the G League. He's got to learn. Hey, you're in a championship organization. Okay, that front office won't stand for anything less. Okay, than supreme basketball. And you need to get developed, and you need to show that you really care about your position and where you're at. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
But it might not be that they don't care. It might not. It might simply be that they haven't got it down yet, and that they're not getting minutes, not because they're not working hard enough, but that they're working inefficiently, or that they're not absorbing the lessons that they're being taught in a way that they can apply them, instinctively, again, rather than by rote, rather than having to think about them. So it might not be attitudinal as much as it is they're not picking it up as fast as we want them to. Because the timeline the Warriors have set is great for the Warriors, but it may not exactly fit the timeline that those guys are operating on.
I'm using that, by the way. I'm stealing that. I'm using that with my teenager. Attitudinal.
You know what?
I think your attitudinal approach to my discipline is not in line with my expectation level. I'm sending you, son, to the G League.
Yeah, I think you should get a G League, absolutely. But you shouldn't talk to him about it. You just should walk him to the car and go, we're going to take a trip down Highway 1. And when we get to Santa Cruz, that's when you get out. And you'll have to play your way back.
Son,
but
your attitudinal approach.
Before you say that,
yes,
remember every time you talk to your teenager,
right,
you're losing valuable lifespan moments.
Those are hours you're not getting back.
Oh no, yeah, that's sailing past him. He's like a bad goalie right now. Your advice does not hit his pads.
Before we go to take one more, I'm going to ask you the question I asked Tim because you've been in the market a long time. I can't think of, the two timeline thing. It's totally born out of business. It's not a basketball thing. It's not like they said, yeah, this will be a great basketball approach. We'll get these Hall of Fame guys and then we'll get these new kids and we'll blend them all together. It's going to be awesome. No, it's all about, hey, you know what? Let's not drive our franchise off the cliff. We got a very expensive, opulent arena. Let's make people want to come for years to come. So I think it's a great business approach and one that I was all endorsing. But I got to ask you, have you ever seen it work? And the only thing I could think of was when the Spurs added Tim Duncan to David Robinson. But I was going to ask you, how old do you think David Robinson was that year that Duncan jumped in? Because he probably was not as old as the Warrior core is now. That would be my guess.
No, he still had, he was coming off an injury for one.
But he was relatively young, wasn't he? He was
32, 33,
okay, so
but he was an injured guy. So they made a concerted notion that you're going to have to be supportive of Duncan. Duncan's where we're going now. You've got to be okay with that. And Robinson was. What I would suggest is that the best example of what we're talking about might be the Celtics of the late 60s, when they finally aged out after they won the 1969 title and then Russell retired. And they were bad. They were bad for a year. They were mediocre for a year and missed the playoffs. And then they went, Havlicek became the new core of the team. They picked up Cowens, JoJo White. And within 4 years, they were back in the finals again. So, but that was a transition that, because all the Celtics of that 60s era got old at about the same time. Casey Jones, Sam Jones, Satch Sanders, Russell, all of them. They basically hit E at about the same moment.
This just kind of makes me wonder, you bring up the Celtics, it makes me kind of wonder when we're having this discussion, we would have seen this if Len Bias hadn't died on draft night in 86, right? We would have seen this incredibly young, awesome athlete, Len Bias, added to an established core that had already won multiple rings.
Added to a team that had Larry Bird and Cornbread Maxwell and Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish.
Yeah, DJ.
Ainge. But, his passing, it punched a hole in him, but they didn't go bad. They were still a playoff team year in and year out. They might have been able to extend that dynasty, but that's unplanned. This is planned. And it's not just a business decision. It's the recognition that your core is aging at the same time, but you're not going to ever get rid of any of them because they mean too much to you and your fan base emotionally. What's happened since then is all that's been thrown into disarray. The punch basically meant that Poole got paid ahead of time. Draymond Green's future is now more in question than it's ever been. But, Thompson's staying till he retires. They're never getting
They're going to the finish line with Thompson?
They're absolutely going to. They're going to go to the finish line with Curry, obviously.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if they go to the finish line with Wiggins.
It's amazing because they hadn't gone to the finish line with basically anybody ever in the history of their franchise.
No, because for the large part of the history of their franchise, they weren't very good.
Right.
The one guy they came closest to, other than Al Attles, was Rick Barry, because they went and got him back after he went to the ABA. And then he left again to go to Houston because he was dissatisfied with Golden State. But but very few players get to go wall to wall with one team.
Oh, it's one of the rarest things in sports. Give us Matt in Oakland who wants to weigh in here before we take a break for Pete King. Peter King's going to join us at 4:45, and we'll talk a little NFL with Peter. Hey, Matt, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Afternoon, gentlemen. We've got a transcendent player here who deserves a little bit more than I think this franchise is giving him. I don't care about Joe Lacombe's money. He's up, $6.5 billion since he made this.
He's doing well. He's doing all right.
Right. And how much of that is Curry? $2 billion, $3 billion? Who knows? Anyway, he's going to be 40 when Wiseman is 26. That's not going to work. And they can't have half their roster be 21 and then some guy who's 90 who's never going to play and then an open spot. And they're not going to be able to do anything huge, but Wiseman and Jacob, what's his name? Jacob Pirtle? I don't know how to say it.
For the Spurs? Yeah.
He's 27. He makes the same amount of money. They're in the Wembayana Tankathon. I mean, I could see that happening. They might have to sweeten it a little bit, but what do you guys think about that idea?
I mean, it's funny. Somebody threw this to me yesterday. Was like, hey, what do you think of that idea? On the surface, I hate the idea because I just think that, man, you're going to regret that down the road. But I do see how, Pirtle fits their timeline better than Wiseman. From that perspective, it makes sense. But I just think the upside of Wiseman is going to make you regret that.
You make the trade for the right now, not for the future, because they're not rebuilding. I mean, the rebuild is not yet here. They're trying to play two hands of poker, one in each hand. And you've got to prioritize what matters to you more. And the fact is the starters matter to them more because they're the better players. And they're proving it even this year. So
they're a championship core.
They're a championship core, but they are playing championship level basketball even this year.
Right.
So even if you throw the history out, you've still got a unit that's playing very well and a unit that's playing very poorly. You can't win the 2025 championship in 2023. You win the thing that's in front of you. This is what's in front of them now. And
it's going to make the trade deadline very interesting.
If they have to move Wiseman, then they move Wiseman. And because there will be another Wiseman coming along.
Yeah.
There always is. That's the thing about the draft. Everybody thought that Cade Cunningham was absolutely a mortal lock. And a year later, everybody fell in love with Victor Wembanyama. And Wembanyama might be a generational player, or he might be ordinary. You never know. All you know is there's always another there's always another trip to the plate for you. You always get to take another swing. And if Wiseman doesn't work out and he works out somewhere else, so you go out and get another Wiseman.
I agree with the caller. The priority's got to be maximize Steph Curry. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're not going to compromise. We're talking football next with Peter King, who stops by on Damon and Ratto. Larry in for Damon on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
Keep harping on Klay Thompson.
Because Klay
Thompson's not good. But Klay Thompson is going to be there at the end. He's got a proven track record. The guy didn't play preseason. What you want him to do? Go out there and just lollygag and get exercise?
I want him to not leave his feet and throw it into the abyss.
Jeez.
Because he was a champion
getting
before.
Great looks.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Take him out! 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors.
So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Damon and Ratto. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon on this Tuesday. It's election night. We started off talking about the Warriors. We're going to talk a little football here. We may even get into some hot stove. I want Ray's thoughts on Aaron Judge, Carlos Rodon, Farhan, Gabe, what the Giants are going to do. And then I have, on election night, I have one election question that I want to throw Ray at the end of the show. But did you get a chance last night? And I know we were, obviously we both watched the Warrior game, but I've never really asked you about your DVR habits. Are you a DVR guy? I mean, did you watch any Ravens Saints last night, or were you just like, you know what?
I flipped on. I saw that the Saints were playing like the Saints, and I said, I don't need to know anymore. Okay. I'm not riveted to football, and as long as I know the score and I know what the spread is and the total, I'm good.
Okay, so here's the question I would have for you coming out of that game. If I said to you, how many teams in the NFL have any percentage chance to win this year's Super Bowl? What are you going with? Do you think that's a low number? Personally for me, I like Philly and Buffalo and Kansas City and the Niners. But that's it for me. We'll get your thoughts on that in just a second, because Peter King has we've just connected with Peter. Peter, welcome to 95.7 The Game. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon Bruce with Ray Ratto. I was just about to ask Ray.
Larry, you're way low.
You think it's low? So I got Niners and Philly in the NFC, and I've got Bills and Chiefs in the AFC.
Listen, those are the four teams that I think are going to be the Final Four. But as we saw on Sunday with the Jets beating Buffalo and the right elbow of Josh Allen being a little iffy right now, you just never know. There's so much time and all that stuff. But I would just say there's a couple of things that I would be cognizant of going down the stretch of this season. The Miami Dolphins are 6-0 when Tua Tagovailoa starts a game and finishes a game.
Right.
They have two receivers who are both on pace to catch 1,500 yards or more of footballs. And they added Bradley Chubb, who had a pretty good impact in his first game. So it's like, in the immortal words of Laura King, my daughter, who always used to say to me in high school and whatever, she said, "Dad, I'm just saying." I mean, with 8 weeks to go, or however many weeks there are to go, and the fact that so many teams are close right now. I mean, look at the AFC East, okay? The AFC East, okay, the Buffalo Bills are going to enter December with 0 division wins, and they've got two teams in their division who have the same number of wins as them right now, the Jets and the Dolphins. And both, right now, at this moment, own the tiebreaker edge over them. So listen, I don't know what's going to happen, but I do think that it is going to be significantly more wide open than we would normally think it would be right now.
So if I say 4, and then let me just throw you the candidates, and you just give me a yes or no if they have any percentage chance of winning the Super Bowl. Seattle.
Definitely yes.
Wow. Chargers.
No.
Dolphins, I would assume yes.
Yes. Yep.
Tampa.
No.
Cincy.
No.
Minnesota?
I got to say yes, but I don't love them.
New York Giants?
I don't think so, no.
Dallas?
Yes.
And Baltimore?
Yes.
Okay. So you got so I went with 4. You got more like 7 or 8.
Baltimore. Listen, look at Baltimore right now. Especially last night was a gigantic game for the Baltimore Ravens and for teams thinking about who's coming out of the AFC, and I'll tell you why. Lamar Jackson's favorite receiver is Mark Andrews. He didn't play. Lamar Jackson's second favorite receiver is Rashad Bateman.
Done for the
year.
He
didn't play.
Yeah.
Bateman's out for the year, yeah. And Mark Andrews, I don't know how long he's out for. He might play next week, but bad shoulder, bad knee. And so you look at what the Baltimore Ravens have done, particularly with the 139th pick in the draft this year, a rookie tight end from Coastal Carolina named Isaiah Likely. He is going to be a big factor in the pennant race down the stretch. But you look at all that, and then you look at how they have helped their defense and how, I mean, it's incredible. Justin Houston is the only player in the NFL this season who has had 3 consecutive double-digit or better, or I'm sorry, 3 consecutive games of 2 sacks or more. And, and the Ravens are paying him about $10 this year. So anyway, my only point in all this is that a lot of this changes week by week, but I do think there are some teams that really are kind of separating themselves right now.
I noticed that Larry did not ask you about this team, and I assume it's an oversight, but what do you give Indianapolis' chances?
I think they have a heck of a chance to suit up players for the next 9 weeks.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of hidden explanation or logic to what Jim Irsay has done, or is this entirely impulsive, and that if he had been watching TV at the time that he fired Frank Reich and he was looking at Mina Kimes rather than Jeff Saturday, would he have hired her?
Here's what Jim Irsay did. So Jim Irsay is an impetuous fellow. But Jim Irsay also looked at his team, and he saw a team that even with an offensive-minded head coach who has had the time with Sam Ehlinger, he's had 1.5 years with Sam Ehlinger to try to get him prepared to be a representative quarterback in the NFL. And he was passable against Washington in his first start. He was horrible in his second start against the Patriots. And so I think Jim Irsay felt, I've given this coach as much as I can give him. And the fact is, I don't love any coach on this staff. I don't love the two coaches on this staff who have been head coaches, Gus Bradley and John Fox. I don't really believe in anybody else on this staff and their ability to lead men. And he saw Jeff Saturday in his time in Indianapolis. And, you could probably find this online somewhere, but there's an NFL Films footage of Jeff Saturday going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, argument to argument with Peyton Manning on the sidelines during a Colts game. And Irsay loves that stuff. He loves the fact that he's got a guy who is not afraid to ruffle feathers when he has to. And that's what he thinks he has in Jeff Saturday. So, look, I know, I think we all know, or we all feel anyway, that this is going to be a disaster. But would it be any different of a disaster when you're playing Dallas, when you're playing Minnesota, when you're playing, there's 2 other teams on their schedule who, are right at the top right now, and I forget who they are. But would it be any different if he gave the team to Gus Bradley and said, like Talia Shire and Rocky, win. I mean, I think Jimmy Irsay just said, let's use the second half of this season so I can see whether there's a chance down the stretch of this season that we might be able to find our coach for 2023. And again, I think we would all say that it's ridiculous, and it could very well be, but it's a long shot that Jimmy Irsay was willing to take.
Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Peter King joins us as we talk a little bit about the NFL. 49ers coming out of the bye week. They get the Chargers on Sunday Night Football next week. Chargers struggling to stop the run. 49ers obviously just had an incredible performance before the bye from Christian McCaffrey. What is, in your mind, Peter, the 49ers' number one issue as a team going forward into the second half here?
Health. Their number 2 issue is health. Their number 3 issue is health. Because you've seen it, we've all seen it, that when the 49ers fail, other than overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders in the Super Bowl at a key moment, when the 49ers fail, so often in the first 6 seasons of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, it has been because they can't keep their team on the field. So there's no real way to sugarcoat this other than to say that if this team stays healthy down the stretch, there's no reason why they can't be in the Final Four again. And I think they will be in the Final Four again.
Is there any common theme to their injury problems? I want to say the last 3 years, because I always throw out the first 2 years as like stable cleaning exercises. Is there a kind of injury that they have a preponderance of, or is it just bad luck piled upon bad luck?
Ray, I have not studied it, so I can't answer it. I guess the only thing I would say is that I'm sure one of the things the 49ers would say is this team has had some Meadowlands luck. You know, and by that I mean, obviously, a couple of years ago when they came to the Meadowlands early in the season to play the Jets and then have to go play the Giants, they suffered some significant injuries, you know, in the game against the Jets. But I think that in some ways, and I'm not saying in any way it's fluky or it's bad luck. I don't mean that at all. I guess what I mean is that I don't think that enough has happened that you can look at something and say, okay, that's the reason. I think that they have had some kind of rotten luck and some bad luck on artificial turf. But I can't say, because I have not studied it closely, what exactly is the reason why they've had their injuries or what they should do. And believe me, there have been, I'm sure, plenty of man hours used inside the 49ers to determine whether there is anything actually egregious in that.
Do you think the Niners use McCaffrey more as a wide receiver with Mitchell making his way back? And who lands OBJ? Dallas is making a big play. Jay Glazer says the Niners are in the mix. It sounds like it may come to a head in the next week to 10 days.
You know, this is going to sound crazy, but the player who is the most influential in this story is Von Miller, because Von Miller has become Odell's very, very good friend. They wanted to stay together with the Rams badly. But I think for Odell, it's going to come down to sometime in the next week. It's going to come down to the team that he thinks gives him the best chance to win and to play a significant role. So, like, if you were to ask me just my gut feeling right now, if I'm Odell Beckham, what I want to do, first of all, I want to see what do the tests on Josh Allen's elbow say. Because if he's going to sign in the next week, he's probably not going to want to go to the team that has Case Keenum playing quarterback. Okay? But I think he would be very interested in going to the team that has Dak Prescott, or that he could be a teammate with Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, knowing that, and Brandon Ayuk, knowing that there definitely would be enough footballs to go around. So my gut feeling is Buffalo, Dallas, or San Francisco, and I don't know what order I would put them in.
Given the fact that, most teams are now capped out or close to it that matter, would he be comfortable just, being a rental on a minimal contract on the assumption that he'll get his money later?
He wants to be a rental because, he wants to be able to hit free agency next March as a healthy player. The thing that's important to him, and look, I'm sure it's important to him to have a chance to win the Super Bowl, of course. But what else is really important to him is to be able to show that he still can be a standout receiver, and next year at age 30, come back into the NFL for one more significant contract. And look, the one thing that I think is different next year than it is this year is that there are a lot of teams that are going to have money next year, okay? And so I think all he wants to do is get paid for his services this year and then know that he's got some sort of agreement at the end of this year that maybe they pad his contract to make it more than 1 year, but he's got some agreement that, even though you can't do handshake deals, something where he knows he's going to be a free agent next March. And I think that's really, really fair for him because, look, nobody wants to sign Odell Beckham Jr. to a giant deal right now. Who would want to do that? You don't even know what he is. And he's had two ACLs in the last 2 years. So, I think it would be really financially irresponsible to sign him to a giant contract right now.
Peter, I think I would give my Coach of the Year vote to Brian Daboll, but I'm hearing a lot of people, obviously Sirianni's getting a lot of attention, but also Pete Carroll. But I personally think John Schneider has done an incredible job. That's the GM of the Seahawks this offseason. Kenneth Walker, both those tackles, both those corners, not to mention the veterans, Fant.
When you consider you've got two quality caliber starting tackles in your draft, okay? You've got maybe the offensive rookie of the year, in Kenneth Walker, and you've got Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant, who are two of their... I always count three corners to be starters because in the NFL this year, 72% of the snaps are played with at least three receivers on the field. So, honestly, your slot corner is a starting football player, however you want to term it. So he has five... and we're not even counting the other guys like Boye Mafe, who have contributed. But he's got five really significant starters out of this draft. And anybody who does that, I think it's going to come down to him and Howie Roseman of the Eagles for Executive of the Year. They've both done a fantastic job.
How long do you think it will take, if it ever gets done, for the Washington Commanders to be sold? And the reason why I ask is because in the last few days, it seems to have been like a celebrity magnet. Kevin Durant says he'd like a piece, and Matthew McConaughey says he'd like a piece. And I always am amused by those because ultimately, a guy who's going to buy that team isn't going to need partners or movie stars to be part of the ensemble. So I guess what I'm asking is, if it's not Jeff Bezos, who is it, how much it'll be, and whether they'll factor in the price of the new stadium.
Well, that's a lot of issues right there, Ray. But
yeah, I know, but you can fill the...
I would say we don't know yet whether Daniel Snyder wants to sell a piece of the team with an option to buy at some point in the future, whether he wants to sell the entire team. I mean, I don't know how you include the price of a stadium because nobody even knows, first of all, where the stadium is going to be built. And we just don't know enough about the stadium as it is right now because, look, let's be honest. Nobody in Maryland, Virginia, or the District of Columbia, particularly in D.C., nobody wants to do business with Daniel Snyder. And because nobody wants to do business with Daniel Snyder, if you're going to get into bed with Daniel Snyder and do a business deal with him, and you want to do that, you have to have some ability to know that, like Steve Bisciotti, when he bought into the Baltimore Ravens, that there is a line of succession in mind, that as soon as you buy the team, that in X number of years, I'm going to have an option to buy everything. And so I think that becomes a far more important thing than determining whether or not the stadium is going to be involved in this. And honestly, because everybody in that area hates Daniel Snyder, it's going to be better to be rid of Snyder when you start trying to negotiate for a new stadium.
Peter, we'll always love bending your ear and picking your brain. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll do it again.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot.
Peter King, fantastic football conversation. Anytime you hear him, the guy is just dialed in on almost every single team in the league and every single subplot. We're going to let you hear a little bit of, if you missed Bob Myers, Steiny and Guru had Bob Myers on today. Great conversation, really was, with the Warriors president. And he stopped by today, and, they started off their conversation asking him why he thinks the Warriors right now are not exactly playing with a ton of joy.
Oh, man, I think there's you could throw out anything. I don't have an obvious answer. I don't think anybody knows that specifically. You could throw out theories. Last year, I think we had something to prove. I guess they proved it. This year, I don't know. I think trying to figure out the right rotations, maybe 1, 2, short off season. I don't know. That's a good question. I guess the better question for me is, do I think it can improve? Yeah, I do. I mean, I was looking at the numbers. We're 26th in defense. That's just never been where we've been ranked. We're 30th in allowing free throw attempts. Just bad execution defensively. I don't think in 30 games we're going to be looking at the same numbers, or in 20 games. If we are, that's a different conversation. But we've always been good at those things. So I can't say psychologically, because I don't play and I'm not a coach, as to the why of it. We go through stretches like this, good and bad. I didn't think we'd start out 18-2 last year. That was a shock. This is surprising, but I don't view it as something we need to overreact to 11 games in. But I know that maybe Guru is possible.
No, Bob, to be honest, look, I'll tell you, because I'm staying off Warriors Twitter, but when I'm the voice of reason, it's like, oh no, what's going on? Listen, I know you gave Steiny credit for the face of the franchise with Steph, and we had great fun with that, but he also came up with the 2 timelines. And I'm watching this team, Bob, and I know it's 11 games in, but is this the ultimate version of the 2 timelines where they collide? And is that why you're feeling like, it's still early?
Well, I don't know about collide. I do agree with the early part. It is early. That probably sounds defensive coming from me, but we got 71 games to go, so it is early factually. I know that the tendency is to put a lot of emphasis on the early first 10 games, and that's okay. People do that. We do it too. We don't look at these things and just dismiss them. But we have to be a little bit patient and see where this thing's going. I think we've got a lot of guys that can play better, whether that's starters or bench players that we've seen play better. But the 2 timeline thing was, I don't know. Did we say? I don't know if I said that. But
thank you. Steiny did. No.
No, but I don't know whoever Steiny. But I've always kind of thought that when we drafted the young guys, eventually they'd help us. But in the meantime, let's try to give, like we did last year, this team a chance to win a championship. Don't know if it would happen or not. And again, you don't really know with youth. Sometimes 20-year-olds help you. Sometimes they don't. When they don't, you got to look to some of the veterans. Some of our vets haven't played. DiVincenzo, I think, is a veteran in some sense. Iguodala, we'll see when he gets back. We leaned on a lot of the guys last year, and I'm sure that's been stated as to the value that those minimum guys brought last year. We'll see. It's a long deal. I think the young guys will do more than they're doing. I'd be surprised if this is what it is this early. I think the bench will be better. The starters, they have a good net rating, but even them, I think there's growth. But again, some of that probably sounds like I'm painting a rosy picture, but I do think this is not a best version of our team. It just isn't. It isn't in any level. And if it was, if I thought we were playing great and everybody's clicking and we're 4-7, I'd be a lot more worried than I am now. So we'll see what happens.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every week, either here or Zaza Pachulia on the Executive Show. It feels like there's some chemistry and trust issues between like your veteran champions and your young players. Is there a disconnect there that needs to be kind of figured out?
I think that the vets, there's a group that is one, and you know who they are, and they have a high level, a high standard of what basketball should look like. And I'd say privately, Matt, which the listeners and you may not see, is the vets help out the young guys a lot. I don't walk around our building and see vets rolling their eyes and pulling me aside and saying, "Yeah, I can't believe you're playing these guys." I really don't see that. Sure, they get frustrated with the young guys, just as vets get frustrated with any young guys on any team. I'm sure people were frustrated with our young guys that are now the vets at one point or another. But I do think they see them working. I asked Andre a week ago, who's been working a lot with Kaminga. I said, "You got to tell me. I know he's not playing, but how is he acting with you?" Because I thought that would have value for me. Because Andre doesn't pull punches, and he said, "This kid's been great." So I worry more about Pool. I'm in my office down. I can look out on the practice court, and Pool came. We were closed today, and Pool came in. And so I see some things that gives me more confidence and optimism. The listeners and fans don't see. Doesn't mean it always ends up being a good thing. But I have belief in these guys, Matt. But certainly, yeah, there's times in the game where the young guys aren't performing and the vets get frustrated, but not to the degree where it has tipped over any edge at this point.
Bob, let me ask you this, because we always keep it real, and I've given you credit and the organization for Jordan Poole sending them down, and I told you I haven't seen a metamorphosis like this in sports in a while. But when my takeaway last night, forget the win, he attempted 4 shots and, led the NBA in free throw shooting, and he's at 81% now, and I know it's 11 games, 30% from 3. But, Bob, we all know what happened with him and Draymond before this season. When you watch him play now, or any fan out there thinking there might be some type of residue, what do you say to that?
Yeah, I can't feel what he's feeling. I only see what he's doing in the facility and hear what he's saying. I think he is pressing. The why of it, I can't get in his head, Goo, and tell you the why of it. But he's pressing. I mean, it's like a hitter that's swinging too hard or not seeing the pitches. And the good news is he can play. He's played in the playoffs. I'd be more concerned if we had not been to the playoffs last year and we hadn't seen Poole play under pressure. The guy has performed under pressure. He's not playing his best basketball, but there's no reason to believe that he won't. The why of it, he could throw out different ideas, and that's what people do, and even we try to figure out how to help him. But I do believe he'll figure it out. He's been up against it. And I will, the other part, not to make excuses, but coming off the bench, remember last year he was a starter? It's tough. The transition to being a guy that comes off the bench and finding a rhythm there. Few guys figured it out in their career. Obviously, I think Ginobili was one of the best ever to do it. Iguodala was good for us. But even if you ask Andre, moving from a starter to a bench, especially as a pretty young player, is a challenge. But even when he started the other night, he would have liked to have played better in New Orleans. I believe in him. There's a reason why we committed to him. The kid cares, but he's in a little bit of a rut right now, but I think he'll get out of it.
Bob, Steph's incredible. You already know that. But his running mate, Steiny and I were just talking about Klay Thompson. And I go back and I appreciate Klay when he responded to Barkley's comments. And we saw it last year when he came back and you guys hoisted up the trophy. My thing is, I'm telling Steiny and the fans, okay, yeah, it's not pretty right now, but I feel like he's earned this, and this is built into the equation for him to get back and get his mojo back or close to that as possible. That's pretty much the right way to look at Klay Thompson, right?
Yeah, but people don't because it's pretty impatient society. I mean, everybody's whatever he did the last game last week, and the team's struggling, and Klay's trying to figure it out himself. So people are going to say what they're saying, and that's okay. I would say that he's just going to keep getting better. This isn't going to be what it is. In the years past, even prior to the injuries, he struggled at the outset of many seasons. And then he clicked and hit his rhythm, and it was off and running. But yeah, I mean, people are going to say that now, Goo, but perspective isn't a huge thing anymore.
Oh, stay off
I can't
Twitter,
ask
Bob.
fans and people to be patient,
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, so the San Francisco 49ers, before their season started, we're going to go with Trey Lance, who's 20 years old. And they said, we want to develop Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl. And I was like, you can't do that. You cannot do that. It just doesn't work. And it feels like what you guys are trying to do is win a title with the hopes that Moody, Kaminga, and Wiseman, 3 20-year-olds, will be a part of a championship rotation. I don't see it, Bob. I just don't see it, to be honest.
Well, I guess the better question is, could any of them help you at all? I mean, if you say, well, all three, I don't know, that might be a tough ask. Can one of them find minutes in the playoff? It's hard, Matt, because that's a fair point to take right now. Certainly you could, and may be right, but a lot of time until the playoffs come around, and it's interesting to think that even Steve and them tried in the second round last year with Moody and Kaminga, and Moody had some good minutes, I suppose, even in the Western Conference Finals, but liked him enough and trusted him enough to start the guy against Memphis, who's a really good team. So I don't know. I might say it a little differently. Can one and a half of them be there in the playoffs when they come around in spring? Maybe. Not clear. Hard to say right now. But you could certainly take the position you're taking and say, I don't think so. And maybe you're right. And that's where then the rest of the group has to step up, kind of like last year. Those guys really hit well in the free agents we had last year. But if you're talking about like the football part, it is hard if you bank everything on a guy. I mean, the quarterback's a different position.
Sure.
But you see a guy like Justin Fields who looks like he's kind of breaking through.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, he looked like he was not good. So that's the fun thing about sports. But when things are difficult, it's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel because these things come at you fast. And if you're evaluating 11 games in, it looks like there's going to be a long road to get what you're saying as being helpful in the playoffs. But there is a ton of time, and maybe one or two of them get there.
Well, what happens if at some point this season you begin to agree with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to look. We always, whatever it is, Matt, whatever it is during the season of trade deadlines in February, most action happens then. We got to see what we are. I think, Pool's going to be better than this. That'll shore up some of the second unit. And we don't know what Dante's going to do as far as what he does for us. We don't know what Iguodala is going to do. I think to judge the young guys now is a little tough because everybody's playing pretty tight. You mentioned it. I think one of your first questions is how's the team feeling? There's a tense feeling, and you can't play basketball like that. I think you know that. Goo, you know that. You can't play tight. And our whole team is playing pretty tight. I mean, obviously, number 30, it didn't look too tight at all. But he's, like you said, he's an unbelievable player. And to do what he did last night is just, you got to treasure that for the people listening because I don't care if you're a Warrior fan or 10 years old or 90. That's how guys shoot 17 to 24 from the field, 7 to 12 from 3, no turnovers. It's impossible. Like, you can't do that at the YMCA. You can't. It's impossible to do that stuff. And the shot, if you watch the game, the shots he was making are hard, even the twos off the glass. I mean, these are hard shots to make with nobody guarding you. So that's him. I know I don't want to dismiss him, but Matt, we got to see what do we look like. And look, if there's a buyout or something that you think helps, and but we're way that's getting way ahead of ourselves at this point.
Bob Myers joined us on 95.7 The Game. He and Zaza Pachulia do it every week. Man, I'm thinking about whether I should ask you more about the young kids or give you another. Did we ask him all?
I think, man, he's being honest. I love
we
it.
haven't asked him.
Looking at all the people and he's being honest, Bob. We
Anybody who's
appreciate
watched this team for years knows something's wrong. Something's up, Bob. Something's fishy.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. But there's that, right, Matt? Right. But is that's okay? I don't disagree. But there's a difference between saying something's wrong and you can't be fixed and won't be fixed and is going to be like this for the rest of the season. And some people can say that. I just don't subscribe. Like I mentioned at the outset, I guess I'd ask you, are we going to finish 26th in defense at the end of the season? I don't think so, but we're going to finish 5th or 10th or 12th?
Hey,
I don't think we're going to finish 26th.
Well, you know what, though? And listen, here's the issue you guys have is it's about a championship. It's like if you guys go 53-29 and you get to the Western Conference Finals and lose, I think internally you guys would be like, that's not bad. But I think externally, it's all about a championship.
Yeah. No, we think the same thing. We thought the same thing last year. I don't think we thought it when we were 15-50. We thought, last year, I don't know. I don't really spend a ton of time saying are we a championship team or not. Things change so much throughout the season. I guess I would look at it, I'd ask you guys, this is going to maybe not sound, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I do think if you look at the Western Conference, I think we got a team that can compete with all the people in our conference, and I believe that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we'll. Yeah, I don't think anybody really knows, but I don't. I look at the starters' net rating and the start. If you look at the playoffs, well, people. One year we were going to the finals. I think it was our 4th year in a row, and somebody said to me, "You're worried about the bench?" And they said, "I said the bench." They said, "Yeah, the bench is the bench scoring." And I said, "Go back and look at our bench scoring the last 4 years, and it was 26th in the league, 27th in the league, 28th, 25th." We never had people talk about strength in numbers. That's great. You know what they did? They defended.
Right.
That's what they did. So we've never been this awesome bench team. It's really been about the top 6 guys even when we were winning, and it really kind of was last year in a sense. And the further you go in the playoffs, the less guys play. The question for us is going to be going into the playoffs, can these guys get 40 minutes, 38 minutes? Because that's where you find out who you are. And even in the start of a tough season, the starters, even with Klay being able to, in my opinion, play a lot better than he's playing, I think they got one of the best net ratings in the league. So that's encouraging from a standpoint of can we compete, because that's a good sign. But again, I don't sit here and say what we're going to be this early in the season or not.
Bob Myers with Steiny and Guru earlier today on 95.7 The Game. Is there anybody better than Bob Myers? As far as, it's funny, when I did the show for years with Radnich, we used to have the barometer of, could you drive cross country with that guy? Do you like him or not? Bob Myers seems to be a guy that, you could easily drive cross country with Bob Myers. He wouldn't annoy you. You'd probably get at least most of the way there before he ever began to annoy you. What do you think, Ray?
He's smooth, and he knows how to give you the answer he wants to give you in a way that makes you think you're getting more out of him than you are. I think
so you're skeptical.
I'm skeptical of anybody in that position. And when you listen to his answers, he sort of gives you that, well, you could be right, which is like the flatterer's way to, get into the things. I'm not sure I subscribe to that, but maybe you're,
he validates you to a degree.
Right. But in the end, when he walks away, I know he's going, man, am I glad that's over.
Those two donkeys. No.
Well, no, but
our guys did a great job.
I think it's.
But do you think
I think it's any two donkeys.
Right. That's what
it doesn't matter who it is. It's just man, that's 20 minutes I can't get back.
Right. As far as executives go, John Lynch also, I think, is he's also will validate you. He's pretty kind. He's not going to bite your head off.
But says even less.
Says less. Farhan goes with the laugh, but then will kind of tell you more than he actually will tell you. Like, I asked him once about David Bednar, or I think it was David Bednar, the guy they drafted, and Will Bednar. And I asked him, like, the day before the draft or the week before the draft, hey, is there any guys you're interested in? I'm trying to press him for information. And he named Will Bednar on the show, and then a week later took him. And we had him on again. I'm like, did you give us that on purpose and we're kind of screwing with us? And he just laughs. I just think Farhan kind of gets you with he's got a very contagious, easy to join in laugh.
He'll give you a piece of information that ultimately doesn't mean anything.
Right.
But on the substantive stuff, he'll tap dance too.
Right.
I mean, it's just there are very few guys, and the only guy I ever really came across who would just tell you flat out what he was going to do was Al Rosen.
Al Rosen.
And the reason why...
Former GM of the Giants.
Right.
Really authored, probably has as much to do with the turnaround of the Giant franchise.
Oh, very much so.
As anybody.
Yeah.
Really.
He would just, I remember asking him a question.
He also had a violent temper, didn't he?
No, well, he could get pissed, but he wouldn't get pissed at you. He would, like, the night of the split doubleheader with the Dodgers, when the game had to be rescheduled from a rainout in L.A. and should have been played the next night, but the Dodgers all wanted to go see a concert, so they didn't want to play. So they said, no, we're not going to do that. So the game ended up being replayed as part of a doubleheader on a Tuesday night at Candlestick. And between games, for reasons that remain a mystery to me, the Giants showed like a highlight film that meant that there was 45 minutes between games. And the first game started at 5:30, so we're talking about 9 o'clock now. And people have been getting liquored up the whole time. The second game goes like 12 innings, and it ends about 1:45. And most of the second game, anytime there's a fly ball hit to left field, the left field stands would empty, and people would run across that grass, that stretch of grass. It wasn't a berm, it was just like flat grass, and they had the outfield fence in front of it. And they would sit there and climb the fence and scream at the Dodgers. In fact, at one point, somebody caught a foul ball and then hurled it back into the batter's box and nearly clocked Rick Dempsey. And Al Rosen was so infuriated that he compared it to Iwo Jima the next day. He was just,
wow.
Yeah, it just went with the World War II analogy. But the thing that I remember more than anything else was him telling me some details about Atlee Hammaker's next contract. And I asked him, I said, are you sure you want to be telling me this stuff? And he said, let me explain this to you. This stuff's not that important, ultimately. It's not a secret I need to keep, because you'll find out about it eventually. But the other thing is, you have to treat lies like they're money. At some point, you'll spend enough that you'll run out of money. And that's the time when nobody will believe you, even when you want to tell them the truth. So I'd rather lie infrequently than lie a lot, because you'll never know when I'm lying to you if I tell you enough truth to keep you invested in the game. And I just said, well,
that's great. I remember talking to Ned Colletti about this. He's like, hey, I try to be as honest as possible, because if you make up lies, you have to remember your lies. If you speak the truth as you see it, oftentimes you're going to be greater consistency in how you're received by the audience, because at least it's your truth. Whether it is the truth, at least it's your truth.
Well, that's playing a little fast and loose with the definition.
Yeah, what?
I mean, now, though, almost anybody in that position lies to you endlessly, because they have come to the realization that the media can't hurt them.
Right.
The media
they can only annoy them.
The media could influence the owner into hating the general manager, but that's only after the general manager's done enough to earn this hatred. because for the most part, owners only talk to general managers. They don't talk to the players very much. They don't talk to the manager very much. They get most of their opinions from the general managers. And so...
Not talk radio?
Any owner that ever listens to any talk radio should not only be stripped of his team, but be stripped of his money and be forced to live on the street.
Let's hear one more from Bob Myers. Myers, this was my favorite part of the interview when Steiny basically kind of pressed him a little bit and asked him if all of his young guys can help the Warriors come playoff time.
I guess the better question is, could any of them help you at all? I mean, if you say, well, all three, I don't know, that might be a tough ask. Can one of them find minutes in the playoff? It's hard, Matt, because that's a fair point to take right now. Certainly you could, and may be right, but a lot of time until the playoffs come around, and it's interesting to think that even Steve and them tried in the second round last year with Moody and Kaminga, and Moody had some good minutes, I suppose, even in the Western Conference Finals, but liked him enough and trusted him enough to start the guy against Memphis, who's a really good team. So I don't know. I might say it a little differently. Can one and a half of them be there in the playoffs when they come around in spring? Maybe. Not clear.
One is Moody, a half is half of Kaminga and half of Wiseman. That's my take.
See, you're making the fatal mistake that Bob Myers wants you to make, which is guessing what he means when he says what he does, because all he gave you was a fraction. He's not telling you who they are because he doesn't know who they are yet. It might end up being, a full Wiseman and a quarter each of Kaminga and Moody. Or
so you don't think he gave the 1.5 with guys in mind?
No, because what he was trying to do there was tell you this is all very fluid and we don't know the answer to this. So I'm going to be superficially specific.
Yeah.
But largely vague.
Yeah.
Intentionally vague, he basically
but rather specific.
Yeah. He understands that you want to go somewhere with his answer. And he doesn't care where you go with it, as long as he's not the one who gave you the answer inadvertently. He's not going to say, eventually we want Kaminga to be the guy. Because they don't know if Kaminga's going to be the guy. They don't know if any of those guys are going to be the guy. And that's the maddening part for them right now, is they've got this grand plan with a skeleton and no meat on the bones at all, because they don't know anything. And we fall into the trap of thinking, oh yeah, they've got this figured out. No, they don't. They don't have this figured out at all.
Well, and it's not rare. I mean, last year they built the thing and went straight through the season and went with the same guys. How rare is that?
Well, that's the other thing.
It's incredibly rare.
But they did.
There's always going to be some changes.
Yeah. Well, they found more minutes for Peyton as the year went on.
Right.
They changed the way they used Porter in different stretches. I mean, what they know is things change. We don't know when. We have to be able to set up situations where we can adapt to nearly anything. And two, people will jump to conclusions easily. So they'll give you, he gave you the 1.5, and your mind immediately went to, well, who's the one and who's the half?
Right.
And the fact is they don't know. And all he did was say, I'm going to give you an answer that will allow you to let your mind run rampant, but my fingerprints aren't going to be on it.
That's right. He's got plausible deniability. I didn't want to take this call, but it says Tracy, or Gus and Tracy, Warriors are doomed. When you're that negative, you go right to the front of the line. We go to Tracy on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Gus.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been doing a lot of driving today, so I've been listening to you guys since, I guess 9 o'clock this morning.
Good job.
And everything I've heard is, what's the solution? There is no solution. They don't have the horses to compete this year. Besides the starting five, who else could you possibly bring in to help you?
Well, but here's the thing. I hear what you're saying, but one, I would be in the camp that says, you probably got to give it 20 or 30 games to really see. I would tend to agree with your assessment, but I also think there's enough equity here when it comes to tradable assets they're far from doomed. I mean, it's not like there's no team in the league that's going to say, give me Jonathan Kaminga. It's not like there's no team in the league that's going to say, yeah, I'll take James Wiseman. There's all kinds of teams in the league that want these players. And, they may not be ready to contribute to a championship right now, but there's all kinds of teams that aren't ready to make a run for a championship right now. So I don't view it as they're screwed in any way. Screwed would be like when you've already exhausted all of your assets and all of your trades and all your moves, and you have nothing to trade, and a farm system that doesn't spit out any players, no equity, no money, no ability to take on contracts. There are teams that run it into the ground. The Warriors are not that team. They're not run into the ground. They have tradable, attractive, young assets that they can parlay into other players. Now, what other players and what kinds of trades? That's all to be determined, but they're not, in any way screwed.
No, but they could be, because if, let's say this goes on for another 20 games.
Okay.
Who wants to give up a usable immediate asset, let's say like Miles Turner, for either Kaminga or Wiseman? If they're still playing only 8 minutes a game or not playing at all, what are they?
I think that's a great point. They have to be spotted and give you glimpses. Well, they won't be attractive without getting a glimpse, but we got a glimpse Friday night from the 18-point performance from Kaminga. They could get a glimpse or two of Wiseman, a glimpse or two of Kaminga. I think then they could kind of dream the dream.
But if you get enough glimpses, you're more likely to hold on to them yourself.
That's also true.
I mean,
you got to balance the whole thing.
I mean, the whole thing is, if you're willing to trade them, it means you've given up on them. And if they're giving you glimpses here and there, you're probably not going to give up on them because you've got horses invested.
Yeah.
So I think it's
weighing today versus tomorrow, and I'll say this. We're all hoping the best. What if the Warriors had some crushing injury and they weren't a title contender? Then that changes the trajectory of the year and your mindset about trades.
Yeah, I'm not hoping for them to win. I don't care whether they win or not. They don't pay me. But no,
it's so much more fun when they win.
No, it's not. It's just as much fun when they lose because you're talking about them anyway. I mean, do you think we'd be spending 5 minutes on Jonathan Kaminga if they were 7-4?
Probably not.
There you go. They don't need him. They're fine. I mean, that's the thing about us is we'll turn nothing into something at a moment's notice. We're so full of crap. I'm amazed that our eyes aren't brown universally.
I won't join you in that. I'm not full of crap.
Larry, you've been in radio for how long?
People need to know if your talk show host is a crook, and I'm not a crook.
Oh, how long have you been doing radio?
Since 1997.
You're full of crap.
Okay. Thank you.
We're all full of crap.
Thank you.
All we're doing is dancing until they stop paying for our benefits.
I shortchanged myself. It was really more like 1995. All right, we are
Well, then you were even full of crap about how long you've been full of crap.
Exactly. You can't get a straight answer out of me either way. We are sponsored by News Nation. It is Election Day, and I have an election-based question for Ray, and it's coming up next on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kaminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Does your heart long to wander?
to encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event, here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfint Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
The new Michelin silicone plates last through everything.
On a world record-breaking drive from Alaska to South America in unpredictable conditions.
Thunderstorms, ice storms, they just don't quit.
Rainier Zeitlow chose Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades with advanced Quad-Tech 4-layer coated silicone that repels water, snow, and ice and lasts 2 times longer than other blades.
It's coming down in sheets.
Real world proven. Extreme weather wiping performance. Upgrade to Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades today. Only at Walmart.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there, and around there, and even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
Keep harping on Klay Thompson.
Because
Klay Thompson's not good. But Klay Thompson is going to be there in the end. He's got a proven track record.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
My man, Steph Curry. did not have any turnovers.
No turns.
In that game.
No.
47 points.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Let's put Jordan Poole on the table. Do you really believe this dude is really getting off to this slow start because he's not starting, Steiny? I say hell no.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
There are issues with their young guys that are manifesting themselves in mediocre play when they're on the court and long stretches when they're not. So they needed a field goal.
Best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
And we're coming down the home stretch on Damon and Ratto. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. The Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lo Neal. Love Lo Neal. Sean and Lo recap a wild Week 9 across the NFL and turn the page to Week 10 when the Niners host the Chargers on national TV, Sunday Night Football. It's the Football Hour, and it's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. All right. It is Election Day. Oh, by the way, thank you to Lucas. Thank you to Grandy. Thank you to Peter King, Tim Kawakami, and all of you for listening to the show. And, of course, you, Ray. It's
there was no reason to include me in that.
Then take you
I'm here
out.
contractually.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting paid to be here, damn it. It is Election Day. And I'm watching the game last night, and my man Fitz dropped this little stat. He said 15% of young people who he deemed, I think, 18 to 30, do not vote. 15% do vote. And, you know, the balance do not vote. Only 15% of people between the ages of 18 and 30 vote. Now, I didn't do any research to dig that up. I'll take Fitz's stat on the face and say that it was accurate. But, Ray, I mean, this is a little deep, but has sports, I love sports, you love sports, but has it become so big now that it's no longer a diversion in our life, that it's actually become almost like a distraction from reality? Are there young people who aren't paying attention to real things in our world because they're obsessed over the Warriors or the Giants or the trade deadline or Ohio State football or, you know, Georgia, Tennessee, or whatever sport in the sports realm?
No, there are fewer young people interested in sports, period, because they look upon it as part of sort of the corporate culture now. Because they've seen how the sausage is made and they found out they don't necessarily like pork.
Is it tied to the fact that they're kind of unplugged from cable and that kind of thing? Is that because my emphasis would be that I think people are into sports. I think sports is a larger part of our society than it was 20 years ago or 40 years ago.
No, I think
you don't agree.
I think people who are interested in sports think it's bigger than it's ever been. And it's only bigger than it's ever been in terms of money generated.
And media. Media
is a false barometer. The fact is, the young generation is more wired on everything than any previous generation. But they just choose, we're not interested. I mean, every year at the Sloan Conference, when they talk about the future of sports and the future of sports media, they're all worried about the next generation because they're not only not hooked into cable, they're not spending a lot of time actually watching games and
they're not hooked into teams. They're a lot more hooked into individuals than teams.
Well, you know, that's part of the fantasy sports thing. But for the most part, they look at sports as, well, that's something I don't really care that much about. I mean, they're not interested in politics because they don't see that anybody's working on their behalf. And it's true. Nobody is working on their behalf. More and more people run for office trying desperately to appeal to old folks because they're the ones who still go out to the polls. So young people think they have less of a future than ever before. In terms of sports, every year, you know, football audiences are skewing older. Baseball audiences are skewing older. Even basketball audiences are skewing older. The only sport that is really appealing on a growth basis,
MMA?
No, not even that. It's leveled off. It's international soccer, one
premiership,
and then women's sports too, because women's sports started at such a low base that now that
had nowhere to go but up.
Yeah, I mean, but for the most part, I think young people are just sort of, you know what? I'm never going to go to a game because I don't want to pay $280 to sit in row Z.
So you don't think the premise, like my premise is that there's more people paying more attention to sports, and maybe that because of that, they're spending less and less time on reality, which is reality is, a lot of negative, and sports is kind of more fun. So they always say sports is the toy department of life. Are we spending too much time in the toy department and not enough time on things that actually impact our world?
Well, that's always true.
Yeah.
But that's for people who care about sports. The next generation, and I have 2 kids who are part of that, they're not nearly as riveted to what the 49ers or the Warriors or any team does. They're not as hooked into that because they recognize that this is something that their fathers and mothers do more than they do. So I think it's fewer numbers of people are more interested.
What's interesting, too, is that we are such a highlight culture now. And I know your kids are grown. I still have, a couple in the house. They won't necessarily watch the games, but they're interested. And they'll follow, like, maybe on the Bleacher Report app or some other app. And, like, invariably, like the Giants load the bases in the 8th, and my kids come downstairs. Hey, Dad, I saw the bases were loaded. It's like, I'll join you now. It's like, well, thanks. Where were you in the 5th?
Look, because they don't care about.
They don't care about the 5th.
No, there's a reason why Red Zone took off.
Oh, the Red Zone's everything. I watch it myself now.
Yeah, but because it's just I don't have to watch.
We like
that
highlights.
Punt from my own 28. They're not going to sit down for 3 hours and watch anything anymore.
No.
That's just a fact. And one of the reasons why soccer is becoming bigger is because it's over in an hour and 3/4.
You think that's the key?
I think that's part of it.
Really?
I think they don't want to sit through a game where they don't know if it's going to be fun or not. And they don't want to spend 3 hours doing it.
They really wouldn't love Pac-12 football then.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that nobody loves Pac-12.
It's eternal.
Which
goes
is too
on
bad,
and on and on.
But so it goes.
Hey, it was fun, man. It was fun seeing you. Good to see you.
Let's get out of here.
All right, that does it. Damon, hopefully back tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Enjoy the football hour. For Ray, I'm Larry on 95.7 The Game.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoke and burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbaWindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And during their Black Friday sale, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. Just text SCREEN to 323232 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. But hurry, this offer ends November 25th. Text SCREEN to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word SCREEN to 323232. Don't wait. Text SCREEN to 323232.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
O'Reilly.
When you need auto